Chapter 1, The Beastmaster's World. Blue Star, Huaxia. Lingnan Province, Tianhe City. Tianhe City 7th Beastmaster High School, Senior Year Class 7, Classroom. Students, I just received notice from above. This year's federal exams, in order to encourage true geniuses, the resources and rewards invested will be 10 times that of previous years. The speaker was the homeroom teacher of Senior Year Class 7, Teacher Li. Wow! The classroom immediately erupted in noise, with all the students' eyes lighting up, their breaths becoming quick. 10 times the resources. That meant once they entered the top Beastmaster academies, how enormous the support and cultivation would be. Quiet. Don't get too happy too soon. More rewards means higher standards, and the competition will be fiercer. The difficulty of the exam will also be greatly increased. If you want to continue on the path of Beastmasters, to become a revered and powerful protector, then you must achieve a good result in this federal exam and enter a good Beastmaster Academy. Do you understand? Understood. Very good. However, there's still one student in our class who has yet to successfully contract any beast, not even a white grade 1-star beast. I hope you can contract a beast in the next few months, gain some basic combat power, and be ready for the exam. Alright, in the next few months, work hard, and I hope you can get into a good academy. Both the teacher and the school will be proud of you. With that, the homeroom teacher left the classroom. As soon as the teacher left, almost all the students' gazes turned toward a corner. There sat a slightly frail boy with a fair face, yet his eyes looked a bit lost, Chen Jing. Whispers began to rise, mixed with undisguised mockery. I'm really speechless, he's the shame of our class. I heard he even failed to contract the most docile Grass Vine demon? Right, he's useless. Fortunately, the exam mainly focuses on beast combat and potential, with a low weight on literature scores. Otherwise, his grades would definitely pull down the class average. If it were me, I'd just drop out. Staying here is just a waste of resources. Their voices weren't loud, but they clearly reached Chen Jing's ears. Hey, Jingji, don't mind those idiots. They just have big mouths. It's no big deal, failing to contract is nothing, who hasn't had a misstep before? His desk mate and good friend, Su Bai, comforted him. Seeing Chen Jing not responding, still staring blankly out the window. Chen Jing? Are you alright? Is it because the mental backlash from failing the contract still hasn't passed? Huh? Oh, I'm fine. Yesterday, he was just an ordinary office worker living in the 21st century, just working overtime all night. But after waking up, his soul had inexplicably traveled 600 years into the future on Blue Star. He had taken over the body of a boy also named Chen Jing in this world, fully inheriting the memories of the other's life. The massive influx of information and the merging of two souls left him still a little disoriented, unable to fully adapt. Am I really incredibly unlucky, or did I just step into some huge luck? I've time traveled, but this starting point. Is this hell or what? This was a brand new world where humans and fierce beasts coexisted, and survival relied on beastmaster powers. Since the Great Cataclysm in 2022, a world-shaking event, 650 years had passed. Blue Star's area had expanded by more than 100 times, with countless spatial cracks connecting unknown secret realms and beast worlds randomly appearing and solidifying around the globe. The small countries of the old era had long turned to dust in the initial shock, and the surviving great nations were forced to unite, forming the current Human Federation government. Under the Federation, the great nations still maintained high autonomy, responsible for managing and developing their respective regions, without interfering with one another. Only when a catastrophe level or above event threatened the survival of all humanity would they unite. The Federation machines will truly operate efficiently, integrating their forces. Beastmasters have become the cornerstone and guardian of human civilization in this new era. Everyone will awaken their own Beastmaster encyclopedia when they turn 18. The levels of the encyclopedia range from low to high, currently known to be white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, and gold. The level of the encyclopedia directly determines the number of beasts a Beastmaster can contract. Beasts that are not contracted are called fierce beasts. A white encyclopedia has only one contract slot, red has 2, and so on, with the legendary gold encyclopedia having 10 contract slots. The beast's level system roughly corresponds to the encyclopedia's color, but with finer divisions, each major level is further split into 1 to 9 stars. The Beastmaster's own rank ranges from level 1 to level 12, with each level also divided into 1 to 9 stars. A powerful Beastmaster and their contracted beast partner are the foundation for humans to survive in the crisis-filled new world. But the original owner, even though they awakened a white Beastmaster encyclopedia, has not been able to successfully contract a single beast for 3 months since awakening. Although the level of the encyclopedia only determines the starting point, it certainly does not represent the end. In the history of the Federation, there have been Beastmasters with low-level encyclopedias who, through incredible perseverance, unique evolution, or rare opportunities, eventually reached the peak. Although they are rare, they do exist. For example, Lord Xiaozhan, the 11th level sage of China, started with a white level encyclopedia but worked his way step by step to this height. So even if the awakened encyclopedia is of low level, there is still a chance. But the original owner's talent is truly appalling, almost epic level useless, unable to even contract a beast, let alone talk about any opportunities. Detection complete, host soul fusion finished, consciousness clear, life sign stable. Binding begins. Infinite material fusion system, officially activated. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in Chen Jing's ear. Chen Jing was excited. A system. It's actually a system. As expected, as a traveler, how could I not have the standard gold finger of a traveler? He had already prepared to give up and just be a background character. But now, with a gold finger, that means he's destined to rise. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Jing asked in his heart, "System, what can you do?" Ding, response to the host, this system is an infinite material fusion system, designed to break boundaries by fusing different materials, evolve your beasts, and enhance their strength and potential. Break the boundaries. What does that mean? It means that even though he has only a white encyclopedia and can only have one beast, with the help of the system, he can break the boundaries step by step and evolve his beast into a powerful existence comparable to the owner of a golden encyclopedia. Even surpassing it. At this moment, the original owner's useless talent no longer seems so important. Ding, initial mission released, successfully contract your first beast. Mission reward, a new player gift pack. Chapter 2, The Bet. Contract the first beast? The first beast of a Beastmaster. Either you rely on the school's allocation. When awakening the encyclopedia, the school provides some fierce beasts that mostly have red or orange potential, and with a stroke of luck, you might even get one with yellow potential. Or, if your family has wealth, they prepare one for you in advance. This means starting with at least yellow potential, winning at the starting line. Otherwise, you have to go all in and enter a secret realm to search for opportunities. Although secret realms are safer than the spatial rifts that connect to the fierce beast world, they are only relatively safe. Many Beastmasters also go to the secret realms to contract fierce beasts. The white level secret realm at school is considered the lowest tier, filled with mostly white tier fierce beasts, but for a student with no beast contracted and no ability to protect themselves, entering there is almost like delivering vegetables. Usually, those who dare to enter are those who have already contracted a beast and have basic self-defense capabilities. Entering for training or preparing for his next contracted beast. Finally, there is the Beastmaster Pavilion, a place where various beasts and related items are sold. Basically, any type of beast can be bought, as long as you can afford it. The original owner had tried 3 times to contract with beasts provided by the school, but unfortunately, all 3 attempts failed. According to school rules, once the 3 chances are used up, the school will no longer provide any resources. This path is completely blocked. So now, Chen Jing has no choice but to buy from the Beastmaster Pavilion or go into the secret realm to find a beast. The secret realm is out of the question. With my small frame, I'm not even worthy to be a snack for the beasts inside. Chen Jing sighed in his heart and touched his withered wallet, feeling helpless. Looks like the Beastmaster Pavilion is my only option. I hope I can find a cheaper one, even if its potential is low, just need to solve the whether I have one problem first. After school. Jingu, what are you spacing out for? Let's go. His deskmate and friend, Subai, put his arm around Chen Jing's shoulder and shook him hard. This guy is warm-hearted and comes from a well-off family, and he's one of the few true friends Chen Jing has in this school. Nothing, just thinking about something. What else could you be thinking about? It's definitely about contracting a beast. Don't look so gloomy, where there's a will, there's a way. If it doesn't work. Brother, I'll lend you money to go to the Beastmaster Pavilion and buy a high-potential beast sealing stone. I guarantee success on the first try. In this world where beast taming is mainstream, the beast sealing stone is an extremely important item, considered one of the cornerstones of beast taming civilization. It is not naturally formed, but instead, it is a crystal-like object created by beast tamers using the special power of their awakened Beastmaster's pictorial, which temporarily seals wild or secret realm beasts that have not yet been contracted. After a successful seal, the beast temporarily turns into a stable solid crystal containing its original power, known as the sealing stone. When purchasing these sealing stones, special identification instruments are used to scan and evaluate the energy of the sealing stones to determine the beast's potential level, attributes, and then give an appropriate price. I'll remember this. Don't regret it when the time comes. Hey! Who are you looking down on? Am I that stingy? Let's go, go, go. Don't think so much. Brother is treating you to a good meal. Look at your face, you look like you've been drained of all your energy. Just as Chen Jing and Su Bai were about to leave the school gate, they heard a voice filled with blatant mockery. Oh, isn't this our Class 7's genius Chen Jing? What's wrong, still not packing up to go home? Chen Jing frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the voice. By the school gate, 3 or 4 people were standing. The one in the lead, wearing an expensive limited edition sportswear, hands in his pockets, chin slightly raised, was looking down on Chen Jing with a condescending gaze and a fake smile on his face. It was Zhou Tao from senior year 3, class 9. Zhou Tao's family was quite rich, and relying on this wealth and the sycophantic followers around him, he had bullied his way through school. The original owner had once stepped in to stop him from bullying a younger girl, and from then on, they had a grudge. Zhou Tao was the kind of person who held grudges, and he had caused the original owner no end of trouble since then. As soon as Su Bai heard this, his anger flared up. Zhou Tao, watch your mouth. You're just looking for trouble, aren't you? What, did I say something wrong? In the whole class, oh no, probably the whole school, he's the only one who has awakened for 3 months and still can't even handle a white tier 1-star useless beast, right? What else can he be but useless? If I were him, I would have left long ago. Staying here is just a waste of food. The few lackeys behind him immediately burst into laughter, attracting the attention of many students leaving school who started to gossip and whisper. Chen Jing could feel the tension in Su Bai's body. His fists were clenched tightly, clearly struggling to hold back. He gently pulled Su Bai's arm, signaling him to calm down, then took half a step forward to stand face to face with Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao, whether my contract succeeds or not seems to have nothing to do with you, right? You're so concerned about me, if someone didn't know better, they'd think you have some sort of feelings for me. You. Humph. A waste is a waste, all you can do is talk. From the looks of it, you're planning to go to the beast taming pavilion and try your luck? TSK, with your family's conditions, can you even afford the cheapest ceiling stone? Don't end up unable to even get through the door, that would be even more embarrassing. Chen Jing looked at Zhou Tao, and the system's prompt seemed to ring in his mind again. A bold thought flashed through his mind like lightning. The cost of training beasts wasn't cheap, and Zhou Tao, who had come to him willingly, was practically a sponsor. He had the system, so why would he fear competing with Zhou Tao? With a hint of provocation, he said, whether I can afford it or not is my business. But Zhou Tao, you keep calling me a waste, yet you don't know, do you dare to make a bet with this waste? A bet? You? A waste who doesn't even have a beast to tame, what right do you have to bet with me? Bet on what? Whether your next contract will fail again? Ha ha ha. Chen Jing ignored his mockery and spoke slowly, clearly, let's bet on the monthly practical assessment organized by the school in 3 days. Let's bet whether my rank, Chen Jing, will be higher than yours, Zhou Tao. What? At these words, not only Zhou Tao and his followers were stunned, but even Su Bai, standing nearby, was shocked. He instinctively tugged at Chen Jing's sleeve and whispered, damn, bro, are you crazy? The crowd around them immediately burst into buzzing discussions. The practical assessment in 3 days? Chen Jing is betting against Zhou Tao on that? Has he really been triggered or is he mentally unwell? The monthly assessment may not be as official as the Federation's big exam, but it's still a real battle ranking. Zhou Tao's Ironback Wolf has yellow tier potential, 5 stars in white tier. Last month's assessment ranked in the top 100 of the grade. Chen Jing doesn't even have a beast, what can he compare with? Is he going to headbutt him? In 3 days, even if he contracts a beast right now, he won't have time to train or bond with it. It's over, he's really been pushed too far and is starting to babble. This bet it's basically looking for a dead end. The monthly practical assessment was a regular test held by the school to evaluate students' progress in cultivation and sharpen their practical skills. While it was not as crucial as the Federation's big exams, rankings still impacted honor and resource rewards, making the competition fierce. To surpass Zhou Tao, who already had attained beast and was firmly ranked in the middle of the grade, in the assessment 3 days later seemed like pure fantasy to everyone. After a brief moment of shock, Zhou Tao's face showed an extremely absurd and mocking smile. He tapped his ear as if he hadn't heard clearly. What did you say? Bet on the practical assessment ranking? Above mine? Chen Jing, have you failed your contract so many times that you've damaged your brain? What's the matter, you're too scared to do it? Too scared? What a huge joke. Am I afraid of you, a waste? Fine. Let's bet. You tell me, what's the wager? Let's bet 1 million Federation coins. Hiss. The surrounding crowd immediately gasped in shock. 1 million Federation coins. For most of these students, who still relied on their parents' allowance, this was an astronomical sum. It was enough to buy a quite powerful beast at the beast taming pavilion, or several rare materials that could significantly enhance a white-tier beast's power. Zhou Tao's expression also shifted slightly. His family was well off, and his pocket money was far more than the average student's, but 1 million Federation coins was still not a small amount that he could just throw away. This is almost the total of his pocket money for several months, and it could even buy him a 4-star material that he had long been dreaming about. But then he thought, is this possible? A useless person without even a beast to control, thinking that in 3 days' time he could surpass me in the practical exam? It's just a dream. This bet is like giving him 1,000,000 federal coins for free. Thinking of the scene where Chen Jing would kneel and beg him for mercy, Zhou Tao felt a wave of pleasure in his heart. 1,000,000? Heh, Chen Jing, what the hell are you bragging about? With your poor look, would selling you even be worth 1,000,000? Can you even take it out? You don't need to worry about that. When the time comes, I will naturally be able to take it out. All right. Chen Jing, these are your words. Everyone here heard it, witness it for me. I bet with you. If you lose, I don't even want your 1,000,000 federal coins. As long as from now on, whenever you see me, Zhou Tao, in school, you must immediately avoid me. If you can't avoid me, then bow your head and salute, calling me Tao Gu. In 3 days, when the exam results come out, in the afternoon. Still at the school gate, in front of all the students and teachers, you, Chen Jing, must lie on the ground, clearly and loudly, barking 3 times like a dog. How about it? Dare you? You can still back out now, as long as you kneel down and bow to me, admitting you're a useless fool, then this bet is off. Wow. The crowd erupted in astonishment, everyone holding their breath, their eyes all fixed on Chen Jing, waiting for his response. These conditions are so insulting. Jing Gu. Don't agree. A deal is a deal. Good. Very good. Chen Jing, at least you have some guts. We'll see the truth in 3 days, under the exam rankings. Let's go. Jing Gu. You're being foolish. Subai looked at Zhou Tao's back as he walked away, his face full of frustration and worry. You know Zhou Tao's iron-backed wolf is fierce. Last month, it almost crushed an 8th-class person's rock monster. You don't even have a beast, and in 3 days, how can you compare to him? Isn't this just jumping into a fire pit and throwing away the rope? No. This bet cannot count. We'll find the teacher. Worst case, I'll help you apologize to that bastard Zhou Tao, this is too much. Don't worry, Xiao Bai. I'm very clear-headed. The old Chen Jing, perhaps would have to swallow his anger when facing him. But the current me knows what I'm doing. I'm leaving now. Beast Control Treasure Pavilion, Tianhe Branch. This place has quite the reputation, with the backing of China's largest commercial group, the Tianqing Commercial Group, responsible for the circulation of beast control-related resources. Here, not only do they sell various ferocious beasts sealed temporarily from secret realms, but also rare materials, various potions, and even exotic treasures. In short, as long as you can afford it, almost anything you want can be bought here. Chen Jing stood in front of the Treasure Beast Control Tianhe Branch's door, looking up. The entire building is pyramid-shaped, divided into 7 floors. The first floor has various beasts, materials, and potions below the orange rank. The second floor has beasts, materials, and potions above the orange rank but below the green rank. The third floor has beasts, materials, and potions above the green rank but below the blue rank. The fourth floor has beasts, materials, and potions above the blue rank but below the silver rank. The fifth floor has beasts, materials, potions, and exotic treasures above the silver rank. As for the 6th and 7th floors, only top-tier strong people can access them. Of course, the 6th and 7th floors are mostly empty all year round, with resources of silver rank and above rarely appearing, basically existing only in name. As for blue and purple rank resources, the prices are ridiculously high. Tisk, just standing here, I feel the money flowing away, Chen Jing muttered to himself, taking a deep breath and stepping into the first floor hall. Beast Control Area. In the spacious hall, hundreds of ferocious beast sealing stones of different shapes were neatly arranged on smooth jade platforms. The surface of these stones shimmer with a faint glow, inside them are fierce beasts sealed, waiting for a contract. Next to each one stands a small light screen, clearly displaying information and high prices. Chen Jing's eye swept across, filled with basic information. Crimson Fox. Element, Fire. Rank, White rank 3 stars. Potential, White rank 9 stars. Price, 30,000 Federation coins. Water Snake. Element, Water. Rank, White rank 2 stars. Potential, White rank 5 stars. Price, 25,000 Federation coins. Good heavens, even the cheapest start at 25,000. This money is enough for an average family to live frugally for several months. Chen Jing continued looking, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter. After seeing dozens of them, he finally spotted one with potential marked as orange rank. Stone Ape. Element, Earth. Rank, White rank 2 stars. Potential, Orange rank 5 stars. Price, 600,000 Federation coins. 600,000. Chen Jing's eye twitched. This number was practically astronomical to him at the moment. System, can you check the detailed information of these fierce beasts? Yes. Do you wish to enable the monitoring feature? Enable. Monitor the highest potential beasts in this hall, among the hundreds of sealed stones. Wind Ape. Element, Wind. Rank, White rank 4 stars. Potential, Orange rank 9 stars, with a chance to break through to Yellow rank. Special skill, Wind Control. Note, a winged ape-like beast, skilled in wind manipulation, can use its wings in the wind to fly at high speeds. It's a good flying beast. Price, 999,999 Federation coins. Tree Demon. Element, Wood. Rank, White rank 5 stars. Potential, Orange rank 8 stars, with a chance to break through to Yellow rank. Special skill, Tree Strangulation. Note, a beast adept at camouflage in forests, good at strangling prey, with a faint ancient tree bloodline. If cultivated properly, it might even regress to an ancient ancestor. Price, 900,000 Federation coins. The data was tempting. Orange rank 9 stars, close to Yellow rank potential, with flying ability. In the eyes of an average beast tamer, this would definitely be a partner worth going all in for. After all, having flying ability also means more security in a secret realm. But Chen Jing looked at the price nearing $1 million, then at their only special skill, feeling a little disappointed. Only one skill. And this price, I can't even afford it if I sold myself. He sighed. With the system in hand, potential was not his top concern. But this startup fund, it was a real obstacle for a hero. He could barely scrape together even 10,000 Federation coins. These beasts, costing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even nearly $1 million, were completely out of his reach. Looks like I'll have to try my luck and look at those cheaper, ornamental beasts kept as pets. Chen Jing's gaze scanned the bustling hall, then he walked up to a female staff member. Hello, sorry to bother you. May I ask if there are ornamental beasts in the Beast Tamer Pavilion? The female staff member turned at the sound, wearing a professional smile, but when she heard ornamental, a flicker of surprise quickly flashed in her eyes. Most people who come to the Beast Tamer Pavilion are looking for beasts for combat, support, or with special abilities. Who would specifically ask about ornamental beasts, almost completely powerless and purely for looks? She glanced at Chen Jing's school uniform, a little worn and faded, and probably understood something. Ornamental beasts? Yes, we do, sir. Please follow me. They're in that corner over there. Okay, thank you. Chen Jing thanked her and followed her past the display stands with various beast sealing stones, heading to a relatively quiet, dimly lit corner of the hall. Here, there were no polished jade stands, nor any glowing sealing stones. Just a few simple, reasonably clean metal racks, with dozens of transparent cages of varying sizes placed on them. Inside the cages were ornamental beasts. There weren't many of them, you could count them at a glance. System, scan them. Colorful sparrow. Family, none. Rank, none. Potential, none. Talent skill, none. Note, a bird with bright and beautiful feathers, extremely good-looking, without any combat abilities, with a crisp chirping sound. Price, 5,000 federal coins. Glowing jellyfish. Family, none. Rank, none. Potential, none. Talent skill, glowing, passive. Note, a transparent jellyfish that emits a soft glow in the dark, suitable for being kept in specific water environments, purely for ornamental purposes. Price, 5,000 federal coins. Fluffy dog. Family, none. Rank, none. Potential, none. Talent skill, none. Note, with fluffy, soft fur, small size, gentle and clingy personality, a common companion pet. Price, 5,000 federal coins. He scanned 7 or 8 more, but the results were all much the same: no rank, no potential, no talent skills, or only one passive skill that was completely useless in combat. Just as he was about to give up and buy the cheapest one to complete the system task, his eyes unintentionally scanned a corner on the bottom shelf. There, alone, was a small round transparent pet box. He squatted down and leaned in closer. It seemed to be a butterfly? Its wings were a deep space-like dark blue, dotted with many tiny silver-white specks like stars, not particularly eye-catching, and due to the dim environment, it even looked a bit dull. Chen Jing felt a stir in his heart. System, scan this. Starfall butterfly. Family, none. Rank, none. Potential, none. Talent skill, sleep dust. Note, a butterfly with quite an ornamental appearance, its wing spots resembling stars. Its scales have a slight calming effect, often used as a material for low-level calming potions, but it itself does not possess combat abilities. Due to the difficulty in collecting its scales, its economic value is low, mostly sold as an ornamental pet. Price, 6,000 federal coins. Chen Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. Starfall butterfly, although it has no combat abilities, its skill is a blessing for those suffering from insomnia. So, even though it's an ornamental type, compared to others, it's much better. This one's perfect. Hello, I want this one. Chapter 4, First Fusion of Materials. Chen Jing's choice of an ornamental beast stunned the staff for a moment. Sir, are you sure you want this starfall butterfly? Its sleep dust skill has almost no practical value in combat, and collecting its scales is quite troublesome, which is why it's here. If you're looking for a beast with some potential for a beginner, there are some moderately priced red foxes and water snakes over there. The staff member spoke with some surprise, unable to help but remind him. She had worked here for a long time and had seen all kinds of customers, but this was the first time she saw a student in a school uniform choosing an ornamental beast. Thanks, but no need. I just like it. It feels right. Please check me out. Okay, please wait a moment. Seeing that she couldn't change his mind, the staff stopped talking. After a while, Chen Jing left the beast taming pavilion, filled with excitement, heading straight home. The staff watched Chen Jing's departing figure and muttered to herself, "What a strange person." Chen Jing arrived home. His parents and little sister weren't back yet. He quickly returned to his room, locked the door and windows, pulled the curtains, and followed the method taught in the textbook. He summoned the beast taming encyclopedia, carved the contract array, placed the starfall butterfly in the center, and dripped a drop of blood onto the array. Buzz. With a light hum. The contract array spun, dozens of nodes lit up one after another, brilliant points of light like stars rose from the array, quickly filling the entire room. Starlight flowed, and an invisible connection was formed between him and the starfall butterfly. On his beast taming encyclopedia, the image of the starfall butterfly slowly appeared. The first beast. Contract successful. It was not as difficult as imagined. It was unusually smooth. It must be related to his crossing over, the two souls had merged, and his mental strength grew accordingly. Ding, detected that the host has contracted the first beast, task completed. Do you want to open the beginner's gift pack? The system's prompt sound rang at just the right moment, pulling Chen Jing back from his joy of success. Open it. Open it right now. Chen Jing didn't hesitate at all, silently chanting in his mind. He had waited too long for this moment. This golden finger was his greatest support to settle in this strange world and even rise to the peak. Opening the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. 1. Beastmaster's bestiary level upgraded to divine level. 2. Random initial fusion material pack, contains Ghost Soul Tree Heart X1, Dream Eater Beast Heart X1, Stardust X5, Pure Soul Crystal X1, Dragon Blood Moss X3, Earth Vein Spiritual Spring 1 small bottle. Divine level. Beastmaster's bestiary? Chen Jing was momentarily stunned. He saw the Beastmaster's bestiary floating in front of him, emitting a soft and mysterious 9-colored halo. He pinched his thigh hard, and the clear pain reminded him this wasn't a dream. The officially recognized bestiary level in the Federation was highest in gold, with 10 contract slots, which was already a legendary talent, 1 in a billion. And now? Divine level? 12 contract slots? He wasn't just ahead of the starting line, it was as if he had thrown the starting line into outer space. It took him a long while to barely suppress the overwhelming joy, and his gaze turned to the materials in the system space, each emitting different lights. Ghost Soul Tree Heart. Quality, 4-star top tier, 1 star corresponds to white rank, 2 stars to red rank, 3 stars to orange rank, and so on. Applicable attributes: wood, undead, ghost, corpse. Note, core of a strange ancient tree from the underworld, containing pure undead aura and immortal soul power. It is a rare treasure for advancing undead and plant-type beasts. 4-star top tier. Chen Jing was shocked. This 4-star top tier meant it was at least a precious item suitable for beasts of yellow or even green rank. For the Star Moon butterfly, which wasn't even white rank yet, this item's energy level was too high, not to mention it was incompatible. Thinking of this, Chen Jing looked at the remaining materials. Dream Eater Beast Heart. Quality, 3-star high tier. Applicable attributes: dream, spirit. Note, from a strange ferocious beast that feeds on dreams, containing pure dream power and spiritual essence, it greatly benefits and aids in the evolution of spirit-type and dream-type beasts. Dream-type, spirit-type. Chen Jing stroked his chin, lost in thought. Stardust. Quality, 2-star mid-tier. Applicable attributes: Stardust, elemental. Note, strange dust containing faint star power, can be used as food or evolutionary material for star-type and elemental-type beasts. Pure Soul Crystal. Quality, 3-star mid-tier. Applicable attributes: Spirit, Dream, Elemental. Note, highly refined pure soul energy crystal, can be directly absorbed to strengthen the beast's soul origin and spiritual power. Dragon Blood Moss. Quality, 2-star low tier. Applicable attributes: Dragon, Wood. Note, special moss that grows after being contaminated by sub-dragon blood, containing a trace of dragon vein aura and life energy. Earth Vein Spiritual Spring. Quality, 2-star mid-tier. Applicable attributes, any attribute. Note, spiritual spring drawn from earth vein nodes, contains pure and gentle natural energy, can be used to dilute high-intensity materials, make potions, restore beast stamina, or promote growth. After carefully reading all the material notes, Chen Jing's eyes grew brighter. System, can these materials be used to fuse with the star moon butterfly? It's so weak right now, can it bear it? Ding, response to host, the core of the infinite material fusion system lies in the word fusion. The host can use the system's function to fuse 2 or more materials, creating entirely new, unique enhanced materials. These fusion products have no limitations on the host's own beasts. And with no risk of any side effects. So, what you're saying is, the new thing created from the fusion will definitely be safe for the Star Dream Butterfly, right? Yes, host. That's great. Chen Jing's face showed an excited expression. His gaze swept over several materials, finally settling on a few that seemed most likely to align with the Star Dream Butterfly. System, I want to fuse Ghost Tree Heart, Dream Eater Beast Heart, Pure Soul Crystal, and that bottle of Earth Vein Spiritual Spring. He chose the highest quality materials, all related to spirit, dreams, or souls, hoping to create something suitable for the Star Dream Butterfly. As for the Star Dust and Dragon Blood Moss, they didn't seem to match the properties for now, so he left them aside. As soon as his command was given, the selected 4 materials were immediately drawn by an invisible force, flying into an empty space. Buzz. A soft light illuminated, completely enveloping them. The dark green glow of the Ghost Tree Heart, the dreamy aura emitted by the Dream Eater Beast Heart, the transparent soul radiance of the Pure Soul Crystal, and the gentle spiritual light from the Earth Vein Spiritual Spring began to slowly intertwine, rotate, and merge. The process wasn't intense, but rather a strange sense of harmony, as though they were meant to merge into one. The light gradually contracted, and eventually, all the materials vanished, replaced by a small bottle of liquid floating in the air. The liquid was a deep, dreamy dark blue, with countless tiny silver specks slowly floating and sinking inside, as if a miniaturized starry sky had been trapped in the bottle. Occasionally, faint purple mist flowed within. Fusion successful. Acquired new material, Dream Soul Liquid X1. Chapter 5, Dream Soul Butterfly. Dream Soul Liquid. Quality, near 4-star. Applicable attribute, Spirit, Dream. Note, a rare spiritual liquid formed by fusing the immortal soul power of the Ghost Tree Heart as the base, the dream origin of the Dream Eater Beast Heart as the core, the soul energy of the Pure Soul Crystal as the catalyst, and the Earth Vein Spiritual Spring for nourishment. It contains powerful mental nourishment, dream construction, and soul perception abilities, greatly enhancing the potential and strength of spirit and dream-type beasts, with a small chance of awakening rare-related skills and strengthening their soul origin. When used by the host's beast, it has a high probability of triggering unknown mutations, breaking through the original race limitations. Near 4-star. Chen Jing let out a breath. Although the system's fusion process couldn't fail, the outcome still heavily depended on luck. And right now, the Star Dream Butterfly was a no-attribute product. Whether it could defy fate and change its destiny depended on this moment. He took the Dream Soul Liquid from the system space. The cool touch from the bottle sent a shiver through his hand, and the silver specks inside gently swirled with his movements, breathtakingly beautiful. He took a deep breath and summoned the Star Dream Butterfly from the beast tome. The little creature gently landed on his palm, its wings fluttering slightly, seemingly having an instinctive craving for the spiritual liquid in Chen Jing's hand. Little one, our rise starts now. Here, drink it. Chen Jing held the liquid in front of the Star Dream Butterfly. The butterfly seemed to understand his words. Its small body hovered near the bottle's mouth, its antennae trembling slightly, and its tiny compound eyes revealed an uncontrollable, instinctive longing. The dreamy dark blue liquid seemed to have a life of its own, transforming into wisps of mist that curled and wrapped around the Star Dream Butterfly's body, quickly enveloping it completely. In the blink of an eye, the butterfly's figure vanished, replaced by a cocoon of light. System, does this mean it's starting to evolve? He asked the system. Ding, yes, host. The Dream Soul Liquid is being fully absorbed by your beast, Star Dream Butterfly. Its life essence and energy structure are undergoing a reorganization and evolution. This process will take some time. Please be patient. The system's confirmation eased Chen Jing's mind slightly, but his heart still remained tense. Time passed, second by second. Suddenly. V-room. A light cocoon trembled slightly, its surface glowing, pulsating in rhythm, flickering faster and faster. Crack. A very subtle sound, like ice shards breaking, echoed. A tiny crack appeared on the surface of the light cocoon. Then came the second, the third, countless cracks spread quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the entire light cocoon was covered. With a boom, the light cocoon shattered completely, turning into countless sparkling light points. Where the light cocoon had been, a newly emerged creature gently flapped its wings, floating in midair. When Chen Jing saw it, he couldn't help but marvel, it's simply a work of art. Its size had grown, now about the size of a palm. The base color of its wings was still a deep ink blue, but now the ink blue seemed to come alive, faintly flowing, like the endless universe at night. The originally fine silver white spots were now brighter, clearer, even flickering slightly. As its wings gently flapped, it seemed as if starlight was flowing. On the edges of its wings, there was a faint, almost imperceptible purple halo. When it flapped its wings, the halo would trail tiny glowing streaks, dreamy and ethereal. Its overall lines had become more graceful and smooth, its antennae lengthened, the tips glowing faintly. It radiated a peaceful, mysterious, and noble aura. It quietly floated there, no longer like a beast to be tamed, but more like a masterfully crafted work of art. Phew! A soft, tentative cry, full of dependence, woke Chen Jing from his daze. He turned his head towards the sound, only to find that the newly hatched little creature had quietly flown to his face. It was gently touching his cheek with its glowing antennae, its movements careful, full of affection. Seeing that Chen Jing didn't respond immediately, the little creature seemed a little uneasy. It gave a soft, slightly aggrieved whimper, its wing beats growing faster, scattering tiny light spots. Chen Jing quickly reached out a finger and gently tapped the little creature's head. "I'm here. Little one, you're so beautiful." Phew! Feeling the owner's response and praise, the little creature immediately became happy. The momentary unease disappeared without a trace. It happily flew around Chen Jing, tracing paths of starlight and purple glowing streaks. Chen Jing watched the little creature happily flying in circles and couldn't help but smile. He focused his thoughts, and the simple symbol that once represented the starry sleep butterfly in the Beastmaster's guide disappeared, replaced by the appearance of the beautiful creature before him. Below, a line of clear data appeared. Dream Soul Butterfly. Species, Dream Realm. Rank, White Tier 6 stars. Potential, Yellow Tier 9 stars. Talent skills. Dream Soul Perception, passive, possesses extraordinary sensitivity to dream energy and mental fluctuations, able to sense potential mental attacks and dream traps in advance. Soothing Dust, enhanced, the scales released emit a stronger calming and sleep-inducing effect, and can to some extent actively influence an opponent's mind, causing drowsiness and mental sluggishness. Dream Shield, summons a weak power of the dream realm to form an invisible protective layer around the soul of the owner and itself, effectively resisting some mental impacts and soul erosion. Soul Impact, gathers mental energy to launch an invisible impact, directly attacking the opponent's soul consciousness. The strength of the attack is related to the Dream Soul Butterfly's mental power. Introduction, a new species born from the life essence transition of the ornamental fierce beast Starry Sleep Butterfly after absorbing the rare spirit liquid Dream Soul Liquid. It possesses pure dream and soul attributes. Great potential, extremely valuable for cultivation. White stage 6 stars. Potential yellow stage 9 stars. For skills. And its dream system. Chen Jing looked at this information, and his breath involuntarily quickened. This is simply a complete transformation. No, it's a metamorphosis, like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon and soaring into the sky. The initial rank of White Stage 6 stars means this little guy is already ahead of most of the classmates, who have been training their beasts for months. Potential Yellow Stage 9 stars means that, as long as resources keep up, it's almost certain to grow into a powerful Yellow Stage top-tier beast. And this is just the beginning. With the system, and by integrating more advanced materials in the future, its potential is limitless. Its attribute is the extremely rare and mysterious, powerful dream system. This is recognized as one of the top rare attributes, strange, powerful, and hard to defend against. While low-level beasts are still engaged in close combat, dream system and soul system attacks are like a dimensional strike. Unless the enemy's soul is naturally strong or they have rare soul defenses, they might not even know how they lost when facing these unstoppable mental attacks. As for the skills, 1 passive perception, 1 enhanced control, 1 soul defense, and 1 direct soul attack. This combination is like a cheat in low-level beast battles. You must know, the vast majority of white stage beasts only have 1 innate skill. Those with better potential might have 2, and those with 3 or more are rare, mostly belonging to top-tier attributes, and second-generation beastmasters whose parents are strong beasts. Chen Jing looked at the happily dancing little guy, reached out his hand, and the little guy, with a kindred spirit, gently landed and quietly perched on his fingertip. From now on, you will be called Stardream. Woo! Stardream flapped its wings hard, signaling a response. Chen Jing looked at the little Stardream's response and couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Suddenly, Chen Jing seemed to remember something and asked the system, can I disguise my Beastmaster encyclopedia as white? Yes. Would you like to activate the encyclopedia disguise function? Activate it. Ding, activation successful. View information. Chapter 6, Sister. Name, Chen Jing. Rank, first stage 3 stars, Dream Soul Butterfly Evolution Feedback. Beastmaster Encyclopedia, white, disguised, /9 colors. Beast, Dream Soul Butterfly. System function, fusion, confuse materials, detection, can detect nearby ferocious beasts. First stage 3 stars. Chen Jing felt the warm current inside him, stronger than before, and couldn't help but smile. His gaze fell on the words white, disguised, and he nodded in satisfaction. The saying goes, a tree that stands out will be destroyed by the wind. He understood this principle. Before he had enough strength to protect himself, this divine-level encyclopedia was his greatest trump card, and it should not be exposed easily. Woo! Stardream seemed to sense the master's happy mood, gently flapping its wings, flying around him in a circle. Chen Jing extended his finger, and the little one immediately obediently landed, its antennae gently brushing his fingertip. Hee, little guy, we need to stay low-key from now on. Those guys outside are all waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. 3 days from now, let's give them a surprise. Thinking of Zhou Tao's annoying face in that bet, a cold glint flashed in Chen Jing's eyes. In the past, he had no capital, so he had to endure. But now, he was going to see who would be the one crawling on the ground barking like a dog. Bro! I'm back! What are you doing hiding in your room? At that moment, a clear and crisp voice, like silver bells, rang out from the living room, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps getting closer. It was Chen Shi, the quirky little sister of the original body. Chen Jing's heart tightened, and he quickly thought to himself, little Stardream, come back. The dream soul butterfly that was perched on his fingertip turned into a flash of light and instantly entered his Beastmaster Encyclopedia. He took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and walked over to open the door. A girl with a ponytail and bright, sparkling eyes stood at the door. It was Chen Shi. She was wearing the same uniform from the 7th Beastmaster Middle School as Chen Jing, but she radiated with youthful energy, and at that moment, she was tilting her head, looking at him curiously, her face flushed, as if she had just run back. What are you doing, bro? Locking the door in broad daylight, hiding something good? Chen Shi said, about to slip into the room. Chen Jing quickly stepped aside, gently pressing his hand on her forehead, helplessly smiling. Go, little girl, why do you always want to barge into your brother's room? No manners. Humph. There must be something fishy. Chen Shi pouted, wrinkling her little nose, like a kitten that had smelled something fishy. Fishy? What fishy? I was just resting a bit. Need something from me? Oh, right. Chen Shi slapped her forehead, finally remembering the main point. Mom asked me to check with you, what do you want to eat tonight? She got her bonus today, so she said she could add an extra dish. Anything is fine, I love whatever Mom cooks. Chen Jing replied casually. But Chen Shi wasn't so easily satisfied. She looked Chen Jing up and down and suddenly exclaimed, moving closer, bro, why do I feel like you're a bit different? Chen Jing's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained unchanged. What's different? Still the same nose, 2 eyes. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like your energy is suddenly a lot better. Not like the past few days, all droopy, like an eggplant wilted by frost. She paused, as if suddenly remembering something, then whispered, bro. Tell me the truth, when I came back from school, I heard several classmates talking, saying you bet with that annoying Zhou Tao from class 9? The bet is about the ranking for the practical test in 3 days? Is it true? Yeah, that's true. So, even you heard about it? I heard it for real. Bro. You really bet with him? Now the whole school's talking about it. They all say you're going to beat Zhou Tao in the practical test in 3 days? And you bet 1,000,000 Federation coins? Are you crazy? Where'd you get that much money? What if you lose? Seeing his sister genuinely worried about him, Chen Jing felt warm inside. Though Chen Shi wasn't their biological daughter, she had been picked up by their parents during a beast attack when she was young. She was undeniably a genius in the family. She was still not yet 18, and just a few days ago, she had independently awakened her Beastmaster Encyclopedia, and it was at the purple level. However, he smiled, his eyes showing more confidence than before. Don't worry, I've got it under control. In the past, maybe not, but now, it's different. But? No buts. Let's go, let's see what Mom's making for dinner. I'm hungry. At dinner time, the small dining room was filled with the tempting aroma of food. Although the family wasn't wealthy, Mom was a great cook, and even simple home-cooked dishes were flavorful. Mom, Lin Wan, was bringing out the last dish from the kitchen when she saw the siblings. She smiled gently. Xiao Jing, Xiaoxi, wash your hands and come eat. She looked like a very gentle woman, with some fine lines at the corners of her eyes, but her gaze was very bright. Dad, Chen Jiangwo, was already sitting at the table, holding today's newspaper. When he heard the noise, he put down the paper, and his gaze subtly shifted to Chen Jing, carrying a hint of unnoticeable concern. He was a middle-aged man who looked somewhat serious, spoke little, but was meticulous in thought. The family sat down and began eating. But she clearly still had something on her mind. She picked at her food, sneaking a glance at Chen Jing, then at her parents, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Mom, Lin Wan, knew her daughter best. She put some meat on her plate and asked softly, Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Why aren't you focused on your food? Is something wrong with today's dishes? Mom. Shi hesitated, then couldn't hold back anymore, whispering, my brother, he made a bet today. Bet? Lin Wan's hand, which was picking up food, paused as she looked at Chen Jing, her brows furrowing slightly. Xiao Jing, what's going on? Who are you betting with? What are you betting on? Dad, Chen Jiangwo, also put down his chopsticks, his gaze calm as he looked at his son. He didn't speak, but was waiting for an explanation. Chen Jing knew he couldn't hide this matter, and he hadn't planned to. He swallowed the food in his mouth, put down his chopsticks, and spoke with a calm expression, Dad, Mom, it's with a classmate from class 9, a guy named Zhou Tao. The bet is on the ranking of the school's monthly practical assessment 3 days later, to see if I can rank ahead of him. What? Practical assessment? Xiao Jing, you haven't even contracted your beast yet. How can you compete? It's a real battle, what if you get hurt? This is too reckless. Nonsense. Without a beast to participate, what will you do if you get injured? Feeling the strong concern in his parents' words, Chen Jing's heart warmed. At the same time, he felt a bit guilty, making his parents worry about him. Dad, Mom, don't panic, let me finish. I have some good news to tell you. I successfully contracted a beast. Just this afternoon, I successfully contracted my first beast. What? As soon as he said this, the 3 people at the dinner table were stunned. Successfully? Really? Xiao Jing, are you serious? What kind of beast is it? Quick, show Mom. Although Chen Jiangwo didn't speak, he leaned forward slightly, his gaze filled with surprise and inquiry. Even Shi forgot to eat, her eyes wide open, staring at Chen Jing, afraid of missing something. Yeah, really. Look carefully. Chen Jing nodded, a faint smile on his face. He focused his mind, and his consciousness sank into his body. He raised his right hand, palm facing up, and with his will, a soft, white glowing beast encyclopedia appeared out of thin air, quietly floating above his palm. Soon, the light on the encyclopedia shifted, and a soft beam of light shot out, gently landing in the empty space above the dinner table. As the light faded, it revealed the form of Xingming, which could be called a work of art. Wow! Shi was the first to exclaim, her small hand covering her mouth, her eyes shining brightly. Such a beautiful butterfly! Brother, is this your beast? This is so beautiful. She tilted her head, staring intently at the little creature floating in the air, its dark blue wings like the deep night sky, with sparkling silver white dots that looked like shattered diamonds. The edges of the wings had a faint purple glow, and as it flapped gently, it scattered tiny bits of light. But, brother, it looks like one of those useless star-sleep butterflies sold in the beast pavilion? Shi blinked, a bit confused. Little Xingming, seemingly understanding the word useless, flapped its wings in displeasure and made a soft whoa sound. It flew around Chen Jing's head for half a circle, leaving a trail of dreamy light, before gently landing on his shoulder. Mom, Lin Wan, also put down her chopsticks and leaned closer, her face full of gentleness and surprise. Xiao Jing, you really succeeded? Let me take a closer look. Ah, the little stars on its wings are so bright. Just looking at it makes my heart feel at ease. She stretched out her finger, wanting to touch it but hesitated, afraid of disturbing the beautiful little creature. She herself was a wood element beastmaster and had contracted a wood-type green vine flower with red tier potential. She had an instinctive fondness for such delicate and full of spirit little creatures. Dad, Chen Jiangwo, didn't speak, but the sternness in his brows relaxed a lot. He leaned forward slightly, his sharp eyes sweeping over Xingmeng, then looking at Chen Jing, asking in a deep voice, was the contracting process smooth? Did you feel any instability in your spiritual power? He had contracted a fire element fire-maned bull, also with red tier potential, and its temperament was calm and steady, just like his old partner, more concerned about practical issues. Though both of them were just ordinary white encyclopedia beastmasters, doing regular jobs in the city, they had great expectations for their son. Chen Jing deeply understood the difficulty of starting on the path of beastmasters. He felt the focus of his family's attention, and the last trace of distance caused by the original owner's memories vanished in his heart. He smiled, reached out, and let Xingming jump onto his fingertip. The little creature gently rubbed him with its tentacles. Dad, Mom, Xiaoxi, don't worry. The contract went very smoothly, even more smoothly than I imagined. Xiaoxi has a good eye. It really is a mutated star dream butterfly. I've given it a new name, Xingmeng. Xingmeng? That's such a beautiful name. Big brother, is it really powerful? What skills does it have? Tell me. Is it stronger than Zhou Tao's silly big gray wolf? Alright, don't pester your brother. Lin Wan also nodded repeatedly, her face showing an undeniable look of comfort. Successfully contracting it is a huge deal. Come on, let's eat first, we can talk while we eat, the dishes are almost cold. Xiao Jing, you must be hungry too, right? Chen Jing stopped asking questions, picked up his chopsticks, and simply said, let's eat. Chen Jing felt warm in his heart. He knew that although his parents were just ordinary beastmasters and might not be able to provide him with many resources, their wholehearted care and support were more precious than anything. After dinner, Chen Jing helped his mom clear the dishes. His dad, Chen Jiangwo, had already sat down on the old sofa in the living room. A cup of steaming tea sat on the coffee table in front of him. He looked at Chen Jing with a hint of concern and said, Xiao Jing, I'm happy you succeeded with the contract. But that bet, are you really confident? Yeah, Xiao Jing. But it's only been 3 days, and Xingming, after all, comes from the ornamental star dream butterfly. Even though it's mutated, in actual combat, Lin Wan also sat down, wiping her hands, her brows furrowing as she agreed. She sat cross-legged on the carpet nearby, holding a cushion in her arms, her eyes darting between her brother and parents. Though she was also worried, her curiosity about her brother's beautiful butterfly was stronger. Chen Jing placed his cup on the coffee table and sat down on the single sofa beside his father. Dad, Mom, don't worry. If I dare to bet, it's not just a rash decision. Don't just look at Xingming, it looks quite beautiful, like an ornamental type. It really did come from a mutated star dream butterfly, but this mutation is very special, and also, powerful. I'm not sure about the exact cause of the mutation, but maybe it's related to my previous failed contracts. My mental power might have caused some changes. Anyway, after the contract succeeded, I could feel that it's completely different from an ordinary star dream butterfly. Its attribute is no longer null, but has turned into a very rare dream attribute. Dream attribute? Chen was the first to exclaim. Although she was young, she knew quite a bit about Beastmaster knowledge, thanks to having a genius younger sister. Brother! Are you serious? The dream attribute, one of the top-tier attributes? Lin Wan and Chen Jiangwo also looked at him in shock. Dream attribute. This was marked as rare, mysterious, and high potential in the Federation's Beastmaster Compendium, one of the top-tier attributes. Compared to the more common elemental or power attributes, the dream attribute's abilities were much harder to defend against, often involving the mental or soul realms, giving a huge advantage in battles of the same rank. Yes, the dream attribute. And right now, its initial rank is White Tier 6 stars, and its potential assessment reached Yellow Tier 9 stars. White Tier 6 stars? Yellow Tier 9 stars? This time, even the usually calm Chen Jiangwo couldn't help but sit up straight, his face filled with shock. A Yellow Tier 9-star potential meant that as long as the resources were there, this Xingming was almost certain to grow into a powerful beast at the peak of Yellow Tier. This starting point already far surpassed the old companion the couple had worked so hard to train for years. Brother! You're amazing! White Tier 6 stars. Yellow Tier 9 stars. And it's a dream attribute. Haha, let's see how Zhou Tao's silly wolf acts now. Isn't it only White Tier 5 stars? Its potential seems to be only Yellow Tier 4 stars? Brother! You've already won. Make sure it has to crawl on the ground and bark like a dog. Chen Shi jumped up directly, waving her fists, her little face flushed with excitement. Xiao Shi. Girls should be careful with their words. Lin Wan reprimanded her daughter lightly, but there was an unmistakable smile and relaxation in her eyes. Not only did their son succeed in the contract, but he also contracted a beast with such astonishing potential, it was simply a blessing in disguise. Chen Jing watched his family's excited expressions, feeling the long-lost warmth of home. Before crossing over, he was a lonely corporate soldier, facing only cold computers and endless overtime. A scene of a family sitting together to eat and chat was as luxurious as a dream for him. He secretly vowed in his heart that no matter what lay ahead, he would protect this warmth and the people around him. Whoa, brother! I don't care. You have such an amazing beast now. I want one too. I want a powerful beast. Brother, you must help me find one next time you go to the secret realm. Otherwise, I'll annoy you every day until you can't sleep. As Chen Shi's excitement slightly faded, she suddenly lunged at Chen Jing, grabbing his arm and shaking it vigorously, pouting her lips with her eyes full of envy. Chen Jing was left speechless by his sister's antics and hurried to appease her. All right, I'm scared of you, little ancestor. I'll help you find one, I'll definitely keep an eye out, is that okay? He pointed a finger and lightly flicked Chen Shi's smooth forehead, half helpless and half indulgent in his promise. This was not entirely dismissing his sister. Now, he was someone with a system, and in the perilous yet opportunity-filled secret realm, finding suitable fierce beasts gave him a natural advantage that others could not match. He could see the target's information directly. Attributes, ranks, potential, skills, all became clear at a glance. It is important to know that before being contracted, a fierce beast's true attributes and potential level are hidden, full of uncertainties. Those so-called identification instruments on the market can only make rough judgments. Although the error rate is small, it still exists. This is also why there are risks and elements of luck in the contracts of beast masters. Moreover, he indeed planned to go to the white-tier secret realm in school tomorrow. On one hand, it was to allow Xingming to familiarize itself and train its newly acquired power. After all, no matter how strong the attributes or high the potential, practical combat is needed to transform it into real battle power. On the other hand, he could use the illustrated guide to temporarily seal the fierce beasts into sealing stones, but they only have a validity of 7 days. After that, they need to be resealed. However, this is also an important means for all beast masters awakened with the illustrated guide to earn extra money. He had never tried it before due to his own lack of strength, but now it was different. Thanks to the system's information probing ability, he could accurately seal those fierce beasts with high potential or rare skills that are popular in the market. Even if they are just white tier, he could sell them for a decent price to help cover household expenses. His parents worked hard for a limited income, and his sister would need resources when contracting her beast in the future. Now that he had this ability, he naturally wanted to find a way to share the burden for this family, making life a bit more comfortable. Chapter 8: Entering the White Tier Secret Realm. The next day. At the dining table, Chen Jing was drinking the fragrant rice porridge his mother had made and said, "Mom and Dad, I plan to go to the school's white-tier secret realm in the next few days to let Xingming get familiar with its power and also to train." Mom Linwan paused in her hand as she prepared an omelet for him, a hint of worry flashing across her face. "School's secret realm? Xiao Jing, you just contracted, don't you think it's a bit too soon?" "Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Xingming is stronger than it seems, and I'll just be wandering around the outskirts, not going deep. I can't keep it as a canary forever. Practical experience is the fastest way to grow." Father Chen Jiangwo, who had been silent, looked calmly at his son. "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes, I've decided." Chen Jing met his father's gaze and nodded. Chen Jiangwo didn't say more, just briefly reminded him, "Good. Remember, take it steady, the first priority is survival. If you lose your beast, you can find another, but if you lose your life, you lose everything." "Got it, Dad." Beside them, Chen Shi, who was nibbling on a bun, immediately put it down, hugged Chen Jing's arm, and began to act cute. "Brother. You promised me you would prepare a beast for me too. You have to keep your word, no breaking promises." Okay, little ancestor, I remember, I won't forget. Absolutely will not go back on my word. Hee, you're the best, brother." The entrance to the White Secret Realm of No. 7 Beastmaster High School is not in the teaching building area, but located on the back mountain of the school. At the entrance of the secret realm is a flat area cleared by human hands, with an ancient stone platform quietly standing there, covered in complex carvings. Beside the stone platform, a middle-aged man in a gray mentor's robe, with a solemn expression, was meditating with his eyes closed. He was a mentor sent by the school to guard this place year-round, a powerful orange tier 9-star expert. It should be noted that the strongest visible expert in the entire Tianhe city is only a yellow tier 9-star beast master. Having an orange tier 9-star mentor personally guarding this white secret realm shows how much the school values it. Hearing the footsteps, the mentor slowly opened his eyes, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over more than a dozen senior students, including Chen Jing. "The rules are clear, right? I don't need to repeat myself? The management of the school's white secret realm is strict. To ensure ecological balance and sustainable use inside, it is specified that each student can stay a maximum of 2 days each time, and they cannot take out more than 3 fierce beasts. Additionally, they must sign a life and death agreement. After all, the secret realm isn't child's play, people really can die inside. If one's strength is insufficient but they still force their way in, the consequences are theirs to bear." "Understood, mentor." The students responded in unison. Chen Jing stood in the crowd, his gaze calm. He noticed a few students beside him were secretly sizing him up, their eyes carrying barely detectable contempt. "Oh, Chen Jing? You don't even have a beast, yet you dare to come here? What, planning to go in and try your luck, hoping to contract one on the spot?" As expected, a slightly mocking voice rang out. The speaker was a tall boy, wearing a grin of someone who was enjoying the show. Chen Jing didn't even lift his eyelids, replying blandly, "That won't trouble you." The boy was left with nothing to say, pouting and falling silent. At this moment, the mentor began distributing the teleportation tokens. "Take the tokens, the time has been set. 2 days later, regardless of where you are in the secret realm, as long as you still have the token, you will automatically be teleported back. Remember, act according to your abilities. If you encounter danger you can't handle, immediately inject your spiritual power to activate the rescue symbol on the token, and the nearby mentor will arrive as quickly as possible. But the premise is, you must survive until then." The middle-aged mentor spoke in a deep tone. "Good luck to you all, may you gain something." Buzz buzz buzz. As the mentor's voice fell, the ancient stone platform suddenly lit up with blinding white light. In the next moment, the strong white light swallowed up all figures. After a slight feeling of weightlessness and dizziness, Chen Jing felt the ground solid beneath him, standing firm again. When he opened his eyes, there was no one else around him. The school's white secret realm is not small, and not many people enter each day. It's perfectly normal not to run into anyone after random teleportation. But he didn't let down his guard simply because he was alone. The secret realm is still the secret realm, even the lowest tier can be dangerous if one isn't careful. The forest area? He murmured to himself, taking a deep breath. The white secret realm that number 7 Beastmaster High School has is considered top tier among similar realms. Most other white secret realms possess only 1 or 3 types of environmental settings. But here there are 5 independent areas, including forests, rocks, ice and snow, swamps, and deserts, 5 entirely different regional environments. This is undoubtedly a great training ground for the Beastmaster students who need to adapt to various combat environments, and the resource value is even higher. I remember the materials from school said that common fierce beasts in the forest area include vine demons, tree demons, forest wolves, and unicorns. I wonder which one I will encounter first. Star Dream, come out. With a thought, the Beastmaster illustration flickered with light, and a stream of light flew out, landing lightly on his shoulder. It was the little guy, Star Dream. It seemed curious about the new environment, gently vibrating its wings, its compound eyes alertly scanning around. Little guy, don't be nervous. System, activate scanning function, scan for fierce beasts within 3 kilometers around me. Ding, detected within a radius of 3 kilometers from the host, there are 3 types of fierce beasts and 1 type of plant beast. Would you like to view detailed information? View. Immediately, 4 clear information panels appeared in his mind. Vine Demon. Affiliation, Wood. Rank, White rank 3 stars. Potential, White rank 9 stars. Talent skill, Vine Strangle. Note, good at disguising as ordinary vines, lurking in the forest, waiting to strangle passing prey. Strong, but moves slowly, afraid of fire. Forest Wolf. Affiliation, Wood. Rank, White rank 2 stars. Potential, White rank 8 stars. Talent skill, Stealth. Note, clever hunters in the forest, their fur color blends skillfully with the environment, they excel at ambushing with the help of bushes and shadows. Usually active in groups. Wood Snake. Affiliation, Wood. Rank, White rank 1 star. Potential, White rank 7 stars. Talent skill, Wooden Tail Whip. Note, entirely green, difficult to detect when coiled on branches. Its tail is hardened, striking strength not small, and it carries a slight paralyzing toxin. Wind Tiger. Affiliation, Wind. Rank, White rank 6 stars. Potential, Red rank 5 stars. Talent skill, Wind Charge. Note, one of the dominant fierce beasts in the forest area, moves as swiftly as the wind, with sharp claws. Solitary, with a strong territorial sense, will attack intruders. Caution is advised. Wow, is this considered good luck or bad luck? Chapter 9, A Little Test. Chen Jing stood still, quickly calculating in his heart. Forest wolves and vine demons. These 2 are common species at school, abundant in number, and not too hard to deal with. Forest wolves like to gang up, which is a bit of a hassle. As for vine demons, they have great strength, but moving a lair is quite difficult and they fear fire. Their weakness is obvious. They both have good evolution forms, like firewood dual-headed wolves and poison vine demons, but that's a matter for the future. Wood snakes are rare, they hide well and are difficult to find. Their potential is also okay. If I'm lucky enough to get the scarce evolution resources, I might cultivate them into firewood demon snakes. If I have enough opportunity, they might even evolve into dragon-like fierce beasts. Chen Jing stroked his chin, feeling that while the wood snake seemed insignificant now, in the long run, it might be a worthwhile investment, of course, provided he could get those precious evolution materials. Wind Tiger, White rank 6 stars, is like a little tyrant in this forest. Its potential is Red rank 5 stars. It seems to not measure up to Star Dream, but it has a solid foundation, fierce combat power, and a clear evolution path, with the strongest known being the Wind and Thunder Gold Tiger, which has green rank potential. It is definitely a hot commodity in the market. But this is just right for little Star Dream to practice and familiarize itself with its own power. Thinking this, he no longer hesitated and moved toward the direction of the Wind Tiger. After walking for about 10 minutes, sounds of rustling came from ahead. Chen Jing immediately stopped, held his breath, and quietly hid behind a large tree. He peered out and saw not far away on a clearing, a large wind tiger lazily lying there basking in the sun. Wow, this size, it's even more powerful than what's drawn in the book. Chen Jing murmured in his heart and couldn't help but swallow. The Star Dream on his shoulder saw the size and its wings trembled slightly, letting out a barely audible whimper. Chen Jing gently stroked it. Don't be afraid, little one, we're just here to meet it today. You are the dream system, specializing in tackling all sorts of defiance. System, please confirm the data on this wind tiger again, especially its skills. Are there any hidden ones or anything that needs special attention? Ding, target data is being reviewed. Wind tiger. Attributes, wind category. Rank, white rank 6 stars. Potential, red rank 5 stars. Talent skill, wind's flight, active, greatly increases movement speed for a short time, with a faint wind blade effect while moving. Status, lazy, slightly alert, has not detected the exact position of the host. Note, its physical attacks carry a faint wind element tearing effect, please be cautious, host. Soul strength is average, with no special mental defense ability. Average soul strength, no mental defense. Chen Jing's eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth pulled into a slight arc. He took a deep breath. Although in theory, the Star Dream's attributes counter the Wind Tiger, this was their first real battle, and he had to be cautious. If something went wrong, it would be disastrous. He carefully observed the Wind Tiger's posture and the surrounding environment. Then he slightly tilted his head and whispered to the Star Dream on his shoulder, "Little one, it's your turn. Fly over there, towards that big guy, and use sleep dust." The Star Dream let out a very faint whimper, as if responding or encouraging itself. It elegantly flew off from Chen Jing's shoulder, not soaring too high, using the bushes and low-hanging branches as cover, silently approaching the drowsy Wind Tiger. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The Wind Tiger seemed to sense something, its lazy head on its forepaws moved slightly, its ears perked up alertly, nostrils flared, and it let out a low rumble from its throat. But it did not get up immediately, its half-closed tiger eyes scanned the surroundings, clearly unaware of the danger approaching. Now's the time. The Star Dream seized the fleeting moment of the Wind Tiger's relaxation, suddenly accelerating, and flew right above the Wind Tiger's head in an instant. Its beautiful wings vibrated rapidly, scattering starlit powder into a faint silver mist, enveloping the Wind Tiger's head. Roar! After all, the Wind Tiger was the king of this area, and it reacted extremely quickly. At the moment the powder was about to hit, it let out a furious roar, its large body rolled sideways. At the same time, pale blue currents instantly wrapped around its limbs, the talent skill Wind's Flight activated. Whoosh! Its roll and movement were so fast that it left a blur behind, narrowly avoiding most of the sleep dust's coverage. It only inhaled a small amount of the powder. TSK, it dodged really quickly. Chen Jing watched clearly from behind and couldn't help but feel regret. The Wind Tiger shook its massive head, the small amount of sleep dust that got into it caused a wave of dizziness, but its strong body and willpower held firm, and its tiger eyes instantly locked onto the little one in the air that radiated starlight and a purple haze, filled with ferocity and rage. Roar! Another deafening roar erupted as the Wind Tiger's limbs pushed against the ground. Pale blue currents enveloped its body, and its massive form surged forward like an arrow, suddenly pouncing at the Star Dream. It moved so fast that it almost left a blue shadow in the air. Star Dream, get away! Chen Jing's heart tightened, instinctively shouting. There was no need for him to remind her, as a dream system beast, the Star Dream's perception of danger far exceeded the ordinary. Just as the Wind Tiger pounced, its graceful wings merely fluttered lightly, and it drifted sideways and backward like a ghost, moving in a surprisingly agile manner. The Wind Tiger, with its sharp claws, rushed past, barely touching the scattered starlight, only tearing apart a few fleeting shadows. What quick reflexes! Chen Jing's eyes brightened. The basic speed and battlefield intuition of Star Dream were even better than he had expected. Missing its strike, the Wind Tiger became even more enraged. After landing, it did not pause, its thick tail sweeping like a steel whip, creating a sharp sound as it struck towards Star Dream. Woo! Star Dream let out a clear call as the silver-white dots on its wings suddenly glowed, forming a faint silver aura that enveloped itself. Dream protection. The tiger's tail swept through that invisible barrier, making a dull bang sound. Chen Jing watched as Star Dream skillfully dodged the Wind Tiger's attack. That faint silvered dream protection withstood the powerful strike of the tiger's tail, only shaking violently for a moment without shattering. This defense is impressive. A heavy stone lifted off Chen Jing's heart, to withstand a full-force tail swipe from a white tier 6-star Wind Tiger was quite remarkable. Seeing two attacks miss, the Wind Tiger grew even more frantic. It growled lowly, the pale blue airflow on its limbs surging once again, clearly wanting to continue using Wind's Walk to crush this annoying little bug. Star Dream, don't give it a chance. Use Soul Shock. Chen Jing immediately commanded, wanting to see how powerful this soul attacking skill really was. Suspended in midair, Star Dream acted as soon as it heard. Woo! A different sound, filled with a certain penetrating quality, emitted from Star Dream. No dazzling beams of light, no violent explosions, only an invisible wave that directly affected the soul, precisely hitting the rushing Wind Tiger. Roar! Woo! The Wind Tiger's furious roar suddenly stopped, replaced by a whimper of pain and confusion. Its forward momentum abruptly stalled, and its massive body staggered, almost falling to the ground. It shook its huge head vigorously, the ferocity in its eyes replaced by confusion and pain, clearly feeling very uncomfortable from that hit. The effect is so strong? Chen Jing's eyes lit up with excitement. It seems the strangeness and power of the dream system truly lived up to its reputation. Alright, little one, use sleep dust again. Stardream understood the intent and vibrated its wings once more. This time, the wind tiger was in a state of dizziness after the soul attack, its reaction significantly slower, and the faint silver scale dust fell like moonlight, almost completely enveloping it. Who are you? The wind tiger struggled a couple of times after inhaling a large amount of enhanced sleep dust, and the fierce light in its eyes was completely replaced by overwhelming drowsiness. Its massive body could no longer support itself, and with a loud thud, it collapsed to the ground, emitting a loud snore as it fell into a deep sleep. Got it. Chen Jing stepped out from behind the tree, a satisfied smile on his face. He quickly walked to Stardream's side. The little one seemed to have used a lot of energy, gently landing back on his shoulder and affectionately rubbing its tentacles against his cheek, making a subtle woo-woo sound, as if seeking praise. Well done, little one. Amazing. Chen Jing did not hold back his compliments. After this battle, he was now completely confident in Stardream's current strength. After the excitement, Chen Jing did not forget the important matter. This wind tiger was quite valuable, he couldn't let it go to waste. He walked over to the sleeping wind tiger, took a deep breath, and focused his mind. Buzz. With his palm facing up, the beast-holding manual, glowing with a soft white light, appeared again. Chen Jing extended his other hand, using his fingertips to draw upon his mental power, quickly sketching in the air. A series of complex lines made of spiritual light intertwined and extended until, soon, a circular magic array about 1 meter in diameter formed beneath the wind tiger's body, exuding a mysterious aura. This was the temporary sealing magic array that came with the beast-holding manual. As the array's light surged, the wind tiger lying on the ground began to blur, becoming transparent, and finally transformed into a rich blue stream of light, drawn into the center of the array. The light gathered, eventually taking shape in Chen Jing's palm as a crystal about the size of an egg, entirely blue in color, the wind tiger sealing stone. Done. Taking this to the Beastmaster Pavilion or the school's recycling center should fetch a nice price. Chen Jing weighed the sealing stone in his hand. He then stored the sealing stone in his bag. He looked up to determine the direction. Let's go, little guy. We'll explore the ice and snow region. Occasionally, rare ice-type materials surface there, which might be useful to you. He called to the Stardream on his shoulder and stepped forward, walking in the opposite direction from where he came. After walking a few kilometers, the scene before him suddenly changed. Just a step away was 2 entirely different worlds. Behind him was a vibrant, lush green forest, with tall trees, abundant foliage, and filled with the moist scent of grass and plants. In front, however, was an endless expanse of pure white, with piercing icy winds carrying tiny ice crystals rushing towards him, blowing Chen Jing's hair into a wild dance. Snowflakes fell silently from the sky, blanketing the distant mountains and nearby stones under a pure, lonely layer. Only the faint whisper of wind passing through the icy shards could be heard. Hiss, it's really cold. Chen Jing wrapped his slightly thin school uniform jacket tighter around himself, his breath instantly forming a puff of white mist. He activated the power within him to dispel the cold. With a thought, he said, "System, scan the ice and snow area ahead for 3 kilometers. Are there any fierce beasts or special energy reactions?" Ding, scan complete. No life forms or significant energy fluctuations detected within 3 kilometers of the ice and snow area. None. Looks like we need to go deeper into the ice and snow area to discover something. He no longer hesitated and stepped into the frozen land. After moving barely a few kilometers, just as he was about to find a sheltered spot to rest, he heard a faint rumble and chaotic shouts entangled within it. Boom! Huang, run! I told you not to touch the ice crystal grass near the ice bear's den. You wouldn't listen. Now look, you've angered it, and we're all going to pay the price. Stop talking. Run! It's chasing us. Chen Jing paused, immediately becoming alert. He lowered his body, using the snow slopes and jagged ice rocks as cover, silently moving towards the source of the sound. Soon, he crouched at the edge of a steep snow slope, carefully peeking down. The scene below was quite chaotic. 3 boys dressed in the 7th Beastmaster Academy uniforms were stumbling and scrambling away, their faces pale, their uniforms covered in snow and mud, and one had even torn his sleeve, faint blood showing through. The tallest boy in the front, Chen Jing, recognized him as the one named Huangren who had earlier made snide comments at the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, he wore no trace of his earlier mockery, only panic and terror remained on his face. The 3 of them were rather lucky. After entering the secret realm, their teleportation spots were close, allowing them to quickly regroup and plan to act as a team. Unfortunately, being greedy led to misfortune. When the three approached the ice bear's vicinity, Huang Ren spotted some ice crystal grass near the ice bear's den, which emitted cold air. This item was an evolution material for ice-type beast, and it could also be used to make potions, worth quite a lot of federal coins. Overconfident due to his contract with a defensive beast called Rock Armor Turtle, Huang Ren ignored his companion's warnings and insisted on taking the risk to gather it. The consequence was as expected: the sleeping giant in the den was disturbed. At this moment, a massive, intimidating ice bear was trailing behind them, towering close to 3 meters tall, its body covered in steel needle-like white fur, and its bare eyes burned red, radiating a fierce aura. Its sturdy bare paw struck the ground each time, causing the surrounding snow to tremble and ice shards to scatter. System: scan that ice bear. Ice bear. Type: ice. Rank: white, rank 8 stars. Potential: red, rank 9 stars. Talent skill: Ice Bear Frenzy. Status: angry, on the verge of frenzy. Note: one of the dominant fierce beasts in the snow region, incredibly strong and having tough defenses. After going into frenzy, power and speed increase greatly for a short period but will fall into a weak state afterwards. It is recommended to avoid confrontation. White, rank 8 stars. And a frenzy skill. These guys are truly seeking death. Chen Jing's pupils shrank. At that moment, a sudden change occurred below. The short, chubby boy at the back, clearly exhausted and with an injured arm, suddenly fell heavily into the snow with a thud, mouthful of snow. Help, help me. Huang Run. Li Su. Pull me up. He turned back in terror, looking at the ice bear approaching like a white reaper, his voice filled with fear. The two in front, Huang Ren and Li Su, heard the cry for help. Their steps paused for just a moment as they glanced back, struggling on their faces. But upon seeing the menacing bear, Huang Ren gritted his teeth. Run. We can't help him. If it catches up to us, we'll all die. Saying this, the two didn't look back but accelerated to run away, planning to give up their companion. The short, chubby boy saw his companions abandoning him, his face instantly drained of color, filled with despair. Roar! The ice bear let out a deafening roar, a gust of foul wind rushing toward him. It clearly regarded the fallen little bug before it as its primary target for attack, its enormous body standing upright, casting a shadow over the short, chubby boy entirely, as its paw, the size of a millstone, brought a tearing gust of wind, smashing down toward his head. If this hit truly landed, it would definitely end with a smashed skull. The chubby boy was so scared that his soul almost flew out, closing his eyes and waiting for death. TSK. Chen Jing frowned. Seeing someone in danger but not helping, he still couldn't quite do it. After all, it wasn't a deep-seated feud, they were classmates. Xing Meng. Use sleep dust on that big guy, use a larger amount. He shouted in a low voice, no longer hiding, standing up directly from behind the snowy slope. We. Xingming received the order, flapping its wings and swiftly gliding down from the snow slope. In an instant, it arrived above the ice bear before it could reach the short, chubby boy. The little creature's wings vibrated rapidly, and this time the light silver dust it sprinkled was much denser than when dealing with the wind tiger, enveloping the ice bear's huge head. The ice bear's attention was completely focused on the fallen chubby boy, completely unaware of the sudden appearance in its path. By the time it sensed something was wrong, it had already inhaled a considerable amount of the enhanced sleep dust. Roar, Its strike that seemed certain froze in midair, its furious roar turning into a confused low growl filled with discomfort. Its massive body swayed uncontrollably, shaking its huge head, trying to shake off the heavy sleepiness creeping into its mind. But after all, it was a rank 8 white beast, with a strong physique, and combined with its enraged state and heightened spirit, it managed to withstand most of the enhanced sleep dust effect. It shook its head, its crimson gaze locking onto the culprit hovering in front of it, Xingmeng. Chapter 11 Ice Bear. Roar! After a brief moment of confusion came an even bigger rage at being disturbed and provoked. It abandoned the nearly paralyzed chubby boy underneath it and turned its target to the annoying little bug in the air. It actually withstood it? Xingmeng, be careful. It has locked onto you. Prepare soul shock. Chen Jing's eyes narrowed, a chill running through his heart. This ice bear's physical constitution and mental resistance, indeed, were not comparable to the wind tiger. The ice bear stood upright, swinging its huge paw, raising a howling cold wind, trying to swat Xingmeng down. But Xingmeng's small size. The movements were incredibly agile, always lightweightly dodging at the last moment, like a sprite dancing in a snowstorm. Chen Jing seized the moment when the ice bear became increasingly agitated from its repeated failed attacks, decisively commanding, now. Soul shock. Upon hearing this, Xingmeng unleashed an invisible yet powerful wave of mental pressure that precisely struck the ice bear. No longer did the ice bear release a roar of anger, instead, it let out a heart-wrenching cry of despair. Its massive body stumbled violently, unable to maintain its standing, and with a thunderous crash, it fell heavily onto the snow, creating a large pit and sending ice and snow flying into the air. It worked? The short, chubby boy who had fallen to the ground was left in disbelief, sprawled in the snow with his mouth agape, staring at this scene. Chen Jing relaxed his shoulders slightly, preparing to call Xing Meng back. Suddenly. Roar! A roar more violent than any before erupted from the center of the snow mist. The fury embedded in that sound was almost tangible, striking against eardrums. The swirling snow mist was violently pushed aside by an invisible shock wave, revealing the scene within. There stood the ice bear once more, but its appearance had completely changed. Its originally snow-white fur stood on end, faintly revealing an ominous blood-red sheen. Its bare eyes were fully filled with a crimson glow, showing no trace of reason, only the most primitive, insane desire for slaughter. Its body seemed to swell again, muscles bulged, emitting a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine, freezing the air around it. Oh no! It's going berserk. Chen Jing's face changed, his heart sounding alarm bells. Xing Meng! Quickly ascend! Get away from it! Chen Jing shouted urgently. The little one didn't need his reminders. When that exceptionally violent roar resounded, its instinctive sense of danger as a dream-related creature was already on high alert. With a swift flap of its wings, it shot up more than 10 meters, fast enough to leave only an afterimage in its place. Almost at the same moment Xing Meng ascended. Boom! A dull thunderous sound exploded. The snow and frozen ground beneath the ice bear were violently lifted by an utterly overwhelming force, leaving a shocking large pit. Its enormous body surged upward with a terrifying speed that seemed completely at odds with its size. Like a cannonball, the massive bear paw wrapped in piercing cold air, fiercely clawing at where Xing Meng had just been. Swoosh! The sharp claws sliced through the air, creating 5 clear white cold scars and making a piercing tearing sound. Close call. Chen Jing broke out in a cold sweat on his back. This speed after berserking was just crazy. Phew! High above, Xing Meng was startled by this sudden terrifying attack, letting out a soft cry filled with fear, flapping its wings faster than before. The short, chubby boy who had fallen on the ground had just caught his breath seeing the ice bear distracted, only to be scared nearly to the point of wetting himself by this earth-shattering leap, scrambling backward with all his limbs, wishing to bury himself in the snow. The berserk ice bear, missing its strike, crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the earth once more. Its blood-red eyes locked fiercely onto the agile little dot in the air, its rage growing even more. It pressed its limbs against the ground, its thick bare leg muscles tensed up, ready to launch the terrifying pounce again. We can't let it jump again. Chen Jing forced himself to calm down, his brain racing. System, scan the current status of the ice bear. Ding. Target status updating. Ice bear. Element, ice. Rank, white rank 9 star, temporarily boosted. Potential, crimson rank 9 star. Talent skill, ice bear berserk. Status, deeply berserk. Strength, speed, and defense greatly enhanced, pain sensation severely reduced, reason completely lost. Due to the loss of its reason, its resistance to mental and spiritual attacks has significantly decreased. Note, after entering a frenzy state, the ice bear's power greatly increases, but it will fall into a long period of weakness after the effect wears off. In the current state, dream and mental abilities have an outstanding effect on it. Soul resistance weakened? Chen Jing's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the system prompt. Of course. How could he forget this detail? In the Beast Mastery Basic Theory class, the teacher seemed to have mentioned it. Many states that rely on fury and anger for power, though physically strong, often sacrifice reason and mental defense for that strength. Xing Meng. This guy is just a big, dumb beast with strength now. Don't be afraid. Use Soul Shock and hit it hard. Chen Jing quickly made up his mind. Woo! Upon hearing the master's order, Xing Meng instantly stabilized its thoughts. An invisible yet overwhelming mental power began to gather. Below, the ice bear's hind legs suddenly exerted force again, its massive body leaping up with a furious momentum. Its bloody mouth opened wide, revealing sharp fangs, as it charged at Xing Meng to bite. Now's the time. Soul Shock. With all your strength. Chen Jing clenched his fist. Woo! Xing Meng let out a clear and long cry. The huge mental power it had gathered found its outlet, transforming into a spear of soul, instantly crossing space to accurately stab deep into the ice bear's unguarded and chaotic soul. Whoa! The ice bear's jump was suddenly frozen in place, and instead of a powerful roar, it let out a piercing cry of pain. In its crimson eyes, the frenzied desire for slaughter receded like a tide, replaced by immense confusion and agony. Then with a loud boom, it slammed face down into the snow, splashing snow all around. This time, it did not get up again. Its massive body lay in the snow pit, with only its limbs twitching weakly and unconsciously, frothy white foam mixed with ice shards spilling from its mouth and nose, clearly showing that its soul had suffered a great injury and it had completely lost its fighting power. The short and chubby boy slumped far away, mouth agape, watching as the once mighty ice bear collapsed like a dead dog, then looking at the sky, where a beautiful butterfly, as dreamy as a fantasy, slowly descended, and finally his gaze landed on the thin yet upright boy standing on the snow slope, filled with relief and deep shock. Chen Jing let out a long breath, feeling the tense nerves finally relax. Only then did he realize his palms hurt from clenching so tightly, and his back was soaked in cold sweat, clinging to his skin, making him shiver in the cold wind. He looked up at Xing Meng, who was slowly flying back to his shoulder. The little creature seemed to have expended a lot of energy, its wings drooping as it landed, affectionately rubbing its antennae against Chen Jing's cheek, showing signs of tiredness, but its little eyes sparkled with excitement and pride in completing the task. "Well done, little one. That was amazing, we won." Chen Jing gently stroked Xing Meng's cool, smooth wings, his voice filled with immense relief and a hint of unnoticeable fear. He walked to the edge of the snow pit, looking at the ice bear, which was completely unconscious. The frenzy state seemed to have begun to fade, its ominous dark red fur slowly returning to snow white, and its swollen body gradually shrinking. White tier, 8 stars, almost advanced to 9 stars, and it's a rare ice type. This guy's value is much higher than that wind tiger. He didn't waste any more time and summoned the Beast Mastery illustrated book, skillfully sketching a temporary sealing circle. Moments later, a crystal-clear ice-blue sealing stone, exuding a rich chill, landed in the palm of his hand. Done. Chen Jing was satisfied as he stored away this valuable sealing stone. He glanced at the short, chubby boy still slumped on the ground in the distance, thought for a moment, and then called out loudly, "Hey, are you okay? Can you move?" The boy seemed to be awakened, suddenly coming to his senses, scrambling to stand up. Although his legs were still a bit wobbly, he hurriedly nodded, I am fine. Thank you. Thank you, Chen Jing. Just now. I'm really grateful." His face was full of gratitude and shame. Thinking of how Huang Ren and the others had mocked Chen Jing earlier, and comparing that to his previous abandonment and now being rescued, his feelings were extremely complicated. As long as you're fine. It's not safe here, who knows if there are other fierce beasts disturbed nearby, let's leave quickly. Chen Jing waved his hand and didn't say more. He saved the boy out of genuine concern and didn't expect any gratitude in return. He checked the direction, feeling the exhaustion coming from the little star dream on his shoulder, and decided to find a relatively safe place to rest, allowing the little guy to recover his strength. Today's gains had already far exceeded expectations, there was no need to take further risks. Let's go, Star Dream, let's find a place to take a break. Chapter 12 Ice Spirit. The Ice Bear's Den. At this moment, it had become the safest resting place. In a short period, no reckless fierce beast would dare to approach. Chen Jing plopped down on the dry, cold stone, letting out a long sigh, feeling that his always tense nerves could finally relax a bit. He turned to look at Star Dream on his shoulder. The little guy was quite exhausted, its wings drooped, and its tentacles lazily rubbed against his neck, displaying both dependence and fatigue. You must be tired, little guy? Thanks to you today, you did a great job. Chen Jing gently tapped its small head with his finger, his tone filled with both affection and pride. Star Dream emitted a slight woo sound, responding to Chen Jing. Chen Jing's gaze swept across the edge of the den, landing on a few inconspicuous herbs there. Their leaves were thick, the edges serrated, glimmering in a translucent ice blue, with a thin layer of white frost on the surface, emitting a faint glow in the dim light. System, scan those herbs. Ding. Scan complete. Ice crystal grass. Type, ice type/spirit plant. Quality, 1-star high grade. Effect, contains pure ice attribute energy, a key material for ice-type beast evolution or skill enhancement, can also be used to prepare some cold attribute potions. Direct consumption can slightly increase energy affinity for ice-type beasts. Note, usually grows in extremely cold environments, especially favored by powerful ice-type fierce beasts, often used to line their dens, soaking in the beast's aura for a long time. Good stuff. Although Star Dream is a dream type and can't use this, it can be sold or traded with someone in need, it shouldn't go to waste. He focused his thoughts, taking out a jade box he had prepared from the system's storage space, specially used to keep spirit plants to prevent loss of potency. He dug out the few ice crystal grasses along with a small piece of frozen soil and placed them into the jade box, securing them properly. After finishing all this, he patted his hands with satisfaction. Alright, now let's check our gains. First, there were 2 sealing stones from fierce beasts. Wind Tiger, white tier 6 stars, potential red tier 5 stars. It doesn't sound top tier, but it has a publicly available evolutionary path to green tier potential known as the Wind Thunder Golden Tiger in the federal database. Just this name alone has a market price starting at least at 200,000 federal coins. Even so, it's often sold out, with no buyers. Ice Bear, white tier 8 stars, rare ice type, potential red tier 9 stars, just one step away from yellow tier. Even without that well-known top-tier evolution chain, just based on these attributes and strength, selling for over 150,000 is absolutely no problem. Adding it all up, these 2 sealing stones are worth over 350,000 federal coins. 350,000. For him, just a short while ago, a poor student who couldn't gather $10,000 to buy an ornamental butterfly and felt pain even thinking about it, this was an astronomical sum, a huge amount he wouldn't even dare to dream about. With this money, not only could he secure resources to nurture Star Dream, but he could also support his family, allowing his parents to work less hard. Besides the sealing stones, the 5 ice crystal grasses he just obtained, each worth around 20,000 in market price, would also add a small sum of 100,000 federal coins to his account. The school rule allows a maximum of 3 sealing stones for fierce beasts to be taken out at once. I already have 2, leaving only 1 slot. Chen Jing stroked his chin, pondering. I need to make good use of this last slot to see if I can find one with especially high potential or particularly rare skills, suitable for my little sister as her initial beast. If I really can't find a suitable one, sealing a valuable one to sell wouldn't be a loss either. After resting for about half an hour, feeling that his physical strength and mental energy were mostly restored, the Star Dream on his shoulder also perked up again, its wings gently flapping. That should be enough, little one. Chen Jing stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. Let's go, we need to explore other places and see if we can find something. This secret realm doesn't open often, we can't waste it. With Star Dream, he stepped back into the snow-covered wilderness. This time, his luck seemed to have run out somewhat. In the next half-day, they encountered several waves of fierce beasts, but most were low-tier characters like White-tier 3-star Snow Rabbit and Ice Crystal Bug, which Star Dream didn't even need to use skills against. Just with its speed and the mental pressure it unintentionally emitted, it could scare them away. These low-tier fierce beasts were of too low value, sealing them wouldn't sell for much, instead wasting mental energy, and Chen Jing couldn't be bothered with them. He continued to explore deeper with Star Dream. The wind and snow seemed to be fiercer than before, with fluffy snowflakes densely falling, significantly reducing visibility. After walking for a while longer, a chaotic rocky area covered with numerous ice pillars and snow appeared ahead, the terrain looking far more complicated than the flat snowfield. This kind of place might hide something different. Be careful, little one, I feel this place is unusual. Chen Jing focused, signaling Star Dream to be alert. Upon hearing this, Star Dream immediately flew off his shoulder, hovering low in front of him. At that moment, Ding detected 3 ice-type fierce beasts within a 3-kilometer radius ahead. Ice Spirit. Type, Elemental/Attachment. Rank, White Tier 5 star. Potential, Blue Tier 5 star. Inherited skills, Ice Element Control, Passive, Ice Sealing, Ice Blade. Status, Energy Stable, currently hiding and traversing among ice pillars, seemingly avoiding or observing. Note, Elemental Spirit born from pure ice elements combined with environmental spirituality, extremely rare. Naturally possesses strong ice element affinity and control, with high growth potential. The attachment characteristic allows it to merge with Beastmasters, granting them enhanced ice control. High potential and exceedingly rare. Ice Lizard. Type, Ice. Rank, White Tier 7 star. Potential, Red Tier 5 star. Inherited skills, Ice Spike Ejection. Status, lying in a cave under a snow-covered boulder, in a half-asleep alert state. Note, good at camouflage and ambush, has ice crystal-like spines on its back, can shoot sharp ice spikes at high speed. Ice Crocodile Turtle. Type, Ice. Rank, White Tier 6 star. Potential, Red Tier 6 star. Inherited skills, Ice Armor. Status, sleeping by a small ice lake, with only its thickly ice-covered shell exposed. Note, outstanding defense, can instantly form a hard ice armor on its surface, considerable strength, but relatively slow movement. Looking at the 3 pieces of information displayed by the system, Chen Jing's eyes widened instantly. He instinctively held his breath, his heart pounding. Green Stage 5 Potential. Elemental Life. Possession Type. Ice Spirit. This is simply hitting the jackpot. The federal recognized Beastmaster potential levels are white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, silver, and gold. Green Stage potential is already a high potential that countless Beastmasters dream of. Moreover, it is an extremely rare elemental life with high growth potential, and even rarer as a possession type. What does this mean? It means that if his sister, Xiaoxi, contracts it, she will not only have a powerful ice partner but can even control ice powers. If this was for Xiaoxi, he could almost imagine his sister's surprised and joyful expression when she sees the ice spirit. In comparison, the White Stage 7 star Ice Lizard and the White Stage 6 star Ice Crocodile Turtle are not bad, but they pale in the glow of the ice spirit. However, the Ice Crocodile Turtle's defense and the Ice Lizard's speed each have their own merits. It must be captured. It must be captured, this ice spirit. Chapter 13, in hand. Chen Jing carefully felt his way forward, using the ice pillars as cover. The deeper he went, the heavier the cold became, his breath instantly turned to white mist, hanging on his eyelashes, blurring his vision. The Star Dream on his shoulder also appeared particularly quiet, wings slightly folded, only its agile compound eyes scanning the maze-like forest of ice pillars ahead vigilantly. Little one, do you feel it? The Star Dream's tentacles gently tapped his neck, carrying a chill, as if responding, right here, master, be careful. This is it. Chen Jing muttered to himself. The light point representing the ice spirit on the system map was almost overlapping with him, but looking around, apart from the crystal-clear ice pillars, there was only thick white snow piled on them. There was no trace of the spirit. It really hides deep, he clicked his tongue secretly. In this cursed place, let alone him, even if the school's mentor or even the principal came, they would probably not find it. Hidden within this seemingly ordinary group of ice pillars is an extremely rare elemental life, the ice spirit, which has reached the white stage 5. Fortunately, its level is not too high right now, Chen Jing secretly rejoiced. The Star Dream can still handle it. If it grows further, to red stage or even higher, then forget about capturing it. I would definitely turn around and run immediately, not looking back, and then find a way to sell this information to the school or the Beastmaster Pavilion for some real resources. That's the safest approach. He shook his head, throwing those messy thoughts away. That ice spirit is definitely here, hiding in some corner of this forest of ice pillars. The question is, how to pull it out? The terrain of this forest of ice pillars is too complex. Moreover, this place is simply the absolute home ground for ice-type creatures. As a pure elemental life, the ice spirit navigates and hides in the ice, likely as effortlessly and naturally as a fish swims in water. Chen Jing couldn't help but frown. Rushing in definitely won't work, and blindly searching is even worse. If he startles it, that little guy could dive into the ice, making it even more difficult to find. I need to think of a way to get it to come out on its own, or at least confirm which ice pillar it's hiding in. His mind raced as his gaze scanned back and forth among the crystal-clear ice pillars. I need to utilize what I have. The ice spirit is an ice elemental life. It must be particularly sensitive to ice things, especially those containing pure ice energy. At this thought, his eyes suddenly brightened. Ice crystal grass. Right. How could I forget this? Didn't he just scavenge a few ice crystal grass plants from the ice bear den before? This thing emits pure ice attribute energy, which is definitely attractive enough for ice-type creatures. A plan instantly took shape in his mind. He took out a jade box from the system's storage space and took out 3 ice crystal grasses. Then he crouched down and used his hands to clear away the surface snow, revealing the hard ice beneath. He placed the ice crystal grasses on the ice surface. Star Dream, come here. The little guy heard the call and immediately flew back lightly, landing on his arm, tilting its little head, and looking at him with those compound eyes that seemed to hold the starry sky, as if asking, Master, what's next? Little one, do you see those grasses? Use your sleep dust on them, control the amount a bit, don't sprinkle it all at once, take your time, and let the powder cover the grass evenly. Star Dream nodded its little head, indicating it understood. It flew above the ice crystal grasses and released the sleep dust. After finishing everything, Star Dream immediately flew back to Chen Jing's side, landing back on his shoulder, restraining its aura, and remaining motionless. Chen Jing also held his breath and quietly took a few steps back with Star Dream, completely hiding himself behind a particularly thick ice pillar, observing the altered ice crystal grasses and the surrounding area. 1 minute, 2 minutes. In the forest of ice pillars, there was still no movement, and the ice crystal grasses lay quietly on the ice surface. Chen Jing's heart sank little by little, unable to resist starting to doubt. Could it have failed? Did it see through? Or is it just not interested in this thing at all? Just when he was about to lose patience and prepare to try a different approach, an unexpected turn of events happened. On the surface of the ice pillar closest to the ice crystal grasses, the originally smooth ice layer suddenly rippled lightly like water. A small head, entirely made of ice crystals, cautiously peeked out from the surface of the ice pillar. That head was only the size of a baby's fist, its outline vague, with faintly visible features similar to a human's, all formed from the condensation of ice crystals. It blinked its big curious eyes, long eyelashes made of ice threads fluttering, its gaze fixed firmly on the ice crystal grasses nearby, which exuded tempting energy fluctuations. Its small body began to slowly emerge from the ice pillar. Chen Jing instantly held his breath, afraid to startle the ice spirit away. When the ice spirit fully revealed itself, it turned out to be a little girl about palm-sized, vividly lifelike. She was sculpted like flawless crystal, her skin shining a translucent ice blue, with faint blue energy light spots slowly flowing inside. Behind her were 2 pairs of thin, butterfly-like, transparent ice crystal wings, currently slightly flapping, scattering sparkling ice dust like fireflies. Her tiny body hovered half a foot above the ground, exuding a purity and ethereality untouched by dust. The ice spirit tilted her head, her gem-like big eyes filled with desire for the ice crystal grasses, but also tinged with a hint of natural vigilance. She flew around the few grasses for a small circle, her tiny nose slightly twitching, as if sniffing the pure ice energy. Finally, she gently flapped her wings and dove towards the largest ice crystal grass in the center, extending her small hands, also made of ice crystals, eager to grab this delicious food. Now is the time. Chen Jing's heart jumped suddenly, almost leaping out of his throat. As the ice spirit's little hand just touched the leaves of the ice crystal grass, the nearly invisible sleep dust attached to it was instantly activated. A light silver halo began to ripple outward, quickly enveloping the ice spirit's tiny body. Eek! The ice spirit let out a short and panicked chirp, suddenly wanting to flap her wings to retreat, but it was already too late. The sleep dust began to take effect quickly. She wobbled and flew up less than a foot high. Like a drunken person, it drew crooked curves in the air. Ugh! She let out a soft, drowsy whimper filled with deep fatigue, and finally, her wings completely stopped flapping, her small body tilted, and she floated down gently. Chen Jing seized the moment, darted out from behind the ice pillar, stretched out his hands, and steadily caught the small body that was falling from the sky. What he felt was a coolness, but it wasn't piercingly cold. The ice sprite curled up in his palm, her eyes tightly shut, long crystal eyelashes resting on her eyelids, her little chest slightly rising and falling. She had directly fallen asleep, looking so adorable that it made one's heart melt. Success! Chen Jing looked at this exquisitely beautiful little creature in his palm. He carefully poked the ice sprite's little face with his fingertip, feeling the real touch confirmed that this wasn't a dream. Well done, Xing Meng. He turned his head and flashed a big smile at the flying Xing Meng. Ugh! Xing Meng also looked very happy, circling around his head. Chen Jing dared not delay. Although the sleeping powder had a strong effect, this ice sprite was, after all, a life form of elements. Who knew how long it would sleep? The longer the night, the more dreams it could have. He had to complete the ceiling immediately. He summoned the Beastmaster's pictorial, and the softly glowing white book floated in front of him. An ice blue magic array slowly formed beneath the ice sprite. In her dream, the ice sprite seemed to sense something, slightly furrowing her delicate brows, but did not wake up. The light gathered and condensed. The ice sprite with a potential of 5 stars in the blue tier is finally in hand. Chapter 14, A Chance Encounter. The next day, in the ice bear's den. Chen Jing moved his somewhat stiff limbs and joints, producing a faint click sound. After eating something, he felt the strength filling back up inside him. Xing Meng, perched on his shoulder, also woke up. The little creature elegantly stretched her starry wings, scattering tiny specks of light and looking full of spirit. Have you rested well, little one? Today, let's work harder and see if there are any valuable resources to save food for you, and also to build up some wealth for Xiaoxi. Chen Jing gently rubbed the edge of her wings with his fingers. Ugh! Xing Meng cheerfully responded, her feelers lightly tapping, indicating she understood. After sealing the ice sprite yesterday, luck seemed to have taken a temporary break. Though they encountered a few ice-type fierce beasts later, they all became practical experience for Xing Meng. Seeing that they had spent quite some time in the snowy area, Chen Jing decided to return to the forest area today. He took Xing Meng and headed back toward the direction of the forest area. Just as they were about to leave the snowy area and re-enter the forest, Xing Meng on his shoulder suddenly let out a soft ugh, conveying a hint of alertness. Is there something going on? Chen Jing quickly stopped and scanned his surroundings warily. System, detect the surroundings. Ding. Detected a severe energy fluctuation 800 meters to the left front, likely indicating a battle has occurred. Battle? In this white-tier secret realm, creating such a big commotion, is it a conflict between students over resources, or have they encountered a tough opponent? No matter which it was, rashly getting involved could lead to trouble. But on the other hand, curiosity and potential opportunity urged him to take a look. Fortune favors the bold. What if we find a windfall? Let's go, little one, we'll sneak over and take a look. Remember, don't make a sound or act without my order. With a raised eyebrow, Chen Jing pondered for a moment before deciding to take a look. Ugh! Chen Jing moved towards the direction indicated by the system. He crouched at the edge of a steep snow slope, carefully clearing away the snow in front of him and looking down. Below him, in a relatively open ice valley, an intense battle was taking place. One side of the battle was 3 eagle-type fierce beasts, covered entirely in ice-blue scales, with horns on their heads. Looking at their size and the cold air they emanated. At least they have the strength of a white level 5-star. Yet their opponent is just one person. That is a girl dressed in the same 7th Beastmaster High School uniform, tall and slender, with a neat ponytail. Even from a distance, one can feel her cold, icy aura. Beside her is a magnificent bird-like beast soaring gracefully. Its feathers are like ice crystals, long tail feathers, elegant posture, and every flap of its wings sends ice crystals scattering, causing the surrounding temperature to drop suddenly. That is, the snow phoenix bird? Chen Jing's pupils shrank as he recognized this well-known beast. This is a rare ice-type flying beast with a slight phoenix bloodline, high potential, and said to have a chance of triggering a real transformation in later stages. In the entire 7th Beastmaster High School, only one person possesses a snow phoenix bird. That person is the wealthy, exceptionally talented, iceberg genius who awakened the Purple Beastmaster Illustrated Guide, Su Yunqi. She is the school's recognized seed player aiming for the top Beastmaster Academy of the Federation. At this moment, Su Yunqi is commanding the snow phoenix bird in a fierce battle against 3 ferocious beasts. System, scan detailed information on those eagle-like ferocious beasts and that snow phoenix bird below. Ding. Target data scanning. Unicorn scale eagle. Type, Ice. Level, White level 7 star. Potential, Red level 4 star. Talent skill, Ice Scale Armor. Status, Angry, Coordinated Hunting State. Note, Social Hunting Raptors, cooperatively skilled, good at launching consecutive attacks from the air, decent scale defenses, physical attacks are hard to succeed. Snow Phoenix Bird. Type, Ice. Level, White level 5 star. Potential, Green level 7 star. Talent skills, Ice Crystal Breath, Wing Slash, Frost Halo, Weak. Status, Fatigued, Lightly Injured, Loyal to its master, Excessive energy consumption. Note, an Ice-type flying beast with a thin phoenix bloodline and massive potential. Current condition is poor, with excessive exhaustion from prolonged fighting. 3 White level 7 stars, and they are working together. Suyunchi's Snow Phoenix Bird is only 5 star at the White level, even with high potential, the difference in level and numbers is clear, no wonder she is struggling so much. The Snow Phoenix Bird is already injured, its energy is almost depleted. If this drags on, it will be in trouble. Chen Jing furrowed his brows tightly, his mind racing. Help? But she is Su Yunqi, a legendary figure in the school. As a waste with a white illustrated guide, he doubts she would appreciate his help and might even find him a nuisance. Besides, those 3 unicorn scale eagles are not to be taken lightly. Although Xing Meng has strong potential and special attributes, its level is still low, and a head-on confrontation carries too much risk. Not helping? Just standing by and watching a classmate, especially such a talented one, encounter danger? That seems a bit unreasonable. Just as he hesitated, the battle situation below suddenly worsened. One unicorn scale eagle took advantage of a feint from its companion, swooping down fiercely, its sharp horn glinted coldly, aiming straight for the gap revealed by the Snow Phoenix Bird as it dodged another eagle's attack. Its left wing root. Su Yunqi's cold face showed a distinct change for the first time. She shouted urgently, Ice Feather, quickly dodge. The Snow Phoenix Bird let out a hurried cry, caw, and desperately twisted its body, but it was ultimately a moment too late. Swoosh. Though it avoided a fatal blow, the sharp horn still scraped past the edge of the Snow Phoenix Bird's left wing, ripping several crystal-like ice feathers apart that floated down. The Snow Phoenix Bird's body suddenly tilted, its flying posture clearly unstable, and its movements became sluggish. The 3 unicorn scale eagles were very cunning. Seeing their opponent falter, they intensified their attacks. They coordinated with each other, taking turns to dive, using their ice-scaled claws and sharp horns to continuously harass and attack, creating a piercing sound that forced the Snow Phoenix Bird and Su Yunqi to dodge helplessly. On Su Yunqi's typically cool and collected face. At this moment, she was tense, her lips pressed into a line, and fine beads of sweat even appeared on her forehead, instantly freezing into tiny ice crystals. While she moved quickly, dodging the cold air occasionally swept by the scale eagles, she hurriedly directed, Ice Feather, to the left. Be careful. Chen Jing watched with clenched fists. Help or not help? Not help? Watching Su Yunqi and her Snow Phoenix about to collapse under the pressure, having been severely injured in this secret realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, a vague memory suddenly flashed in Chen Jing's mind. It was not long after entering school when the original owner, a quiet person from a poor family, was blocked in a corner and mocked by a few people. It was Su Yunqi who happened to pass by. She didn't even look at those guys, she just coldly said, Is it really impressive to bully classmates? With just that one sentence, those people awkwardly dispersed. For the original owner, that was almost the only decent kindness in the bleak days. This favor, the original owner might never have had the chance to repay, but now. Damn! Chen Jing cursed softly, his heart made a decision. Chapter 15, Taking Action. Star Dream. Lock on the opportunity and use soul impact on those 3 single-horn scale eagles. Chen Jing's eyes sharpened instantly as he spoke to the little creature. Woo! Star Dream responded. It didn't rush out immediately but hovered in front of Chen Jing, gathering its power within its small body. The 3 white level 7-star ferocious beasts before them would overpower Star Dream easily if it faced any one of them alone. Su Yunqi and her Snow Phoenix Ice Feather were already struggling under the assault of the 3 single-horn scale eagles. The once splendid and crystal-like wings of the Snow Phoenix were now stained with ice shards and barely noticeable blood, its flight became sluggish, and every flap appeared exceptionally heavy. Su Yunqi's face, always as cold as snow, was now tense, her lips slightly pale, and the fine beads of sweat on her forehead instantly froze into ice. Chen Jing stared at the battle situation before him. He hadn't prepared to reveal the little creature yet. Only by striking unexpectedly could he achieve maximum effect. Below, one single-horn scale eagle used its companion's cover and let out a sharp shriek, its claws gathering cold air, brutally reaching for the injured left wing of the Snow Phoenix. The timing was tricky, and the speed was incredibly fast. Su Yunqi's pupils contracted, wanting to command Ice Feather to dodge, but the Snow Phoenix's movements were clearly a beat slow due to injury and exhaustion. Just as those sharp claws glimmering with cold light were about to tear apart Ice Feather's wing again. At this critical moment. Now is the time. Star Dream. Woo! A clear and long cry sounded, not loud, but carrying a penetrating force that pierced the soul. An invisible wave of mental impact suddenly exploded in the attacking single-horned scale eagle's mind. Screech! The fierce momentum of that scale eagle abruptly stopped, letting out a shrill and distorted scream, its fierce eyes instantly clouded by immense pain. Its massive body stiffened suddenly, then fell straight from the air, hitting the hard ice with a thud, splattering a flurry of ice shards, convulsing twice before lying still, losing consciousness entirely. This sudden change caused the other two single-horned scale eagles, who were preparing to attack, to suffer intense backlash. The range damage of the soul impact, although the main target endured most of the power, the aftershock also struck heavily at their souls. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two scale eagles simultaneously let out painful cries, their flight paths instantly becoming wobbly. They shook their heads vigorously, trying to dispel the tearing pain and dizziness in their minds, and their original fierce momentum diminished by at least half, clearly suffering severe soul damage. The situation on the battlefield turned instantly. Su Yunqi and her Snow Phoenix Ice Feather were both stunned. In the previous second, her life hung in the balance, in the next second, the enemy fell silent. Su Yunqi's cold eyes widened suddenly, filled with disbelief. She quickly looked around. In the ice valley, besides herself and the three eagles, she saw no one else. Who was it? The Snow Phoenix bird, Bingyu, also let out a bewildered and wary low chirp. It folded its wings and landed before Su Yunqi, its ice blue eyes scanning the surroundings, filled with a sense of relief from surviving in deep confusion. Chen Jing hid behind the snow slope, watching the scene below, his heart bursting with joy. Well done. Star Dream. Star Dream, somewhat drained, gently landed back on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek, making a soft woo-woo sound, a bit proud yet somewhat tired. The two injured unicorn scale eagles circled in the air for 2 rounds, seemingly unwilling to give up their prey while filled with fear of the unknown attack that could instantly render their companion combat ineffective. They let out a few uncertain screeches, but in the end, fear of the unknown danger prevailed. Suddenly, they dove down, each grabbing their unconscious companion with their claws, then took off without looking back, awkwardly flying deeper into the ice valley, quickly disappearing in the heavy snowstorm. In the ice valley, only Su Yunqi and her Snow Phoenix bird remained. Su Yunqi did not immediately let her guard down, she stood firmly in place, her sharp gaze scanning the surrounding snow slopes and ice pillars. I wonder which classmate came to help. Su Yunqi thanks you. Please show yourself. Her cold voice echoed in the empty ice valley. Chen Jing rubbed his nose, thought for a moment, and chose to appear. He shook the snow off his body, stood up from behind the concealed snow slope, and walked step by step down towards the ice valley with Star Dream on his shoulder. Seeing the person walking out from behind the slope, Su Yunqi was clearly stunned for a moment. How could it be him? Chen Jing? That Chen Jing, famous throughout the school, who still hadn't contracted a beast. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed without her noticing, and her gaze unconsciously landed on the beautiful butterfly lightly flapping its wings on his shoulder. That was the Star Dream butterfly? No, this was not the Star Dream butterfly. Chen Jing? She spoke hesitantly, her voice laced with uncertainty. It couldn't be blamed on her. Anyone who saw that the one who helped was Chen Jing would probably react this way. Chen Jing took a few steps closer, standing at a distance not too near and not too far from her. Star Dream on his shoulder tilted its little head curiously, studying the majestic yet somewhat awkward Snow Phoenix bird across from them. Su classmate, are you okay? Your Snow Phoenix bird looks badly hurt. Chen Jing's gaze swept over her somewhat tousled hair and her slightly heaving chest, finally resting on the bloodstained, spiritless Snow Phoenix bird behind her. I'm fine. Was it you who helped just now? Su Yunqi came back to her senses, and her usual coldness quickly returned to her face, though the surprise and doubt in her eyes had not completely faded. Her gaze returned to Star Dream, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Yes, it's my partner, Star Dream. Chen Jing nodded, acknowledging it, and raised his hand to gently tap Star Dream's little head. Star Dream? It's very special. Was that attack just now a mental type? Su Yunqi softly repeated the name, her gaze still lingering on Star Dream. You could say that. Chen Jing replied vaguely, not intending to elaborate on Star Dream's dream-type attribute. By the way, Su classmate, in such a dangerous situation just now, why didn't you use the teleport token to call for help? Isn't that supposed to save your life in critical moments? Logically, with Su Yunqi's status and potential, the school should have provided her with the best life-saving tools. Surrounded by 3 white stage 7-star beasts, with danger looming, it's a bit unreasonable that she endured it without calling for help. Hearing this question, Su Yunqi's cold face flashed a hint of barely noticeable annoyance. She pursed her lips and said, during the battle, I accidentally got hit by a claw of a unique horn-scaled eagle. Chen Jing suddenly understood, so it was the item that got damaged. He clicked his tongue, expressing sympathy. In this secret realm, without the teleportation token, it is equivalent to losing the greatest protection, and the danger level skyrockets. Thank you today. If it weren't for you, Ice Feather and I would have had a hard time escaping today. Su Yunxi put away the damaged token and looked at Chen Jing, very seriously saying her thanks again. She was not someone who did not know how to be grateful. No matter who made the move, she had to acknowledge this favor. It was a mere effort. I can't just stand by and watch. No matter what, I'll remember this kindness. Your snow phoenix is not in good condition. This place just had a battle, and the smell of blood can easily attract other creatures, so it's not suitable to stay here for long. What are your plans next? I need to find a safe place for Ice Feather to rest and recover. Its injuries need to be treated, and it has almost exhausted its energy. I know a place that is relatively concealed. It's not too far from here. How about you come with me first? It's better than staying here. Okay, please lead the way. Chapter 16 Su Yunxi. On the road. Su Yunxi quietly followed Chen Jing, a few steps behind. Her gaze unconsciously fell upon that somewhat thin figure ahead. Chen Jing. This name in the 7th Beast Taming Academy is almost synonymous with joke and useless. Awakened the white illustration, unable to contract a beast for 3 months, these are all sticking labels that cannot be torn off. But it was this so-called useless person who just, at the critical moment, easily resolved her crisis in a way she never expected. And that butterfly. Su Yunxi's gaze shifted to that small creature quietly resting on Chen Jing's shoulder. Its beauty is undeniable, the starry brilliance on its dark blue wings flows, with dreamy purple edges, more exquisite than any ornamental beast she had ever seen. But what truly shocked her was the strange yet powerful energy hidden beneath its seemingly fragile beauty. Mental attack? No, it feels more peculiar, more elusive. This is not a star dream butterfly. The white illustration? How could someone with such a special beast be considered useless? A hint of confusion and curiosity flashed in her cold eyes. This guy seems to be hiding quite a few secrets. Was the earlier restraint a disguise, or was there another reason? The cold wind swept with snowflakes, and Su Yunxi instinctively pulled her collar tighter, temporarily pushing down her chaotic thoughts. The urgent task is to let Ice Feather recover as soon as possible. The two walked in silence on the quiet ice field, the atmosphere feeling somewhat dull and subtle. After walking a while, Chen Jing stopped. We're here, this is it. Su Yunxi quickly walked a few steps and reached the cave entrance. She peeked inside. The space seemed not small, dimly lit, but she could vaguely see the cave walls covered with thick layers of ice, and the ground relatively dry. Is this place safe? She asked instinctively, feeling it a bit redundant after speaking. Safe for now. In the short term, there shouldn't be any other careless creatures daring to come. Su Yunxi hesitated for a moment and bent down to enter the cave. Inside the cave was indeed much warmer than outside. Although it was still cold, the biting chill had lessened significantly. After Chen Jing came in, he casually leaned back against a relatively clean ice wall, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest for a while. Su Yunxi found a spot neither too far nor too close from Chen Jing, sitting cross-legged with her eyes slightly closed. At the same time, she took out a healing pill for the snow phoenix to consume. Then, she placed her hands over her knees, with her fingertips glowing with a faint ice blue aura, gently guiding the surrounding ice energy to slowly flow into the beast contract in front of her. Chen Jing leaned on the other side. It seems like he is closing his eyes to rest, but in reality, his mind is observing the surroundings. He slightly opens his eyes, his gaze passing over the person opposite him. Su Yunxi's cold profile appears somewhat pale under the dim light, her tightly pressed lips showing a hint of stubbornness. Tisk, really a mess, Chen Jing quietly mumbles to himself. This talented girl, worshipped by many in school, is now just an ordinary classmate who needs help after getting hurt in the secret realm. Time passes little by little. Suddenly, Su Yunxi's body sways slightly, her brow furrowing, a trace of pain crossing her face. The ice-blue halo surrounding her also momentarily became chaotic. Chen Jing sees this and understands in his heart. Su Yunxi has overexerted her spiritual energy and perhaps has some internal injuries. She is struggling to hold on. After all, she is just a Beastmaster with a low rank, and treating the Snow Phoenix for a long period is a huge burden for her. He sighs and pulls out a small jade bottle from the system's storage space. This is the Earth Vein Spiritual Spring he got from the newbie gift pack. Although there is not much left, it is very effective in restoring spiritual energy and stabilizing injuries. Hey! Chen Jing speaks up, breaking the silence in the cave. Hearing his voice, Su Yunxi slowly opens her eyes, her cold gaze filled with a hint of confusion as she looks at him. Here, the Earth Vein Spiritual Spring, it's beneficial for you and your beast. Su Yunxi instinctively reaches out to catch it, feeling a cool touch in her hand. She looks down at the jade bottle in her palm, only the size of a thumb, her eyes flashing with surprise. Earth Vein Spiritual Spring? Although this is only a 2-star material, because of its gentle and pure nature, it is widely applicable and not cheap. How could he carry this with him? And give it to her so easily? Don't worry, it's not poisoned. If I really wanted to do something to you, I wouldn't have saved you just now. I would just let those 3 big birds eat you too as snacks, which would be easier. Su Yunqi is momentarily taken aback by his words, a flicker of thin anger crosses her face but is quickly suppressed. Thank you, she says softly, her voice still cold but with a touch of complexity. Su Yunqi removes the small bottle's cork, a burst of pure and gentle spiritual energy instantly spreads out, invigorating her spirit a little. She hesitates no longer and tilts her head to drink the small half-mouthful of earth vein spiritual spring. As the spring enters her throat, it turns into a warm current quickly rushing towards her limbs and bones. The meridians that ache from overuse feel as if the parched land has been rejuvenated, instantly easing a lot. Even her slightly dizzy head becomes much clearer. She exhales gently, white mist swirling in the cold air. Then, she drips the remaining spiritual spring into the slightly open beak of the snow phoenix. The ice feather lets out a soft cry, its ice blue eyes gratefully looking at its master, then curling up its body, starting to emit more stable ice energy fluctuations, obviously accelerating its healing process. Chen Jing leans against the opposite wall, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, his lashes flutter slightly, taking in all of Su Yunqi's movements. Seeing her breath stabilize, he finally relaxes, muttering in his heart, this earth vein spiritual spring is really effective, but too little. Next time, I have to find a way to get more. Why? A cold voice suddenly breaks the silence. Chen Jing opens his eyes, meeting Su Yunqi's gaze, which seems to contain ice and snow. What do you mean, why? Why do you want to help me? With your and your beast's displayed abilities, you could have just stood by, or waited for us to exhaust each other before coming out. That would be more beneficial for you, wouldn't it? Her question is very direct, carrying her usual style, without any disguise. Su the great genius, your thoughts are a bit dark, huh? So saving people was a mistake? If you want a reason, it might be because you helped me once when I first entered school. Although you may have forgotten a long time ago. Su Yunqi's delicate eyebrows gently furrowed, revealing a thoughtful expression. She really doesn't have much of an impression. For her, it might just be an insignificant remark, barely counting as help. Just for this, she felt somewhat confused. In this world where power is supreme, such a reason sounded too childish. Isn't this reason enough? Maybe for you, Su the genius, it's just a remark. But for me, back then, having someone stand up to say even that was enough. He said this casually, even a bit crude, but it made Su Yunqi slightly startled. This guy is totally different from the useless person rumored about. Chapter 17, The Request. Your beast isn't an ordinary star dream butterfly, right? Su Yunqi's gaze landed on Xingmeng as she inquired. Yeah, it mutated. Lucky me, I don't know how it changed when I made the contract. I call it Xingmeng. Chen Jing didn't plan to hide it, after all, Xingmeng's earlier display was quite loud, and anyone with eyes could tell. Xingmeng? A very fitting name. Its attributes are quite special. I suppose it's more of a niche psychic type. By the way, your teleportation token is broken. What are your plans moving forward? We still have to stay in this secret realm for another day. Chen Jing spoke ambiguously, thinking it's better to keep a card hidden for now. Mentioning this, a hint of seriousness also appeared on Su Yunqi's cool face. We can only be careful, try to avoid dangerous areas, and wait for the automatic teleportation to take us out. But Ice Feather's injuries need time to recover, its combat power is greatly reduced. If we encounter another situation like earlier. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Chen Jing rubbed his chin, deep in thought. He wasn't overly compassionate, but since he had already stepped in to save her, he couldn't just watch her fall into danger again, otherwise, wouldn't the earlier rescue and the spirit spring be in vain? Moreover, teaming up with a genius like Su Yunqi might not be a bad thing. At least, she didn't seem like the kind who would stab you in the back like Zhou Tao. Su Yunqi's gaze wandered between Chen Jing and Xingming, seemingly weighing something. She wasn't someone who liked to owe favors, but she disliked completely relying on uncertain luck even more. Chen Jing. Chen Jing looked up at her. Do you have any clear goals or places you must go next? Not at the moment. Just wandering around, hoping for some luck, searching for resources, and letting my Xingming practice a bit. Since that's the case, I want to invite you to act together for the next day. Chen Jing raised an eyebrow, not agreeing right away, instead looking at her with a hint of teasing smile. Team up? Su the genius, teaming up with me, the useless one in the white book, aren't you afraid of being dragged down? If word gets out, it might not do good for your reputation. Su Yunqi frowned slightly, seemingly disliking his self-deprecating tone, but still seriously explained, your strength is definitely not as the rumors say. Xingmeng's abilities are unique and powerful. Teaming up would complement each other. I'm familiar with some areas of the secret realm and know about high-value resource spots and dangerous zones. My Ice Feather, although injured, still holds deterrent power and can scare off some low-level fierce beasts. And I won't let you work for free. If you agree to protect me until we safely leave the secret realm, I am willing to pay you 100,000 alliance coins as a reward. 100,000 alliance coins? Chen Jing was genuinely surprised this time. This is no small sum, equivalent to several months' worth of his parents' income. Looks like this Su classmate is not from an ordinary background. Just for protection? How about the resources we find along the way? Distributed according to contribution. Whoever puts in more effort, or if the resources are more valuable to someone's beast, will get priority in distribution. If they are jointly discovered and cannot be divided, we'll convert them to market price or negotiate. I can establish a soul contract to ensure fairness. A soul contract is a pact witnessed by the law between beastmasters, and violators will suffer backlash with a high cost, usually used for significant cooperation or transactions. Chen Jing looked into Su Yunqi's clear and serious ice blue eyes, knowing she was sincere. She offered a generous reward, proposed a relatively fair resource distribution plan, and was even willing to establish a soul contract, showing full sincerity. He gently rubbed the small head of Stardream on his shoulder. The little guy seemed to sense his thoughts and lightly nudged his fingers with its tentacles. 100,000 alliance coins, plus information sharing, resources distributed by contribution. Chen Jing repeated softly, then lifted his head, a bright smile appearing on his face. Deal. Boss Su, from now on, Stardream and I will be your temporary bodyguards along with your ice feather. But we won't need the soul contract. I trust your character, Su classmate. Besides, if you really try to default, Stardream and I are not easy targets, right, little guy? Woo! Stardream flapped its wings at the right moment. With the agreement reached, the atmosphere in the cave seemed to ease up a lot, no longer so stiff. Chen Jing took out some dried food and water from the system space and handed some to Su Yunqi. Eat something first to regain your strength. Once your ice feather is in better shape, we can set off. Staying in this ice bear cave isn't a long-term solution. We need to find a safer or more resource-rich place. Su Yunqi accepted the dried food and quietly thanked him. The two rested, no longer speaking. Chen Jing closed his eyes to rest, but his mind was busy calculating. 100,000 alliance coins were an unexpected joy, solving many pressing problems. More importantly, teaming up with Su Yunqi would indeed reduce risks and improve exploration efficiency. Her knowledge of the secret realm was exactly what he lacked. About an hour later, Su Yunqi stood up and said to Chen Jing, Ice feather has recovered a bit, basic flying should be fine now. We can set off. All right. Chen Jing also stood up briskly. So, shall we set off? Boss Su, where do you think we should go first? Follow me. She said briefly and stepped out of the cave first. Chen Jing shrugged, saying, You seem to know your way around here. I awakened a strong affinity for ice type in my atlas, and ice feather also needs specific environment training and resource evolution. So, the school's ice and snow secret realm is where I've come the most. My main goal this time is a mineral called extreme cold crystal. It only appears near the cold eye, the most central energy area of the ice and snow regions, and it is an essential material for ice feather's next evolution. Extreme cold crystal? Chen Jing recalled what he learned from textbooks and thought he had some impression of it as a 2-star top-level ice-type mineral, very rare, usually guarded by powerful beasts. That stuff is hard to find. I've heard that the ones guarding it are not easy to deal with. I know the location of the cold eye very well, but a group of ice soul demons occupies it. There are quite a few, and the leader probably has the strength of a 9-star white rank. I had originally planned to forcibly collect it with ice feather's speed, but now. She didn't continue, but her meaning was clear. Ice feather was injured, and it was too risky for her to go alone. Chen Jing immediately understood. This was probably the main reason she was willing to spend 100,000 alliance coins to hire him. Dealing with such communal and mentally strong elemental beasts, Stardream's soul shock was simply a perfect match. Chen Jing rubbed his chin, and instead of feeling afraid, he felt a bit excited to try. Stardream had just evolved and needed this kind of tough battle to temper itself. Besides, where 2-star top-level materials appeared, who knows, they might find other treasures too. Chapter 18 Ice Soul Demon. Not far from the cold eye. Chen Jing and Su Yunqi were observing the situation near the cold eye. The so-called cold eye is not a real cave or mountain pass. Was going to have to face a dangerous situation together. They were in a sunken icefield basin. In the center of the basin, there was no snow at all, only a smooth, mirror-like, bottomless dark blue ice layer. A visible plume of icy white mist, like a living thing, slowly rose from deep within the ice layer. In the center of the basin, around the chilling white mist, scattered dozens of blue crystals of varying sizes, sparkling and transparent, which was their goal for this trip, extreme cold ice crystals. But at this moment, some figures roamed around these crystals. They were humanoid creatures about half a person tall, formed from the purest ice crystals and swirling cold air. They had no distinct facial features, only 2 flickering blue flames at the position of their heads. They silently floated on the ice surface, their movements unpredictable, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. These were the ice spirit monsters, a type of elemental beast, extremely troublesome in snowy areas. Physical attacks were hardly effective against them because they could use the abundant ice energy around them to heal their bodies. Expert in cold airstrikes, fighting with them for a long time would slowly lead one to a freezing state. Su Yunqi observed carefully for a moment. She slightly tilted her head and asked Chen Jing, "The situation is even more troublesome than I thought, there are quite a few of them. What do you think?" Chen Jing did not respond immediately, his brow slightly furrowed, but he was already shouting inside, "System, scan the situation around the cold eye ahead." Ding detected elemental beasts, ice spirit monsters within a radius of 3 kilometers centered on the host. Number, 23. Among them, 22 are ordinary individuals, and one is the leader. Ice spirit monster, ordinary. Attribute, ice. Rank, white level 3 star to white level 5 star. Potential, red level 1 star to red level 3 star. Talent skill, cold air corruption, passive. Status, energy stable, relying on the cold eye environment, in a normal patrolling state. Note, a low-level elemental creature born from pure ice elements combined with environmental spirituality, high physical resistance, can quickly repair damage using abundant ice energy in the environment. Fears high-intensity mental shocks and soul attacks. Ice spirit monster, leader. Attribute, ice. Rank, white level 9 star. Potential, red level 7 star. Talent skills, cold air corruption, passive, ice crystal projection. Status, located at the energy core of the cold eye, absorbing extreme cold energy, in a semi-dormant training state, with high vigilance. Note, ice spirit monsters are collective consciousness elemental creatures, attacking one will trigger a chain reaction of hostility from nearby ones. Highly reliant on the environment, their strength greatly diminishes after leaving the cold eye area. Similarly, they have weak resistance to mental and soul attacks. Material detected, extreme cold ice crystal, quality, 2-star top level, quantity, estimated 35 pieces. 23 and there's a white level 9-star leader. Chen Jing gasped inwardly, this lineup, no wonder Su Yunqi didn't dare to act rashly earlier. He turned to Su Yunqi and said, charging in isn't an option, our little bodies aren't enough to fill their teeth. These things are obviously grouped together. If we disturb one, we'll probably cause a riot and all come rushing at us. Moreover, they are right next to this cold eye, their energy is nearly limitless, we can't afford a war of attrition with them. So, we need to lure the tiger away from its mountain. You mean, lure them away, then I'll go get the ice crystals? Exactly. I will let Xing Meng intervene, that will definitely alarm the white level 9-star leader and have it chase after us. And you, take that moment to use the speed of Ice Feather to rush in as fast as you can, grab as many extreme cold ice crystals as you can. Remember, be quick, get in and out, don't hesitate or worry about us. Let's meet at the Ice Bear's den. Su Yunqi fell silent for a moment, deeply looking at Chen Jing. This plan sounded simple, but in execution, Chen Jing and the butterfly named Xing Meng were about to face a tremendous challenge. Take enormous risks. Once entangled with this group of ice spirits, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's too dangerous. You might get trapped by them, she finally said, a hint of disapproval in her voice. Don't worry, I have confidence in Stardream. If we can't fight, we can still run away. Besides, isn't Boss Su's 100,000 alliance coins dangling here? For the sake of money, for the friendship of classmates, a little risk is worth it. Su Yunqi was caught off guard by his careless tone and shot him a glare, but her tense expression eased a lot. Okay. We'll do it your way. I'll have Ice Feather ready. Once they are drawn away, I will act immediately. Be careful. If the situation goes wrong, retreat immediately. I can think of other ways for the ice crystals. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Then, let's start the action. With a thought, he whispered to Stardream on his shoulder, little one, it's our turn to perform. Do you see that group of blue guys below? Fly above their heads, and give them a sleep dust. The wider the range, the better. Don't hold back, spread it all out. Woo! Stardream let out a crisp and slightly excited chirp, it seemed like it could hardly wait. The small body shook lightly and then transformed into a streak of light, sliding silently towards the center of the basin. Below, the ice spirits continued to float aimlessly, completely unaware of the upcoming danger. They relied on their perception of life energy and physical vibrations, and did not detect Stardream, a creature of dreams with strong spiritual power, especially since it deliberately restrained its presence. It wasn't until it flew above them that they noticed it. Stardream reached the most densely populated area of the ice spirits and hovered in the air, its small body began to vibrate at a high frequency. In the next moment, its beautiful wings suddenly flapped. Large amounts of light silver powder, like mist formed from moonlight, descended upon the group of ice spirits below. The powder fell silently, covering more than half of the ice spirits group. At first, the ice spirits seemed to have no reaction, still floating in place. But soon, an abnormal change occurred. Some ice spirits that inhaled more of the powder had their two clusters of blue flames flickering violently, becoming unstable and erratic. Their floating movements became sluggish and wobbly, as if they were drunk. Woo. A sort of drowsy screech emerged as a few lower-level ice spirits couldn't withstand it and collapsed into sleep. Effective. Chen Jing clenched his fists, his eyes shining bright. Although Stardream's sleep dust couldn't make them immediately fall asleep like flesh and blood, this interference directly acted on their spirit and soul, clearly disturbing their stable elemental structure, causing them great discomfort and chaos. This sudden attack also immediately alerted the entire group of ice spirits. In the center of the basin, the white-tiered 9-star ice spirit leader, which had been in a half-sleep state, instantly woke up. It was larger and more solid than other ice spirits and suddenly stood up, looking up at Stardream, its invisible rage nearly igniting the surrounding air. Stardream! Come back! Led them away in the opposite direction. Chen Jing immediately ordered through the soul link. Stardream responded quickly, without any hesitation. It flapped its wings, turned around, and dashed toward the outer edge of the basin, in the opposite direction of where Chen Jing and the others were hiding. It flew high and low, its trajectory erratic, full of provocation. The ice spirit leader let out a furious shriek, its ice crystal arm swinging violently, pointing to the direction Stardream was fleeing. In the next moment, it transformed into a blue icy wind, carrying incredible coldness, and chased after Stardream. Behind it, the ordinary ice spirit demons, slightly recovering from the interference of sleep powder dust, let out chaotic yet hostile shrieks, crazily chasing after Xingmeng, their leader. Now is the time. Chen Jing suddenly let out a low shout, turning his head to look at Su Yunqi. Su Yunqi had long been prepared. She took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes, and whispered to her snow phoenix bird beside her, Bingyu, let's go. Coo. The snow phoenix bird, Bingyu, let out a cry, enduring the pain in its wings, carrying Su Yunqi like an arrow leaving the bow, transforming into a streak of white light, shooting straight towards the center of the Kolai Basin. Chapter 19, Extreme Cold Ice Crystal. Chen Jing didn't dare to delay for a second. He looked deeply at Su Yunqi's departing figure, and the spirit power belonging to a white-rank 3-star Beastmaster surged within him. He took a moment to glance back at the direction in which Su Yunqi disappeared, murmuring in his heart, don't mess this up. Whoosh! He lightly tapped his toes on the smooth ice surface several times, stabilizing his figure, and sprinted toward the direction where Xingmeng led away the ice spirit demon group. Xingmeng, listen. Don't just focus on flying. Use sleep powder dust while flying, and occasionally give them a wide-range soul shock. As Chen Jing ran, he transmitted his thoughts to Xingmeng through their soul link. Woo! Xingmeng's response carried a hint of excitement. This little one, usually looking obedient, becomes spirited in battle, truly fearless like a young calf. It flapped its wings rapidly, large amounts of pale silver scales showered down like powder along its flight path. Those ice spirit demons closest behind, upon touching the dust, noticeably slowed down, the eerie blue flames jumping from their heads dimmed and became disordered. But that's not all. Occasionally, Xingmeng would come to a sudden stop and turn around. Its small body slightly condensed, and an invisible mental wave spread out like ripples on water, precisely sweeping over the pursuers. Yay! The ice spirit demon, hit directly by soul shock, let out a piercing yet somewhat confused shriek, momentarily slowing the chase. Good. Keep it up. Little one, you really are a little genius. Chen Jing followed behind, giving his little beast a crazy cheer in his heart. This kite is flying beautifully. With this combo of sleep powder dust and soul shock, Xingmeng managed to lead a large group of aggressive ice spirit demons in a circle. Gradually, the noisy shrieks and the sounds of ice crystals colliding became sparser. Seeing this, Chen Jing couldn't help but feel a bit joyful. Originally more than 20 ice spirit demons, now only 6 or 7 were still closely pursuing, all of them with dimmed lights and movements far less fierce than at the start. The others had already been taken down by the little guy. However, the white-rank 9-star ice spirit demon leader, though affected and somewhat slower, had its eyes, made of eerie blue flames, burning with even greater fury. It fixed its gaze on the little one constantly bothering its group, ready to tear it apart without hesitation. TSK, this leader is really tough. Chen Jing furrowed his brows, sensing the fatigue coming from Xingmeng through the soul link. After continuously using high-intensity skills, the little one's energy was greatly drained, and the frequency of its wing flaps was no longer as lively as at the beginning. The two main skills, sleep powder dust and soul shock, would probably not be usable again in a short time. What to do? Fight head-on? That's impossible. Xingmeng is not in good shape, and my little frame wouldn't withstand a smack from that ice spirit demon leader. Keep running? How much longer can Xingmeng hold out? Just as Chen Jing was pondering what to do next. Coo! A clear and bright bird cry pierced through the wind and snow, coming from the direction of the cold eye. It was Su Yunqi's snow phoenix bird. It's done. She succeeded. Chen Jing's heart suddenly relaxed. Immediately through the soul link, he shouted to Xingming, "Little guy. Withdraw. Come back quickly. Don't play with them anymore." At the same time, he also didn't hesitate, abruptly turning around, no longer following Xingming's route. Eh? The ice spirit demon leader saw that it was so close to catching that annoying little flying bug, but in an instant, the bug disappeared with a whoosh. It let out a sharp scream filled with a sense of being mocked and intense anger. It stood frozen in place, its ghostly blue fiery eyes blankly scanning the empty surroundings. Then, as if suddenly remembering its lair in those precious extreme cold ice crystals, it let out an even more frantic roar, almost tearing through the cold wind. It turned and, with the remaining few soldiers, madly charged towards the cold eye. Before long, a more furious scream came. Chen Jing ran far away in one breath, only daring to slow down when the angry scream of the ice spirit demon leader gradually faded away. That was exciting. With a thought, a faint light flew out from his chest, lightly landing in his open palm. It was Xingmeng. The little guy looked exhausted, its originally radiant wings were now a bit dim, drooping softly. Its small body gently heaved, and its antennae lightly brushed against Chen Jing's fingers, making a weak and aggrieved woo-woo sound, as if saying, "Master, I'm so tired." Chen Jing felt heartbroken upon seeing this and quickly comforted, "You worked hard, my little hero. If it weren't for you today, we would have been done for. I'll get you some tasty food when we get back." Woo! Xingmeng nudged its little head against his fingertip, then transformed into a faint light, returning to the Beastmaster handbook to rest. He didn't dare linger in place. After discerning the direction, he hurried towards the ice bear den that he had agreed upon with Su Yunqi. Along the way, he couldn't help but recall the scenes from earlier. Xingming's performance far exceeded his expectations. Its ability to suppress on a spiritual and soul level was ridiculously useful against the ice spirit demon, an elemental creature. The familiar ice bear den finally appeared in sight. The entrance was still covered by some scattered ice blocks and snow, looking no different from when he left. But Chen Jing sensed the fluctuations of ice energy coming from inside, mixed with a hint of a familiar aura. He felt relieved, it seemed they had returned. Seeing Chen Jing enter, Su Yunqi visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you okay?" The two spoke almost simultaneously. Chen Jing was taken aback for a moment, then smiled widely, showing his white teeth. "What could happen to me? I just ran fast. How about you? Did you get the stuff?" Su Yunqi nodded. Although there was still not much expression on her face, her ice blue eyes couldn't hide a hint of relieved joy. She opened her palm, revealing 3 crystals the size of pebbles, entirely a deep blue. A pure and piercing cold aura instantly spread out, causing the temperature inside the den to drop a few more degrees. "Wow! Is this the extreme cold ice crystal? How many did you get in total?" 35. 35? Chen Jing gasped, this number far exceeded his expectations. It seemed Su Yunqi was really quick in her actions. "MHM. According to our agreement, we will distribute based on contribution. Drawing away the main force of the ice spirit demon was thanks to you and Xingming, so I'll take 5 as the key material needed for Ice Feather Revolution. The remaining 30 will be yours." Her tone was calm, carrying an undeniable seriousness. Chen Jing stared at the 30 precious extreme cold ice crystals she was presenting, blinking rapidly. He could tell that Su Yunqi genuinely thought this way and sincerely acted on it. He was not one to be overly sentimental, thus, he grinned and stretched out his hand, gladly accepting the 30 cold crystals. "All right. Since you're being so generous, I won't hold back." Chapter 20, The End of the Secret Realm. At the entrance of the bi-class secret realm of 7th Beastmaster Middle School, the ancient stone platform's light gradually faded, and the previously blurred spatial fluctuations stabilized. 2 somewhat disheveled figures stepped out, returning to the familiar campus environment. It was Chen Jing and Su Yunqi. After 2 days of chaos in the secret realm, neither of them looked particularly good. "Finally out," Chen Jing murmured to himself. Su Yunqi heard him, turned her head to look, and gently replied with an mm. The two walked side by side out of the teleportation area, immediately drawing many gazes. After all, both of them were well-known figures at school, and seeing them emerge from the secret realm together inevitably stirred speculation and whispers around them. "Look! It's Su Yunqi and Chen Jing. Why are they together? How could the goddess Su be with that loser? Who knows, they seem to look pretty familiar with each other. Could it be that Chen Jing got lucky and helped Su Yunqi in the secret realm? Come on, just him? As long as he doesn't drag her down, it's good enough." Chen Jing paid no attention to the discussions around him, he was in a good mood and didn't care about them. "Where are you going next?" Chen Jing casually asked Su Yunqi beside him. I need to hurry home to help Bingyu recover from his injuries and prepare for absorbing the extreme cold ice crystals. Thanks this time. I will transfer you 100,000 union coins as soon as possible. Can you give me a contact number? Sure. Chen Jing readily recited a string of numbers. Su Yunqi noted the number and nodded, all right. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, she didn't linger and walked straight towards the school exit, her tall silhouette quickly disappearing into the crowd. Chen Jing watched her figure vanish, shrugged, and prepared to leave as well. Next, I need to make a trip to the Beastmaster Pavilion. Treasure Beastmaster Pavilion, Tianhe Branch. Standing in front of this building again, Chen Jing's mindset had completely changed. The last time he came, he was a poor student with a little pitiful savings, just wanting to find a suitable fierce beast to contract. This time, although he still had little cash in his pocket, he felt much more confident. Today I'm here to liquidate, do business. He straightened his slightly wrinkled school uniform and confidently walked into the brightly lit first-floor hall. The hall was still bustling with people, filled with excitement. Chen Jing didn't stop in the selling area and walked straight to the recycling and appraisal area on the side of the hall. This area was relatively quiet, with a few windows, behind which were staff members wearing uniforms. He approached an empty window, where sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking quite capable. Hello, how can I help you? The man pushed up his glasses, his tone professional. Chen Jing didn't waste words and directly took out 2 sealing stones, a jade box containing 3 ice crystal herbs, and 20 extreme cold ice crystals, gently placing them on the counter. There weren't many items, but each one caused the middle-aged man's eyes, behind his glasses, to widen slightly. He instinctively adjusted his glasses, leaned slightly forward, and carefully examined the items on the counter. When he looked back at Chen Jing, his initial casualness was replaced with scrutiny and seriousness. Little brother, are you looking to sell these? He picked up one of the ice bear sealing stones, his tone carrying a note of confirmation. Chen Jing nodded, yes, please give me an estimate. If it's reasonable, I'll sell it. Please wait a moment, I need to conduct a detailed appraisal. The man said, taking out a palm-sized, exquisitely crafted silver compass-like instrument from below the counter. He first picked up the blue wind tiger sealing stone and brought the appraisal device close to it. The surface of the device immediately lit up with a soft white light, and groups of data quickly scrolled across the small screen above. Wind tiger. System, wind type. Rank, white grade 6 star. Potential estimate, red grade 4 star to red grade 6 star. Status assessment, energy stable, seal complete. Market reference value range, 250,000 to 350,000 federal coins. The white grade 6 star wind tiger has good potential, close to the middle of red grade. The sealing technique is a bit rough, but not a major issue. The key is, the wind tiger has a known and relatively stable evolution path, wind thunder golden tiger, with potential up to green grade. Therefore, our Beastmaster Hall's buyback price can reach 300,000 federal coins. What do you think? The uncle recorded while commenting. Chen Jing quickly calculated in his heart, this price is slightly higher than his own estimate. It seems the Beastmaster Hall is fair, even though they press for lower prices. However, this identification instrument seems to only estimate the potential of fierce beasts, unable to determine the exact potential. Done, let's go with this price. The uncle nodded, set down the wind tiger sealing stone, and picked up the ice bear sealing stone. Ice bear. System, ice type. Rank, white grade 8 star. Potential, red grade 7 star to red grade 9 star. Status assessment, energy stable, seal complete. Market reference value range, 150,000 to 230,000 federal coins. White grade 8 star ice bear. This is a little overlord of the snowy area, and its potential is close to yellow grade. Ice-type fierce beasts are relatively rare with strong combat power. The buyback price is 200,000 federal coins. The uncle's voice carried a hint of surprise as he looked up at Chen Jing. Okay. Chen Jing nodded again. While the ice bear is not considered very rare, it is still a very strong choice as an initial beast. But lacking the well-known top evolution chain of the wind tiger, a slightly lower price is reasonable. 200,000 meets his psychological expectations. Next, the uncle opened the jade box, revealing 3 small, ice blue grasses quietly lying inside, exuding pure cold air. Ice crystal grass. System, ice type / spirit plant. Quality, 1 star high class. Status, timely harvest, well preserved. Market reference price, about 20,000 federal coins per plant. Ice crystal grass, high quality, preserved very well. 3 plants, 19,000 each, totaling 57,000 federal coins. Finally, the uncle's gaze fell on the most captivating deep blue crystals. Extreme cold ice crystal. System, ice type. Quality, 2 star top class. Status, energy full, very high purity. Market reference price, approximately 200,000 federal coins each. Seeing the data displayed on the screen, the middle-aged uncle looked up at Chen Jing again, his gaze more probing. A high school student not only managed to get a white grade 8 star ice bear but also such a large number of extremely rare 2-star top materials, extreme cold ice crystals? That can't just be explained by luck. He counted the number, a total of 20. Extreme cold ice crystals, 2-star top materials, usually only found near the core energy areas of snowy secret realms, guarded by powerful elemental fierce beasts, making them very hard to obtain. Little brother, you have quite a skill. This item's market price fluctuates a lot, but quality like this is rare. Our Beastmaster Hall can offer 185,000 each. For 20 pieces, that's 3,700,000 federal coins. 3,700,000. Upon hearing this number, Chen Jing's heart uncontrollably thumped twice. Although he had prepared himself and knew the extreme cold ice crystals were valuable, he was still shocked upon hearing the specific number. For him at this moment, this is definitely a huge sum of money. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and nodded, the price is fair, let's go with this. Seeing Chen Jing so straightforward, the uncle said nothing more and began summarizing the calculations on the terminal. Wind Tiger Sealing Stone, 300,000, Ice Bear Sealing Stone, 200,000, 3 Ice Crystal Grasses, 57,000, 20 Extreme Cold Ice Crystals, 3,700,000. Total of 4,257,000 federal coins. After operating a few times, he pushed a palm-sized portable transfer terminal in front of Chen Jing. Please confirm the amount. No problem, please swipe your identity card or bind your account, and the funds will be directly transferred to your account. Chen Jing took out the identity card representing his federal citizenship from the inner pocket of his school uniform and swiped it in the terminal's sensing area. With a soft ding, a message appeared on the terminal screen indicating the transfer was successful. With this money, not only would the resources for nurturing Xing Meng be secured, but his family's financial situation would also greatly improve, allowing his parents to work less hard. Transaction complete. Little brother, you're young and talented. If there are more good items in the future, feel free to come to our treasure pavilion anytime, and we guarantee fair prices. Well said, well said. Then, uncle, I'm leaving now. Chapter 21, Home. Chen Jing pushed open the door to his home. I'm back. As he bent down to change his shoes, he shouted into the house. Bro! You're back. Before he finished speaking, a figure rushed to the entrance. It was his younger sister, Chen Shi. With a spirited ponytail and bright, shining eyes, she approached him, linking her arm with Chen Jing's while peeking eagerly behind him. What are you looking at? Chen Jing stumbled slightly as she tugged him, a mix of laughter and helplessness on his face. Bro, you're a celebrity at our school now. It's going crazy on the forum. They say you came out of the secret realm with that ice mountain goddess Su Yunxi, and that you two were laughing and joking, having a close relationship. Come clean, what's the story? Seeing her determined attitude of I won't give up until I uncover the gossip, Chen Jing chuckled helplessly and gently flicked her forehead. At your young age, what are you thinking about all day? We just happened to meet in the secret realm and helped each other a bit. A bit? You must be kidding. The goddess Su. Isn't she cold to everyone? To be able to come out with you and help one another? I don't care, I don't care. Just tell me. Details. I want to hear the details. Otherwise I'll just go tell mom and dad that you are dating. Chen Shi pouted, beginning to act spoiled. No, it's not dating, don't talk nonsense. She just helped me out because of Xing Meng, it has nothing much to do with me. You know what kind of person your brother is. Chen Jing quickly covered her mouth, glancing nervously towards the living room. Who knows? Chen Shi wriggled free from his hand, suspiciously sizing him up and suddenly changing her tone. She spread her small hand in front of him, her expression instantly turning pitiful. Alright, even if you got away with it. Then, where is my beast? Dear brother, you promised me before entering the secret realm. If you didn't prepare a super strong and super cute beast for me, I'll just have to wait for the school to allocate those common ones? Can you bear to see your clever and cute little sister starting with a beast with less potential than the yellow tier? She blinked her big eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, trying hard to squeeze out a few tears, her exaggerated acting making Chen Jing want to laugh. Alright, stop your act, you don't have even a drop of tear. When have I ever broken a promise? Chen Jing feigned a stern face, but he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. As he spoke, he took out a seal stone about the size of an egg, entirely icy blue from his backpack. Here, take a look and see if you like it. Chen Jing gently placed the icy sealing stone in Chen Shi's outstretched little hand. The cold touch made Chen Shi shiver slightly, her playful expression freezing in an instant, her eyes wide as saucers, her mouth slightly agape. Wow, so beautiful. Bro, what kind of fierce beast is this? It feels so powerful. Just holding it, I can feel a chill in my palm. She looked up at him, her face filled with the big words, "Tell me quickly." Seeing his sister's curious and anxious expression, Chen Jing felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He smiled and didn't answer directly, instead teasing her, "How can you know just by looking at the outside? If you want to know what's inside, you can just contract with it yourself, and then everything will be clear, right?" He glanced around and asked, "Where are Dad and Mom? They haven't come back yet?" "Not yet. It seems that Dad and Mom have to work overtime today and will come back late. They told us to eat dinner by ourselves." Chen Shi's attention was mostly focused on the sealing stone in her palm, and she answered absent-mindedly. Suddenly, she raised her head sharply, her eyes burning as she stared at Chen Jing. "Brother? Can I contract now?" The desire on her face was almost tangible. No wonder she was so anxious. For a girl about to officially embark on the path of a Beastmaster, the first beast's significance was extraordinary. It would be the most important partner accompanying her growth, standing by her side in battle. Moreover, she had awakened a purple illustrated book, with talent far beyond the ordinary, so her expectations for her initial partner were naturally higher. Chen Jing understood her feelings and thought for a moment. The house was indeed quiet, it was the perfect time to contract. He nodded. "Okay, let's do it now." "Your room? It's more spacious there." "All right." Chen Shi cheered and, holding the sealing stone, tiptoed and almost skipped back to her room, afraid that if she was a second slower, her brother would change his mind. Chen Jing shook his head with a smile and walked slowly after her. The sister's room was neat and filled with a girl's heart, with light blue curtains and several cute dolls on the bed. At that moment, Chen Shi was already eagerly clearing a small space, taking deep breaths in an attempt to calm down, but her slightly trembling fingers and glowing cheeks betrayed her inner excitement. "Brother, I am going to start now?" She sat cross-legged on the floor, looking up at Chen Jing, who was leaning against the doorframe. Go ahead. Relax, just like in your usual practice. I'm here watching over you." Chen Jing gave her an encouraging look. He casually left the door ajar and leaned against the wall. Inside the room, Chen Shi took another deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. She concentrated, letting her consciousness sink into her body. Soon, a beast illustration book emitting a soft purple glow, with mysterious patterns flowing along its edges, slowly appeared before her, quietly floating half a foot above the ground. She extended her hands, guiding her spiritual power with her fingertips, beginning to slowly outline above the sealing stone. Complex lines made of purple spiritual light intertwined and extended in the air, gradually forming a perfect circular contract formation. As the formation took shape, Chen Shi gently placed the ice blue sealing stone at the center of the formation. Buzz! With the moment the sealing stone touched the core of the formation, a clear sound like the tinkling of ice crystals rang out. Chen Jing leaned against the door outside. Although he couldn't see the specific situation inside, he could clearly feel that the contracting process was going quite smoothly. He nodded slightly, letting go of the last bit of worry in his heart. Inside the room, the light gradually converged and stabilized. In the center of the formation, the sealing stone had completely vanished, replaced by a small figure floating in mid-air. It was a little spirit, about the size of a palm, made entirely of flawless crystal. She slowly opened her big eyes, which were like the purest blue sapphires, and at first glance, she looked at Chen Shi, who was sitting cross-legged in front of her, her face flushed with excitement. "Eep!" A soft, subtle voice came from the ice spirit's mouth. She tilted her little head, as if confirming something, then a pure and innocent smile appeared on her face. Her delicate body lightly flew up, making a circle around Chen Shi before gently landing on her slightly trembling shoulder. With her cool and soft little face, she affectionately rubbed against Chen Shi's cheek. A clear, warm, and tightly connected soul link was firmly established between Chen Shi and the ice spirit. When Chen Shi saw the information about the ice spirit, she couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 22, Contract with the Ice Spirit. Ice Spirit. Type, Elemental/Spirit Class. Rank, White Tier 5 Star. Potential, Blue Tier 5 Star. Talent skills, Ice Element Control, Passive, Ice Seal, Ice Blade. Blue. Blue Tier 5 Star Potential? Elemental Life? And its Spirit Class? When she read this information, Chen Shi's brain went buzz, and everything went blank. She stood there as if hit by a freezing spell, her eyes wide open. Blue Tier 5 Star, she couldn't help but scream in her heart. What does this mean? The Federation recognizes the Beast Tamer potential level as white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, silver, and gold. Blue Tier potential is a height that many Beast Tamers struggle their entire lives to reach. Most people's initial beasts have a potential of only red or orange tier. To raise the potential of an initial beast, materials are needed for evolution. But this requires opportunity, luck, and financial resources, all of which are indispensable. Moreover, evolution of beasts isn't simple. Most evolution paths are controlled by powerful factions. The Federation publicly shares very few high-potential beast evolution paths. Ordinary people may have to explore the evolution of their own beasts by themselves. Therefore, an initial beast with orange potential is already considered outstanding in school. Yellow potential can even rank high in the class. As for green potential, there might not be even 10 in all of Tianhe City this year. So this surprise was too big and too sudden for her, like a giant pie falling from the sky, leaving her dizzy and almost unable to believe her eyes. Although she was only in her second year of high school, the early self-awakening of the Purple Beast Tamer Handbook made her a genius stock. The school would prepare an initial beast for her, but its potential would never exceed green tier. But now, her initial beast has blue tier potential, a height that many beast tamers struggle their entire lives to reach. Moreover, it's an extremely rare, highly growth-oriented elemental life, and its spirit class. Woo! The ice spirit standing on her shoulder seemed to sense her intense emotional turmoil, letting out a soft, confused chirp. Tilting its little head, its big eyes sparkled with curiosity as it stretched out its cold, soft little hand and gently touched Chen Shi's cheek. That icy touch finally pulled Chen Shi out of her huge shock. Is it really blue tier, elemental life? She murmured to herself. Then, immense joy erupted from her heart like a volcanic eruption, instantly sweeping away all reason and restraint. Aha! A scream powerful enough to blow the roof off suddenly erupted from the room, filled with extreme excitement and joy. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and Chen Jing rushed in with a worried expression. What's wrong, Xiaoxi? Is there a problem with the contract? He had been leaning against the door outside, clearly feeling the smooth connection of the soul link. Logically, there shouldn't be a problem, right? In the next second, he saw Chen Shi bounce up from the floor like a tiny cannonball. She even forgot that her new partner was still on her shoulder and suddenly leaped into Chen Jing's arms, wrapping her hands tightly around his waist, burying her face in his chest, laughing and crying incoherently, Brother! Brother! Blue tier! It's blue tier 5-star. Elemental life. Spirit class. Woo, how did you do it? Where did you get it from? Am I dreaming? Pinch me. Quick, pinch me. As she spoke, she shook Chen Jing with so much strength that he almost lost his balance. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Chen Jing was a bit dazed for 2 seconds before he realized it. The huge stone in his heart finally dropped. How is it? Are you satisfied? The promise I made to you, older brother. When have I ever dropped the ball? Satisfied. So satisfied. 1,000 times satisfied. But just then, with a whoosh, a chill suddenly rushed towards Chen Jing's cheek. Chen Jing instinctively tilted his head, and then saw the ice sprite that had just been shaken away by Chen Shi, floating in midair, glaring at him angrily. The little guy flapped its ice wings rapidly, tiny ice crystals swirling around it, clearly in a fit of anger. Hiss, so cold. Little one, your welcome ceremony is too special, isn't it? He looked at the floating, pouting little sprite with a mix of amusement and exasperation. The ice sprite pouted so much that it could hang an oil bottle, with tiny hands on its nearly invisible waist, making eek-eek sounds as if it were accusing him of something. Chen Jing instantly understood, this little one held a grudge. It must have recognized him as the culprit who had knocked it out and forced it into the ceiling stone. Hey, you little one, quite the grudge holder, huh? Look at your good partner, daring to attack me right after the contract. Chen Jing found it ridiculous and pointed at the ice sprite while looking at Chen Shi, who was still hanging on him. At that moment, Chen Shi finally shook off her overwhelming joy and saw the scene before her, especially the ice sprite's adorable yet fierce expression. Her heart nearly melted. Little ice, don't be angry, okay? What he did before, it might have been a bit rough. But he's not a bad person. I'm apologizing on his behalf. But you see, if it weren't for him, how could we become partners? I'll take super good care of you from now on. The ice sprite tilted its head, big eyes looking at Chen Jing, then at Chen Shi, who radiated kindness and a bond of souls. After a moment of hesitation, it finally lightly landed on Chen Shi's outstretched shoulder, rubbing its little face against her as a sign of acceptance of this new master, temporarily letting go of the bad person. But the ice sprite still faced away from Chen Jing, showing it was still mad. Chen Shi couldn't help but giggle at its little gesture, gently stroking its ice wings. You're quite the tsundere. Bro, what on earth is going on? An elemental life with blue tier 5-star potential. It's like a dream. Where did you find it? The secret realm is so dangerous, you didn't get hurt, did you? After laughing, she remembered to ask Chen Jing, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I'm just lucky, it's all good fortune. I was wandering in the ice and snow area and happened to find this little one sleeping soundly in an ice pillar. I thought it suited you, so, I figured out a way to invite it back as a guest. Invite back? Chen Shi raised an eyebrow, glancing at the ice sprite still sulking on her shoulder, then looked back at Chen Jing, clearly not believing him. Bro, are you sure it was invite? Not kidnap? Chen Jing felt a bit embarrassed by her question, clearing his throat twice. Oh, details aren't important, what matters is that you like it. Shenji didn't call him out, just hugged him tightly, burying her face in his shoulder, her voice muffled. Bro, thank you, really, thank you so much. This gift is so precious, I don't even know how to repay you. As she spoke, her voice became a bit choked. She knew what blue tier potential meant. It was a starting point much higher than others, making everything easier in the future, whether it was applying to the Beastmaster Academy or becoming a Beastmaster herself. This kind of friendship, she would remember for a lifetime. Silly girl, why are you being polite with your brother? You have great talent, you deserve the best. Take good care of it, and together you two will definitely become super amazing Beastmasters. Yeah. Little Ice, did you hear that? We'll become strong together. I will protect you, and also brother. The Ice Sprite seemed to understand, turning around to look at Chen Jing, then at Shenxi, finally no longer looking so angry. It stretched out a small hand and gently touched Shenxi's cheek. With a sound of E. Chen Jing looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 23, Monthly Assessment begins. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. But for many students in the senior year of the 7th Beastmaster High School, there was a strange tension and restlessness in the air today. Everyone knew that the monthly practical assessment was no joke. This thing directly related to next month's resource allocation, whether it was beast evolution materials or spiritual power crystals for training, it all depended on the assessment ranking. Those ranked higher could pick the best resources, while those ranked lower could only take what was left. Who wouldn't put in their best effort? At this moment, the audience area was already packed with people, even the aisles were crowded with younger students eager to see the excitement. The buzz of whispered conversations filled the air, mostly revolving around one name, Chen Jing. Have you heard? That Chen Jing from Class 7 is really going on stage today? No way? He contracted successfully? When did that happen? Who knows? He probably got lucky and managed to scrape together a useless beast, maybe a white rank 1 or 2 star. TSK, he really doesn't know his limits, daring to bet rankings with Zhou Tao and wagering $1 million? I think he's just giving up. Just wait to see the show. Zhou Tao's Ironback Wolf is fierce, last time it almost tore apart that rock monster from Class 8. Chen Jing might just get carried out. Similar discussions echoed in every corner of the audience. Hardly anyone looked favorably upon Chen Jing, and everyone thought this was a ridiculous one-sided crush. In the area of Class 7, the homeroom teacher, Teacher Li, frowned, his face lined with worry. He wanted to talk to Chen Jing several times, but seeing the boy's overly calm profile, he swallowed back his words each time. He could only pray silently that nothing terrible would happen. Subai sat next to Chen Jing, constantly looking around. Jingu, that Zhou Tao guy is here, he's over there in Class 9, staring at you, his eyes are fierce enough to eat people. Chen Jing glanced in the direction Subai pointed and indeed saw Zhou Tao, arms crossed, leaning back in his seat, wearing an unabashed sneer, and when he noticed Chen Jing looking over, he even pointed a finger at him and made a throat-cutting gesture, overly arrogant. Chen Jing merely turned his gaze away, as if he had seen nothing, and continued to rest his eyes, adjusting his state. This attitude of indifference darkened Zhou Tao's face, who had been waiting to see him panic. Keep pretending. Just wait until you get on the stage, let's see how I expose your true self. Zhou Tao ground his teeth, muttering under his breath. A sidekick quickly leaned in to flatter. Tao good, don't bother with him. Once the Ironback Wolf goes on stage, it will definitely be his trash beast until even his mother won't recognize it. Zhou Tao finally calmed down a bit, snorted coldly, of course. Before long, at the high platform in the center of the playground, the dean held a loudspeaker and cleared his throat. His steady voice echoed through the loudspeaker across the playground. The monthly practical assessment for the senior year begins now. Students whose names are called should proceed to the corresponding stage for the competition in order. Note, the focus is on sparring, stop once the point is made, and do not deliberately cause serious injury or kill the beasts. Those who violate this will receive a major demerit and lose all resource qualifications for this semester. As soon as the words fell, battles began to unfold sequentially on the 5 stages in the center. The roars of beasts, the loud bangs of skill clashes, and the cheers and gasps of the audience intertwined, causing the entire playground to boil over. Chen Jing sat in the area of Class 7, with his eyes closed, but his ears were attentive to the movements on the field, quietly analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of each beast. After about half an hour, as the assessment reached its midpoint, Chen Jing's name was finally called. Next match, Senior 3, Class 7, Chen Jing, against Senior 3, Class 3, Zhang Hao. Please both contestants rush to Arena 3. Here we go, here we go. A wave of excitement erupted in the audience, countless eyes instantly focused on Class 7, on that slowly rising young boy. Finally, it's this kid's turn. Let's see what kind of contract he has. Zhang Hao's Claw Cat may only be a white tier 4 star, but it's incredibly fast. It'll be enough to give him a good fight. I bet $5, Chen Jing won't last 3 minutes. The discussions grew louder, even Teacher Li stood up nervously, hands tightly clenched, palms sweating. Chen Jing took a deep breath, feeling his steady heartbeat in his chest. He smiled at the worried Su Bai. Don't worry, it's fine. He also nodded at Teacher Li, then stepped forward with a steady pace, walking towards Arena 3. His opponent, Zhang Hao, had already taken his place on the stage. Zhang Hao was small and thin, with a spiky hairstyle, right now standing with his hands in his pockets, casually sizing up Chen Jing as he walked onto the stage. In Zhang Hao's eyes, Chen Jing was a joke, a waste who couldn't even contract a beast before. Now, even if he had contracted something, how good could it be? Although not the top in class, he felt more than capable of beating Chen Jing. Chen Jing, it's not too late to admit defeat now. It wouldn't make sense for your contracted beast to get hurt right after forming a contract, Zhang Hao said with a hint of superiority. Chen Jing only glanced at him calmly and did not respond. However, this dismissive attitude made Zhang Hao somewhat irritated. He had originally planned to ridicule Chen Jing a bit more, but the guy did not even engage. Zhang Hao frowned, feeling even more contempt. It seemed this kid knew he couldn't win, so he didn't even dare speak. At that moment, the referee teacher walked to the edge of the arena. He was an old teacher with white hair, his face full of wrinkles, but his gaze was sharp. He scanned Chen Jing and Zhang Hao, solemnly reiterating the rules. The rules are clear. If one side's beast loses combat ability or the beast master admits defeat, the match is over. No intentionally deadly moves, understood? Understood. Good, both sides summon their beasts. The test begins. The referee waved his hand, announcing the official start of the match. Clawcat, come out. Zhang Hao impatiently called out, and an orange beast card appeared. A golden light flashed from his beast card, hitting the arena, and when the light faded, a half-meter-tall cat beast appeared on the stage. This claw cat was entirely silver gray, its form sleek as lightning, with sharp amber eyes, and its claws glinting menacingly, looking fierce. As soon as it appeared, it crouched towards Chen Jing, letting out a low growl of mew, looking ready for action. Almost at the same time the claw cat appeared, Chen Jing's mind was filled with the system's prompt. Ding, target detected. Claw cat. Type, gold type. Note, gold type beasts are mostly good at physical attacks, with high hardness in claws, teeth, etc. Some can even manipulate metal elements. Rank, white tier 4 star. Potential, red tier 7 star. Talent skill, claw, active skill, after use, significantly increases claw hardness and sharpness, with a slight armor breaking effect, can break low tier beast defenses. Status, excited, ready to go. Note, typical speed-type melee beast, advantages include quick attack and strong explosive power, but disadvantages include weak defense and average mental resistance, vulnerable to mental and control skills. Seeing the information from the system, Chen Jing felt completely at ease. This claw cat looked fierce, but its weaknesses were obvious. As long as he used control skills to limit its speed, fighting it would be as easy as turning on a cheat. He no longer hesitated. A thought crossed his mind, and he raised his hand, softly calling, Stardream, it's our turn. There was no dazzling light, no mighty presence, only a faint pink glow that flashed from Chen Jing's White Beast Master manual, landing half a meter in front of him. When the glow faded, a butterfly about the size of a palm appeared in the air. This butterfly was simply too beautiful. Its wings were a soft gradient of pink and purple, dotted with tiny silver specks, as if stars had been crushed and sprinkled on its wings, and when it flew, its wings gently flapped, dropping glimmers of light, looking almost magical. Put! Laughter and whispers erupted from the audience, unable to be contained. I didn't see wrong, did I? Chen Jing summoned a butterfly? Isn't that the Star Dream butterfly sold at the Beastmaster Pavilion? It's just for looks, useless. Can't even beat a mouse. Ha ha ha. Did I hear wrong? He actually brought a vase to the practical assessment? Is this a joke? It's over, it's really over. Zhang Hao's claw cat will smash that butterfly to pieces with one swipe. Does he think he can't win, so he just gives up and makes a fool of himself? Even Teacher Li was stunned, his thermos clanging to the ground, spilling water everywhere without him noticing, only muttering, Star Dream butterfly? How could it be a Star Dream butterfly? This child, how could he be so confused? Su Bai was anxious, standing up and shouting to the stage, Brother Jing. Did you make a mistake? How could it be a Star Dream butterfly? Zhang Hao was momentarily stunned, then started laughing, doubling over, almost in tears. Chen Jing, what kind of trick is this? Bringing a decorative butterfly? I must tell you, my claw cat's claws are blind. If it accidentally breaks your little thing, don't you cry in front of all these people. The referee also frowned, walking to Chen Jing's side, lowering his voice to ask, Chen Jing, are you sure you want to use the Star Dream butterfly in the competition? This beast, it's not very suitable for actual combat, is it? How about you consider again? In the referee's eyes, the Star Dream butterfly was a typical decorative beast, with almost zero attack power and pathetic defense. Going up against the claw cat was practically delivering a meal. He worried that Chen Jing, unable to find a suitable beast, had grabbed one at random to tide over the situation. If the beast got hurt, it would also weigh heavily on Chen Jing's heart. Yet, facing the ridicule and doubts around him, as well as the referee's persuasion, Chen Jing seemed to hear nothing. He gently raised his hand, letting Star Dream land on his fingertip, softly stroking its wings, whispering, "Don't be afraid, just listen to my command, and we will perform well." Seeing Chen Jing completely ignore him and being sweet with that butterfly, Zhang Hao's anger rose suddenly. He felt insulted. Chen Jing actually used a decorative butterfly to face his claw cat. Wasn't that looking down on him? Giving me face but not taking it. Zhang Hao's expression darkened, and he stopped talking, loudly ordering his claw cat, don't be polite. Rush over, use your claw skill, finish it quickly, and slap that broken butterfly down. Meow. The claw cat received the order, its hind legs pushing off the ground, its body transforming into a silver-gray shadow, sharp claws flashing cold light, rushing straight toward the seemingly harmless butterfly in the air. The murmurs in the audience instantly stopped, everyone fixated on the stage. Many even instinctively held their breath, some girls turning their heads away in distress. In their view, Star Dream was about to be crushed by the claw cat in the next second. It's over, it's going to shatter. What a pity, such a beautiful butterfly. Chen Jing has really gone crazy. At this critical moment, Chen Jing's eyes narrowed, silently chanting, "Star Dream, sleep dust." Star Dream, which had been quietly hovering, suddenly began to flap its wings at high frequency. A faint silver powder, like thin mist, spread around its center, instantly enveloping a small area in front of it. The rushing claw cat could not stop in time and crashed into this cloud of powder. Meow. The forward momentum suddenly halted, and the claw cat shook its head vigorously, its steps became unsteady and wobbly, and its once swift movement slowed down to more than 10 times slower, making it hard just to stand firm. It made a confused whimper, trying hard to lift its paw, but felt like its paw weighed 1,000 pounds. Before long, the claw cat's eyes began to clash, its body swayed, and with a thud, it fell onto the arena, its belly puffing in and out, and surprisingly fell into a deep sleep, saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. The laughter and discussions from the audience stopped abruptly the moment the claw cat crashed down. The entire area around the third arena fell into a strange silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape as if they could fit a whole egg, staring in disbelief at the elegantly floating dream butterfly on the stage, then glancing at Zhang Hao, who was squatting down, vigorously shaking his own beast. After a long while, a timid voice broke the silence. What just happened? I didn't see clearly. I didn't see clearly either. I just saw a flash of silver powder, and then Zhang Hao's claw cat just fell asleep? What kind of skill was that? Isn't the Star Dream butterfly sleep powder supposed to only make small animals drowsy? How could even the white tier 4-star claw cat not withstand it? It fell asleep in just 1 second? Something's not right. This Star Dream butterfly must have a problem. A normal Star Dream butterfly cannot be this powerful. My gosh. Chen Jing is hiding a skill. He really succeeded in contracting, and this beast is so strange. After the silence, a more intense wave of discussion surged. All the previous ridicule and disdain transformed into astonishment and confusion. Teacher Li also widened his eyes, looking at Chen Jing on the stage, murmuring, This Star Dream butterfly is so powerful? Is it a mutated species? The referee teacher was also stunned for several seconds before quickly approaching the claw cat, squatting down to check it. He reached out to touch the claw cat's paw. The claw cat only squeaked a couple of times, showing no signs of waking up, clearly having lost its fighting ability. The referee teacher stood up and announced loudly through the loudspeaker, the claw cat has lost its fighting ability. The winner of this assessment is Chen Jing from Class 3-7. Chen Jing remained calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. With a thought, Star Dream transformed into a beam of light, lightly landing back on his shoulder, affectionately brushing its tentacles against his cheek. Well done, little one. Woo. He turned to leave the arena, ignoring the curious and shocked gazes around him. Chapter 24, The Duel. As soon as Chen Jing stepped down from the stage, Subai came rushing over like a cannonball, punching Chen Jing on the shoulder, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. His shout attracted more people who had been watching Chen Jing, many of them craning their necks to see, their eyes filled with curiosity. Chen Jing smiled from the hit and quickly pulled him towards the Class 7 area, saying, Be Loki, Xiaobai, this is just the beginning. Loki, my butt. Subai huffed, not lowering his voice at all, weren't those people calling you unbeastly useless every day? Now let's see who dares to say that. Brother Jing, with your Star Dream showing up, everyone else has to step aside. Just as he was speaking, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, also hurried over. The furrowed brow that could squash a mosquito had finally relaxed, his face filled with gratitude and a hint of excitement as he patted Chen Jing on the arm, saying, Chen Jing, you really gave me a big surprise. This beast, is it really a Star Dream butterfly? I remember that star dream butterflies are just for decoration, they're not supposed to be this powerful. Chen Jing scratched his head and explained, I guess it's mutated, teacher. Some unexpected changes happened during the contract, and the skill effect is much stronger than an ordinary star dream butterfly. Good, good. It's great that it has mutated. Teacher Li smiled so much that his eyes squinted, patting Chen Jing on the shoulder, full of expectation in his tone. No matter what, successfully contracting is a huge blessing. And it seems to have extraordinary potential. Work hard, teacher looks forward to your next performance. Chen Jing nodded, thank you, teacher, I will. Not far away, the atmosphere in Class 9 was not so relaxed. Zhou Tao no longer wore a mocking and easygoing expression, instead, a thick layer of gloom replaced it, making him seem out of place with the sun above. He stared in Chen Jing's direction, his eyes filled with displeasure. A lackey nearby leaned over, sounding a bit timid, Tao Ge, that guy, he seems a bit strange, that butterfly's dust is too powerful. Strange my ass. Zhou Tao suddenly turned around, glaring at the lackey with anger, it's just a stroke of luck, he contracted a rather peculiar pet beast. It's just sleep dust, right? My ironback wolf has more wool than anyone, and its strength is solid. How can that soft-footed cat of Zhang Hao compare? As long as I don't get hit by that dust directly, once the ironback wolf gets close, it can crush that little bug in one claw. Another lackey quickly agreed, yes, Tao Ge, you are so right. Your ironback wolf is a yellow grade potential, white grade 5-star, very powerful, absolutely not something that relies on tricks and nonsense can match. When you go up later, it will definitely make that Chen Jing cry and shout for surrender. Zhou Tao finally felt a bit calmer, snorting coldly, his gaze turning fierce again, let him feel proud for a while. I hope he doesn't get eliminated before meeting me, or who'll I vent my anger on. In the following matches, Chen Jing's tests became the focus of everyone's attention. Each time he took the stage, whispers would arise from the audience. And the performance of Star Dream became more astonishing each time. Sleep dust seemed like an unsolvable nightmare. No matter if the opponent was the speedy wind shadow mouse, the tough stone shell turtle, or the acid-spitting corrosive slug, Star Dream's response was always the same. It would gracefully rise, avoiding the first wave of attacks, then vibrate its wings rapidly, showering a pale silver powder. The wind shadow mouse charged fast but fell quickly, collapsing just half a meter away from Star Dream, snoring loudly. The stone shell turtle tried to retract into its shell for defense, but that dust penetrated everywhere. In a few moments, muffled snoring echoed from within its thick shell. The corrosive slug struggled to spray acid but was deftly dodged by Star Dream, then another puff of dust enveloped it, its gooey body quickly slumped to the ground, falling into a sweet dream. 1 match, 2 matches, 3 matches. Chen Jing advanced smoothly without shedding blood, crushing his way forward. Star Dream didn't even use a second skill, relied solely on this enhanced sleep dust, making all opponents along with their pets fall into a sound sleep before the astonished crowd, ending in a suffocating, helpless manner. The opponents below the ring, from their initial disdain to later shock and now to heavy seriousness or even a hint of fear. The discussions in the audience had completely changed direction. Wow, this sleep dust is way too bugged, why does everyone who touches it sleep? Is this really a Star Dream butterfly? If Star Dream butterfly had this ability, I would have gone and bought a dozen long ago. Have you noticed that Chen Jing hardly commanded at all? It seems that butterfly knows how to fight on its own? Deeply hidden, turns out he isn't useless, but simply didn't care to fight before? Now we have a good show to watch, I wonder how he will fare against Zhou Tao's ironback wolf? Hard to say, the ironback wolf is not something those previous opponents can compare to, its strength and defense are much stronger, maybe it can withstand it? Zhou Tao's face grew darker with each of Chen Jing's victories. His originally confident mindset gradually shadowed. At that moment. Next match, Class 3, 7, Chen Jing against Class 3, 9, Zhou Tao. Please both contestants hurry to Arena 3. The announcement rang out, instantly igniting the entire venue. Wow! The long-awaited showdown is here. All eyes, like spotlights, turned sharply toward the area where Class 7 and Class 9 stood. Here it comes. Finally matched up. Wow, this is a big show. These two have a wager, $1 million. Who do you think will win? Hard to say. Chen Jing's butterfly skill is too strange, whoever gets dusted will fall, but Zhou Tao's ironback wolf isn't to be underestimated, it's a white tier 5, and its potential is a yellow tier 4, much stronger than those previous Beastmasters. I think Zhou Tao has a better chance, the ironback wolf's defense is strong, maybe it can withstand the dust, as long as it gets close, the butterfly definitely can't take a paw. I think Chen Jing can win, his butterfly is too agile, it won't be easy for the ironback wolf to get close, if it gets hit by the dust, it will also fall asleep. No matter who wins, there will be a good show to watch. Will Chen Jing's dark horse journey continue, or will Zhou Tao's ironback wolf be superior? Jing Gu. That guy is coming. Be careful, his ironback wolf is formidable. Su Bai said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm sure. Chen Jing said calmly. He stood up, slowly tidying his slightly wrinkled school uniform collar. On the other side, Zhou Tao stood up with a look of disdain and a barely noticeable nervous smile on his face. He cracked his knuckles, making a crisp sound, pointed fiercely at Chen Jing from a distance with his index finger, then extended his thumb and made a slicing motion across his throat. The actions were arrogant, full of provocation. Tao Gu. Take him down. Let that waste know who's boss. A few of Class 9's followers cheered on from the side. Zhou Tao snorted coldly, no longer looking at Chen Jing, and strode boldly toward the third arena. Chen Jing remained calm, walking steadily toward the same destination under countless gazes. The referee's expression was more serious than in any previous match, scanning the two as they stepped onto the stage, and solemnly reiterated, "The rules will not be repeated. Remember, this is for mutual learning, stop at appropriate moments. The match ends if either side's beast loses combat ability or if the Beastmaster concedes. Understood?" "Understood." Chen Jing nodded. Zhou Tao curled his lips, impatiently throwing out two words, "Got it." "Good." Both sides summon their beasts. The assessment begins. The referee's arm came down heavily. "Come out. Ironback Wolf. Let some people wake up." Zhou Tao shouted eagerly, an orange beast summoning book appeared, and then a surge of earthy yellow light erupted in front of him, a fierce aura instantly spreading. "Awah!" Along with a low and powerful wolf howl, a massive, muscular giant wolf appeared on the arena. It stood nearly 1 meter at the shoulder, with gray-brown fur, each hair like iron needles, the fur along its back darker, as if covered with a layer of iron armor. Ironback Wolf. Attributes: Gold, Earth. Note: Dual Attribute Beast. Gold increases attack and hardness, Earth increases defense and strength. Overall strength is stronger than single attribute beasts. Level: White Tier 5. Potential: Yellow Tier 4. Talent skill: Iron Wall. Passive skill: when activated greatly improves the hardness of its back and skin, able to withstand most low-tier physical attacks, equivalent to an additional layer of defense. Earth-splitting claw. Active skill: condenses earth and gold energy onto its claws, making them sharper, and also has a tearing effect. Extremely strong attack power. Chapter 25, The Duel 2. Chen Jing looked at the information about the iron-backed wolf in his mind, raising his eyebrows slightly. It actually has dual attributes of gold and earth. He had learned about the iron-backed wolf before. Most of these beasts were of a single attribute, either specializing in defense with the earth attribute or excelling in attack with the gold attribute. Having both attributes at once is definitely a rare find in 1,000. Without thinking, he knew that Zhou Tao's family must have spent a fortune on this. Either they specifically ordered it from a breeding base or searched for it in a high-level secret realm. This potential and practical ability far exceeded that of an ordinary iron-backed wolf. It looks like Zhou Tao really spent a lot of resources on this initial beast. Chen Jing murmured to himself. Then, with a slight shift in his thoughts, he softly called out, "Xingmeng." Xingmeng flew out from Chen Jing's shoulder, hovering gracefully half a meter in front of him. Its palm-sized body, compared to the robust iron-backed wolf next to it, looked exceptionally small and fragile, like a feather beside a giant rock. "Pfft, you really dared to bring it out, huh?" Zhou Tao couldn't help but chuckle as he saw Xingmeng. Although he had seen the peculiarities of Xingmeng from the audience, now, seeing the huge size difference up close, he regained his confidence. The earlier unease had dissipated completely. He crossed his arms and looked at Chen Jing disdainfully. "Do you think you can win my iron-backed wolf with a little hypnosis trick? Dream on. Today, I'll make you and your little butterfly lie down and leave this arena." The few lackeys behind him immediately joined in. "Brother Tao is mighty. Tear that flashy bug apart. Let him know that trash belongs in the trash can, not out here making a fool of himself." A buzzing noise erupted from the audience, and many people felt that Xingming had no chance this time. The size difference is too great. Even if Xingming's dust is powerful, if the iron-backed wolf just charges through, the butterfly surely won't withstand it. Zhou Tao's iron-backed wolf looks fierce. Chen Jing's butterfly might be in danger. It's hard to say. No one expected the stone armor turtle to be taken down by dust earlier. Maybe there will be a surprise? The referee teacher frowned, casting a serious gaze over the two beasts with such stark size differences, and reiterated solemnly, "The rules are clear. The duel is for practice, stop when you reach the point. If either beast loses combat ability or if the Beastmaster voluntarily admits defeat, the match ends immediately. Is that understood?" He emphasized the words "stop when you reach the point," with his gaze mainly focused on Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao's earlier words were too aggressive. He feared that Zhou Tao would get carried away and have the iron-backed wolf actually go for the kill. Understood. Chen Jing nodded, his eyes calm and unwavering, as if he were not worried about Xingming's safety at all. Zhou Tao impatiently waved his hand, staring fiercely at Chen Jing. "Quit the blabbing and start already." The referee's expression darkened. He said no more and raised his arm sharply. "Start." Before the referee's words had fully landed, Zhou Tao eagerly waved his hand and shouted, "Iron-backed wolf, don't waste time. Use Earth Split Claw, smash that little bug flat." Oh whoa! At the command, the iron-backed wolf let out a deep, powerful roar that made people's ears tingle. It pushed off forcefully with its hind legs, creating two shallow pits in the arena floor, its massive body surprisingly bursting forth with remarkable speed, charging at Xingming like a small tank. At the same time, a dark yellow glow instantly enveloped its front claws, the tips becoming exceptionally sharp. Can easily tear apart rocks. Claws, with a piercing sound cutting through the air, fiercely reached for Stardream, as if wanting to shatter Stardream into pieces in one blow. Be careful! A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience, many instinctively holding their breath, palms growing sweaty. Some timid girls even covered their eyes, too afraid to witness the beautiful butterfly being torn apart. Yet, in the face of this swift attack, Chen Jing remained steady in place, his expression calm to the point of being excessive, not even blinking an eye. Just as the earth-splitting claws were about to touch Stardream, Chen Jing thought the command in his heart, "Stardream, dodge to the back diagonally, then sprinkle sleep powder, control the range, don't let it get close." Stardream, which had been quietly floating, suddenly flapped its wings vigorously, its body drifting backwards and upwards like a feather, soaring several feet. The timing was just right, the powerful claw strike of the ironback wolf barely brushed against its wings, not even touching a single scale of powder. At the same time, the frequency of Stardream's wing beats quickened, the light silver powder, thicker than before, enveloping the ironback wolf below that had slightly paused from missing its strike like a thin mist. Another of this trick. Seeing this, Zhou Tao was not flustered, instead, he showed a look of "I knew it." He had anticipated that Chen Jing would use this move and had already thought of a countermeasure while sitting in the audience. He shouted loudly at the ironback wolf, "Ironback wolf, hold your breath, activate your gold energy to protect yourself, charge forward. This little trick won't work on you." He had a well-thought-out plan, relying on the ironback wolf's powerful physique and energy defense that far exceeded those previous beasts. Even if it inhaled a little, as long as it wasn't a large amount, it could tough it out and charge forward. Once close, wouldn't that weak little butterfly be easily handled? The ironback wolf let out a low growl, obediently holding its breath, and a faint, barely noticeable metallic sheen appeared on its gray-brown fur, as if wearing a thin layer of iron armor. It powered its limbs and charged fiercely forward, actually breaking through the light silver powder mist, continuing to chase after Stardream. Chen Jing was momentarily stunned by this scene, but soon understood. Though the sleep powder was enhanced, it was still fundamentally a hypnotic skill. It worked against those lower than Stardream's rank and unprepared beasts but was indeed less effective against a strong-bodied ironback wolf with energy defense. However, he did not panic, instead, the corners of his mouth lightly curled up. "It's okay, after all, Stardream's true ability is not this sleep powder." He whispered to Stardream, "Little one, keep using the sleep powder and maintain distance." At the same time, he added in his mind, "Later, use the weakest soul impact to interfere with it. Don't let it run too fast, we'll wear it down slowly, and don't reveal our true strength." For Chen Jing and Stardream, solving Zhou Tao and the ironback wolf was actually very simple. If Stardream unleashed its soul impact with full force, the ironback wolf would have already fallen. But Chen Jing did not want to expose Stardream's trump card so soon. Just as the ironback wolf was about to completely break through the sleep powder range, Stardream, which had only been passively dodging and sprinkling powder, had its multifaceted eyes, like oceans of stars, shimmer slightly. Woo! An invisible force, like a thin needle, precisely pierced into the defenseless soul of the ironback wolf. This was another skill of Stardream, soul impact. However, Chen Jing specifically let it use only the weakest force, just enough to create an interference effect. The ironback wolf, charging forward with all its might and holding its breath, suddenly felt as if its head had been stung by a needle, causing its body to stiffen in pain. Ow! Its forward momentum suddenly halted, letting out a whimper filled with pain and confusion, its head wobbling involuntarily. A layer of metallic luster around the body shook violently for a moment, almost scattering apart. It was this moment of stillness and chaos that prevented the ironback wolf from completely escaping the range of the sleeping powder, and instead, due to a disrupted breath, it accidentally inhaled several more mouthfuls of enhanced hypnotic scales powder. What's going on? The smile on Zhou Tao's face instantly froze. He could clearly feel that the ironback wolf was in trouble, so he quickly shouted at it, "Ironback wolf! Steady! Don't let its tricks distract you! Keep charging!" The ironback wolf shook its head and flicked its ears, as if trying to shake off the pain. It composed itself and continued to charge toward the Stardream, but its speed was clearly much slower than before, and its gaze began to grow vacant. Seeing this, Chen Jing understood the situation. Although the soul impact was applied at minimal strength, along with the previously inhaled sleeping powder, the ironback wolf's condition was gradually declining. He continued to direct Stardream, "Keep your distance, don't engage directly, sprinkle some powder occasionally to exhaust its stamina." Stardream obediently answered, flapping its wings and flying to a place where the ironback wolf couldn't reach, occasionally sprinkling some powder, like a nimble little kite, making the ironback wolf spin in circles. Unknowingly, 5 minutes passed. The ironback wolf's condition was getting worse. It held its breath so hard that its face turned red, but still inevitably inhaled the powder. Coupled with the interference from the soul impact, those originally fierce wolf eyes were now shrouded in a layer of persistent drowsiness, and even its eyelids began to droop. It breathed heavily, its tongue hanging out long, limbs feeling as heavy as lead, growing more and more sluggish. With each leap, it was slower and weaker than the last, almost missing the target and falling several times. In contrast, Star Dream remained as light as a phantom, its wing beats unchanged in frequency, occasionally stopping to sprinkle more powder at the ironback wolf, as if teasing it. Damn it! Useless thing. Can't even catch a bug. Zhou Tao jumped in frustration on the sidelines, his forehead veins bulging. The previous arrogance and calm had long vanished into thin air. He looked at his beast's drowsy appearance, filled with shock and anger. He never expected that the ironback wolf would be so outmaneuvered by a butterfly. The murmurs from the audience grew louder, the wind had completely changed. Wow, Zhou Tao's ironback wolf really seems to be done for? Chasing for 5 minutes without even touching that butterfly once. That powder is too nasty, once it sticks it's hard to shake off. Look at the ironback wolf's eyes, it's almost too tired to open them, probably exhausted. What exactly is Chen Jing's beast? This isn't just a Star Dream butterfly, this is practically a hypnosis master combined with a dog-walking expert. Zhou Tao is probably going to flip over into a ditch this time. He thought he'd win for sure, but he's being toyed with by Chen Jing. Wasn't Zhou Tao so arrogant before? Why isn't he flaunting it now? These words pierced Zhou Tao's ears like needles, turning his face pale with anger, his whole body trembling. He felt utterly humiliated. In front of so many people, being played around by a waste he always looked down upon, how could he endure that? He suddenly roared at the ironback wolf, his voice filled with desperation and venom. Ironback wolf. Don't worry about that damned bug. Use the earth-splitting claw, aim at Chen Jing and strike. Force it to take it head-on. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire arena fell silent. Attacking the Beastmaster directly was not considered a violation of the examination rules. After all, in real combat, a Beastmaster could also be attacked, but using such methods during a sparring match among classmates seemed a bit excessive, inevitably raising suspicions of being underhanded and vicious. Subai exploded on the sidelines, pointing at Zhou Tao and shouting, "Zhou Tao, do you have no shame? Can't handle it, so you want to attack Jingo?" The referee's face darkened, and just as he wanted to speak to stop it, it was already too late. The ironback wolf heard its master's command and mustered its last bit of strength, letting out a deep growl from its throat, as dark yellow light gathered on its claws again, brighter than before. But this time, it did not pounce on the floating Star Dream. Instead, its wolf eyes turned and locked onto Chen Jing, who stood on the edge of the arena, not making any moves. Oh whoa! The ironback wolf suddenly powered its hind legs, its massive body kicked up a fierce wind, and it really changed its target, charging straight towards Chen Jing. Its claws glinted coldly. If it struck with full force, with Chen Jing's current rank of White Tier 3-star Beastmaster's physical condition, he would certainly be seriously injured, perhaps even suffering long-lasting effects. Jing good, be careful. Subai's voice changed with fear. Teacher Li was also so scared that her heart nearly jumped out. She instinctively rushed forward a couple of steps, wanting to go on stage to stop it, but it was too far away, and she simply couldn't make it in time. The people in the audience were dumbfounded, not expecting Zhou Tao to really have the ironback wolf attack Chen Jing. Suddenly, discussions and accusations rose one after another. Zhou Tao is going too far. This is almost malicious harm. Chen Jing, quickly dodge. Referee, quickly stop him. Everyone's gaze was focused on Chen Jing, who still stood in place. His face finally lost its previous calm, and his eyes instantly became cold. He watched the charging ironback wolf, and the anger in his heart began to rise. He had wanted to hold back, not wanting to reveal Star Dream's trump card, but Zhou Tao was so unreasonable, daring to go for a kill on him. He had no need to be polite anymore. Chen Jing's eyes sharpened as he commanded Star Dream in a deep voice, "Star Dream, unleash soul impact at full force and make it stop." Star Dream, who had been easily dodging, sensed the change in its master's emotions, and a flicker of cold light passed through its Starsia-like compound eyes. It flapped its wings vigorously, no longer scattering dust, but instead concentrated all its power on soul impact. A wave of invisible power, dozens of times stronger than before, slammed down upon the ironback wolf's soul like a heavy hammer. Oh whoa! Just halfway through its charge, the ironback wolf suddenly let out a tragic howl, its body seeming to be struck by an invisible force, stopping instantly. Then it fell to the arena with a thud, its limbs twitching a few times before going still, its eyes tightly closed, clearly losing its fighting strength. Chapter 26, Victory. The entire arena instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, incredulously staring at the ironback wolf lying on the ground, then looking at the still-floating Star Dream, and finally at Chen Jing, who stood in place with a cold expression. After quite a while, the referee finally reacted, quickly walking over to the ironback wolf's side to check its condition, then standing up and loudly announcing into the microphone, "The ironback wolf has lost its fighting strength." In this assessment, Chen Jing from Class 3-7 wins. Wow! As soon as the referee's words fell, a thunderous roar of cheers and discussions erupted from the audience. He won! Chen Jing won! My god! What skill was that just now? How did the ironback wolf suddenly fall? Star Dream is amazing. Not only can it hypnotize, but it also has such a strong attack skill. Zhou Tao deserves it. Who told him to try to attack Chen Jing? This is reaping what he sowed. Chen Jing's dark horse is too dark. From beastless waste to assessment dark horse, this is too inspirational. Subai, in Class 7's area, jumped up with excitement, waving his fists and shouting, Jingu is awesome. Star Dream is awesome. So cool. He shouted until his voice became hoarse, but his face was filled with joy as he boasted to the classmate next to him, did you see that? That's my brother. I knew he could definitely win. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, also let out a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders finally relaxing. He took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead, a gratifying smile on his face, and nodded at Chen Jing on the stage. This kid not only has talent but is also very calm, he will definitely have great success in the future. Looking at the other side of the stage, Zhou Tao seemed to have every bone in his body pulled out, his whole person slumped. His face was as pale as a ghost, with no color at all, his eyes hollow like a puppet, staring dumbly at the iron-backed wolf lying on the ground, his body slightly trembling. His lips quivered as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't spit out a word for a long time. After a while, a faint voice like a mosquito buzzed from him, impossible, this can't be happening, my iron-backed wolf, but it's a yellow tier potential, how could it lose to a bug? The followers around him, who had just been cheering, now fell silent one by one. Some shrank their necks, some avoided his gaze, and others quietly stepped back a couple of paces, afraid of being the target of Zhou Tao's anger, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. They had been so loud just a moment ago, now, it was incredibly awkward. Chen Jing seemed to hear nothing of the deafening noise around him. He slightly tilted his head, looking at the little guy who lightly landed back on his shoulder. Xing Meng had just released a soul shock, and it indeed took a toll on it. Its beautiful wings were not vibrating high frequency and spirited like before, but slightly closed, the silver spots on the edges dimmed a bit, revealing a hint of tired softness. It gently brushed its cold tentacles against Chen Jing's cheek, making a faint whistle sound, the voice soft like it was acting cute or sharing its hardships with Chen Jing. Chen Jing's heart instantly melted into a puddle. He extended his finger, gently stroking the edge of Xing Meng's wing, feeling the cold and smooth touch beneath his fingertip. His voice was soft, filled with unabashed pride, only he and Xing Meng could hear, you worked hard, little guy. Well done, really so amazing. Xing Meng nudged his finger with its little head, and in its eyes, like a sea of stars, sparkled a glow of dependence on Chen Jing and satisfaction after completing the task, looking both obedient and cute. Chen Jing patted its little head again, waiting for Xing Meng to recover a bit before slowly raising his head, his gaze calmly focused on the disheveled figure across from him, Zhou Tao. His face showed no expression, neither the ecstasy of victory nor the disdain for the loser, only a sense of indifferent calm as if what he had just won was not a highly anticipated match but merely completing a small, ordinary task. Chen Jing took a few steps forward and stopped 3 meters away from Zhou Tao. This distance was neither too far nor too close, just right to let the dazed Zhou Tao feel his presence, while his voice could clearly cut through the surrounding noise, landing solidly in the other's ears. Zhou Tao. Chen Jing spoke, his voice not high but carrying an undeniable strength. Zhou Tao's body trembled, suddenly raising his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Chen Jing, filled with unwillingness, resentment, and a hint of fear that even he did not notice. He couldn't understand why he had lost to Chen Jing. Chen Jing ignored the murderous look in his eyes, his tone remained flat, yet every word was clear, like stones striking the ice surface, according to the bet, you lost. He paused, watching Zhou Tao's face become even uglier, then slowly uttered the last few words, that 1 million federal coins, remember to transfer it to my account soon. You. Zhou Tao squeezed the words out between his teeth, his fists cracking with tension, veins bulging on his forehead. That 1 million was by no means a small amount for him, enough to cause him lasting pain, not to mention the face he had now lost. But just moments ago, he commanded the iron-backed wolf to attack Chen Jing. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was already in the wrong, and now, under the gaze of the referee and numerous mentors, he didn't dare to play tricks. Chen Jing, you, just wait for me. Zhou Tao forced this sentence out between his teeth, his voice thick with suppressed shame and anger. He suddenly turned and stumbled down the platform, not even bothering about the unconscious iron-back wolf, while his few followers hurriedly lifted the iron-back wolf, running off in disgrace. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, quickly walked over, his face filled with uncontainable pride and excitement. He patted Chen Jing's shoulder hard, his voice trembling a bit, good kid. Chen Jing. You truly, really gave the teacher a big surprise. Great. Well done. He looked at Chen Jing, whose spirit had somewhat recovered, gently grooming his wings, filled with awe, this beast, remarkable, truly remarkable. Cultivated well, and the future is limitless. Thank you, teacher, Chen Jing sincerely thanked him. With the end of this focal battle, today's assessment was also coming to a close. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the playground in a warm golden hue, and the crowd began to gradually disperse, but discussions about Chen Jing and that mysterious butterfly spread like wildfire, growing more intense. Chen Jing's name, which used to be associated with useless, contract failure, was destined to be linked with words like dark horse, mysterious, and powerful after today. Chapter 27, Subai's Top 32 Battle. The next day. The playground of 7th Beastmaster High School was once again crowded, the atmosphere even more heated than the day before. The monthly practical assessment had entered a heated phase. Anyone left on the 64-man platform was among the best in their grade, with at least a 4-star white rank beast, and the intensity and excitement of the battles far exceeded the preliminary rounds. The stands around were packed, even the aisles were filled with younger students stretching their necks to watch the excitement, the buzzing discussions almost shaking the playground. Today, there's a good show to watch, the top 64, all tough opponents. I wonder if that dark horse Chen Jing can keep going. It's hard to say. Yesterday, that butterfly was quite eerie, but today, the opponents are different. I've heard there's a guy in Class 6 named Li Zhe, whose beast is a 6-star white rank lightning pattern leopard, fast enough to create afterimages. No matter how agile Chen Jing's butterfly is, it might not dodge. I also feel it's precarious. Yesterday's sleep powder, okay against ordinary beasts, but against true experts, they must have defenses. Today, his little trick will surely be exposed. Chen Jing and Subai walk side by side through the crowd toward the contestant rest area. The morning sunlight was a bit blinding. Chen Jing raised his hand to shield his eyes, and Stardream on his shoulder also wobbled its small head, gently flapping its wings and creating a cool breeze. Subai anxiously looked around, nudging Chen Jing with his elbow, lowering his voice, "Brother Jing, did you hear? Everyone is talking about you. Yesterday you pressed Zhou Tao down and rubbed him into the ground, now it's nearly spread throughout the school. You didn't see, Zhou Tao didn't come to school today, he probably can't show his face." Chen Jing smiled but did not reply. Subai enjoyed the moment for a while, then suddenly dropped his face, sighing, "Sigh, unlike me, yesterday was purely a stroke of luck, matched against someone half-beaten from a fight, that's why I barely squeezed into the top 64. I'll probably be out in the first round today." He scratched his head, looking frustrated. "You know, my stone-armored turtle has decent defense, but its attack power is too weak. When facing speedy opponents or those with long-range attacks, it's like a living target. Don't be discouraged, making it into the top 64 is already quite good. Your stone-armored turtle has great potential, and once you find the right evolution path, you can definitely turn things around," Chen Jing said, patting his shoulder. "I hope so," Subai sighed, then perked up, curiously leaning toward Chen Jing, lowering his voice to ask, "By the way, Brother Jing, I didn't dare to ask yesterday, that last move you made, when the ironback wolf suddenly collapsed, what was that all about? It didn't look like sleeping powder to me." At that time, the big guy had clearly rushed out of the powder's range. Chen Jing's eyes flickered. He thought to himself, indeed, it has been noticed. But he kept a calm face and replied vaguely, "It's a mutated skill of Xing Meng, a kind of mental impact. Its effect is quite special, it can interfere with the beast's consciousness." He didn't want to expose Xing Meng's cards too much, especially the rare property of soul impact which involves dreams. It's much stronger than ordinary mental shocks. If someone with ulterior motives finds out, trouble is inevitable. Saying it's a mental impact type would at most make it look like an ordinary mental type beast, so it won't attract much attention. Mental impact? Damn. Jinggu, your luck is insane. Just casually contracting a decorative butterfly, not only can it put others to sleep, but it can also cause a mental impact? This isn't a mutation, this is a complete transformation. He looked at Chen Jing's Xing Meng with envy, his eyes almost glued to it. The little guy seemed to sense the gaze, lifted its tiny head slightly, its compound eyes shimmering with a starlight-like glow in the morning light, its tentacles lightly trembling, carrying an untainted spirit. It made a faint questioning sound. "It's okay, I'm just praising you." At that moment, the calm and steady voice of the director sounded through the loudspeaker, spreading all over the playground. "Senior Year 3, monthly practical assessment, 64 strong to 32 strong match, now begins. Students whose names are called, please head to the corresponding platform immediately. Note, adhere to assessment rules, malicious harm is prohibited, violators will be disqualified." The noisy playground instantly quieted down considerably. It's about to start. Subai clenched his fists, both nervous and excited. About 10 minutes later, the broadcast echoed again. Next match, Subai from Class 7 of Senior Year 3, against Wang Meng from Class 6 of Senior Year 3. Please both contestants quickly proceed to Platform 2. Repeating, Subai from Class 7 of Senior Year 3, Wang Meng from Class 6 of Senior Year 3, Platform 2. It's my turn. Subai jolted, taking several deep breaths, still unable to conceal his nervousness, his face turning a bit pale. His stone-armored turtle has solid defense, but its attack is weak and mobility is poor, making it a significant disadvantage in a one-on-one platform match. Especially if the opponent uses a speedy beast, the stone-armored turtle wouldn't even be able to touch them and would only passively take hits. He has suffered from this several times before. Do your best, don't panic, just stay steady. The stone-armored turtle's defense is an advantage. First endure the opponent's attacks, then find an opportunity to counterattack. Chen Jing gave him an encouraging look. Okay. I'm going. Su Bai nodded heavily. Chen Jing then stepped towards the vicinity of platform 2, finding a good spot to stand and preparing to watch this battle. He also wanted to see how Su Bai and his stone-armored turtle would respond when faced with a clearly unfavorable situation. There were also quite a few people surrounding platform 2, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Everyone wanted to see what would happen in this defensive versus speed showdown. Some held a mindset of watching the fun, while others whispered analyses of both sides' strengths and weaknesses. I know Su Bai's stone-armored turtle, its defense is strong, but it's too slow. If it encounters Wang Meng's lightning weasel, it's likely to be played around. Wang Meng's lightning weasel is white tier, 5 stars, incredibly fast. The stone-armored turtle simply can't dodge. I bet Wang Meng wins. Within 3 minutes, Su Bai will have to admit defeat. Su Bai and his opponent Wang Meng had already taken their respective positions on the platform sides. Wang Meng was a tall girl with neat short hair. Her expression carried a hint of confidence and calm. Beside her, a sleek, light yellow weasel-like beast with lightning-like patterns on its fur was gracefully pacing, known for its speed, the lightning weasel. In contrast, Su Bai on this side. He seemed a bit uneasy, constantly adjusting his breathing. His beast, the rock-armored tortoise, was summoned and lay steady in front of him. System, check the information on the rock-armored tortoise and the lightning weasel. Chen Jing silently commanded in his heart. Ding. Detecting targets. Rock-armored tortoise. Type, Earth. Level, white level 4 stars. Potential, orange level 2 stars. Talent skills, rock shell, passive, greatly increases physical defense, shell retract, active, draws limbs and head into a hard shell, defense reaches current limit. Status, nervous, loyal, obedient to the master's commands. Notes, a typical defensive beast, tough skin, long endurance. The downside is a lack of offensive means, slow movement speed, and fear of continuous elemental damage and mental interference. Lightning weasel. Type, lightning. Level, white level 5 stars. Potential, yellow level 1 star. Talent skills, lightning flash, active, bursts to extremely high speed for a short time to strike or evade in a straight line, carrying lightning energy, with a 30% chance to trigger paralysis effect upon hitting, briefly incapacitating the opponent. Status, excited, eager to try, obedient to the master's commands. Notes, a typical high-speed high-attack beast, moves like lightning, attacks carry control effects. The downside is a relatively weak defense, quick stamina consumption, and a brief interval for skill release. Chapter 28, Su Bai's defeat. After reading the information provided by the system, Chen Jing felt reassured. Although Su Bai's rock-armored tortoise was inferior to the lightning weasel in level and potential, its defense was an absolute advantage. Wang Meng's lightning weasel, while fast and controlling, had weak defense and consumed stamina quickly. If Su Bai could stabilize and play a battle of attrition, waiting for the lightning weasel to exhaust its stamina, there might still be a chance to win. At that moment, the referee teacher walked to the center of the arena, scanning Su Bai and Wang Meng with his gaze, and said in a deep voice, "Are both sides ready? I don't need to emphasize the rules again, right? The match ends when one beast loses combat ability or the Beastmaster concedes. No malicious injury is allowed, understand?" Understood. Su Bai quickly nodded. Wang Meng also nodded lightly, got it. The referee teacher glanced at them, raised the referee flag, and announced loudly, "Good." The assessment begins. As soon as the referee's words fell, Wang Meng immediately commanded the lightning weasel, use lightning flash, go behind the rock-armored tortoise for a probing attack, don't force it. Seeing this, Su Bai quickly shouted, "Rock-armored tortoise, shall retract. Don't let it sneak attack." The rock-armored tortoise reacted extremely quickly, hearing its master's command. Whoosh, it retracted its head and limbs into the shell, looking just like a gray stone, firmly lying on the arena without leaving a single gap. Chirp chirp. The lightning weasel exclaimed, and in an instant, a brilliant yellow light erupted around it, the electric patterns on its body seeming to come alive, and it shot out in a whoosh. The speed was so fast that it left an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, it circled behind the rock-armored tortoise, claws enveloped in faint electrical currents, and struck hard at the tortoise's shell. Bang! A muffled sound erupted on the arena, and the rock-armored tortoise only swayed slightly, not even moving from its spot. Instead, the lightning weasel was pushed back 2 steps by the shell's rebound, its claws slightly numb, unable to help but shake its claws. Such a hard shell. Wang Meng raised an eyebrow, but there was no surprise on her face. The audience surrounding the arena was packed together, buzzing with discussions. Su Bai's rock-armored tortoise has a truly tough shell, but it's too clumsy, like a living target, only able to passively take hits. Wang Meng's lightning weasel is so fast, I can barely keep up with my eyes. Subai is finished, I don't think he can hold out long before getting worn down. Exactly, the lightning weasel strikes and runs, the rock-armored tortoise can't even touch its shadow, no matter how hard the shell, it can't withstand such wear and tear. These voices of discussion buzzed into Subai's ears, making his already tense mood even more irritable. He clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do. The stone-armored turtle was too slow, unable to catch up to the lightning ferret, forced to watch as it darted around in front of him. Wang Meng stood opposite, arms crossed, with a slight frown on her brow. She stared at the curled-up stone-armored turtle and felt a bit uncertain. This opponent's attack power was nearly zero, but its defense was truly troublesome, like a stone in a stinky pit, both foul and solid. Lightning ferret, don't stop! Wang Meng commanded loudly, her tone laced with impatience, keep harassing it, stay mobile, don't give it a chance to stick its head out. I want to see just how long it can stay curled up. She had a clever plan, although the stone-armored turtle had strong defense while curled up, its view was completely blocked, making it like a headless fly. As long as the lightning ferret maintained pressure, it could either find a gap in the shell to launch a surprise attack, or force Subai to become anxious, making the stone-armored turtle stick its head out actively. Squeak! The lightning ferret responded and glowed with yellow light again, using the skill flash of lightning once more and darting out like a ghost. This time, it changed its angle, circling to the side of the stone-armored turtle, and fiercely slammed into the junction of the shell's edge. That was the relatively weaker spot in the stone-armored turtle's defense. Boom! Another dull sound rang out, but the stone-armored turtle remained perfectly still. Subai looked on with anxiety, sweat pouring down his forehead. He could clearly feel the emotions from the stone-armored turtle. Although stable, there was a hint of heaviness, clearly unwilling to just take hits passively. But he had no options, he could only shout at the stone-armored turtle, hold on. Just a bit longer. Watch for the opportunity, wait until it gets close to counterattack. Chen Jing below the stage calmly scanned the situation. Subai is in a bit of trouble, Chen Jing thought to himself, the stone-armored turtle has strong defense, but being worn down like this, its stamina will drop quickly. Plus, it has no initiative at all, just being led by Wang Meng. If this goes on, something is bound to happen. Sure enough, just 2 minutes later, Wang Meng felt she had tested the waters enough. She suddenly changed her command, her voice sharper than before, lightning ferret, don't stop. Keep using flash of lightning, no need to clash head-on, harass it from the side and behind, use impact to slowly push it towards the edge of the arena. Push it off. What? Subai's face turned pale in an instant. He had been so worried about the stone-armored turtle getting attacked that he completely forgot the rule of getting pushed off the stage means defeat. The stone-armored turtle was slow and cumbersome, if the lightning ferret kept hitting it from the sides and back, it could really be nudged out of the arena bit by bit. Oh no! This is really bad. Subai's forehead was now dripping with sweat, shouting at the stone-armored turtle, pay attention to its position. Don't get pushed to the edge. Move towards the center. Move towards the center. But the stone-armored turtle remained curled in its shell, completely unaware of the surroundings. Even if it wanted to move towards the center, it didn't know which direction to push, just swaying aimlessly in place. Ugh, this is a problem, Chen Jing muttered softly to himself. If they got pushed off the stage, the loss would be too frustrating. At that moment, another dull sound echoed through the arena. The lightning ferret activated flash of lightning again, crashing fiercely into the stone-armored turtle from the side and behind. The stone-armored turtle was knocked aside a little step, now less than 2 meters away from the white line marking the edge of the arena. The murmurs in the audience grew louder, many people realizing Wang Meng's plan. Whoa! Wang Meng's move is too ruthless. Instead of clashing head-on with the stone-armored turtle, she's trying to push it off the arena. Subai is finished. The stone-armored turtle can't even turn around, just watching itself get pushed out. This round is definitely lost. The gap in strength is just too great, even if the stone-armored turtle has thick defense, it can't withstand this kind of play. Wang Meng's mind is just too sharp. No! I can't lose like this. Subai gritted his teeth suddenly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. If he continued to be passive, he would only suffer a worse defeat, it was better to take a chance. Stone-armored turtle. Now is the time. Stick your head and legs out. Stomp with all your might in front of you. Subai's voice trembled slightly, but was exceptionally firm. Although being retracted was safe, if this continued, he would eventually be pushed off the stage. Once he stretched out his head and legs, it meant exposing his relatively vulnerable parts to the attack range of the lightning mongoose. The lightning mongoose was so fast, it could likely seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But Subai had no better options, he had to take a gamble. The stone-armored turtle was absolutely loyal to its master, and the moment it received the command, it immediately stretched its head and limbs out from its shell without hesitation. Its thick right front limb lifted high, instantly enveloped in a rich earthy yellow glow, as if it was filled with lead, then with a loud boom, it stomped heavily on the stage. The force of this stomp was immense, causing the entire stage to tremble, with several fine cracks appearing on the ground, sending a strong shockwave radiating outward. Although the attack power was not strong, it could cause a widespread dizziness effect, which was a hidden card Subai had secretly trained. This sudden vibration completely exceeded the lightning mongoose's expectations. It was dashing in with electric speed, unable to change direction in time, and was directly hit by the shockwave, freezing momentarily, its movements clearly slowed down. Good opportunity. Subai's eyes lit up instantly, almost jumping with excitement, shouting to the stone-armored turtle, "Stone-armored turtle! Quick! Use charge! Knock it out! Knock it off the stage!" The stone-armored turtle immediately responded, its massive body charging towards the lightning mongoose. But its speed was just too slow. Compared to the lightning mongoose, it was like a snail crawling. Wang Meng had also been startled by the earthquake-like noise, but upon seeing the slow charging speed of the stone-armored turtle, she quickly calmed down, the corner of her mouth even curling into a mocking arc. "With this speed, you want to hit my lightning mongoose?" She immediately ordered the lightning mongoose. "It's just a dying struggle. Lightning mongoose, jump up. Use electric flash to circle behind it, and give it the final blow." Squeak! The lightning mongoose instantly regained its senses, leaping back quickly to dodge the charge of the stone-armored turtle, its body glowing bright yellow again, and in a flash, it circled behind the stone-armored turtle, the electricity on its claws even more intense. "It's over," Wang Mang said lightly, her tone carrying a hint of arrogance. The lightning mongoose's claws, crackling with electric arcs, precisely struck the connection point of the stone-armored turtle's slightly raised tail caused by its charge. That was the stone-armored turtle's weakest point in defense. Bang! Crackle! The muffled sound was mixed with the faint sounds of electric arcs exploding, and the stone-armored turtle let out a painful wail, its massive body shuddering violently, the momentum from its charge abruptly coming to a halt, its limbs becoming somewhat stiff. It was paralyzed by the lightning mongoose's electricity. "Now! Push it again! Push it off!" Wang Meng seized the opportunity, calling out ruthlessly. The lightning mongoose understood. This time it didn't use electric flash. Its energy was almost exhausted. It crashed directly into the stone-armored turtle's side from behind, relying solely on its own speed. Bang! The already unsteady stone-armored turtle, affected by the paralysis, lost its balance with this hit, its massive body crashing down with a loud thud, rolling down the stage like a heavy grinding disc, crashing down hard onto the cushion pads below the stage, kicking up a puff of fine dust. The stone-armored turtle struggled to rise from the pads, its head and limbs stretching out, its eyes full of unwillingness, but it could no longer get back onto the stage. According to the rules, once a beast leaves the stage, even if losing the qualification for the match, on the stage, only the slightly panting lightning mongoose remained. Its brilliance had dimmed quite a bit, clearly exhausted, along with the calm yet slightly proud Wang Meng. The referee quickly walked over, squatting down to check the status of the stone-armored turtle. He found that it was only a little numb from the electric shock, with no major issues. He then stood up, raised the red flag in his hand, and announced loudly, "The stone-armored turtle has fallen off the stage and lost the qualification for the match. The winner of this assessment is Wang Meng from the Senior Year 3, Class 6. Wow! As soon as the referee's words fell, applause and chatter erupted around. Wang Meng fought really well. This strategy was so clever. Knowing he couldn't win a head-on clash, he pushed the stone-armored turtle off. Subai is also pretty impressive. Being able to hold on for so long and hiding an earthquake skill, it's just a pity the stone-armored turtle is too slow. There's nothing to be done, the gap in strength is obvious. Subai making it to the top 64 is already great. Subai hurried down the stage, picked up the stone-armored turtle, and gently touched its shell with concern. "I'm sorry, it's my fault I didn't direct well, making you suffer." The stone-armored turtle rubbed its head against Subai's palm and let out a low woo-woo sound, as if comforting him with "it's okay." Chen Jing also walked over, patted Subai's shoulder, speaking gently, "Don't be sad, you did great. The stone-armored turtle's earthquake was stunning, just a pity it was a bit slow. Train well next time, and you will definitely win back." Subai nodded, showing a faint smile. "Yeah. Next time I will definitely win. I will also find evolution resources for the stone-armored turtle to make it stronger." "Okay, hurry and take it to the infirmary for a check." Although it has no external injuries, the numbness and shock need to be handled, Chen Jing reminded. "Alright, I'm going now." Subai called out to the stone-armored turtle, both of them feeling a bit down but still held their heads high as they walked toward the infirmary. Chen Jing watched Subai's back and let out a soft sigh. The path of a beastmaster is so cruel, with talent, resources, and luck all being essential. Subai's family situation is decent, but he is still far from the top, and finding suitable resources for the stone-armored turtle won't be easy. While he was thinking, the broadcast once again called his name, clearly pulling his thoughts back to reality. Next match, Senior Year 3, Class 7, Chen Jing against Senior Year 3, Class 5, Li Jia. Please both competitors proceed to Arena 1 quickly. Repeat, Senior Year 3, Class 7, Chen Jing, Senior Year 3, Class 5, Li Jia, Arena 1. Wow! As soon as this name was mentioned, the playground, which had just calmed down after the last match, boiled over like boiling water again. Chen Jing. Chen Jing is taking the stage. His opponent is Li Jia, the genius from Class 5, the owner of the Thunder-Striped Leopard. Wow, this is a strong matchup. Is it Chen Jing's underdog journey continuing, or is Li Jia's Thunder-Striped Leopard stronger? The Thunder-Striped Leopard is a white rank 6-star. Faster than the lightning mongoose. Plus, its attacks carry electric shocks. Looks like Chen Jing is in trouble this time. Not necessarily. Chen Jing's butterfly technique is really strange. No one even saw how Zhou Tao's Ironback Wolf was defeated yesterday. All eyes instantly focused on Chen Jing, like searchlights honing in on him. Chapter 29, Top 32. Arena 1. Chen Jing and Li Jia stood opposite each other, about 10 meters apart. Here it comes. Chen Jing versus Li Jia. Li Jia's Thunder-Striped Leopard is not comparable to Zhou Tao's Ironback Wolf. Chen Jing's butterfly, no matter how strange, can't let the Thunder-Striped Leopard fall asleep, right? I think it's hopeless. Chen Jing is likely to fall this time. Chen Jing stood in the center, feeling those gazes pressing down on him like a physical weight, some curious, some scrutinizing, and more were not optimistic. He turned his head to look at the star dream steadily resting on his shoulder. Don't be nervous, little guy, just like yesterday, listen to me. Woo! Star Dream emitted a soft sound, gently bumping its tentacle against his finger. Standing opposite, Li Jia. A tall and sturdy young man stood there, his short hair spiked up, looking very spirited. He had no unnecessary expression on his face, his sharp gaze was like an eagle focused on its prey. He was also sizing up Chen Jing, his eyes pausing for a moment on Xing Meng, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, clearly evaluating this opponent who had caused a huge stir yesterday. Both sides get ready. Rules restated, must pull punches, no malicious harm to Beast or Beastmaster. If one side's Beast loses fighting ability or Beastmaster admits defeat, the match immediately ends. Understood? Understood. Chen Jing nodded. Clear. Li Jia's answer was short and strong. The referee announced. Good. The referee swung his arm down sharply, summon your beasts. The assessment starts. Almost at the same time as the referee's words fell, a flash of light appeared in Li Jia's eyes, and he shouted, Thunder Pattern Leopard, come out. Roar. A deep roar filled with crackling electricity suddenly rang out, and in front of Li Jia, flashes of lightning burst forth as a leopard-like beast appeared out of thin air. Standing nearly 1 meter tall at the shoulder, its entire body was covered in short, silver-gray fur, with deep blue, lightning-like patterns all over, those patterns subtly glowing. The most eye-catching was its long tail, at the end of which was a pulsating, fist-sized silver electric ball, making a zzz menacing sound. It crouched on all fours, muscles tense, with a pair of amber vertical pupils locking onto Xing Meng, filled with a wild sense of oppression. Thunder Pattern Leopard. Attribute, Thunder. Rank, White rank 6-star. Potential, Yellow rank 3-star. Talent skills, lightning speed, active, short-term speed burst, movement difficult to track, impact carries a weak paralysis, thunder tail whip, active, strikes opponent with a tail charged with electricity, high damage, carries strong paralysis effect. Status, high spirits, full energy. Note, a typical representative of high-speed, high-attack beasts, extremely powerful explosive ability, lightning attacks with control, very troublesome. Weakness lies in relatively weak defense, huge stamina consumption after sustained bursts. Chen Jing quickly scanned the information provided by the system, and immediately got a grasp of the situation. Fast speed, attacks with paralysis, indeed the kind of assassin opponent that Xing Meng, the mage-type beast, hated the most. Direct confrontation absolutely would not work, he must leverage strengths and avoid weaknesses. Xing Meng. With a thought, Chen Jing softly called. There was no dazzling brilliance, only a barely noticeable flash, and Xing Meng silently floated in the air in front of Chen Jing. Seeing Xing Meng, Li Jia's expression became a bit more serious. He had carefully observed Chen Jing's match yesterday, that unexpected hypnotic powder and the strange technique that knocked down the Ironback Wolf in the last moment made him not dare to underestimate it all. Thunder Pattern Leopard. Li Jia had no intention of testing things out, he launched a surprise attack right away, use lightning speed, close in on it. Be careful of its dust, avoid with speed. He intended to use the absolute speed of the Thunder Pattern Leopard to deny Xing Meng any opportunity to use its skills. Roar. At the command, the Thunder Pattern Leopard sprang into action, its feet even bursting open a circle of weak electrical sparks beneath it. In an instant, its entire body turned into a blurred silver flash, charging towards Xing Meng in a zigzag pattern at a speed difficult to capture by the naked eye. So fast. Someone in the audience gasped in astonishment. This speed was even faster than Wang Meng's electric weasel just moments ago. Seeing the thunder pattern leopard launching like a bolt of lightning towards him, Chen Jing's pupils slightly contracted, but his voice remained calm and steady. Xing Meng, fly up. Move to the left and back, create distance. Xing Meng flapped its wings rapidly, its body as light as a feather, soaring upward while moving to the left, its movements quick and fluid, just barely dodging the thunder pattern leopard's initial attack. But the thunder pattern leopard was truly fast. It didn't stop for a moment after failing its first pounce, continuing to charge forward without pause. With a sudden push from its hind legs on the arena, the blue stone surface cracked with two small pits. Using the momentum, it forcefully changed direction, launching itself towards the star dream in the air with an unyielding determination. That electrifying claw was less than a meter away from Star Dream, and it looked like it was about to grab it. Chen Jing's gaze darkened, and he quickly shouted, "Sleep dust, cover the area in front of you." Star Dream hesitated not at all, its wings flapping faster, a thick mist of light silver scale powder spread out like a veil, instantly covering the area in front of it. But Lija had already anticipated Chen Jing's move. Almost at the moment Star Dream released the powder, he shouted, "Now! Change direction, use lightning tail whip." The scene that followed made everyone in the stands gasp in shock. The lightning pattern leopard, charging forward, exhibited an astounding agility that belied its massive size, suddenly changing its trajectory at a sharp angle, deftly avoiding most of the dust cloud. The lightning pattern leopard, still charging ahead, showed a flexibility completely unexpected for its size, making a sharp turn that evaded most of the powder. At the same time, its taut tail, resembling a whip infused with lightning, swung through the air with a sharp whoosh and shone with dazzling silver electricity, striking fiercely towards Star Dream. This sudden change was swift and ruthless, catching everyone off guard. Not good. Chen Jing's heart tightened, and sweat started to form in his palm. The speed and reaction of the lightning pattern leopard were even more troublesome than he had imagined. Star Dream, use Dream Shield. He quickly conveyed his thoughts to Star Dream through their psychic link. This was Star Dream's defensive skill, capable of creating a protective shield, though it consumed quite a bit of energy. Star Dream's eyes, shining with starlight, suddenly brightened, and a layer of light silver halo swiftly gathered in front of it, gently swirling with a strange power despite its thin appearance. Crack! The lightning pattern leopard's tail struck heavily against the light silver shield, creating a sound resembling shattering ice, shaking the spectators' ears with a buzzing sensation. The silver electric snake darted back and forth, colliding with the light silver shield, emitting a sizzling sound that made one's teeth ache. The shield shook violently, denting inwards, looking like it was about to shatter any second, but it held firm, preventing the paralyzing electricity from touching Star Dream. However, the tremendous impact still sent Star Dream flying back several meters, twisting midair and barely managing to stabilize itself with a few flips. Its beautifully edged wings showed a noticeably darker pale purple halo, trembling slightly, appearing quite weak. Woo! Star Dream let out a soft cry that sounded a bit wronged. Chen Jing's heart tightened for a moment. The attack of the lightning pattern leopard was indeed domineering. Did it block it? What kind of skill is that? A shield? A sharp-eyed student jumped up, full of astonishment in their voice. Oh my, just how many tricks does Chen Jing's butterfly have? First it scattered powder, and now it's creating shields. A nearby girl covered her mouth, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Lija's lightning tail whip didn't break the defense. Things just got interesting, maybe Chen Jing can win. The tall boy who had earlier said that Chen Jing would lose now looked uncertain, scratching his head. Lija's brow furrowed tightly, a clear surprise appearing on his face for the first time. He had originally thought this whip would at least severely injure the butterfly if it didn't end the match outright. He hadn't expected it to be blocked by an unknown defensive skill. He stared at Star Dream for a few seconds, quickly regaining his composure as he shouted, "Lightning pattern leopard, don't give it a chance to breathe. Continue to use electric light to entangle it. Exhaust its stamina, exhaust that layer of shield." He understood clearly that, although the shield was powerful, after taking a hit, Xingming's state clearly deteriorated and couldn't be used incessantly. As long as they dragged it out, once Xingming ran out of energy, victory would be theirs. Roar! The thunder pattern leopard let out a low growl, the lightning on its body brightened again, transforming into a silver shadow that dashed toward Xingming at a dizzying speed, weaving left and right, not giving Xingming a chance to use its skills. Chen Jing watched as the thunder pattern leopard circled around Xingming like a shadow, his fingers lightly tapping on his palm. Suddenly, he spoke up, his voice not loud but very clear, "Little guy, use the area mental shock." This was the first time he commanded Xingming to use an attack skill. Before, it had only focused on defense, waiting for this moment. The mental shock didn't require contact and had a wide range, perfect for dealing with the speeding thunder pattern leopard. Moreover, Xingming's attack skill wasn't mental shock but soul shock, it was merely to confuse some people. Those below immediately quieted down upon hearing it, all eyes fixed on Xingming. Previously, they had only seen it spread dust and activate shields, but they had never seen it use an attack skill before. Lijia's heart skipped a beat and he quickly shouted, Thunder Pattern Leopard, be careful. Don't let its skill touch you, keep your distance. He didn't know what effect Xingmeng's mental shock would have, but he definitely couldn't let the Thunder Pattern Leopard get hit. Hearing Chen Jing's command, Xingmeng slowed its wing beats, and its large compound eyes suddenly brightened even more. A faint purple halo emanated from its body, spreading outwards. This was the precursor to its soul shock. The Thunder Pattern Leopard was dashing forward when it suddenly felt a strange power rushing toward it. It instinctively tried to dodge, but the force spread too quickly and enveloped it in an instant. Roar! The Thunder Pattern Leopard let out a painful low growl. Its previously swift speed slowed down all of a sudden, and its gaze turned slightly dazed. It worked! Chen Jing was overjoyed and quickly shouted, Xingmeng, now is the time, sprinkle it with sleep powder. Don't let it react. Xingmeng flapped its wings once more, scattering a cloud of faint silver dust. This time, the Thunder Pattern Leopard's speed was reduced, and in its dazed state, it couldn't dodge, and the dust quickly stuck to it. Oh no! Lijia's face changed, urgently shouting, Thunder Pattern Leopard, wake up! Use lightning to shake off the dust. The Thunder Pattern Leopard shook its head, trying to wake up, and electricity began to crackle around it, trying to shake off the dust. But the sleep powder had already started to take effect. Its eyes grew heavier, its speed slowed even more, and the electrical ball on its tail dimmed. The crowd below was stunned. The tall boy who had previously claimed Chen Jing would lose now had his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. This actually worked? That mental shock is way too powerful. Oh my god, Chen Jing really knows how to seize opportunities. Knowing that the Thunder Pattern Leopard is fast, he first used mental shock to daze it, and then sprinkled the dust. Chen Jing ignored the chatter below, his gaze fixed on the Thunder Pattern Leopard, continuing to direct, Xingmeng, use mental shock again, don't give it a chance to wake up. Xingmeng unleashed another area mental shock. This time, the Thunder Pattern Leopard merely staggered, and with a thud, it collapsed onto the ring, its electrical ball extinguishing, eyes shut, clearly fast asleep. With sleep powder combined with 2 soul shocks, even the Thunder Pattern Leopard couldn't withstand it. After all, it was just an area soul shock, not using full power. Lijia looked at the Thunder Pattern Leopard lying on the ground, his face alternating between green and white. Finally, gritting his teeth, he shouted at the referee, I concede. The referee quickly ran over, checked the Thunder Pattern Leopard's condition, confirming it was just asleep and uninjured, then raised the small flag in his hand, loudly announcing, the match is over. Chen Jing wins. Wow! After a brief silence, it erupted into a roar of astonishment and exclamations like a collapsing mountain and roaring sea. 1. Chen Jing has won again. My gosh! How did he do that? What kind of skill is that? I can't believe the Thunder Pattern Leopard just fell down. Mental attack. It must be a mental attack. That butterfly is of the mental type. So strong. Even Lijia was defeated. Chen Jing is going against the heavens. Dark Horse. This is the true Dark Horse. From dead last to the top 32. Chen Jing sighed in relief, quickly walking over to Xingmeng, gently cradling it in his hands. Little guy, you worked hard. Xingmeng rubbed its tentacles against Chen Jing's palm, letting out a sweet mew, with the light purple patterns on its wings glowing brighter, as if it was happy. Lijia approached, looking at the Xingmeng and Chen Jing's hands, his tone a bit complex. Your butterfly is indeed impressive. Chen Jing smiled, your Thunder Pattern Leopard is strong too. If you hadn't found an opportunity earlier, the outcome could have been different. Lijia nodded, not saying more, recalling his Thunder Pattern Leopard, and turned to leave the arena. Even though he lost, he accepted it and planned to train better next time to try to win back. Chapter 30, Finding a Bargain. The free trading area of the Beast Tamer Pavilion. As soon as he stepped inside, a wave of mixed smells hit him in the face. There was the earthy smell of soil, a faint bitter scent of herbs, a rusty metallic feel, and even the faint scent of some unknown beasts. The noise was deafening, like a bustling marketplace, with stalls tightly packed on both sides of the path, piled high with all sorts of strange and bizarre things, many of which were muddy and weathered, clearly just dug out from some remote secret domain. Having just finished a match and easily secured a spot in the top 16, Chen Jing didn't stay at school for long and came over right away with pocket money. Hey, hey, hey! Everyone come take a look. Freshly dug up iron bone grass from the Black Wind Mountain secret realm. A must-have for evolving strength-based beasts. Only 8,800, just 8,800 to take it home. Miss it today, wait another year. An ancestral secret recipe. Cures beast tamers' loss of appetite. No matter how picky your beast is, after trying my recipe, it'll gobble down food. If it doesn't work in 3 days, I'll refund you in full, and also offer exchanges. Come take a look. Suspected beast egg with dragon bloodline. Price slashed to the floor. All beast tamers, take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. You might just pick up a dragon baby. Chen Jing weaved through the bustling crowd, his gaze quickly scanning the various stalls. The things at the stalls were truly diverse: muddy grass roots and tree barks that looked rather ordinary, dull-colored ores that were almost oxidized, rusty metal scraps that were unrecognizable, possibly sitting there for countless years, and some things sealed in rough stone shells or wooden boxes, occasionally giving off a faint breath, likely the essence of beast cubs or insect eggs, but looked rather unreliable. This was known as the bargain area in the Beast Tamer Pavilion, also called the luck betting area. It was said that lucky ones had indeed bought treasures here for little money and became rich overnight. But more often, sellers exaggerated endlessly while buyers paid a price for their inexperience. After all, true treasures aren't that easy to find. Most came hoping for a stroke of luck. TSK, this place is a mix of everything, the waters run really deep. Chen Jing mused to himself, subconsciously slowing his pace and observing more carefully. He knew that the Federation's research on beast evolution was far from over, with countless beast tamers and researchers exploring paths forward. The same beast, when evolved with different materials, could end up with vastly different forms and abilities. This has also spawned a highly sought-after profession, the Beast Evolution Master. These are sharp-eyed, knowledgeable experts who can determine the potential and available resources for beast evolution. A tailored evolution plan, admired by others, with a lofty status. Today, he came for two reasons. First, to see if there were rare materials suitable for Star Dream or for the ice spirit belonging to his sister. Even if they couldn't be used right now, it would be good to stockpile. Second, of course, he also had a little intention of finding hidden treasures. With the system in place, wouldn't it be a waste not to make full use of it? He casually stopped at each stall, pretending to look at the items displayed. Occasionally, he picked up a small trinket to weigh it in his hand, while silently giving instructions to the system. System, activate the detection function and scan all the items at this stall. Ding, scan complete. Target stall contains a total of 27 items, mainly inferior iron or scraps, having no value, can only be thrown away as garbage. Withered 1-star low-grade spirit plant gathering spirit grass, 90% of energy has been lost, basically useless. Damaged white tier 1-star ferocious beast fang mouse teeth, material value particularly low, even not worth practicing with. No high value or rare items found. Chen Jing then had the system scan several more stalls, and the feedback was much the same: either ordinary goods or things that looked somewhat old but were actually useless antiques, and some were deliberately aged by the sellers to pass off fake items as real treasures, trying to fool people. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, gently shaking his head as he prepared to leave the stall and see if there was anything good ahead. "Hey, little brother, don't rush to leave." A voice suddenly came from the side. Chen Jing turned to see the stall owner. This stall owner had two small mustaches, and his eyes darted around, obviously very savvy. Seeing that Chen Jing was young and looked inexperienced, he immediately approached with enthusiasm, a smile on his face. "I can tell you're a person who knows good stuff," the stall owner said, patting Chen Jing's arm with a familiar air, as if they were old friends. "I have great things here, just brought out from the Bone Secret Realm at great personal risk. Look at this piece of nether iron, it's excellent material for crafting soul defense equipment. And this 7-leaf soul flower, it's amazing for mental beast training." As he spoke, he picked up a pitch-black iron piece emanating a slight chill and a wilted purple flower with only 5 leaves, passionately introducing them as if they were rare treasures. Chen Jing glanced at these 2 items, and immediately the system's alert sounded in his mind. Nether iron, inferior. It is just ordinary iron ore that has been kept in a place with heavy energy for a long time, containing only a trace of cold energy. The quality is extremely poor, it cannot be used for forging and is not suitable as evolution material. 5-leaf calming flower, wilted. It is just a 1-star mid-grade spirit plant, with only a weak calming effect, and due to improper handling during picking, its preservation is poor, with 85% of the medicinal effect lost. It's basically useless. Chen Jing sneered inside. This stall owner really knew how to deceive, making broken items sound so good. Did he take him for a fool? The little mustached owner's face flashed a hint of embarrassment, his eyes drifting a bit, but he reacted quickly, immediately putting on a smiling face and rubbing his hands, saying, "Oh, little brother, you really have good eyesight. It's just that 2 leaves fell off accidentally during picking, didn't have time to find them. But don't worry, the effect is definitely not reduced. How about this? Since you genuinely want them, I'll give you a discount, 20,000 federal coins for both items. What do you say? Isn't that generous?" The little mustached owner's face flashed a hint of embarrassment, but he immediately resumed his smile and rubbed his hands, saying, "Oh, little brother, good eyesight. It's just that 2 leaves fell off accidentally during picking. Don't worry, the medicine works perfectly. Look, since you're sincere, I'll give you a discount. 20,000 federal coins for both of these. How about that? Isn't that generous?" Chen Jing heard this and couldn't be bothered to talk any further. He simply shook his head and turned to leave. He thought to himself, 20,000 federal coins for these 2 worthless items? Does he think I'm a fool? Hey, don't go, little brother. The price is negotiable. The bearded owner hurriedly shouted from behind when he saw Chen Jing about to leave. 15,000. How about 15,000? If that doesn't work, 1,000. 8,000. The lowest I can go is 5,000, no lower. Chen Jing completely ignored him, not even slowing down his pace, cursing inwardly, trying to scam me? No chance. Do they really think I'm easy to fool? He realized that this free trading area truly tests one's eyesight and determination. If you're not careful, it's easy to be swindled by sellers. Chen Jing continued to browse a few more stalls, finding that the situation was about the same. Either the goods weren't what they claimed to be, or the advertised good items turned out to be inferior, or the prices were ridiculously inflated, with ordinary items being sold at sky-high prices. Just as he was about to lose patience and thought he might really leave empty-handed today, his eyes inadvertently caught a stall in the corner. That stall was particularly unremarkable, even a bit desolate. Compared to the bustling stalls around it, it was simply an extreme contrast. The stall owner was an old man with graying hair and a face full of wrinkles so deep they could crush a mosquito. He wore worn-out clothes that had faded white, almost fraying at the edges. He leaned against the wall with his eyes closed, his head bobbing slightly like he was dozing off, seemingly unconcerned about the surrounding commotion. In front of the old man lay a somewhat clean gray sackcloth, scattered with a few items, a fist-sized piece of dark red wood covered with holes that looked like it had been eaten by insects, several dull gray pebbles that seemed utterly unremarkable, indistinguishable from those picked up off the side of the road, and a small handful of sand in a transparent bag, which, although colorful, had a particularly dull luster and looked nothing special, and also a beast egg of indeterminate type with several cracks in the shell that looked concerning. Compared to the other stall owners who were shouting their goods, this old man was the epitome of calmness, not saying a word, just quietly leaning there as if the items on display had nothing to do with him. Chen Jing didn't hold much hope, but thought to himself, since I'm here, I might as well take a look, and walked over while silently thinking, system, scan the items at this stall. Ding. Scan complete. Decayed ironwood, no value, dot. Ordinary pebbles, no value, dot. Just as Chen Jing thought it was another pile of useless items, the system's prompt suddenly changed. Detected special item, insect-eaten bloodwood. Quality, 3-star top tier, suspected. Applicable attributes, wood, insect, blood. Note, this item looks nearly decayed on the outside, but its inner core still hides a hint of ancient bloodwood essence and unique insect shedding power. It is an important rare material for the evolution or strengthening of specific wood and insect-type beasts. Its deceptive exterior makes it easy to overlook. Its true value is much higher than it appears. Detected special item, illusory sand, spiritual energy dormant, dot. Quality, 2-star high tier, restorable. Applicable attributes, illusion, element, spirit. Note, this is a special gravel containing a weak illusionary power, which fell dormant due to being kept in a place with particularly scarce spiritual energy for a long time. As long as it is placed in a location with abundant energy or activated slightly with pure soul crystal, it can be restored to activity. This is a high-quality material for making illusion-based props and strengthening related attributes of beast skills. It has great uses. Status, life activity is extremely low, almost on the verge of extinction. Potential, can only be assessed after hatching. Innate skills, can only be known after hatching. Note, this is an extremely rare egg of a time attribute vicious beast. It was severely injured for some unknown reason, and its life source is nearly exhausted. It is currently in a deep sleep state. Conventional methods cannot hatch it, a large amount of time attribute life essence must be injected, or extremely precious life spring water must be used to have a slim chance of survival. However, the risk is very high, and the success rate of hatching is less than 1%. If it fails, it's like trying to fetch water with a bamboo basket. Chen Jing looked at the system's hints and was immediately excited, his eyes shining. He suppressed his excitement and casually picked up the bug-eaten bloodwood, tapping it lightly with his finger. He deliberately frowned and asked, "Old man, this wood looks almost rotten. What's the use of it? Why are you still selling it?" The old man slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was cloudy but still had a spark of wisdom. He looked at Chen Jing and said slowly, "Young man, this thing may look insignificant, but it might come in handy. If you don't want it, you can look at something else." His speaking speed was very slow, like his whole being, radiating a Buddhist-like calmness. Chen Jing then picked up the transparent bag filled with colorful sand, shook it, and asked, "What about the sand? The color looks nice, but it has no shine. What is it?" The old man glanced at the sand in the bag and said leisurely, "This is sand I picked up from an old place. I can't tell exactly what it is. If you're interested, just name your price." Chen Jing was calculating in his mind. He couldn't let the old man see that he was interested in these things, otherwise, the price would surely go up. He pretended to hesitate, scratching his head and saying, "Old man, this wood looks like it's almost rotten, and the sand has no known use, plus this broken egg, it looks like it's about to crack. How about this, I'll give you 10,000 Federation coins for these 3 things. What do you think?" The old man slightly squinted his eyes upon hearing Chen Jing's offer. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Young man, your price is too low. These things are hard to come by. How about this, 15,000, and if you want them, take them." Chen Jing felt a surge of joy in his heart. The price seemed reasonable, and without much hesitation, he nodded and said, "All right, old man, 15,000. I'll take them." With that, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and scanned the payment code. After paying, Chen Jing carefully packed the bug-eaten bloodwood, the colorful sand, and the vicious beast egg. He said thank you to the old man and quickly turned to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed longer, the old man might change his mind, and that would cause trouble. The old man watched Chen Jing's retreating back, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Then he closed his eyes and leaned back against the wall, as though nothing had happened. Chapter 31, Fusion of New Materials. Click. The key turned gently in the lock, making a crisp sound as the door to the house opened. "Brother! You're finally back." A clear voice, as sweet as silver bells, came from the living room, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps. I'm back." Chen Jing bent down, changing into comfortable home slippers, and responded casually. "So, how was it? Everything went smoothly today?" Chen Jing smiled helplessly and gently flicked her smooth forehead with his fingers. "What else could happen? It's the same as usual." He glanced around the living room and then asked, "Dad still hasn't come back?" "No, Mom's in the kitchen." "Has little Jing come back?" "Wash your hands and get ready to eat. I made your favorite pork rib soup today." Wearing an apron, Lin Wan appeared halfway from the kitchen door, with a spatula still in hand. "Got it, Mom." After finally waiting for dinner to end, Chen Jing took the initiative to help his mother, Chen Mu, carry the bowls to the kitchen and even rushed to wash the dishes. Chen Mu originally did not want him to wash, saying he should go rest, but Chen Jing insisted, "Mom, you've been tired all day, I can wash," and he meticulously cleaned the dishes until they sparkled. After washing, he said goodbye to his mom and sister and returned to his room early. As soon as he entered his room, Chen Jing locked the door and carefully pulled the curtains closed, ensuring he would not be disturbed. He walked to his desk and gently laid out the few items he had picked up today from the Beast Conjuring Pavilion's free trading area one by one. That piece of pockmarked and dark-colored insect-eaten bloodwood, that bag of colorful yet dull dream sand, and that egg with tiny cracks and faint aura, the time attribute beast egg, these three were his most prized finds of the day. Besides these, there were a few specially selected ice-based materials that emitted a subtle chill, the ice crystal stone, which was crystal clear, and the frost blossom, whose leaves were covered in fine white frost. These were all prepared for his sister Chen Shi's ice spirit. The little creature had incredible potential, so he needed to stock up on good things in advance. Additionally, there were a few spirit crystals the size of pigeon eggs that emitted a soft glow. These were used to assist his own cultivation. Strength is the foundation of everything. System, he silently thought, if I give the fused materials to beasts that I do not have a contract with, will it be effective? Will there be any side effects? This was his biggest question right now. The system's infinite material fusion feature was incredibly powerful, but the description emphasized that it had no limitations or side effects when used on the host's own beasts. So, what about using it on others? If it works, it means he could not only cultivate his own star dream but could even help his sister's ice spirit, and perhaps even more companions he might have in the future, achieving exponential growth. The value in this was immeasurable. Ding, the system's response was always timely and mechanical, replying to the host, materials fused by this system have a stable and pure energy structure, with very high universality and safety. Using them on beasts not contracted to the host also yields effects and has no known risk of side effects. But please note, the effectiveness may vary depending on the target beast's affinity, potential, and current state. The system's answer nearly made Chen Jing cheer out loud. This meant he could not only become a powerful beast master but might even become an unprecedented beast evolution master. He suppressed his excitement. Then let's first try fusing the ice-based materials. Ice crystal stone, frost blossom, along with the ice crystal grass he brought back from the secret realm, and the stardust powder from the starter pack. System, scan these materials and see how well they fit with the ice spirit. Then, fuse them for me. He had chosen these items with care. The ice crystal stone and frost blossom were basic ice materials, the ice crystal grass was of slightly higher quality, and while stardust powder mainly corresponded to the star attribute, its pure energy and faint star power might harmonize or even trigger positive mutations. Anyway, the system fusion was safe without side effects, trying it wouldn't cost anything. What if something good came out of it? Ding! Scan complete. The system interface unfolded in his mind. Ice crystal stone. Quality, 1 star mid-level. Affinity, high, 85%. Estimated effect, can slightly enhance ice energy intensity. Frost blossom. Quality, 1 star high level. Affinity, extremely high, 92%. Estimated effect, helps in mastering or strengthening low temperature and frost skills. Ice crystal grass. Quality, 1 star top level. Affinity, extremely high, 95%. Estimated effect, can gently enhance ice potential and slightly promote energy accumulation. Stardust powder. Quality, 2 star mid-level. The compatibility level is medium, 65%. The expected effect is mainly to supplement pure energy and to be lightly infused with the power of the stars, with a small probability of skill mutation. The direction of the mutation is unknown. The compatibility levels are good. The Stardust is a bit low, but there is a possibility of mutation. It's worth the gamble. System, start the fusion. Just these 4. Chen Jing nodded with satisfaction. Command confirmed. Starting material fusion, Ice Spike Stone X1, Frost Bond Grass X2, Ice Crystal Grass X1, Stardust X3. As the system prompt sound fell, the 4 materials on the table seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, slowly floating up into the empty space above the desk. Buzz. The Ice Spike Stone emitted a cold white light, while the Frost Bond Grass and Ice Crystal Grass released strands of icy blue chill, and the Stardust flickered with tiny silver sparks. The 4 lights began to slowly intertwine and rotate in the air, like being cleverly harmonized by an invisible hand, permeating and merging with one another. The process was not intense, but rather had a strange sense of harmony, as if they were meant to become one. The light gradually condensed and focused, and ultimately, all the original materials disappeared, replaced by a small handful of ice blue crystalline powder that shimmered like stars, floating in mid-air. It slowly fell, caught by a small crystal bottle that suddenly appeared in Chen Jing's hand. The crystalline powder inside the bottle was breathtakingly beautiful, the ice blue base like ancient frost, but within it seemed to enclose countless tiny stars, glimmering and shimmering, exuding a pure and piercing chill, causing a thin layer of white frost to quickly form on the walls of the crystal bottle. Fusion successful. Obtained a new material, Starfrost Crystal Powder X1 inch. Chen Jing eagerly picked up the crystal bottle, the cold sensation flowed through his fingertips, and he concentrated to check its properties. Starfrost Crystal Powder. Quality, 2 star top grade, close to 3 star. Applicable attributes, Ice System, Star System. Effect, a special crystalline powder containing pure ice system energy and weak star power. After use, it can significantly enhance the energy strength and purity of ice-type beasts and has a higher probability of strengthening their ice-type skill effects, such as expanding range, reducing temperature, adding weak star interference, etc. Due to the fusion of Stardust, there is a low probability that the target skills will carry an extremely weak star-like visual effect or weak star sensing ability. It is particularly effective for ice-type or ice/star dual attribute beasts. Note, a stable, mild, and efficient ice system enhancement material, endowed with unique star characteristics through system fusion, showing significant potential for improvement. 2 star top grade. Close to 3 star. The effect is not bad. Just don't know about the compatibility level. System, what is the compatibility level with the Ice Spirit? Ding, scanning analysis underway. Target material Starfrost Crystal Powder has a high compatibility with the Beast Ice Spirit, energy fluctuations complement, estimated compatibility level, 97%. 97%. So high? Chen Jing's eyes widened instantly, his breath caught for a moment. He hurriedly asked again, System, you didn't scan it wrong, right? Is it really 97%? The scanning result is accurate and error-free. This is already an almost perfect compatibility level, meaning the Starfrost Crystal Powder's effect can be maximized without any waste. Great, in a couple of days giving the Ice Spirit to Xiaoxi, maybe that little guy will break through the bottleneck. Hee, this will be a huge surprise for Xiaoxi. Chen Jing happily toyed with the cool crystal bottle in his hand and carefully stored it in the system's own space, waiting for the right moment to take it out again. Chapter 32, Metamorphosis Blood Essence. Then, Chen Jing directed his gaze to the insect-devouring bloodwood, the colorful sand, and the time attribute beast egg. Alright, the main event is here. System, he silently thought, scan the detailed state of insect-devouring bloodwood, colorful sand, and that time attribute beast egg. Especially this egg, is there any hidden information or the possibility of revival? Ding. Scanning complete. Insect-eating bloodwood, status as previously described, internal core contains ancient bloodwood essence and strange insect molting power, external decay possesses strong deception. Fantasy sand, status as previously described, spiritual energy is dormant, external energy activation is needed for recovery. Unnamed time attribute fierce beast egg, status life source is extremely exhausted, in deep slumber, on the brink of extinction. Conventional hatching methods are ineffective. A trace of extremely weak time ripple characteristic is detected deep within its source, requiring the injection of a large amount of the same origin time attribute source power or extremely precious life energy treasures to have a very low probability of awakening and reversing its state. Warning, forcibly injecting non-matching energy or improper handling will accelerate its life extinction. The system's feedback made Chen Jing's heart sink. Indeed, the condition of this egg is worse than he imagined. Time ripple characteristic? Sounds mysterious, but where can he find a large amount of the same origin time attribute source power? As for life energy treasures, those are legendary items, hard to come by. It seems that directly reviving this egg is an almost impossible task with my current abilities. Chen Jing sighed and regretfully touched the eggshell. It's like getting the blueprint for a top-notch sci-fi device, only to find that the materials needed to create it simply do not exist on Earth. But, should he just give up like this? Chen Jing's gaze fell again on insect-eating bloodwood and fantasy sand. A bold thought flashed like lightning in the dark, suddenly illuminating his mind. Since the hope of reviving this egg alone is slim, could I switch my approach? His eyes narrowed slightly, fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, producing soft tap sounds. System fusion emphasizes breaking boundaries, turning decay into wonder. This egg has a special material, containing a trace of time attribute. Even though its life source is exhausted, its material may be extraordinary. And the core of insect-eating bloodwood contains ancient essence and insect molting power, while fantasy sand possesses illusionary power if activated. Insect molting signifies rebirth and change, and illusions sometimes relate to the conversion between reality and illusion, time distortion. What if we combine them with this egg? No, it doesn't necessarily have to directly fuse with the egg itself, perhaps we could. That's right. The Dragon Blood Moss, obtained from the beginner's gift pack. The dragon bloodline itself contains powerful life force and strength. Although it only touches the blood of a sub-dragon species, its quality is not high, but maybe it can provide a trace of weak life catalyst? If we use it, along with the metamorphosis power of insect-eating bloodwood and the illusion essence of fantasy sand, would it generate a super material that can stimulate potential even with simulated metamorphosis or illusion evolution effects? This idea became clearer, making Chen Jing's heart race again. This is undoubtedly a gamble, betting on the inclusiveness and creativity of the system fusion rules. I'll bet. High risk, high reward. Even if it fails, the losses would only be dragon blood moss, insect-eating bloodwood, and fantasy sand. It would hurt, but I can still bear it. But if it succeeds? Chen Jing's gaze became determined. He no longer hesitated, his eyes shining intensely. System. He took a deep breath and gave the command, attempt to fuse, insect-eating bloodwood, fantasy sand, and dragon blood moss. He specifically excluded that time attribute fierce beast egg. Now is not the time to use it, rather, he needs to use this fusion to test his thoughts and gain experience for potentially saving this egg in the future. Command confirmed. Beginning material fusion, insect-eating bloodwood, X1, fantasy sand, X1, dragon blood moss, X2. Buzz. The familiar fusion light shone again. This time, the color of the light was completely different. Insect-eating bloodwood emitted a dark red glow. With a hint of bloody light, as if from dried blood, the illusory sand seemed to be slightly touched in its silent essence at the moment it was drawn by the system's power, and its dull colors began to flow, reflecting a dreamy halo. Though still not strong, it was much more vivid than before. The dragon blood moss emitted a weak, dark red halo with a scorching breath, like embers. The three kinds of light collided and intertwined in the air, far less harmonious than during the ice system fusion, instead appearing somewhat restless and conflicting. Dark red, camouflage, faint red, these three colors eroded and repelled each other, yet were forcibly merged together under the invisible power of the system, producing a low, rustling sound as if countless tiny insects were chirping, sending a shiver down one's spine. Chen Jing nervously stared at the light in the air, with a slight sweat in his palm. This fusion was clearly much more intense and uncertain than the last time. The light twisted and deformed violently, colors changing constantly. Sometimes dark red took the upper hand, sometimes camouflage covered everything, and at times a trace of scorching red showed through. The entire process lasted nearly a minute, far longer than the fusion of Starfrost ice crystal powder. Finally, when the unsettling rustling sound reached its peak, all the strange phenomena suddenly shrank inward. The light completely vanished, and a peculiar aura spread out. There, hovering in midair, was a dark red gelatinous object about the size of a walnut, with an irregular shape. Its surface was not smooth, with fine, insect-chewed holes, while inside it seemed that viscous blood and dreamy colors were slowly flowing, occasionally flashing a faint golden red sheen like dragon scales. It quietly floated there, emanating a complex aura that mixed decay, rebirth, illusion, and a hint of weak pressure. It slowly descended, caught by Chen Jing in a small jade box. The gelatinous object felt cool to the touch, yet had a strange elasticity. Fusion successful. Obtained new material, metamorphic blood marrow X1. Chen Jing could hardly wait to check its properties. Metamorphic blood marrow. Quality, 3 stars, entry level. Applicable attributes, insect system, illusion system, dragon system, blood system. Effect, a peculiar marrow formed from the ancient blood marrow of the blood-eating would combine with the power of insect shedding, the illusion essence of illusory sand, and the faint dragon energy of dragon blood moss. Contains powerful fragments of metamorphosis and illusion rules. After use, it has a high probability of activating the bloodline potential of insect and illusion beast tamers, inducing them to evolve into a higher life form. The direction of evolution relates to the beast's potential and bloodline, and significantly enhancing the effects and deceptions of illusion skills. Due to the incorporation of dragon blood moss, it may grant a weak dragon might effect or enhance physical strength. Effects on non-dragon system beasts are halved. During use, illusion disturbances may occur, requiring the beast tamer's assistance to stabilize the mind. Note, a rare metamorphic material containing weak rule power, with strong effects but certain uncertainties. Please choose the target for use carefully. Especially effective for related attribute beasts in a bottleneck period. 3 stars, entry level. 3-star material. The lowest grade for beast tamers is at least crimson, and only potentially yellow grade or higher can use it. Its value far surpasses that of the previous, Starfrost Ice Crystal Powder. Although the note mentioned certain uncertainties and needed to choose the target for use carefully, it completely overshadowed the astonishing value of it being a 3-star material. It really worked. System fusion truly is a divine skill that ignores logic and breaks boundaries. He exclaimed sincerely. He then touched the time attribute Fierce Beast Egg, his eyes filled with expectation. Wait, this time it succeeded, next time I will definitely find a way to bring you back to life. Chapter 33 First Order 5 stars. Chen Jing's gaze was once again locked on the freshly born, metamorphic blood marrow in his hand. It quietly lay in his palm. About the size of a walnut, irregular in shape, its tentacles have a warm and slightly elastic gelatinous feel, somewhat like that soft, chewy candy called QQ, and it is not as hard as it looks. The surface is a deep, dark red, as if it were frozen blood, and upon closer inspection, tiny, extremely fine holes, like those nibbled by countless tiny insects, cover it, adding to its mystery and eeriness. A faint, elusive aroma, mixed with a hint of fishy smell and an unusual fragrance, lingers around it. Inhaling it into his lungs actually made him feel slightly energized, as if some dormant power had been quietly touched. This thing feels extraordinary, Chen Jing murmured, his fingertips gently caressing the peculiar material. He could sense that within this metamorphic blood marrow, there seemed to be an incredibly reserved yet bursting vitality, along with a desire for transformation that was waiting to emerge. With his mind stirring, he asked the system, please conduct a detailed scan of this metamorphic blood marrow, and see what effects it has? What is its compatibility with Dream Soul? Ding, scan complete. Metamorphic blood marrow. Quality, 3-star mid-level, special composite material. Applicable attributes, insect, illusion, dragon, blood. Core effects. Deeply stimulating potential. With the power of insect molting and the essence of bloodwood as a catalyst, it deeply stimulates the life source of beast tamers, with a high chance of awakening their latent bloodline powers or innate abilities. Guiding directed mutation. By fusing with the power of colorful sand, it can, to some extent, guide the direction of mutation during the evolution or enhancement process, increasing the likelihood of acquiring rare attributes, such as illusion or mental-derived attributes, or special skills. Strengthening soul resilience. The ancient essence contained within can slightly enhance the soul strength of beasts and their resistance to mental interference. Note, a peculiar product formed by the fusion of the transformation essence of insect-eaten bloodwood, the illusion power of colorful sand, and the life catalyst of dragon blood moss. Its effects are mild and lasting, not instant explosive types, focusing more on laying a solid foundation for beasts and unlocking more future possibilities for evolution. After use, beasts may enter a brief metamorphic state, characterized by drowsiness and active energy fluctuations, which is a normal phenomenon. Compatibility assessment with Beast Dream Soul Butterfly, Dream, 93%, high compatibility. As a beast of the dream realm derived from the ornamental star-sleeping butterfly, the racial limitations have been initially broken, and enormous potential is hidden within. The effects of metamorphic blood marrow and potential stimulation and directed mutation guidance are highly likely to further stabilize its dream realm characteristics and may awaken new derived abilities or enhance existing skills. A compatibility of 93%. Chen Jing's eyes instantly brightened. It is important to note that although Dream had already transformed from the originally weak ornamental star-sleeping butterfly into the Dream Soul Butterfly, its potential had greatly skyrocketed, and Chen Jing had been happy about this for several days. But he had always felt a hint of worry, wondering if it would become a shackle for its future growth. Yet this metamorphic blood marrow could break the limits further, digging deeper into its powers and even guiding its mutation direction. However, right now, Dream was still at white stage 6 stars, and it likely wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of 3-star materials. He gently sighed, feeling a bit regretful but soon let it go. Good things are not afraid of waiting. This metamorphic blood marrow is like a significant investment set aside for the future, waiting for Dream to successfully break through to red stage, when it will truly shine. Then he stored this dark red gelatinous substance in the system's storage space. After doing all this, his gaze unconsciously swept across the still lifeless, cracked eggshell of the time attribute ferocious beast egg on the table. The success of merging metamorphic blood marrow felt like a spark of inspiration, illuminating his previously rigid thoughts. It seems that the system's compatibility and creativity for merging are far stronger than I imagined. Even if the attributes seem unrelated and the condition of the materials is poor, as long as the right trigger and opportunity are found, a wonderful chemical reaction can occur, turning decay into magic. This egg, perhaps it really has a chance in the future? He stretched out his hand and gently brushed over the cold eggshell. The rough texture reminded him of the faint hope. The needed plenty of the original power of the time attribute or extremely precious life energy treasures, neither of which sounded like something he could obtain right now. One step at a time, a meal at a time. Chen Jing shook his head, temporarily brushing aside the unrealistic fantasies in his mind. First, I need to solidly walk the path in front of me. He returned the beast egg to the system space. Now is not the time to reach for the stars. All right, enough thinking. He sat cross-legged on the bed and adjusted his posture. Then he took out the spirit crystal he had bought today from the system space. Strength is the foundation of everything. Without enough strength, no matter how good the treasures or how strong the beasts, they couldn't be maintained. He closed his eyes, gathered his mind, and began to guide the energy in the spirit crystal according to the basic meditation method taught by the school, slowly merging it into his beast space, nourishing his soul and consolidating his cultivation. The next day, Chen Jing slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance briefly shined in his gaze. He let out a long breath of turbid air, which, under the dim yellow light, fatally formed a white air arrow that lasted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. Whew! He moved his neck and shoulders, which had stiffened from maintaining the position for too long, the joints making crisp cracking sounds. After carefully sensing his internal condition, he found that the previously somewhat vague spiritual power had solidified considerably, the flowing power inside more abundant and surging. Hey, I didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. In one night, 10 spirit crystals, and I've jumped straight to first tier 5-star. This speed feels like riding a rocket compared to before. Thinking back to the frustration of being unable to form a contract with a beast for 3 months and the slow crawl of spiritual power, and then looking at now. Indeed, a potentially limitless beast and a high-quality illustrated guide are the keys for a Beastmaster to take off. At this rate, it might not be impossible to break through to the red rank before the federal exam. He murmured. He checked on Xing Meng's progress and found that Xing Meng had also leveled up, now being at white rank 7-star. He rolled out of bed and walked to the window, pulling aside the heavy curtains with a whoosh. The morning sunlight instantly poured in, somewhat dazzling but full of life. A new day had begun, and today was also the top 8 ranking competition. Chapter 34, Diamond Bear. 7th Beastmaster High School Practical Assessment Center. The sunlight had just spread across the bluestone floor, and the stands were already packed with students. Today is the top 16 to top 8 match. Anyone standing here is no soft persimmon. Do you think Chen Jing, that dark horse, can continue to charge forward? It's hard to say, that butterfly of his is a bit sinister, but today, isn't every opponent a tough nut? I also think it's uncertain, the tricks have run their course. Everyone was chiming in. Many people craned their necks, scanning between several popular contestants, just waiting to see who could break through today. At that moment, the voice of the Director of Education echoed through the loudspeaker, filling the entire venue. Third-year students, monthly practical assessment, matches from top 16 to top 8, will now begin. Students whose names are called, please head to the corresponding arena immediately. I emphasize again, adhere to the assessment rules, malicious injury is prohibited, and violators will face severe punishment. The noisy venue fell silent for a moment, followed by an even greater wave of sound. It has started, it has started. Quick, look at the match list. The broadcast sounded again, clearly announcing the next matchup to every year. Next up, in the third year, Class 7, Chen Jing. Facing the second class Zhao Meng from the senior year. Please both contestants rush to stage 1. Repeat, senior year, 7, class Chen Jing, senior year, 2, class Zhao Meng, stage 1. Wow! This matchup instantly sent the whole venue into chaos. Chen Jing versus Zhao Meng? My god, is this a royal flush right from the start? Zhao Meng has the tough skin and powerful build of a golden bear, while Chen Jing's butterfly is just a little bug? It's over, it's over. Chen Jing's underdog journey is probably coming to an end here. Almost all eyes suddenly focused on Chen Jing. Chen Jing smiled lightly and stepped toward stage 1. On the other end of the stage, Zhao Meng was already standing firm. He was tall and strong, like a small iron tower, dark-skinned, and his gaze held a fierce intensity. Upon seeing Chen Jing arrive on stage, he grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth, filled with undisguised disdain. Chen Jing? I heard your little butterfly can really flutter around? Unfortunately, you've bumped into my golden bear today. Tough luck. I advise you to surrender early, or your precious little butterfly will become a specimen after I smash into it. Zhao Meng said with his arms crossed over his chest. As soon as he finished speaking, he called forth his beast dictionary, and a burst of yellow-brown light flashed, landing on the stage with a thud that shook the ground slightly. It was an enormous bear, its shoulders nearly 1.5 meters high, covered in rock-like gray-brown fur, muscles bulging, its bare eyes glimmering with a violent yellow-brown light, its thick limbs resembling stone pillars, radiating an overwhelming sense of power. It stood just there, bringing a tremendous pressure to bear. Golden Bear. Attributes: Gold, Earth. Rank: White Tier 6 star. Potential: Yellow Tier 5 star. Talent skills: Rocky Skin, passive, greatly increases physical defense, Furious Charge, active, temporarily increases speed and impact power, a straight line charge is astonishingly powerful. Status: full of fighting spirit, filled with strength. Notes: a typical defensive and strength type beast, extremely strong in physical defense, terrifying in power. The downside is low agility, clumsy turning, and ordinary resistance to mental and spiritual abnormalities. Chen Jing quickly scanned the information given by the system and immediately found a direction. Head-on encounters were absolutely out of the question. With Xingtong's small frame, it would likely crumble after just one hit. However, for Xingtong, his current tactic was more about using the ability of Sleepy Powder to kite the opponent. The kite strategy was greatly effective against beasts that lack flight ability or long-range attacks. Of course, Zhao Meng, as one of the only 8 talents in the year who awakened the Yellow Tier Beast Dictionary, was by no means to be underestimated. He focused his mind and summoned Xingtong. The referee walked to the center of the stage, his gaze sweeping across Chen Jing and Zhao Meng, and said solemnly, "Are both sides ready?" "Ready." Chen Jing nodded calmly. Zhao Meng grinned and patted the robust front leg of the golden bear beside him. "I can't wait any longer." "Good," the referee reiterated the rules will not be repeated. The match ends if one side's beast loses its fighting ability or the Beastmaster surrenders. Remember, just go easy. He looked at both of them, saw they understood, then raised his right hand high and suddenly waved it down. Assessment, start. Almost at the moment the referee's voice fell, Zhao Meng commanded, "Golden Bear, let this kid see your power." Furious Charge. Roar. The golden bear let out an ear-splitting roar, its hind legs pushing against the ground, and its massive body exploded with speed that was inconsistent with its size, charging like a runaway heavy truck, enveloped by a gust of wind, rumbling toward Xingtong. Each step it took made the stage emit a muffled sound, as if it would break at any moment. A wave of gasps erupted from the audience. "Oh my god, this speed is insane. Can Chen Jing's butterfly dodge? It's over, it's over. It's about to get hit." Faced with this terrifying impact, Chen Jing remained calm and composed. He silently thought, "Xingtong, fly up, sprinkle the powder." The Stardream wings, which had been quietly hovering, suddenly flapped, and its body lightly rose upwards, while skillfully drifting a few feet to the left, gracefully avoiding the fierce charge of the Iron Bear. At the same time, a faint silver powder fell like a thin mist, precisely enveloping the Iron Bear's head. If this sleeping powder gets on the Iron Bear, even if it can't make it fall asleep immediately, it can still make it dizzy and slow down. But Zhao Meng had been prepared for this move long ago. He had studied Chen Jing's matches before and knew that the Stardream's most powerful attack was this sleeping powder. Hold your breath. Shake your head. Use the dual system of gold and earth energy to protect yourself, he shouted loudly. The Iron Bear was indeed well trained. Upon hearing this, it immediately held its breath and shook its massive head violently, shaking off most of the sleeping powder. Only a few specks of powder landed on its nose. And at that moment, a barely visible metallic sheen suddenly appeared on the Iron Bear's gray-brown fur, looking as if it had been coated with chrome, making it seem even tougher. This was its use of gold energy, further enhancing its defense, so even if some powder stuck to it, the effects would be reduced. TSK, that was really quick. Chen Jing observed the scene, thinking to himself, his eyes sharpening. He had known for a long time that Zhao Meng would be cautious, but this reaction speed still exceeded his expectations. Indeed, those who can reach the top 16 are no ordinary opponents. The effect of the sleeping powder has been weakened. Chapter 35, entering the final 4. Ha ha. Useless, Chen Jing. Zhao Meng, seeing his tactic succeed, shouted with even more pride, "Your little tricks are useless against my big guy. Iron Bear, don't give it a chance to breathe, keep charging. Corner it." He was determined to use absolute power and continuous pressure to force Chen Jing and that agile butterfly into a corner. Roar. The Iron Bear responded, launching another furious charge. Although it was slightly slower than the first time, its momentum was still terrifying, like a moving mountain, rumbling as it chased the Stardream across the stage. Relying on its small size and excellent flying ability, the Stardream nimbly weaved and dodged in the air, repeatedly narrowly escaping the Iron Bear's attacks and swipes. "This won't do," Chen Jing frowned. "The Stardream consumes stamina faster than the Iron Bear. Keeping on the defensive is too passive. Moreover, the effect of the sleeping powder is not good, I need to use something else." He seized the moment when the Iron Bear missed a charge and turned slowly, a spark flashing in his eyes. Stardream, now. Mind shock, disrupt it. The Stardream, which had been evading passively, suddenly paused in midair. Its eyes, which seemed to hold the starry seas, instantly emanated a hazy purple glow. Woo! Ha! The Iron Bear's massive body suddenly stiffened, its forward rush coming to an abrupt halt. It let out a whine filled with pain and confusion, shaking its massive head as if something had struck its mind heavily, confusion and dazedness briefly appearing in its fierce eyes. The metallic sheen surrounding it also fluctuated violently, flickering uncertainly. Soul shock. An attack directly targeting the level of mental awareness, it wasn't something that could be easily defended against with physical defenses or by holding one's breath. Damn, it really can perform mental attacks. Zhao Meng's smile instantly froze on his face. At this moment, he suddenly remembered hearing someone say that Chen Jing had used a skill that could attack the mind in the previous match against Li Jie. At the time, he thought it was just a rumor and wondered how a butterfly could possibly have such a powerful skill. Now it seemed that it was not a rumor at all, it was real. Endure. Iron Bear, hold on for me. This little trick of theirs. As long as you are not hit continuously, they can't do anything to you. Charge in, crush it. He had to cheer for the Diamond Bear and for himself. The Diamond Bear stood up again, its massive body casting a suffocating shadow. It suddenly kicked off the ground, the arena floor groaning under the heavy load, and launched into a rampaging charge again. This time, its target was no longer just Stardream. The charging trajectory subtly closed off most of Stardream's evasion space, its thick bare paw sweeping through the air with a ripping wind. Stardream, rise. Turn sharply to the right. Chen Jing's pupils constricted, quickly issuing orders. Stardream flapped its wings rapidly, its form shooting up like a ghost while making a deft right-angle turn, narrowly dodging the paw that could smash rocks. Back and forth, they tugged for several rounds. He could feel the exhaustion coming from Stardream. Continuous high-intensity evasion and spirit strikes were taking a significant toll on the little guy. But it wasn't without effect. Multiple distractions had made the Diamond Bear unknowingly inhale a large amount of sleep powder. Its movements were gradually showing fatigue, and he estimated that in 3 or 4 more rounds, it would be down. Zhao Meng also noticed the Diamond Bear's current state. If he didn't find a way, it would be slowly worn out. After all, that butterfly focused on mental attacks, and in this area, the Diamond Bear had no defenses. To have held on until now was already the Diamond Bear's limit. Time passed by, moment by moment. On the arena, the atmosphere was tense like a fully drawn bowstring. Zhao Meng watched as his Diamond Bear's movements became slower and slower, its eyelids beginning to droop, and he felt a rush of urgency inside. Veins popped out on his forehead. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Diamond Bear. Don't sleep. Wake up. Charge in and flatten that little bug. But the Diamond Bear only felt like its head was stuffed with glue, extremely heavy. It shook its massive head, trying to toss away the thick sleepiness, but its limbs felt as if they had a mind of their own, growing heavier and heavier. It panted heavily, each breath drawing in more of the faint silver powder in the air, making its consciousness even more blurry. Chen Jing watched this scene and knew the time was almost right. His gaze sharpened. Through the soul link, he gave Stardream the final command, little guy, push harder. One more soul strike, then scatter the powder around it, don't stop. Woo! Stardream let out a melodious cry, although tinged with fatigue, it was more a thrill of impending victory. A woo! The Diamond Bear released a more painful and confused howl, its massive body swaying violently, as its forward momentum completely crumbled. With a loud crash, its front half collapsed onto the ground, shaking the arena 3 times. It struggled to prop itself up with its thick bare paw, but the soul-source dizziness and overwhelming sleepiness left it powerless. After struggling a couple of times, it finally thudded down and fell completely limp, a loud snore immediately following, even stirring up some dust from the ground. Diamond Bear. Zhao Meng's eyes almost burst, and he rushed forward a few steps, unable to believe his eyes. His pride and joy, a partner with incredible defense, had truly been brought down by a seemingly fragile butterfly. And in such a pathetic way, it had fallen asleep. Around arena number 1, an eerie silence fell. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the stark contrast on the arena. The robust Diamond Bear lay on the ground fast asleep, while the palm-sized butterfly gracefully flew back to Chen Jing's shoulder, its gently rising body showing signs of exhaustion, yet that calmness and mystery deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. After a few seconds, the referee teacher finally came back to his senses from the shock, quickly walked over to check on the status of the steel bear. He confirmed that it was merely in a deep sleep and had no other injuries. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand high and announced loudly. The steel bear has lost its fighting ability. The winner is Chen Jing from Class 7, Senior 3. Wow. The announcement was like igniting a barrel of explosives, and a deafening uproar erupted instantly. We won. Chen Jing won again. My gosh. Even Zhao Meng's steel bear has fallen. This sleep powder dust combined with psychic shock is just too unbeatable. It's simply impossible to get close. Zhao Meng lost so unjustly. He has all that strength but couldn't even touch him. Chen Jing is going against the heavens. From being a waste to breaking into the top 8. Dark horse. Absolutely the biggest dark horse in this monthly practical assessment. On the arena, Zhao Meng's face turned pale, his fists clenched tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. He stared hard at Chen Jing, his eyes filled with unwillingness, anger, and a hint of powerlessness that even he didn't notice. His pride in his strength became so fragile in the face of the opponent's strange ability. Clenching his teeth, he ultimately said nothing, his face dark as he walked to the snoring steel bear and summoned it back into his beast taming catalog. Chen Jing ignored Zhao Meng's murderous gaze, he gently turned his head, running his fingers along the slightly dimmed wings of his star dream on his shoulder, whispering with pain, "You've worked hard, little buddy, well done." Woo! Star Dream affectionately nuzzled his fingertip, conveying feelings of dependence and a bit of fatigue. Chapter 36 Huang Feng. In the school cafeteria. Chen Jing and Su Bai were having a meal. Jing Gu. Top 4. You, Su Goddess, and those two guys Wang Tang and Huang Feng. You are now the real storm figure in our school. Who would have thought that just a few days ago they were? Su Bai waved his chopsticks, almost flinging a piece of potato into Chen Jing's bowl. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Who could have imagined that just a few days ago, Chen Jing was still being called a beast waste, and now he had advanced steadily into the top 4 of his grade. Chen Jing lifted his head, seeing Su Bai's excitement exceeding his own, couldn't help but smile, remaining silent. Suddenly, Su Bai leaned in closer, wrinkling his brows and said, "By the way, Jingu, you and Su Goddess are now tied for the top 4, right? Back in the secret realm, hey, didn't anything happen?" Chen Jing shot him a glare, irritated, picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "Go to hell, what could have happened? It was just a coincidence, we helped each other out. It was because of Star Dream's strength. TSK, I believe you like a ghost. Who is Su Yunqi? A well-known ice queen, isn't she indifferent to everyone? She can team up with you and come out of the secret realm together? If there's no story here, I'll write Su backwards." Su Bai pouted, clearly not buying this rationale. Chen Jing didn't want to get caught up in that topic. Just as he was about to change the subject, he caught a glimpse of a slight stir at the entrance of the cafeteria out of the corner of his eye. A few students in school uniforms were crowding around a tall girl as she walked in. That girl had her hair tied in a neat ponytail, revealing a long white neck, her eyebrows and eyes were cold. It was Su Yunqi. She seemed used to this kind of attention, showing no expression on her face as she walked straight toward the food counter, seemingly oblivious to the discussions and gazes around her. "Look, speak of the devil and he appears." Su Bai pointed with his chin. "You see, wherever she goes she is the center of attention. Jingu, honestly, is there a lot of pressure teaming up with her?" Chen Jing looked at Su Yunqi's cold silhouette, his mind flashing back to her pale face confronting 3-horned scale eagles in the icy realm, and later in the ice bear's lair, her stubborn mouth cornered while closing her eyes to recover. He shook his head, his tone flat. "What pressure could there be? It's just a matter of give and take. She pays, I work. It's very fair. 100,000 federal coins. Just like that, given away. We don't understand the world of the rich. But Jing, you truly deserve this money. If it weren't for you and Xingming, she could have been in real trouble that time." Su Bai clicked his tongue. Mentioning Xingming, Chen Jing's gaze softened a bit. He could feel that the little creature resting in the Beastmaster Codex at this moment had a slightly more solid presence than in the morning. Continuous high-intensity battles, although exhausting, are also a great form of training. By the way, Jing, Su Bai seemed to suddenly remember something, his expression turning a bit worried. "In the semifinals this afternoon, are you confident against Huang Feng? His Windhawk is not easy to deal with." He paused and added, "I've heard that Huang Feng's family spent a lot of money to have an evolutionist plan the route for this Windhawk. Supposedly, its potential is a 6-star yellow rank, and it's fast, which just happens to counteract Xingming's control type. Well." Chen Jing's gaze grew calm upon hearing this. Of course, he knew Huang Feng, one of the 8 students in their year who awakened the Yellow Codex. His Windhawk is known for its speed and fierce attacks. He truly is a very tricky opponent. While Xingming's Sleep Powder and Soul Shock are odd, they would undoubtedly lose effectiveness against such a fast opponent, who likely has some aerial mobility. "Hard to say," Chen Jing said softly as he stirred the soup in his bowl, speaking honestly. "The Windhawk's speed is a huge problem. Xingming's powder is hard to hit, and the mental shock needs precise timing to catch the moment. Plus, Huang Feng isn't Zhao Meng, he definitely won't be easily provoked like Zhao Meng, and his tactics will be more cautious." He had already started to simulate possible battlefield scenarios in his mind, thinking of various counter-strategies. Going head-to-head wouldn't work, he must fully utilize Xingming's unique skills and the possible overconfidence of his opponent. After all, in the eyes of most people, Chen Jing reaching the top 4 is mostly due to luck and shortcuts. Sigh, that's true, Subai sighed. That guy Huang Feng is very arrogant, always looking down on others. But Jing, don't put too much pressure on yourself, making it to the top 4 is already super impressive. Chen Jing smiled, just about to speak, when a slightly sarcastic voice interrupted from the side. Oh, I was wondering who it was, discussing semi-final tactics here? So engrossed in it. Chen Jing and Subai turned their heads simultaneously. They saw Huang Feng standing beside their table with 2 followers, though they didn't know when he arrived. Huang Feng was tall and thin, his looks not bad, but the slightly upward-turned eyes always carried a hint of arrogance and scrutiny. His hands were in his pockets, a trace of a mocking smile on his lips, his gaze fixed on Chen Jing. Chen Jing, congratulations, you accidentally stumbled into the top 4. Huang Feng spoke slowly, so, are you analyzing with your friend how to hold on for a few more seconds under my Windhawk's claws this afternoon? Subai jumped up angrily. Huang Feng, what do you mean? The literal meaning. Relying on a mutated ornamental butterfly and some petty hypnosis tricks to get this far should come to an end. In practical assessments, it's all about real strength, not tricks. The cafeteria instantly fell silent, the surrounding students holding their breath, their gazes darting between Chen Jing and Huang Feng, the air thick with tension. Chen Jing reached out and gently pulled Subai, who was about to pounce, back down to his seat. He slowly lifted his head, meeting Huang Feng's provocative gaze, his face showing no anger, just calmness. Whether it's tricks or not, we'll find out in the arena this afternoon. Chen Jing's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, as for holding on for a few seconds. Huang Feng. Don't speak too boldly, be careful that the wind blows and you trip over your own tongue. His tone even carried a hint of teasing, as if Huang Feng was not talking about himself. Huang Feng squinted his eyes, clearly not expecting Chen Jing to react this way, neither in rage nor in fear. He snorted coldly, sharp-tongued. I hope this afternoon your bones can be as tough as your mouth. Let's go. After saying this, he turned away from the cafeteria with 2 followers, strutting with arrogance. Damn it, what a guy. Subai spat at Huang Feng's back. Brother Jing, you must teach him a lesson this afternoon. Too arrogant. It's not worth getting angry over someone like him. Let's eat, then we can rest a bit before the tough battle this afternoon. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside he had already raised Huang Feng's threat level another notch. This guy is not only powerful but also has a dark mind. Unlike Zhou Tao, who is reckless, he understands how to attack psychologically. The afternoon match would likely be the hardest battle he had faced since starting his assessment. Chapter 37, The Top 4 Opponents. In the afternoon, at the Practical Assessment Center. The stands were packed with people, the noise rising higher and higher. The semifinals were a showdown between the top talents in the grade, no one wanted to miss it. Chen Jing was resting on a bench in Class 7's resting area, eyes closed. A star dream rested on his shoulder, its wings occasionally stirring to sprinkle subtle starlight. A gentle fragrant breeze wafted by. Chen Jing sensed something, opened his eyes, and saw Su Yunqi standing in front of him, though he didn't know since when. She still wore a clean school uniform, her ponytail neatly styled, and her cold face held no excess expression, only her icy blue eyes stared calmly at him. Her arrival was like a stone thrown into a small pond, instantly creating ripples. The classmates of Class 7, who were previously chattering about tactics or secretly observing Chen Jing, suddenly hushed, all wide-eyed, glancing back and forth between Chen Jing and Su Yunqi with disbelief and burning curiosity. Hiss. Su Yunqi? Why is she here with us? Looking for Chen Jing? They really know each other? Wow, it seems the rumors about them coming out together from the secret realm were true. Quick, look, did she say anything? Subai was even more excited, elbowing Chen Jing's waist, raising his eyebrows, and urgently whispering, Brother Jing. Brother Jing. The goddess is looking for you. Chen Jing was almost startled by Subai's jab. He gave him an annoyed glance before turning back to Su Yunqi, standing up, and calmly greeting her, classmate Su. Su Yunqi slightly nodded, as a response. Her gaze swept past Chen Jing and lingered on the star dream resting on his shoulder for a moment. The wind eagle of Huang Feng, she began, her voice clear and emotionless, its speed is its greatest advantage. The innate skill Wind Wing Slash is activated extremely quickly, excelling at diving attacks from high altitudes. Its straight-line speed ranks in the top 3 among currently available white-class flying beasts. She paused before continuing. Its weakness is that it has slightly poor ability to maintain high-speed turns, especially after a rapid climb. There is almost imperceptible delay. Additionally, its resistance to mental interference is average. Chen Jing was momentarily stunned, then his heart warmed. He hadn't expected Su Yunqi to come specifically to provide him with information about his opponent. Was it because of the bond formed during their battle in the secret realm? Or simply because she couldn't stand Huang Feng's arrogance? He collected his thoughts and nodded seriously. Thank you, this information is very useful. Su Yunqi glanced at him once, said nothing more, nodded gently, and turned to leave, leaving behind a cold, dust-like figure and a suppressed, excited whisper among the students in Class 7. Wow! The goddess came to deliver intelligence. Brother Jing, your reputation is immense. There's definitely something going on. I told you something must have happened in the secret realm. Su Bai excitedly hugged Chen Jing's shoulder and lowered his voice, see that? Brother Jing. What is this called? This is called sending charcoal in the snow. This is called revolutionary friendship. Goddess Su must think highly of you, believing you can take down that arrogant Huang Feng. Chen Jing brushed him off dismissively, stop talking nonsense. They're just providing some information, how did it turn into something else in your mouth? Though he said this, in his heart, he knew that Su Yunqi's purpose in deliberately pointing out the Hu Wind Eagle's mental resistance weakness was probably not just to provide information. Perhaps, she hoped for a true showdown with him in the finals, instead of watching Huang Feng advance. At that moment, the voice of the director floated in from the loudspeaker, the third-year monthly combat assessment, the first match of the semi-finals, is about to begin. Please Chen Jing from Class 7 and Huang Feng from Class 1 of the third year, promptly head to Arena 1 for preparation. Repeating, Chen Jing from Class 7, Huang Feng from Class 1, Arena 1. Wow! Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Arena 1, as the two figures approached the ring from different directions. They're coming! The strongest dark horse against the old genius. Chen Jing's Hypnosis Butterfly versus Huang Feng's Ultra Wind Eagle. This is going to be exciting. I'm betting on Huang Feng, his absolute strength crushes all. No matter how strange that butterfly is, if it can't land a hit, it's useless. Not necessarily. Chen Jing's mental shock is hard to guard against, if the Ultra Wind Eagle gets hit, it will probably tumble. The discussions, cheers, and speculations mixed together, creating an atmosphere that reached a peak of tension. Chen Jing took a steady step toward the arena. On the other side, Huang Feng also stepped onto the arena. He didn't even glance at Chen Jing, instead, he scanned the audience, reveling in the attention directed at him, as though victory was already assured. The two stood in the center of the arena, 10 meters apart. The same referee teacher, eyes sharp as a knife, swept over the two of them and solemnly reminded them of the rules. Semifinals, the rules remain. If one side's beast loses combat ability, or if the Beastmaster concedes, it will end. Deliberate maiming or killing of the beast is strictly prohibited, and violators will face severe punishment. Is that understood? Understood. Chen Jing nodded calmly. Huang Feng then lazily shifted his gaze to Chen Jing, sneering, understood. Let's get started quickly, don't waste everyone's time. His tone implied that he was itching to end what he considered an unchallenging fight. The referee teacher frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Huang Feng's attitude, but said nothing more, simply raising his right hand high and then swinging it down sharply. Match, start. Ultra Wind Eagle, come out. Huang Feng almost instantly summoned as soon as the referee's voice fell. The orange-yellow beast card lit up, and a sharp, piercing eagle cry echoed across the sky. A green figure shot up like an arrow, creating a fierce gust of wind. It was an extraordinary eagle-type beast, with wings spread nearly 2 meters, its feathers displaying streamlined gray-blue hues, and the wingtips glinting like cold metal. It circled above the arena, its sharp eagle eyes fixated on the dream star below, exuding a cold and fierce predator's demeanor. This was Huang Feng's beast, known for its speed and attack power, the Ultra Wind Eagle. Ultra Wind Eagle. Type, Wind. Rank, White level 6 star. Potential, Yellow level 6 star. Talent skills, Wind Wing / active, highly compresses wind elements in its wings to form incredibly sharp air blades with immense cutting power, launched swiftly, high-speed movement, passive, greatly increases flying speed and agility. Status, highly motivated, energy abundant, follows instructions. Notes, a typical aerial assassin-type beast, possessing extreme speed and explosive attack power, good at one-strike disengagement. Its weakness lies in relatively weak defense, and sustained high-speed flying consumes enormous energy, with average resistance to precise mental strikes. Chen Jing quickly scanned the system panel, feeling more confident in his heart. Su Yunqi's intelligence was spot on. Xing Meng. Chen Jing called softly. A barely noticeable flash of light passed by, and Xing Meng was already floating in the air before Chen Jing. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 38, One Strike. Huang Feng snorted coldly, his eyes filled with even more contempt, and he ordered without hesitation, "You Feng, don't give it any opportunity. Move in quickly, then use Wind Wing / end it with one blow." He wanted to crush this bug with absolute speed. Screech. Yu Feng received the order, let out a sharp cry, and flapped its wings violently, instantly wrapping itself in a layer of faint blue airflow. In the next moment, its figure transformed into a streak of blue lightning, diving almost vertically from the high sky towards Xingmen with a speed difficult to capture by the naked eye. The speed was so fast that it even left a faint afterimage behind. So fast. Gasps erupted from the audience. This speed. I can hardly see it. It's over. How can Chen Jing's butterfly dodge? It will be killed in an instant. Faced with this terrifying onslaught that came in the blink of an eye, Chen Jing's pupils also slightly contracted. Xingmeng, unleash full power mental shock, interrupt it. The effect of the sleeping powder had diminished, but there was no need to hide his strength anymore. Starting directly with the soul shock. Xingmeng, which had been quietly floating, finally moved at the moment when the blue lightning was about to reach it. It did not attempt to evade that almost impossible speed, but instead, its compound eyes, like carrying the starseed, suddenly brightened. Who? There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling light and shadow. An invisible and intangible, yet heavy and oppressive soul storm suddenly radiated from Xingmeng, expanding rapidly in all directions. This was not the previous version of the soul shock used solely for interference, but the complete version of the soul shock. Screech? The Yufenging diving down with the force of thunder was hit first. Its sharp eagle eyes instantly widened, filled with ultimate pain and confusion, as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer deep within its soul. The piercing screech suddenly stopped, turning into a distorted wail. The layer of faint blue airflow around it, representing extreme speed, burst like a popped balloon, and its diving momentum froze in place. Its huge body seemed to lose all power in an instant, becoming awkward and unsteady, no longer a precise hunter but rather like a clumsy bird with suddenly broken wings. What? Huang Feng's smile instantly froze, turning into disbelief and horror as he shouted, "This is impossible! Yufenging! Steady yourself! Hurry, steady yourself!" He could clearly feel the chaos and immense pain coming through the soul link from Yufenging, almost on the verge of collapse. The gasps from the audience erupted like a tsunami at this moment. What the hell? What happened? What's wrong with Yufenging? Why is it falling on its own? My God! What did I see? Chen Jing's butterfly, what did it do? Just glanced at it? It's not just interference. This is not simply mental interference. We were all deceived. Chen Jing had been hiding his true abilities. He made us think that this butterfly's mental attack was only for harassment and delay, but unexpectedly, the power is so terrifying. One strike, just one strike. And it brought down the Yufenging at full speed? It's too frightening. What kind of butterfly is this? Could it be a spirit-based beast? Voices of discussion, admiration, and skepticism mixed together, almost blowing off the roof of the testing arena. Everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on Ring One, staring at that beautiful butterfly, which was slowly flapping its wings, scattering specks of starlight, and the overly calm-looking boy behind it. Chen Jing. From today on, this name will probably no longer be simply summed up as Dark Horse or Good Luck. On the stage, the referee quickly walked to the wind eagle that was wobbling, barely managing to stabilize itself and not crash to the ground, but clearly had lost its balance and fighting spirit. It was only instinctively flapping its wings, its gaze vacant. After confirming that it had only suffered a mental shock and temporarily lost its fighting ability, with no serious physical injuries, the referee stood up, took a deep breath, suppressed the shock inside, raised the flag in hand, faced the crowd, and announced in a voice that was as steady as possible but still revealed a hint of fluctuation. The wind eagle has lost its fighting ability. The winner is Class 7 of the senior year, Chen Jing. He advances to the finals. Wow! Everyone stretched their necks, their faces filled with disbelief and extreme excitement. The previous discussions that doubted Chen Jing and thought he had lucked into the top 4 were shattered by reality in this moment. He won. He really won. Chen Jing is in the finals. My God! From last place to the grade finals. Amazing. So amazing. This twist is something even a novel wouldn't dare to write. Huang Feng's face has turned green. Ha ha ha, look at him being so arrogant just now. He said one-hit solution? In the end, he got solved in one hit. What a slap in the face. Huang Feng's face was ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His body trembled slightly with anger and humiliation. He stared fixedly at the calm and terrifying boy across from him, as well as the butterfly that gracefully fluttered its wings on his shoulder, his teeth grinding together. The harsh words he had thrown before, one-hit solution, don't waste our time, unorthodox tricks, now felt like loud slaps returning to hit his own face, completely intact and doubled. He could even clearly feel the gazes from around him, filled with sympathy, mockery, and schadenfreude of various emotions pricking at him like needles. Chen Jing, he squeezed these 2 words out from between his teeth, his eyes cold enough to drip water. The speed he was proud of, the wind eagle he had carefully nurtured, turned out to be so fragile under the opponent's unpredictable mental attack. This sense of defeat was harder for him to accept than being defeated head-on. Chen Jing, however, appeared to be oblivious to Huang Feng's murderous gaze. He slightly tilted his head, his fingertips gently brushing along the somewhat dim wings of Xingmeng. The little guy's full outburst just now had clearly consumed a lot of energy. The emotion transmitted back was filled with obvious fatigue, but more was a sense of pride for completing the task and a fondness for his reliance. You worked hard, little buddy. Well done, really so great. Wu Xingming nudged its little head against his fingers again. This warm scene formed a stark contrast to Huang Feng's almost fiery rage. Huang Feng suddenly turned his head, no longer looking at the scene that made his heart ache, almost gritting his teeth. He sped over to the still-dazed Wind Eagle, roughly retracting it into the beast encyclopedia. He didn't even greet the referee, leaving the stage with a dark expression, not looking back, his figure embarrassingly disappearing down the corridor, leaving behind even more unrestrained discussions and gazes. Chapter 39, Su Yunqi vs. Wang Tang. Chen Jing did not hurry back to Class 7's resting area. Instead, he turned his steps and headed straight for the direction of the second arena. There was another semi-final match there. Su Yunqi vs. Wang Tang. Snow Phoenix vs. Vinewood Tree Demon, how could he possibly miss it? As soon as he arrived at the second arena, he heard the discussions around him. Goddess Su's match is tough, Wang Tang's Vinewood Tree Demon is so tricky. Absolutely, it's both tough and can control, rooting down to heal, simply a moving fortress. The attack power of the Snow Phoenix is strong, but if those vines get wrapped around you, you'll be drained to death. On attributes, it's heavily disadvantaged, ice against wood doesn't favor them. It's tough. Chen Jing didn't push into the crowd, he found a slightly secluded corner with a good view and leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. His gaze was fixed on the battle platform, with a hint of focused analysis in his eyes. On the stage, both sides' Beastmasters had already begun to fight. Su Yunqi, dressed in a pristine school uniform, stood there coldly, her ponytail swaying gently in the breeze. Her opponent, Wang Tang, was a boy with a clean buzz cut, not particularly tall, but his sharp gaze exuded a strong sense of calmness. In front of him, a strangely shaped plant beast was deeply rooted in the specially made soil of the platform. This beast looked like a twisted little tree, its trunk was dark brown, rough like old pine, but numerous green vine-like tendrils fell around it, swaying slightly without the wind, giving off an unsettling aura of life. This was Wang Tang's beast, the Vinewood Tree Spirit. Almost the moment Chen Jing's gaze landed, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, target detected. Vinewood Tree Spirit. Attribute, wood. Rank, white rank 6 stars. Potential, yellow rank 4 stars. Talent skills, tough bark, passive, boosts physical defense, root entangle, active, extends from underground or its vines to bind the opponent, with slight paralyzing toxin. Status, energy full, firmly rooted, defensive stance. Remark, a typical defensive control type beast, with tenacious vitality, good at prolonged battles. Its weakness lies in its poor mobility, it fears high intensity burst damage and continuous fire burns. Chen Jing slightly raised his eyebrows. This Vinewood Tree Spirit was indeed a tough nut, a solid tank plus control, or real pain in the neck. He turned his gaze to the other side. Su Yunqi's Snow Phoenix Ice Feather was already soaring in the air. Compared to when he saw it in the secret realm, its figure seemed even more agile, with feathers resembling ice carved by millennia, crystal clear, reflecting dazzling light in the sun, and its long tail feather floated nimbly, each wing beat creating tiny ice crystal snowflakes, noticeably dropping the surrounding temperature. The noble and cold air it radiated drew gasps from the audience. Snow Phoenix. Attribute, ice. Rank, white rank 9 stars. Potential, green rank 1 star. Talent skills, frost aura, weak passive, continuously emits cold air, slowing nearby enemies, ice crystal breath, active, sprays out extremely cold ice breath that can freeze targets in its path, wing slash, active, attaches ice energy to the wing's edges, forming incredibly sharp ice blades for cutting. Status, full of spirit, abundant energy, high fighting intent. Remark, an ice-type flying beast with thin phoenix bloodline, with huge potential, its skills combine area control and single-target burst. Against rooted defensive opponents, it needs to find a key moment to break through their defenses. Green rank 1 star already? Chen Jing felt a slight surprise in his heart. It seems that after returning from the secret realm, Su Yunqi and her family invested heavily in her training. This speed of potential increase is quite terrifying. It seemed that this classmate Su's family background was even more solid than he had imagined. Earlier in the secret realm, the Snow Phoenix's potential was just green rank 7 stars, and in such a short time, it had crossed a large rank to reach blue rank. The resources consumed during this period were surely astronomical. Just then, the referee confirmed both sides were ready and swung his arm down sharply. Match, start. Vinewood Tree Spirit, deeply root. Defensive stance, watch the skies. Wang Tang's reaction was extremely quick. Almost as soon as the referee's voice fell, his steady command was already issued. Instantly, the thick roots of the Vinewood Tree Spirit shimmered with a rich brown-green light. Like countless tentacles digging deeper beneath the arena, the entire trunk seemed to be connected to the platform, giving a sense of being immovable like a rock. At the same time, those draping green vines intertwined and danced in the air, forming an impenetrable defense net, standing ready. Wang Tang's tactics were clear: hold steady and counterattack, use the defense and control of the Vine Tree Demon to wear down the Snow Phoenix's stamina and energy, waiting for a flaw from the opponent. Su Yunqi's gaze was cold, without any hesitation, her red lips slightly parted. Ice feather, soar high in the sky, test with icy breath. Caw! The ice feather of the Snow Phoenix let out a cry, its wings flapping, suddenly soaring high, agilely circling above the Vine Tree Demon. It opened its delicate beak, a fierce white cold current filled with countless tiny ice crystals poured down like a waterfall towards the vine defense net below. Crack, sizzle. Where the cold current passed, moisture in the air instantly condensed, and the moving vines were quickly covered with a thick layer of white frost, their movements obviously becoming stiff and much slower. Some vines even turned brittle due to the low temperature, breaking off under the impact of the subsequent cold currents and falling to the ground shattered. It works. No wonder it's the Snow Phoenix, this cold is too domineering. However, there was no sign of panic on Wang Tang's face. Instead, he revealed a look of as expected. He spoke in a low voice: do not resist, shrink defense, root down for recovery. The Vine Tree Demon glowed with green light, its roots deeply buried in the ground frantically absorbing energy. The injured and broken vines began to slowly writhe, fresh buds sprouting at the broken ends, and the surface frost was slowly melting away. Though the speed was not fast, recovery was indeed ongoing. Damn, this recovery ability is too abnormal. How can we fight? It can heal itself after being hurt? Su Yunqi clearly recognized the problem, her brows furrowing slightly. Although the Snow Phoenix's icy breath could cause damage and slow down, it could not instantly destroy all the vines, and the opponent's recovery ability was gradually offsetting this damage. Continuing like this would only lead to a boring war of attrition, exactly what the opponent desired. Chapter 40, Opponent of the Finals. Su Yunqi's eyes sharpened. She saw that Wang Tang wanted to play a war of endurance, using the Vine Tree Demon's monstrous recovery ability to wear down the ice feather. I can't let it happen. She decisively resolved in her heart. Ice feather, change the target. Forget those annoying vines, aim for the ground it's rooted in, and use icy breath. Caw! It elegantly and swiftly spiraled in the air, dodging several vines trying to entwine it, then flapped its wings hard, hovering right above the Vine Tree Demon. Its beak opened, a denser, more piercing white cold current than before, no longer scattering to attack the moving vines, but concentrating all its firepower precisely on the small area where the Vine Tree Demon's deep brown trunk connected with the arena's surface. Crack, crack, crack. A piercing freezing sound echoed immediately. The ground was rapidly covered with thick, opaque ice, and that layer of ice was rapidly spreading and eroding towards the roots of the Vine Tree Demon. Cold air overflowed, and even the air near the edge of the arena seemed ready to freeze, making the nearby audience shiver involuntarily, hugging their arms and shrinking back. For the first time, a clear fluctuation appeared on Wang Tang's usually calm face, his brows tightly knitted. Not good. He wants to freeze my roots. The defense and recovery of the Vine Tree Demon greatly relied on absorbing energy from the earth after rooting. Once the roots were completely frozen, it would be equivalent to cutting off its energy source, turning it into a living target that could only passively take hits. Vine Tree Demon, stir your roots, shatter the ice. Meanwhile, all vines move upwards to interfere. Don't let it output so comfortably. Wang Tang ordered urgently, his speech speed increasing significantly. The thick trunk of the wooden demon shook violently, trying to use its strength to shatter the solid ice wrapped around its roots. At the same time, the dozens of emerald green vines no longer sought to intertwine, but instead lashed upward and pierced down with the sound of whistling wind, trying to disrupt the phoenix snowbird's breath. However, the cold ice halo around the phoenix snowbird played a crucial role at this moment. As the vines approached a certain range of the ice feathers, their speed visibly slowed, quickly covered by a layer of white frost, and became much less nimble and powerful in their movements. The ice feathers only needed to nimbly tilt slightly or gently flap its wings to dodge those clumsy attacks at the last moment. TSK, this is troublesome. Wang Tang observed the ice layer at the base thickening, the wooden demon's struggles seeming limited, and his expression grew even more serious. The atmosphere in the audience rose tense. Can it freeze? If it can freeze, there's hope. Wang Tang's wooden demon is really strong, it might break free. It all depends on whether the freezing happens quickly or the breaking free occurs faster. Chen Jing leaned against the corner wall, his gaze focused on the battle below, quickly analyzing in his heart. Su Yunqi's decision is very decisive. For this kind of rooted creature, cutting off its foundation is the most effective method. But Wang Tang's wooden demon is indeed amazing in strength and defense, it's all about whether the ice feathers can completely freeze it before it breaks free. On the arena, the clash of ice and wood reached a boiling point. The wooden demon's struggles became more intense, tiny cracks began to appear in the solid ice covering its roots, making a creaking sound. But the breath of the phoenix snowbird showed no signs of letting up, new cold air continuously replenishing it, repairing the cracks while making the ice layer thicker and broader. This was a contest of speed and endurance. Su Yunqi's cold eyes fixed tightly below, seeing that the freezing range had met expectations, and the wooden demon's struggle seemed to have reached a critical point. A flash of brilliance appeared in her eyes, knowing the decisive moment had arrived. Ice Feather, she shouted sharply. Now is the time, target the trunk. The ice feathers, maintaining their breath, immediately closed their beak upon hearing her voice, ceasing the icy breath. With a powerful pull of its wings back, it suddenly swung forward like a taut bowstring, channeling concentrated power. At the moment of the swing, the edges of its magnificent and enormous ice crystal wings gathered dazzling white light, forming two crescent-shaped, unmatched sharp ice blades with highly compressed ice energy. The ice blades tore through the air with a sharp whistle, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, crossing to strike at the wooden demon's trunk, which was severely limited in movement due to frozen roots. Not good. Quick, defend. Wang Tang's pupils constricted sharply as he shouted at the top of his lungs. The wooden demon also sensed the deadly threat, frantically mobilizing all its lines to create a shield in front of its trunk. However, being frozen at the roots severely affected its energy transmission and reaction speed, and the vines moving back were slower than usual, appearing weakened due to earlier frostbite and the influence of the ice halo. Shoo! Crack! The sharp ice blades easily severed several hastily returning vines, their momentum unabated, and fiercely struck the wooden demon's deep brown trunk. Wood chips mixed with ice shards flew everywhere. A deep but terrifying scar, almost splitting the trunk nearly in half, abruptly appeared on the demon's body. Green sap oozed from the wound but was instantly frozen by the remaining extreme cold. Ugh! The wooden demon emitted a deep and painful hum, its massive body shuddering violently, all the flailing vines dropping down weakly as if their bones were pulled out. The rooted state was forcefully broken, the roots pulled out from the ice layer, bringing up countless ice shards. The brilliance on it rapidly dimmed, clearly suffering heavy damage, losing the ability to continue fighting. The entire area around the second arena fell into a brief silence. Everyone was shocked by this sudden, clean-killing blow. In the next second, deafening cheers and discussions erupted like a volcano. She won. Su Yunqi won. My heavens! Those two ice blades were so cool. They were cut straight through. Nothing could stop it. Awesome! Is this the true power of the snow phoenix bird? The referee quickly approached, carefully checking the state of the woodvine tree demon, confirming it could no longer fight, then stood up and announced loudly, the woodvine tree demon has lost combat capability. The winner, Class 3, Su Yunqi. Advancing to the finals. Wow! Applause and cheers surged towards the arena like a tidal wave. Wang Tang looked at his partner collapsed on the ground, covered in injuries, a trace of heartache and loss flashed across his face, but he took a deep breath, walked forward, gently touched the trunk of the woodvine tree demon, and whispered, "You've worked hard, we've done our best." Then he recalled it into the Beastmaster's handbook. He looked up at the still-cold Su Yunqi across from him, nodded as a greeting, and silently walked down from the arena, heading toward the medical room. Su Yunqi stood on the arena, Ice Feather retracted its wings, lightly landing beside her, affectionately rubbing against her cheek. She reached out to stroke Ice Feather's cold feathers, her cold face still showing little emotion. Her gaze lifted, crossing over the noisy crowd, seemingly casually sweeping in the direction where Chen Jing was. The eyes of the two briefly met in the air. Chen Jing leaned against the wall, meeting her gaze, the corners of his mouth slightly curled, revealing a smile of approval and understanding, gently nodding. Su Yunqi's gaze did not linger at all, as if it were just a casual glance, then withdrew, turning to walk down the arena. Chapter 41 Daily Life. In the evening. I'm back. He said while bending down to change shoes, calling out to the room. Brother! You're back. How was it? The finals. Did you make it to the finals? The whole school is buzzing. I made it. At this moment, Lin Wan, wearing an apron, also poked her head out from the kitchen, holding a spatula, her face unable to hide a look of delight. Little Jing is back? Hurry and wash your hands to get ready for dinner. Mom made your favorite sweet and sour ribs and braised fish. Let's celebrate. Thank you, Mom. Chen Jing felt warm inside. Where's Dad? He glanced around the living room but didn't see his father Chen Jiangwo. Your dad got off work early today, he went downstairs to the deli to buy your favorite sauce beef, he should be back soon. As Lin Wan spoke, she turned back to the kitchen. Chen Jing felt even warmer. He knew that although his parents were usually busy at work and didn't say much, they always cared about him silently. This time, he managed to fight his way into the finals, they must be even happier than he was. Before long, the door lock turned, and Chen Jiangwo walked in with an oil paper bag, a rare, relaxed smile on his face. You're back? Here, sauce beef, extra meal. Dad. Chen Jing accepted the still warm oil paper bag. Good boy, Chen Jiangwo patted Chen Jing's shoulder hard, with considerable force, showing approval. Well done. You've brought glory to the Chen family. Lucky. Chen Jing smiled modestly. What luck? That's strength. Chen Shi interjected from the side, proudly raising his little head. My brother is now a star at school. All right, stop standing around, hurry, let's eat. Lin Wan came out from the kitchen with the last dish of soup, calling everyone. On the dining table, a variety of rich dishes were laid out, full of color, aroma, and flavor, filled with the taste of home. Come on, little Jing, eat more, you worked hard today. Lin Wan kept adding dishes to Chen Jing's bowl, which soon piled up into a small mountain. Mom, that's enough, I can do it myself. Chen Jing felt both touched and a little embarrassed. Brother, hurry and tell us what happened in the semi-finals today. I heard you took down Huang Feng's Gale Eagle in one move? Chen Shi was pushing her food around, but her eyes were glued to Chen Jing, filled with gossip and curiosity. Chen Jing swallowed his food and organized his words. It's really not that complicated. Huang Feng's Gale Eagle is fast, but Dreamstar's Soul Impact counters it perfectly. When it dives down, it's the fastest, but also the moment when its focus is highest and can be interrupted the easiest. Dreamstar seized the chance and hit it with a Soul Impact. It couldn't handle it. Soul Impact? Chen Shi blinked her big eyes. Is it the same one you used to knock out the Ironback Wolf? So powerful? Even the white tier 6-star Gale Eagle can't withstand it? Yes, Dreamstar's skill is quite special. It directly attacks the soul. Many beasts with strong physical defenses actually fare worse. Good. That's great. Chen Jianghuo nodded repeatedly, took a sip of wine, his face flushed red. Highlight the strengths and avoid the weaknesses, find the right spot for a decisive blow. That's what a beast master should be like. Much better than your dad, if I had. Alright, enough, old Chen, bringing up your past glory again. Lin Wan interrupted with a smile, adding some food to her husband's plate. The kids are tired from the competition. Let him eat well. Chen Jing smiled and replied, burying his head in the food. He enjoyed this rare warm moment, with the warmth of the meal filling his heart. After dinner, Chen Jing took the initiative to help his mom with the dishes, and quickly cleaned up the kitchen a bit. Lin Wan wanted him to rest but couldn't convince him otherwise. After finishing, Chen Jing wiped his hands with a towel and walked over to Chen Shi, who was snuggled up on the couch, scrolling through the school forum on her communicator, occasionally bursting into silly laughter. Hey, stop scrolling, I need to discuss something with you. Chen Shi looked up, excitement still glowing on her face. What is it, brother? Come to my room for a minute. Chen Jing gestured to her with a hint of mystery in his tone. Chen Shi's eyes brightened, and she immediately put down her communicator and followed him. What's with the mystery, brother? Did you get something good again? Is it for me? Bring out your little ice sprite. Chen Jing didn't answer directly but walked to his desk, turning his back to Chen Shi. Little ice? Chen Shi was puzzled but trusted her brother almost unconditionally. She concentrated, and a beast atlas with edges flowing with purple light appeared in front of her. With a flash of light, a stream of icy blue energy flew out and landed in Chen Shi's open palm. The light receded, revealing a small sprite, the size of a palm, exquisitely crafted as if made of ice crystal. The ice sprite flapped its transparent crystal wings and affectionately rubbed against Chen Shi's finger. The room's temperature dropped a few degrees with its arrival. Only then did Chen Jing turn around, holding a small crystal bottle. The bottle was small, but it was exquisitely made, reflecting a captivating glow under the room's light. What drew even more attention was what was inside the bottle, a powdery ice blue crystal, fine as dust, but upon closer look, it seemed to contain countless tiny stars embedded within. As it wobbled slightly, it sparkled and emitted a pure and fierce chill, with a thin layer of white frost already crystallized on the bottle's wall. Wow! Chen Shi's eyes went wide, staring unblinkingly at the crystal bottle. Even from a distance, she could feel the icy energy waves radiating from within the bottle. Meanwhile, the ice sprite in her palm reacted more directly. The little creature emitted a hurried and eager sound, suddenly soaring into the air, swiftly circling around Chen Shi's wrist. The icy crystal wings flapped so fast it was almost a phantom, with large eyes fixated on the crystal bottle, filled with the most primitive desire and urgency. Brother, this is... She was not someone who lacked knowledge. At first glance, it was clear that what was inside this bottle was anything but ordinary. Chen Jing looked at his sister and the ice sprite, both eager and cautious, and felt a smile creep up his lips, his heart full of satisfaction. He gently shook the crystal bottle, and the starlight ice crystal powder inside flowed like a galaxy, breathtakingly beautiful. This is called starlight ice crystal powder. Chen Jing walked to Chen Shi, holding the crystal bottle in front of her so she could see it better. It's, a relatively special icy material. I was lucky to get it by chance. I've seen it. The energy it contains is very pure and gentle, and it carries a unique starry aura that matches your ice sprite attribute perfectly. Using it might help the little one establish a solid foundation, and who knows, it might even awaken a bit of its potential. Chapter 42. The finals arrive. Chen Jing's words were subtle, but Chen Shi understood them completely. This was clearly a gift specifically prepared by her brother for her first beast companion. Its value absolutely surpassed the total of all the materials she had used before. Brother! She lifted her head, her eyes slightly red, with a choked voice unable to express the 1,000 words in her heart. She couldn't say a complete sentence. She had never imagined that, when her brother was just starting out and resources were similarly scarce for him, he would still leave such a wonderful thing for her. Silly girl, why be polite with your brother? You have great talent, and little Bing Bing has high potential. You deserve the best. Take good care of it in the future, and you two together will surely go far. He shook the crystal bottle in his hand and held it out in front of the ice sprite that was almost about to pounce, smiling at Chen Shi. Here, take it. As for how to use it, feel the soul link, little Bing Bing will tell you. Remember, don't rush, take your time, guide it to absorb bit by bit, and never be greedy. The ice sprite was instantly delighted when it realized this was for it. It flew in front of Chen Jing, tilted its little head, looked at him with its pure large eyes, then nodded vigorously, flapping its small wings more joyfully. Chen Jing watched this little one's expression of seeing your sincere offering. I, the ice sprite, will generously forgive your earlier offense, and couldn't help but laugh, pretending to scold it. Oh, now you know I'm good? Who threw little ice shards at me before? The ice sprite immediately turned its little body away from him, pretending not to hear, but the slight quiver of its wings still revealed its small pride and joy. Chen Shi couldn't help but laugh at this scene. She tightly grasped the crystal bottle in her hand, feeling the cold touch and the vast, gentle energy within, silently vowing to work harder and never let down her brother's generous gift and expectations. The next morning, Chen Jing slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flickered in his pupils before fading away. He let out a long breath, the air condensing into a clear white line in the cool air, lingering for several seconds before slowly dissipating. Whew! White step level 5 peak, only one step away from breaking through that barrier. He murmured to himself. With a thought, he immersed his consciousness into the Beastmaster's illustrated guide. The little star dream seemed to still be resting and transmitted a feeling of affection and a bit of laziness as it sensed his probe. Little one, did you rest well? Today is our finals. Woo! Star Dream let out a tiny chirp, soft and glutinous as if saying, Master, I am ready. Chen Jing smiled and got out of bed. Today, a new chapter was about to begin, filled with excitement and possibilities. It is the day of the finals. The opponent is Su Yunxi and her Snow Phoenix. He knows that today will definitely be a tough battle, a hard fight for Xingmeng. The Snow Phoenix is not the Wind Eagle, its extreme cold breath and wide-range ice crystal control can somewhat limit Xingmeng's agility and dust effects. Moreover, Su Yunxi has extremely high tactical skills and will never recklessly charge in like Huangfeng. Xingmeng's dream power has limitless potential, even the ability to kill enemies with a glance is not a legend. But now it is still too young, like a freshly sprouted seedling, far from being able to shake towering trees. It cannot unleash the true power of the dream system, which is mysterious and directly points to the source of the soul. It seems that I cannot rely on strength, I can only outsmart them. When he walked out of the room. Brother! You're up! Come and see, come and see. Chen Shi heard the noise and immediately put down what she was holding, running over with excitement and joy all over her face, her little face flushed. She held out her hands like presenting a treasure, palms up. In her hands, a little ice elf, about the size of a palm, floated there, emitting a gentle and pure ice blue glow. The little creature seemed to be more solid than yesterday, its ice crystal wings even more transparent, the edges sparkling with tiny, star-like lights. It tilted its little head, big eyes blinking at Chen Jing, full of affection and a little bit of pride. It made a soft sound, actively flying in front of Chen Jing, circling around him, and rubbing its little head against his cheek, the cool touch refreshing him. Brother, I followed your advice last night and guided it to absorb gradually. The effect is so good. It said it feels warm inside, and the energy flow is much smoother than before, even its perception of ice elements has sharpened. Chen Jing looked at his vibrant sister and the ice elf that obviously benefited greatly. He extended his finger to let the ice elf land on his fingertip, feeling its weight and pure coldness, smiling as he teased it. Oh, now you know to rub against me? Who was it that used little ice shards to poke my face before? The ice elf immediately twisted its little body, turning its back to him, and flapping its wings a bit faster, scattering bits of ice crystals, but the slightly trembling tentacles still revealed its good mood. Oh brother! Little Bing Bing knows it was wrong, don't keep bringing it up. Chen Shi hurriedly defended, calling the ice elf back carefully, holding it gently in her hands, then leaning closer to Chen Jing, her big eyes sparkling. Brother, thank you, really. This gift is so precious. Nonsense. Chen Jing ruffled her hair, we are family. You and little Bing Bing becoming stronger makes me happier than anything else. Treat it well, the road ahead is still long. At that moment, their mother, Lin Wan, came out from the kitchen holding breakfast, and seeing the warm and harmonious scene between the siblings, she smiled gently. Xiao Jing, Xiao Shi, stop chatting and come eat breakfast. Xiao Jing, today is the finals, good luck. At the dining table, the atmosphere was warm and filled with encouragement. Although Dad Chen Jiangwo didn't speak much, he also patted Chen Jing's shoulder, saying in a deep voice, "Relax and play, don't put too much pressure on yourself. To come this far, you are already the pride of our Chen family." At the 7th Beast Tamer High School, in the practical assessment area. When Chen Jing entered the venue, the atmosphere felt completely different from before. There were just too many people. The stands were packed tightly, almost impossible to squeeze through. Not only the third-year students, but many first- and second-year students, and even some outsiders who had heard the news, were crowding in. The sounds of discussion, cheers, and speculations intertwined, forming a huge sound wave that impacted everyone's eardrums. Chen Jing is here. The Dark Horse is here. Goddess Su is here too. Over there. My goodness, I'm so nervous, it feels even more tense than when I'm on stage myself. Who do you think will win? I feel that Su Yunqi's Snow Phoenix has a greater chance of victory, the tear suppression is too obvious. That's not necessarily true. Chen Jing's butterfly is quite strange, and its mental attacks are hard to defend against. Remember the Wind Eagle? Chen Jing could clearly feel countless gazes shining on him like spotlights, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, admiration, and doubt. He took a deep breath, expelling these distracting thoughts from his mind, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd, finally landing on the distant, cold figure. Chapter 43 Finals 1. 7th Beasts High School, Monthly Practical Assessment Final Stage. The Great Finals, still the most dramatic underdog against the acknowledged genius, this kind of scene seldom occurs in years. On the stage, the two stood facing each other. On one side was Chen Jing, slightly slender, with a palm-sized butterfly resting on his shoulder, its wings shimmering with a dreamy starlight under the sunlight, occasionally fluttering gently. On the other side stood Su Yunqi. The girl wore her clean and tidy school uniform, her neat ponytail revealing a smooth forehead and a tall, fair neck. Her gaze was calm and unruffled as it landed on Chen Jing, holding a pure, scrutinizing look toward her opponent. Their eyes met in the air, without sparks, but a kind of invisible tension quietly spread out. During the secret realm, Su Yunqi spoke first, her clear voice not loud, yet strangely piercing through the surrounding noise, clearly reaching Chen Jing's ears. "I just wanted to have a good fight with you in Xingmeng." Her words held no provocation, only a calm statement of fact, and a hint of quietly ignited fighting spirit. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing couldn't help but reveal a trace of helplessness at the corner of his mouth and let out a gentle sigh. "To be honest," Chen Jing began, his voice carrying a touch of honest complaint, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd filled with excitement, "if it weren't for the school's stinginess, distributing resources by ranking, I really wouldn't want to fight this final. With this time, wouldn't it be more practical to explore more in the secret realm?" But his tone immediately shifted, holding a sliver of resigned teasing, and his gaze sharpened. "It's a pity, though, being short on money makes heroes short on spirit. When it's time to compete, we still have to compete." Xingmeng seemed to sense her master's shift in mood, letting out a gentle whine, its wings fluttering lightly as if in agreement. Su Yunqi quietly listened, showing no rebuttal nor agreement. She simply nodded slightly, as if responding to his complaints that weren't truly complaints. "It all depends on ability." Her cherry lips parted slightly, uttering 3 words, concise. The referee teacher walked to the center of the stage, sweeping his gaze over the two of them, speaking deeply, every word heavily emphasized. "Final rules will not be repeated. I emphasize one point, just go for points. Malicious harm to beasts or beast masters is strictly prohibited. Violation results in disqualification, with school-wide notice. Final, begin." Ka. Almost at the same moment the referee's words fell, the Snow Phoenix ice feather circling above Su Yunqi's head let out a clear and bright phoenix cry. Snow Phoenix. Attribute, Ice. Rank, White Tier 9 stars. Potential, Green Tier 1 star. Talent skills, Ice Aura, passive, constantly emitting cold air, slowing down and freezing enemies nearby. Ice Breath, active, emitting extremely cold icy breath, capable of freezing or slowing large areas of targets. Wing Slash, active, highly compressing ice energy on the wing edges to form incredibly sharp ice blades for high-speed cutting. Status, mentally full, energy abundant, fighting spirit high. Note, an ice-type flying beast with thin phoenix bloodlines, great potential, skills combining area control and powerful single-target explosive force. Chen Jing's eyes narrowed, a chilling sense rising in his heart. White Tier 9 stars. Just one step away from Red Tier. This sense of pressure is far stronger than any previous opponent. "Xingming," he called out, not daring to be slow for even a moment. The Xingming on his shoulder responded and moved. Transformed into a beam of flowing light, it spiraled upwards and hovered before Chen Jing. Dream Soul Butterfly. Type, Dream System. Rank, White level 7 stars. Potential, Yellow level 9 stars. Talents. Dream Soul Perception, passive, possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to dream energy and mental waves, able to detect potential mental attacks and dream traps in advance. Sleep dust enhancement. The scales it emits have a stronger calming and sleep-inducing effect and can actively influence the opponent's mind to induce drowsiness and sluggish thinking. Dream protection draws on weak dream power to form an invisible protective layer around the master and itself, effectively resisting some psychological shocks and soul erosion. Soul impact condenses mental power to launch an invisible shockwave that directly attacks the opponent's soul consciousness, the power correlating with the mental strength of the dream soul butterfly. State: mentally concentrated, slightly tense but mostly excited, energy active. Note: a new species created by the rare beast star-sleep butterfly absorbing the rare liquid dream soul liquid, resulting in a leap in life essence. It possesses pure dream and soul attributes, great potential, and high cultivation value. Ice feather, close the distance and then use wing slash. Su Yunqi had no intention of trying anything. The snow phoenix bird responded to the order with a short call, its massive body displaying agility that belied its size. With a flap of its wings, it stirred up a cold wind and swiftly rushed toward Stardream. Stardream, don't take it head-on. Cover the area in front with sleep dust, then use soul impact to interfere. Fall back and keep your distance. Never let its cold aura surround you. Chen Jing's pupils shrank, his speech rapid. A head-on confrontation was absolutely the worst choice. Stardream, with such a small body, was not strong in defense. If it were to be struck by that wing slash or severely slowed down by the snow phoenix bird's ice aura, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ah! Stardream's wings vibrated rapidly, releasing large plumes of light silver scale dust, instantly creating a hazy barrier ahead. This dust not only induced sleep but also disrupted the opponent's line of sight. At the same time, its starry compound eyes locked onto the rushing snow phoenix bird. An invisible wave of mental energy precisely struck Ice Feather. However, the snow phoenix bird merely issued a disdainful chirp, and the icy blue aura around it swirled. The mental impact hit it as if it had collided with an ice wall, only slightly slowing its forward speed. It shook its head and was hardly affected. Indeed, it won't work. Chen Jing's heart sank. The snow phoenix bird's mental resistance was far stronger than that of the wind hawk. And the rank suppression was there, greatly diminishing the effectiveness of Stardream's soul impact. In the blink of an eye, the snow phoenix bird had already broken through the area covered by sleep dust. Sleep dust had almost no effect on the snow phoenix bird, completely offset by the cold aura produced by the ice aura. Although its movements were slightly affected by the mental disruption, those crystal wings, charged with terrifying coldness, were already descending sharply toward Stardream's original location with a ripping scream. Whoosh! Under Chen Jing's command, Stardream had already maximized its speed, retreating swiftly to the side, leaving a faint afterimage in its place. Boom! The icy blue wing blade struck strongly on the afterimage left by Stardream, producing a dull thud. A strike missed. Chapter 44, The Second Finals. That was close. In the audience, Subai clenched his fists tightly. The classmates from Class 7 looked pale with fear. Quick reaction. Wang Tang said, crossing his arms and standing in the crowd, his expression serious as he watched the stage. Almost got hit. Su Yunqi slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly surprised that Ice Feather's strike had missed. But her command showed no pause. Ice Feather, don't stop. Ice Crystal Breath, cover the area it's trying to evade. She realized that Stardream's speed and agility were extremely high, relying solely on the linear attack of wing strikes was likely to be dodged with anticipation. She had to use area skills to limit its movement space. Having just completed the wing strike, the snow phoenix bird made almost no adjustment to its posture, and its huge beak suddenly opened wide, unleashing a surge of white cold air towards the direction Stardream was retreating. This cold current covered a vast area, almost enveloping most of the arena's sky. The area is too big. It can't dodge. Chen Jing's heart tightened. He could feel the urgency coming from Stardream. If it forced to dodge, it could easily be grazed by the edge. Once caught by the dual slowing effects of the ice halo and ice crystal breath, the slowed Stardream would be like a fish on the chopping block. Can't retreat. Stardream, go up. Fly straight up with all your might. Break out of the breath's range. Also, use Dream Guard. This was the only way to survive. Ice crystal breath mainly covers a fan-shaped area, so the vertical coverage is relatively weak. Woo! Stardream let out a cry, its tiny body bursting with potential, its wings vibrating at an unprecedented frequency, transforming into a purple meteor rushing straight up into the sky. At the same time, an extremely thin, almost transparent silver halo instantly appeared around its body, like a bubble wrapping it inside. This was the defense skill Dream Guard. Crack, crack, crack. The extreme cold breath almost grazed the edge of Stardream's wings. The light silver halo of Dream Guard vibrated violently the moment it came into contact with the ice crystal breath, producing a subtle sound as if glass was about to shatter. Although Dream Guard mainly defends against mental and spiritual attacks and is weaker against physical and elemental attacks, this thin shield still bought Stardream the most critical moment, offsetting some of the instant stiffening effects caused by the freezing power. Stardream narrowly escaped the coverage of ice crystal breath, but the edges of its beautiful wings were already coated with a layer of thin white frost, its flying posture clearly less agile and graceful than before. Hiss, that was close. I almost became an ice sculpture. Chen Jing looked at the frost on Stardream's wings, feeling heartbroken, but he knew now was not the time to be distracted. Ice Feather, chase after it. Keep the pressure on, don't let it create distance and recover. Su Yunqi's voice remained cold and steady, as if everything was under control. She stood at the edge of the arena, the cold wind blowing through her ponytail and clothes, her gaze firmly locked on the tiny purple figure in the sky. The snow phoenix bird received the order, its wings vibrated again as it chased after Stardream in the sky. Stardream, how do you feel? Chen Jing asked through their soul link. Woo. The response came back with evident fatigue and a touch of grievance, the chill on its wings still continuously eroding, making its movements slower. Chen Jing's brain raced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The level suppression was too great. The sleep dust was ineffective, and the spirit impact had little effect. While Stardream could still maneuver temporarily, it was exhausting far more energy than its opponent, and affected by the cold air, it was bound to lose if it held out. I have to take a risk. His eyes sharpened as a bold idea popped into his head. The snow phoenix bird had strong defense and mental resistance, but what about its master, Su Yunqi? The Beastmaster was always a relatively vulnerable link in battle. Although attacking the Beastmaster was a bit underhanded, the rules did not prohibit it. This was also part of real combat. Stardream. Chen Jing suddenly looked up, his gaze passing over the pursuing snow phoenix bird in midair, locking directly onto Su Yunqi at the other end of the arena, the command transmitting instantly through their soul link, "Don't mind that big bird anymore." Did you see Su Yunqi below? Lower the altitude, pretend to charge at her, and draw the snow phoenix bird back to defend. The moment it comes to rescue, condense the power of the soul impact into a spear and strike at that snow phoenix bird. This is surrounding way to rescue Zhao. Attacking the Beastmaster, forcing the powerful beast to defend, often creates a gap in defense when it is flustered and eager to rescue. This is currently the only chance to turn the tide. Of course, this works best when the Beastmaster has only one beast, otherwise, it can easily be intercepted by other beasts. Woo! Although Stardream was tired, it trusted Chen Jing's command without reservation. It immediately stopped ascending, folded its wings, and made a feigned dive, aiming straight at Su Yunqi. What does he want to do? My god! Chen Jing sent Stardream charging at Su Yunqi. This isn't against the rules, is it? Rules? The rules never said you can't attack Beastmasters. Isn't this quite normal in actual combat? The audience instantly erupted into a mixture of gasps, doubt, and sudden realizations. Although attacking a Beastmaster in a duel is not against the rules, it is somewhat less than fair. Su Yunqi clearly did not expect Chen Jing to suddenly change targets and use her as a breakthrough point. For the first time, a slight ripple appeared on her cold face, her brows furrowing as she instinctively stepped back half a step, but her gaze remained steady, quickly assessing the situation. Ice Feather, she shouted urgently, her voice carrying a barely detectable hint of impatience. Just as Chen Jing predicted. Chirp. The snow phoenix bird Ice Feather, about to chase Stardream, heard its master's command and let out a cry mixed with anger and impatience. Without any hesitation, it abruptly changed direction, flapping its wings with all its might, diving towards Su Yunqi faster than when it was chasing. In those ice-blue eyes, only the single thought of protecting its master remained. The originally meticulous defense and vigilance showed a slight unavoidable looseness at this moment. Now is the time. Chen Jing's eyes shone with determination, and he roared in his heart, Stardream. Now. Soul impact, full power. Woo. Stardream, which seemed poised to charge at Su Yunqi, suddenly made an abrupt stop just a few meters above the ground, as if violating the laws of physics, then floated upward like a feather, tracing an eerie V-shaped arc. It was right in line with the anxious ice feather of the snow phoenix bird. At that moment, Stardream's starry eyes shone with unparalleled brilliance, as if all its power and spirit were concentrated in that one gaze. Woo! An unprecedented long cry, carrying a certain ethereal penetrating power, erupted from Stardream's mouth. There was no sound, but a invisible ripple emerged, as an invisible spear, condensing all dreams and soul power, pierced accurately with astonishing speed into Icefeather's soul, which had opened wide due to anger and urgency. This time, it was not the earlier insignificant disturbance. Chirp-ah! Icefeather of the snow phoenix bird emitted a sound that no longer carried its usual proud cry, but rather a piercing wail full of extreme pain, confusion, and loss of control. Chapter 45, Finals 3. Icefeather! Su Yunqi exclaimed in shock. Through the soul link, she could clearly feel the pain Icefeather was enduring, a tearing sensation from the depths of consciousness, far more distressing than physical injury. Hold on. Icefeather, hold on for me. She almost ground her teeth, squeezing the command through gritted teeth, use ice crystal breath. Aim at Stardream. She could see clearly that Star Dream had exhausted itself after delivering that strike. As long as Ice Feather could hold on, victory was still within her grasp. Ice Feather heard its master's call. That voice was like a lifeline, temporarily pulling it from the endless pain of its soul. It emitted a low wail mixed with pain and unyielding determination. Shaking its head vigorously as if it would explode, it tried to gather the nearly dispersed strength. Woo! A suppressed wail rolled in its throat, the immense pain causing its body to spasm uncontrollably. But it did not give up. Those originally dazed ice blue eyes refocused, locking firmly onto the distant, equally distressed purple dot Dreamstar. It abruptly opened its beak, and deep within its throat, a pale white light flickered to life, like a candle struggling in the wind, unstable and flickering. It is forcibly gathering energy. A sharp-eyed student exclaimed from below. My God, even in this state, it can still use skills? The willpower of the Snow Phoenix is terrifying. Chen Jing's butterfly seems to be at its limit too. It can't dodge now, right? Chen Jing's heart leaped to his throat. Through the soul link, he felt the extreme weakness and the inability to evade signals coming from Dreamstar. The earlier soul impact, which had gathered all its strength, had almost drained the little one completely. No way to dodge. Dreamstar, Dream Shield. Full defense. Dreamstar floated in mid-air, its small body trembling slightly. Hearing its master's command, it hesitated not for a moment. A glimmer of resolve flashed in its dim compound eyes. It abandoned any movement and poured its last remaining strength unreservedly into the defense. Just as the Dream Shield took shape, the faint white light in the Ice Phoenix's mouth finally amassed to a critical point. Sizzle! A white cold current, much weaker than before, shot towards Dreamstar. The speed of the cold current was not fast. One could even see the unstable ice crystal particles mixed within. Everyone's hearts hung in the air alongside that swaying cold current. Would the Ice Phoenix exhaust its last ounce of strength first, or could Dreamstar's shield withstand this remaining force? The answer would be revealed in the next second. Poof! No earth-shattering explosion, just a light sound like a bubble bursting. That feeble icy breath finally struck the pale silver shield raised by Dreamstar. The stalemate lasted only a moment. Crack! A clear sound, like ice cracking, reached the ears of everyone present. Before their eyes, the pale silver shield in front of Dreamstar instantly filled with spiderweb-like cracks, and then with a bang, it shattered into countless tiny light points, disappearing into nothingness. And the weak cold current spat out by the Ice Phoenix, after breaking the shield, was already at its end, leaving only a few icy tendrils to barely collide against Dreamstar. Poof! Dreamstar's light, dreamlike figure traced a heartbreaking arc in the air before plummeting straight down. Dreamstar! Chen Jing's heart tightened, nearly bursting from his throat. He leaped forward, stretching out his hands, barely managing to catch the falling little body. The touch was icy cold. Dreamstar's beautiful wings drooped weakly, the edges still bearing tiny ice crystals, its tentacles quivering faintly once, then falling silent, only the imperceptible rise and fall of its chest proving it was still alive. On the other side. Screech! Almost at the same moment Dreamstar fell, the Ice Phoenix also let out a long, relieved cry, though this call was weak and filled with exhaustion. Its massive body could no longer sustain flight. Like a kite with a broken string, it wobbled and fell toward the arena. Ice Phoenix! Su Yunqi's cold expression finally changed as she rushed forward. Thump! The Ice Phoenix crashed heavily onto the arena, stirring up a cloud of icy dust. It struggled to lift its head for one last look at its master, but the soul pain and complete depletion of power caused its head to droop sideways, and it fainted away. Once magnificent ice crystal feathers now lost their luster, appearing in a pitiful state. On the arena, a moment fell into eerie silence. Only the cold wind swept by, taking away the warmth left from the fierce battle. Everyone held their breath, looking at the unconscious Snow Phoenix bird over here, and then at the faintly breathing Star Dream lying in Chen Jing's palm over there. Who won? The referee hurriedly walked up to the ring, his face serious. He first squatted down, carefully checking the condition of the Snow Phoenix bird's icy feathers, probing its neck and feeling the energy fluctuations inside it. Then, he stood up and walked in front of Chen Jing, also examining Star Dream's condition closely. The entire arena was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone held their breath, their gazes moving back and forth between the two fallen beasts. Who wins? Someone in the audience couldn't help but ask softly. I don't know, both sides fell down. The Snow Phoenix bird fell first, right? But Star Dream was knocked down. After finishing the check, he was silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his words. Finally, he took a deep breath, stood upright, faced the crowd, and his voice, slightly tinged with regret, clearly echoed throughout every corner of the playground through the loudspeaker. Upon judgment, contestant Chen Jing's beast Star Dream lost its fighting consciousness first and fell into a state of unconsciousness. Therefore, the winner of this final is Class 3 of Senior Year, Su Yunqi. Wow! With the ruling made, the originally frozen air exploded in an instant. 1. Goddess Su won. My God! That was so thrilling. Just a tiny bit away. The snow phoenix bird is still strong. It withstood such terrifying mental attacks and was still able to fight back. Chen Jing may have lost, but he still has honor. His star dream is amazing. It pushed Su Yunqi and the snow phoenix bird to this point. Such a pity, really just a little bit. Cheers, gasps, regrets, and disputes intertwined, forming a noisy torrent. Chen Jing listened to the result being announced, feeling as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, chilling him to the bone. He looked at the utterly unresponsive star dream in his palm, an indescribable bitterness surged in his nose. He tightly pressed his lips together, forcing down the swirling emotions, lowered his head, and with his fingertips very gently brushed the cold edge of Star Dream's wings, his voice hoarse and almost inaudible to anyone but himself. "I'm sorry, little guy, it's my fault. I made you fight to this extent." He knew Star Dream had tried its best, giving it all, delivering an astonishing blow far beyond its level. But in the end, it was still just a hair short. Chapter 46, Medical Room. Medical Room. Chen Jing and Su Yunqi walked in one after the other, a few steps apart. The school nurse was a kind-looking middle-aged woman named Lin. Everyone called her Nurse Lin. She was sorting out the medicine cabinet when she turned around to see them, pushing up the glasses on her nose. "Nurse Lin," Chen Jing spoke first. He carefully cradled Star Dream in his hands, the little creature curled up in his palm, its wings limp and the soft purple sheen almost invisible, only a faint breath proving it was still alive. Su Yunqi followed behind him, her usually cold face showing rare signs of faint anxiety. The condition of her snow phoenix bird wasn't much better. The weakness and confusion felt through their soul link made her brows furrow slightly. Nurse Lin glanced at the Star Dream in Chen Jing's palm, then looked at the weak and barely able to fly snow phoenix bird that Su Yunqi half supported, half carried inside, and softly sighed, "Put it on the treatment table over there, be careful." In the center of the room were two treatment tables lined with clean white cushions. A beast resembling a magnified dandelion, entirely emerald green, hovered in midair. Its round body was surrounded by countless soft glowing fibers, like the gentlest snowflakes, exuding a warm, reassuring aura. The light fluff slowly falls, gently enveloping the two treatment tables, creating a tranquil healing atmosphere. Healing puffball. Type, wood. Rank, orange rank 2 star. Potential, orange rank 6 star. Innate skill, calming halo, passive, soothes the mind, alleviates mental fatigue, healing wave, active, releases light fluff containing life energy, promotes wound healing and stamina recovery. Status, energy stable, focused on healing. Note, gentle auxiliary beast, skilled in handling various physical wounds and energy depletion, also has a soothing effect on mental fatigue. Chen Jing gently placed Xingmeng on the outer treatment table. Su Yunqi also let Bingyu lie on another table, the snow phoenix emitting a low, painful whimper, closing its ice blue eyes. Dr. Lin walked over, the healing puffball floated closer to her will, more emerald green light fluff felt like it was guided, cascading down on Xingmeng and Bingyu, like covering them with a layer of breathable light quilt. Energy depletion is quite severe, Dr. Lin carefully examined, her tone calm, especially this little butterfly, its mental strength is almost exhausted. The snow phoenix mainly needs mental rest. But don't worry, the healing puffball's healing wave is effective in such cases, it can gently replenish their consumption, stabilize their injuries, especially good for alleviating mental fatigue. Chen Jing focused intently on the treatment table where Xingmeng was wrapped in light fluff, softly asking, "Dr. Lin, when will it wake up?" "It depends on its recovery. Mental exhaustion is not like physical injury, it cannot be rushed." Dr. Lin gently looked at him, "Let it sleep well, and when its energy is replenished, it will naturally wake up. This little guy has extraordinary potential, forcing the snow phoenix to that extent." There was a hint of barely detectable amazement in her words. Hearing this, Chen Jing fell silent. Yes, Xingmeng had given its all, using everything it had to unleash a blow far beyond its rank. But in the end, it still fell short by that slight margin. Was that margin the insurmountable gap of rank? But he knew Dr. Lin was right, the most important thing now was to let Xingmeng recover. However, how long had Xingmeng been contracted? Its displayed potential was already astonishing, and the future, they had a long future ahead. This failure was not the end. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the swirling emotions, his gaze becoming resolute again. At that moment, Su Yunqi, who had been silent, softly spoke, her voice still cold, but with less of the usual distance and more complex meaning. "Its attack is very special. It is not an ordinary mental impact." Her gaze fell on Xingmeng, filled with exploration and a hint of unnoticeable dread. Through the soul link, the strange, direct feeling from Bingyu's injured soul, as if it could tear apart the very essence of consciousness, still haunted her. That was definitely not the effect of an ordinary mental-type skill. Chen Jing raised his head, meeting her gaze. The girl's eyes were serious, not in doubt, but more like a confirmation. He nodded, not intending to completely hide it. After all, anyone who saw the scene on the arena could tell it was unusual. Yes, Xingmeng's attribute is indeed quite special. He did not specify that it was dream type, this still needed to remain a secret, but he acknowledged its uniqueness. This was both a respect for the opponent and an affirmation of Xingming's strength. Su Yunqi got the answer and did not press further. She simply nodded slightly, her gaze returning to her Bingyu, extending her hand, her fingertips gently brushing against the snow phoenix's cold but no longer sharp feathers, softly saying, "Bingyu needs time too." In an instant, the medical room was filled with only the subtle sound of healing puffball light fluff gently falling. In the quiet room, only the two's shallow breaths could be heard. The sunlight moved softly, stretching their shadows and casting them on the white ground. After a while, Chen Jing seemed to remember something, turned to Su Yunqi, and his tone returned to its usual calmness, but carried a hint of sincerity. "Congratulations, you got first place." Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi raised her eyes to look at him, her ice blue eyes like melted snow water, clear and calm. "Thank you." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Xingming again, and added, "It's incredible. If there weren't such a gap in levels, the result might not be the same." She said this very honestly, without a hint of a winner's boast. Chen Jing's strength, especially the strangeness and power of that mutated butterfly, had earned her recognition through this battle. Chen Jing tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a slight curve that couldn't really be called a smile, mixed with self-deprecation and a bit of relief. Losing is losing. Resources, well, everyone needs them. Next time. His eyes rekindled with determination. Next time, it won't be like this. Su Yunqi gently replied with a soft as an acknowledgement. She believed that with this young man and the mysterious butterfly, the next battle would definitely be more interesting. The two fell silent again, but the previously slightly stiff atmosphere seemed to have eased a lot. Time passed little by little, the healing fluff of light continued to fall like gentle spring rain, nurturing the two exhausted little lives. The ice crystals on the edges of Xingming's wings gradually melted, and its breathing seemed steadier than before. The ice feather no longer emitted painful whimpers, slipping into deeper, restorative sleep. After a long while, Chen Jing saw that Xingming's condition had indeed stabilized, no longer gasping for breath like when it was just brought in, and only then could he relax his worried heart a bit. He knew that staying here wouldn't help much, and might actually disrupt the little guy's rest. He took a deep breath, stood up straight, and said to Dr. Lin, "Dr. Lin, then I'll leave Xingming to you. I will come back later to see it." Dr. Lin nodded kindly. "Don't worry, I will take good care of it. I will inform you as soon as it wakes up." Su Yunqi remained silent for a moment, then turned to Dr. Lin. "Dr. Lin, please take care of the ice feather as well." The snow phoenix's recovery ability is very strong, plus the healing fluff, it should be fine, just needs some time." Su Yunqi gently stroked the ice feathers and whispered, "Rest well." Then, she turned and left the medical room. Next, they would go to collect their respective partners, using all their strength, even risking everything, for the spoils they had won. Chapter 47, Spirit Hall. Principal's Office. 10 students stood in a row, their eyes filled with a bit of nervousness and a bit of suppressed excitement. It was no wonder, being in the top 10 of the monthly assessment came with real rewards. Principal Zhang, impeccably groomed with his hair neatly combed, dressed in a sharp Zhongshan suit, stood before them, his gaze slowly sweeping over each young face, especially lingering for a moment on Chen Jing and Su Yunqi. He wore his usual serious expression, but in the tiny wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, one could still see a hint of satisfaction. "First of all, congratulations to you all," Principal Zhang began, his voice not loud, resonating in the quiet office. "By your own efforts and strength, you stand here. The top 10 of the monthly assessment is not just a rank, but the best proof of your hard work over the past month." His gaze passed over the crowd again, especially pausing on Chen Jing before continuing. "As per tradition, the ranking rewards, besides training spirit crystals, the most important thing is the evolution materials that match your beast companion. However, this time, the materials will not be distributed here." Principal Zhang's words caused a slight stir. "Huh? Not distributed here?" A wave of muffled whispers erupted below, everyone was a bit surprised, exchanging puzzled glances. Even Su Yunqi, who was usually as cold as ice, had her beautiful eyes slightly flicker. Principal Zhang was very pleased with the students' reactions, a slight smile almost imperceptible on his face, but it was soon replaced by seriousness. "That's right. This time, I will personally take you to the school's Ling Refinement Pavilion." Ling Refinement Pavilion? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, including the usually aloof Su Yunqi, whose eyes also flickered slightly. Ling Refinement Pavilion. The true foundation of 7th Beastmaster Middle School. It is said to hold various rare materials collected over a century since the school's founding, accumulated through various channels, a place yearned for by countless students yet seldom visited. Principal Zhang looked at the students in front of him and finally stopped teasing. "Yes, it is the Ling Refinement Pavilion. The things inside are the hard work passed down through generations of the school, they are the foundation of our 7th middle school. Now, I will lay down the rules first. The first place can choose any 2 items from the 3-star high-grade area and below, one of which can be a 3-star high-grade. The second place can choose any 2 items from the 3-star low-grade area and below. The third place can choose any 2 items from the 2-star high-grade area and below. The fourth place can choose any 2 items from the 2-star low-grade area and below. Places 5 to 10 can choose 1 item from the 1-star high-grade area. He paused and emphasized, remember, the opportunity is only once. When choosing, be sure to think carefully, select what is most suitable for your current stage, and what can best help your partner's future growth. Biting off more than you can chew, fitting in is always more important than rarity. As for the cultivation spirit crystals, I will distribute them after you have selected the materials. Do you understand? Understood, 10 voices answered in unison. Now, follow me. After saying that, he turned swiftly and led the way out of the principal's office. The students glanced at each other, seeing the excitement and impatience in each other's eyes, quickly suppressing their swirling emotions to follow closely. The group passed through the long corridor of the teaching building. Occasionally, passing students saw this commotion, especially recognizing Su Yunqi and Chen Jing in the group, stopping to look, whispering to each other, and casting envious glances. Chen Jing quietly followed in the middle of the group, feeling the subtle gazes around him, but inside, he was not as calm as he appeared. Ling Refinement Pavilion. Xingming had given its all for the finals and was still sleeping in the medical room. He must find the best gift for it. Walking beside him, Su Yunqi maintained her chilly demeanor. However, the slightly pursed line of her lips and the fleeting glimmer in her eyes revealed that her heart was not without waves. The snow phoenix also needed the best resources to recover and grow. Principal Zhang did not lead them outside the teaching building but headed straight to a somewhat old, even inconspicuous gray building deep within the school. There was no sign at the entrance, only an ordinary-looking old man, squinting as if dozing off, sitting on a small stool. Old Li. Principal Zhang approached the old man, his tone carrying rare respect. The elder known as Old Li slowly opened his eyes. They were not cloudy but rather sharp and clear, as if he could see straight through a person's heart. He lazily glanced at the students behind Principal Zhang, his gaze lingering on Chen Jing and Su Yunqi for a moment, before slowly pulling out an ancient-looking key with a bronze sheen from his pocket and making a gesture towards a seemingly ordinary wooden door. Buzz. The wooden door rippled as if disturbed by water, and then silently slid open, revealing not the expected room, but a swirling, hazy glow. Chen Jing's pupils contracted as he felt a shock within. He subconsciously called out to the system in his heart. Ding, target detected. Yunling Pavilion. System, storage system, a lower branch of space system. Rank, yellow level 9 stars. Potential, green level 5 stars. Innate skill, storage space, extra large range, internal fine partitioning and energy isolation, conceal void, can hide the entry in the void crevice, undetectable and unenterable without permission. Status, energy stable, functioning well. Note, functional beast, one of the core foundations of the 7th Beast Training School, with a vast internal space, divided into different energy level areas, collecting various materials accumulated over 100 years by the school. The portal requires specific tokens and permission from the Guardian to open. This Yunling Pavilion is actually a beast itself. Chen Jing felt ripples in his heart, gaining a deeper and more direct understanding of the vast and magical world of beasts. Go in, Old Li took back the key, returning to his drowsy appearance as if the shocking scene just now was merely an illusion, waving his hand and hoarsely said, remember the principal's words, don't be greedy, find the most suitable one. Time is limited, at most half an hour. Thank you, Old Li. Principal Zhang bowed again, then signaled to the students, keep up, stay quiet. Finished speaking, he stepped forward, entering the rotating halo, his figure instantly swallowed by the gentle light. The students took a deep breath, suppressing their excitement and some nervousness, and entered one after another. Chen Jing walked in the middle, and at the moment he stepped into the halo, it felt like passing through a layer of cool water film, and before him, everything bloomed into clarity. He found himself standing in an extraordinarily vast space. Above, it was not the sky, but a hazy dome radiating soft white light, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. Underfoot was a smooth, mirror-like gray floor of unknown material, extending to the horizon. Chapter 48, Breath of Nightmare. Inside the Yunling Pavilion. Looking around, the entire space was divided into different areas by translucent, flowing energy barriers with varying shades of light. The area closest to the entrance emitted a faint white and red glow. Neatly arranged were transparent energy grids, displaying all sorts of one-star materials in great abundance, dazzling to the eye. Deeper inside, the color of the barriers darkened, and the energy fluctuations became even more astonishing. Orange, yellow, green until at the deepest part, several areas faintly radiating deep green and blue hues could be seen. Inside floated various items, ores radiating with all colors of light, spirit plants preserved in crystals still vibrant, uniquely shaped bones, feathers, and even some strange insect pupae or beast eggs encapsulated in amber-like substances. Wow, a student couldn't help but exclaim, their eyes almost insufficient to take it all in. This is the inside of the Yunling Pavilion? So amazing. Feels like entering another world. Principal Zhang stood in front, turned around, and seeing the students' shocked expressions, a hint of barely noticeable pride appeared on his serious face. This is the Yunling Pavilion. It is divided into different areas according to energy levels and attributes. You will select from the corresponding area according to your rankings. Remember, only half an hour. Now, begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the students immediately rushed toward their permitted areas like birds released from a cage, unable to contain their eagerness. Chen Jing did not dare to delay, quickly locking his gaze on an area where the words 3-star low tier floated above a light membrane, with simple totems representing various attributes nearby, and quickly walked over. He could feel that the higher the area, the more astonishing the energy fluctuations. He passed through the unobstructed light membrane, entering the 3-star low tier area. The space here was even larger than it appeared outside, with materials floating in mid-air, gently supported by the soft light, slowly rotating. Like the stars. Under every piece of material, there is a simple light text introducing its name and basic attributes. Heart of Molten Fire, 3-star low level, fire element. Contains pure fire elements, which can greatly enhance the energy strength of fire-type beast tamers, with a small chance to understand fire-type explosive skills. A dark red crystal that resembles a flickering flame. Inside, it seems like magma is flowing. Thunderstone, 3-star low level, thunder element. Contains the violent power of lightning, suitable for enhancing the attack and speed of thunder-type beast tamers. Use with caution, as it is prone to electric overload. An irregular deep blue stone, with silver electrical arcs occasionally flashing across the surface, making a faint crackle sound. Spirit of Thick Earth, 3-star low level, earth element. The essence of the earth has condensed, greatly enhancing the defense and life force of earth-type beast tamers, promoting physical strengthening. A yellow-brown crystal, heavy and plain, gives a feeling of being as steady as a mountain. Feather of Wind language, 3-star low level, wind element. Derived from high-level wind-type flying beasts, it contains the true meaning of free wind, enhancing speed and flying ability, optimizing wind-type skills. A lush green feather, lightly swaying in a halo, as if it could ride the wind at any moment. A dazzling array of treasures, with radiant lights, left Chen Jing amazed and dazzled. But his goal was clear in his heart: to find materials suitable for Xingming, preferably ones that could enhance mental power, soul strength, or those related to dreams and illusions. Those powerful fire and thunder treasures, although tempting, might not suit Xingming at all. They could even cause attribute conflicts, being harmful instead of beneficial. As he walked, he silently chanted in his heart, "System, get to work. Focus on scanning this area for the most suitable mental, soul, dream, and illusion materials for Xingming, providing compatibility analysis and brief suggestions." Ding, command confirmed. Starting scan. Breath of Nightmare. Quality, 3-star low level, special state. Attribute, Dream Series, Dark Series. Description: a source breath seemingly peeled from a powerful nightmare beast, sealed in a specially made soul crystal. It contains the purest power of dreams but is extremely unstable, with a slight risk of mental pollution. Direct absorption requires caution. Compatibility with Xingming, 99%, extremely high. System suggestion: high risk, high reward. This item has a high degree of compatibility with Xingming's attributes. If successfully guided for absorption, it may greatly enhance Xingming's original dream-type abilities, and even has a small chance of triggering core skill mutation or awakening new abilities. But risks coexist. The host must protect throughout, using their own mental strength as a barrier to guide the energy and resist potential mental erosion. It is recommended to pair with supplementary materials that have stabilizing and nourishing effects. Chen Jing's gaze instantly locked onto the system's description of Breath of Nightmare. It was a rhombus crystal the size of a thumb, resembling black crystal, but the internal contents were not solid. Instead, a constantly twisting, changing deep purple mist was sealed within. At times, it morphed into a grotesque face, and at other times dispersed into elusive light points, faintly radiating an unsettling tremble. Just looking at it made Chen Jing feel slightly dizzy. 99% compatibility. Chen Jing's heart shook violently. But the system's labels of high risk and mental pollution also made his heart tighten. Is Xingming able to withstand it in its current weak state? He continued checking other options. Illusion Flower. Quality, 3-star low level. Attribute, Illusion Series, Wood Series. Description: a strange flower that once grew at the edge of an illusion. Even when dried, it still retains hallucinogenic pollen. It can be used to make illusion-type props or absorbed by illusion-type beast tamers, with a low probability of enhancing illusion-type skill effects. Compatibility with Xingming, 82%, good. System suggestion: it has a certain complementary effect with Xingming's sleep dust, but its energy activity is insufficient, and the effect may be discounted. This was a 7-colored flower preserved in a transparent crystal box, its colors so bright they seemed unreal even through the crystal. There was a faint, sweet fragrance that made one feel dizzy. Kongming Crystal, Fragment. Quality, 3-star low level. Attributes: spiritual system, spatial system. Description: a naturally formed strange crystal fragment that calms the mind and soul, slightly increases the speed of spiritual cultivation, and has a weak perception of spatial fluctuations. It contains a trace of pure spiritual essence. Compatibility with Stardream, 78%, good. System suggestion: a standard spiritual material that can steadily enhance spiritual power, but has no special bonuses. This is an irregular multifaceted crystal fragment, completely colorless and transparent, with what seems like clear spring water flowing inside, emitting a soft glow that brings peace to the heart and mind. Life Dew, diluted. Quality: 2-star top level, close to 3-star. Attributes: life system, water system. Description: dewdrops rich in pure life energy, diluted and gentle in nature. They can quickly restore the beast's stamina and injuries, nourish the body, and work wonders for recovery after energy exhaustion. They can also slightly nourish the soul and alleviate mental fatigue. Compatibility with Stardream, 75%, good. System suggestion: an excellent recovery item, especially suitable for Stardream's current state of energy exhaustion. Its life energy can neutralize part of the negative impact of nightmare breath and improve the success rate of absorption. This small bottle is only the length of a finger, containing half a bottle of dripping emerald green liquid, as if life itself is flowing within it, and the cork seems unable to contain the vibrant energy. After browsing the information, Chen Jing immediately made a decision in his heart. Chapter 49, Selection. Chen Jing first walked towards the location where nightmare breath was floating. As soon as his fingertip touched the black crystal ceiling nightmare breath, a chill shot up his fingertip, rushing straight to his forehead. In his ears, it seemed as if countless fragmented and chaotic whispers were buzzing, and distorted visions flickered before his eyes. Hiss! He gasped, instinctively wanting to withdraw his hand, but he forced himself to endure. The White Beast Mastery Handbook in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, emitting an invisible barrier that isolated this discomfort. Without hesitation, he closed his fingers and steadily took out the nightmare breath from the halo. The deep purple mist inside the crystal crashed wildly a few times, seemingly very unwilling, but eventually quieted down, though the uneasy feeling still lingered. He dared not delay, immediately turned around, and walked quickly toward the location of the life dew. Unlike the eerie and strange sensation of nightmare breath, as he approached life dew, a warm, vibrant energy instantly enveloped him, easing the discomfort from having touched the nightmare breath. He easily took down the small emerald green bottle, uncorked it, and took a gentle whiff. A refreshing and natural fragrance of herbs filled his nostrils, invigorating his spirit and even slightly restoring his consumed energy. Great stuff! Chen Jing thought to himself, sealing the bottle tightly. With two materials in hand, he felt a significant sense of relief. Looking around, other classmates were still busy searching in their respective areas, with varied expressions on their faces, some joyful, some conflicted, and some scratching their heads. After all, they were not evolutionists and could only choose corresponding materials based on their beasts' attributes. However, the corresponding materials might not fully match their beasts. Chen Jing couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. This was the trouble of not having system detection. Relying solely on instinct and limited knowledge was a gamble. No wonder everyone was so conflicted. In contrast, he could clearly know the effects and compatibility of each item, saving a lot of trouble. Chen Jing then shifted his gaze to Su Yunxi. He found that she had already selected the materials she needed. 10 minutes later. Time's up. Principal Zhang's voice came. All students who have selected their materials, come to me to register. Then they left the Lingyun Pavilion one after another. Those who had not yet chosen would rely on the last material they had touched. As soon as the words fell, some were joyful while others were sorrowful. Several students who had not made up their mind sighed, hurriedly grabbing the last material they had examined, their faces filled with unwillingness and regret. Chen Jing held the black crystal of nightmare's breath and the green bottle of essence of life, walking at a relaxed pace toward Principal Zhang. Su Yunxi nearly walked over at the same time, her hands now holding two palm-sized ice jade boxes, the lids adorned with natural frost patterns, releasing a chilly aura that lowered the surrounding temperature. Without guessing, it was clear that they contained ice-based treasures extremely suitable for the snow phoenix. The two inadvertently locked eyes. Su Yunxi's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, seemingly trying to read his expression to see what he had chosen, but Chen Jing simply met her gaze with a calm look, offering a slight smile. Su Yunxi showed no intention of probing further. She merely gave a subtle nod with her chin, as a greeting, and then shifted her gaze away. System, scan those two boxes in her hands and tell me how well they match with the snow phoenix. Chen Jing silently commanded in his heart. Although it felt a bit immoral, his damn curiosity was simply unstoppable. Ding, scanning complete. Millennium Ice Essence. Quality, 3-star middle tier. Attribute, Ice. Description, an extremely pure crystal of ice energy, containing a trace of the origin of ice, greatly beneficial for enhancing the potential and purifying the energy of ice-based beast tamers. Snow Phoenix compatibility, 98%. Snow Soul Flower. Quality, 3-star low tier. Attribute, ice. Description: a miraculous flower growing deep within the eternal snow plains, capable of nurturing and strengthening the soul and spirit of ice-based beasts, especially suitable for repairing mental trauma and stabilizing realms. Snow Phoenix compatibility, 96%. Is 98% and 96%. Chen Jing secretly gasped in his heart, almost unable to control his expression. This is too high. It seems Su Yunqi already has a clear plan for the evolutionary path of the Snow Phoenix, otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen such compatible materials. As they spoke, the two almost simultaneously arrived in front of Principal Zhang. Before Principal Zhang was a table, on which floated a jade book emitting a soft glow and a brush made of white jade, creating a particularly ceremonial atmosphere. Principal Zhang first glanced at the two ice jade boxes handed over by Su Yunqi, his white brows raising slightly, then he nodded gently, picking up the white jade brush to swiftly record the words Millennium Ice Essence and Snow Soulflower in the jade book. After finishing, he looked up at Su Yunqi, revealing a hint of satisfaction on his face, speaking in a gentle tone. Very good, you've chosen solid and reliable materials, one step at a time, this is the right path for a beast tamer. Su Yunqi slightly bowed, softly replying, thank you for the praise, Principal. I just think these materials are quite suitable for the Snow Phoenix. Having your own thoughts is good, Principal Zhang nodded, then turned his gaze to Chen Jing. It's your turn now, please take out the materials you've chosen. Chen Jing placed the black crystal of Nightmare's Breath and the small bottle of Essence of Life on the table. The principal's gaze first landed on the green bottle, showing no special reaction, but when his eyes passed over the black crystal radiating an ominous aura, his white brows twitched imperceptibly. He raised his eyes, his gaze sharp like an eagle, deeply looking at Chen Jing, his eyes revealing a clear inquiry, as if asking, why did you choose this? Are you sure about choosing this Nightmare's Breath? Principal Zhang's voice dropped a few tones, carrying a hint of warning. Do you know how dangerous this is? It hides chaotic dream power and mental pollution. If you're not careful, it could harm not only the beast but also its essence. In serious cases, it can even backfire on you, the master. The school archives it mainly for research and preservation, and usually does not take it out. Your butterfly, although it is indeed somewhat extraordinary, its level is still too low, afraid it cannot withstand the power of the Nightmare Breath. Chen Jing could sense the principal's concern and warning in his words. He met the principal's gaze, his voice firm yet respectful. Thank you for the reminder, Principal. I understand the risks involved. But I believe in the potential of Star Dream, and to counter the risk, I specially chose Essence of Life to neutralize the side effects of Nightmare Breath. I know that risks and opportunities coexist, so I am willing to give it a try. Principal Zhang stared at him for several seconds, seeing the clarity in Chen Jing's eyes and his determined gaze, which did not seem like an impulsive decision. He finally let out a heavy sigh. He picked up a jade brush, recording Nightmare Breath and Essence of Life on the jade tablet, and said in a deep voice, since you have made up your mind, I will not advise you further. But you must remember to be cautious in your choices and extremely careful in your usage. Always remember to act within your capabilities, take it step by step, don't seek quick success, and definitely don't rush. If you discover anything wrong during the process, stop immediately. You can come to me or seek out Teacher Li. We will help you. Yes. I will definitely remember your teachings, Principal. Chen Jing respectfully bowed to Principal Zhang, a warm feeling surged in his heart. He knew that Principal Zhang was speaking from the heart, genuinely concerned for him, afraid that he might act recklessly in his youth and endanger himself and his beast. All right, the registration is complete. You may go now. Principal Zhang waved his hand, his gaze shifting to the next student who needed to register. Chapter 50, The Strike. Principal's Office. 10 students, including Chen Jing and Su Yunqi, stood in a line again. Compared to their earlier nervousness and anticipation, now each person's face held something different. Principal Zhang stood before them, his gaze slowly sweeping over these young and vibrant faces, ultimately lingering on a few particularly excited students, his lips barely twitching upwards before being quickly suppressed again, restoring his serious demeanor. Ahem. He cleared his throat, his voice not loud, but it instantly silenced all whispers and subtle movements. Receiving rewards is what you deserve. But this is just the beginning. The monthly assessment is merely a minor affair within the school. Your true battlefield, the first important threshold that determines your future fate, is not here. He scanned the crowd, speaking each word deliberately. It is, in 3 months, the national level examination that will sweep the entire Huaxia Alliance, federal examination. The words federal examination struck each student like a heavy hammer, causing their breaths to hitch involuntarily. Even the usually cold Su Yunqi's gaze flickered slightly, clearly valuing this term greatly. Principal Zhang continued, the federal examination is your opportunity to leap into a dragon's gate. Those with excellent results will have the chance to enter the 5 prestigious institutions representing the highest level of training for beast masters in Huaxia. The words 5 prestigious institutions felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, falling in the quiet principal's office, landing in the hearts of each student. For a moment, even the sound of breathing became lighter. 5 prestigious institutions? A student below couldn't help but repeat quietly, their voice laced with incredulous excitement. Principal Zhang's gaze swept over the faces that had instantly turned tense but filled with yearning. His serious expression softened slightly, with a sense of gravity worthy of introducing a legend. He slowly began to speak. That's right, the 5 prestigious institutions. This is the true cradle of outstanding talents in our Huaxia Alliance. This is the place where the dreams of top beast masters begin, and the goal you should strive for in the future. The Qinglong Academy is located in the gigantic coastal city of the east. They excel in nurturing dragon-type, water-type, and sub-dragon bloodline beasts, with a profound background and a long history. It is said that real guardian holy beasts reside within the school, with abundant resources, especially focused on developing the bloodlines of beasts and ancient heritage. The Zhuke Academy is situated at the edge of the eternal volcano in the south. It is a holy land for fire-type and flying-type beasts. They study energy explosions, extreme speed, and paths of rebirth evolution the deepest, with an aggressive style, advocating attack and destruction, and every beast master trained there is a sharp blade on the battlefield. The Baihu Academy stands majestically between the endless wilderness and mountains in the west. It is the first choice for gold-type, wing-type, and beasts skilled in killing and individual combat. The academic style is fierce, promotes practical combat to the extreme, and believes in the survival of the fittest. It is said that their students have a considerable casualty rate every year, but as long as they can graduate, none are not independent strong warriors. The Xuanwu Academy is rooted in the extremely cold northern lands and ancient forests. It is a paradise for earth-type, ice-type, wood-type, and defensive, control-type beasts. They are most skilled in positional warfare, protracted battles, and team cooperation, excelling in the study of defensive, survival, and support abilities of beasts, acting as the most reliable shield and backup in a team. Lastly, there is the Qilin Academy. When mentioning this name, Principal Zhang's tone seemed to carry a special meaning. It is the most unique, with a mysterious location, said to be in a celestial paradise in the central region. It does not have a clear attribute bias, or rather, it embraces everything. It enrolls the fewest students, but each one is a prodigy or genius. They focus on studying beast mutations, rare attributes, and various incredible evolution paths. Mental power, soul attributes, time attributes, space attributes, these attributes that are rare for ordinary people may all be explored within the Qilin Academy. It can be said that it is a gathering place for dreamers and miracle creators. As Principal Zhang spoke about the characteristics of each academy, the boys' eyes grew brighter, their hearts involuntarily racing, as if they could already see themselves commanding the storm in one of these academies in the future. Principal, a tall and strong boy standing in the back couldn't help but speak, his voice trembling with excitement. Then, what are the requirements to enter the 5 major academies? This question voiced the desire in everyone's hearts. Principal Zhang looked at him, but did not answer directly. Instead, he countered, what do you think about the finals between Su Yunqi and Chen Jing? Everyone was stunned, not understanding why the principal suddenly asked this. Very strong. The students spoke one after another, these were their true feelings. Principal Zhang slowly shook his head, pouring a bucket of cold water on them. I can tell you, based on the strength they showed in the finals, in past federal examinations, they are still far from secure entry into the 5 major academies. What? Gasps of disbelief echoed, even Chen Jing instinctively felt a tightness in his heart. Su Yunqi's brows also furrowed slightly, a hint of seriousness flashing in her ice-blue eyes. Finding it hard to believe? Principal Zhang's tone was calm but carried an undeniable strength. You must know that the federal examination gathers the geniuses among millions of peers in the Huaxia Alliance. Our Tianhe city is just a modest corner. Those true big cities, the offspring of ancient families, have resources, connections to heritage, and contracted beasts that far exceed your imagination. His gaze was like lightning, sweeping across everyone. White rank 9-star? For some true prodigies, it might just be the starting point. Yellow rank potential beasts? Not uncommon. Even the initial beast masters with green and blue potential are not unheard of. Not to mention their training in battle skills, understanding of tactics, and the cultivation and combat quality of the beast masters themselves. The principal's office fell into a deep silence, only the sound of some heavy breathing remained. The blood that had boiled with excitement from receiving rewards and hearing about the 5 major academies seemed to have been instantly cooled down. Reality is far harsher than they imagined. Chen Jing took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented pressure, but at the same time, a stronger fighting spirit ignited from deep within. Star Dream, they still have time, still have chances. Principal Zhang observed the students' reactions, knowing that he had struck the right chord, and softened his tone slightly. Of course, there's no need to belittle yourselves. Our 7th Beastmaster Secondary School has certainly had students enter the 5 major academies in previous years. Su Yunqi and Chen Jing, you two are currently the most promising. Swish. All eyes instantly focused on Chen Jing and Su Yunqi, filled with envy, admiration, and anticipation, a myriad of emotions, all at once. Su Yunqi stood tall, her cold face showing no expression, merely nodding slightly as a response. But if one looked closely, they could see the fingers hanging by her side tighten slightly. Chen Jing felt a bit flushed, being stared at by so many people, especially under the principal's affirmation. He scratched his nose and smiled shyly. Principal, we will continue to work hard. Just working hard is not enough. You need to have clear goals and a determination to fight. In the next 3 months, the school will provide more resources to the top-ranking students and organize special training. But how far you can go depends on yourselves. Principal Zhang waved his hand. All right, the rewards have been distributed, and everything that needed to be said has been said. Now, everyone, disperse. Remember today's words, remember the 5 major academies. That is the starry sea you should look up to. Yes. Principal. Chapter 51. 3 months later. 3 months passed in a blink, and the weather gradually grew hot. In the cultivation room, Chen Jing sat cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in his gaze before disappearing instantly. He hadn't been idle during these 3 months, he frequently ventured into the secret realms. The secret realms not only allowed for real combat practice but also provided various materials to collect. Except for some special materials he kept, he exchanged all the remaining materials for federal currency. Once, the family cramped in an old apartment. Now, they had upgraded to a villa with a small courtyard, with both him and Chen Shi having an independent cultivation room. This also facilitated his training with his sister, Chen Shi, as the villa had dedicated independent cultivation rooms. Chen Shi was indeed worthy of her reputation as a genius. In just 3 months, she had advanced from a newly awakened novice to a white tier level 5. The ice spirit had also reached white tier level 8. Coincidentally, Su Yunqi lived right next door to the villa, but she lived alone, and the two occasionally sparred with each other. Who finally stabilized? He murmured to himself, sensing the spirit power in his body, which had grown several times more solid and rich compared to 3 months ago, a satisfied smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Level 2, Star 1, in just 3 months, from the peak of Level 1 Star 5 to Level 2 Star 1, this speed would be hard for anyone to believe. This achievement was due not only to his relentless training but also to the school's resource support. He slightly turned his head, his gaze falling on the little creature quietly floating beside his shoulder. Star Dream. After 3 months of accumulation and the breakthrough he achieved at the Red Tier, Star Dream had also successfully advanced to Red Tier Level 3. This growth rate often startled even Chen Jing himself. Little one, are you ready? Chen Jing extended a finger, gently tapping Star Dream's little head, which felt cool and smooth. Woo! Star Dream let out a crisp and eager cry. A petite body nudged against his fingertips, the pair of compound eyes, which seemed to contain an entire galaxy, flickered with excitement. It certainly knew what its master was talking about. For the past 3 months, Chen Jing had considered using Star Dream right away. But he understood better in his heart that both Star Dream's exhaustion after the finals and his own recent breakthrough, which had not yet stabilized, were not the best moments to use such high-risk, high-reward materials. If used recklessly, if not controlled well, the consequences, he didn't even dare to think about it. He forced down that urgency, patiently waiting, refining, until today, when both he and Star Dream had adjusted to their peak condition, and their realms had completely stabilized. It was time. Chen Jing's gaze sharpened, his thoughts stirring as he retrieved 2 items from the system's storage space. The first was a dark red, jelly-like object, roughly the size of a walnut and irregularly shaped, metamorphic blood essence. The second was a small transparent crystal bottle sealed with a swirling, changing mass of deep purple mist, the mist sometimes coalescing into a hideous ghost face and at other times scattering into countless twinkling points. Even through the crystal bottle, one could faintly feel an unsettling stirring. This was the bold new material he previously created by combining Nightmare's breath and essence of life obtained from the Ling Spirit Pavilion in school through the system, Nightmare Essence. Nightmare Essence. Quality, 3-star low tier. Applicable attributes, Soul System, Dream System. Effect, contains highly purified and stable primal dream power, which can deeply nourish and strengthen the core of a beast's soul, significantly enhance its control and affinity for dream energy, and has a high probability of strengthening existing dream and soul skills or inducing beneficial mutations. Since it fused with essence of life, the energy is immense yet relatively gentle, greatly reducing the risk of mental pollution. Note, a key to deeper layers of dream power requires the beast to have a certain level of soul resilience. Dream Butterfly, Star Dream, Compatibility Assessment, 99%. Metamorphic Blood Essence. Quality, 3-star medium tier, special composite material. Applicable attributes, Insect System, Illusion System, Dragon System, Blood System. Core effects. Deeply stimulate potential, using the power of insect molting and bloodwood essence as a guide, deeply stimulate the beast's primal life source, with a high probability of awakening its hidden bloodline power or innate abilities. Guide directional mutation. By integrating the power of iridescent sand, it can to some extent guide the mutation direction during evolution or enhancement, increasing the probability of obtaining rare attributes, such as illusion, mental-derived attributes, or special skills. Strengthen soul resilience. The ancient essence contained can slightly enhance the beast's soul strength and resistance to mental interference. Note, an unusual product formed by the fusion of the transformation essence of insect-eaten bloodwood, the illusion power of iridescent sand, and the life catalyst of dragon's blood moss. Its effects are gentle and lasting, not explosive but focusing on laying a solid foundation for the beast, opening up more possibilities for future evolution. After use, the beast may enter a brief metamorphic state, exhibiting drowsiness and lively energy fluctuations, which is a normal phenomenon. Dream Butterfly, Star Dream, Compatibility Assessment, 93%. Star Dream. Chen Jing took a deep breath, his gaze firmly locked on the little creature. Let's begin. The process may be a bit uncomfortable, but trust me, and trust yourself, we will succeed. Woo! Star Dream's response was brief and powerful. It flew above Chen Jing's palm, its small body radiating a bright silver glow, with those beautiful wings fully spread, trembling slightly, ready to face all challenges. Chen Jing hesitated no more. He first picked up the dark red metamorphic blood essence. Let's use this first, lay a good foundation, enhance your soul resilience and physical strength, in that way, absorbing nightmare essence will be more secure. He handed the metamorphic blood essence to Xingmeng. The little creature showed no hesitation, it lowered its head and gently touched the dark red gel-like substance with its mouthpart. In an instant, a strange change occurred. The metamorphic blood essence seemed to meet water, instantly softening and liquefying, transforming into a thick stream of dark red energy that surged into Xingmeng's tiny body, as if it had a life of its own, rapidly and willingly flowing in through its mouthpart. Ooh! Almost simultaneously, Xingmeng let out a cry unlike any before, a sound laced with suppressed pain and intense tremors. Its body, which initially radiated a gentle silver light, suddenly erupted in a fierce, unstable dark red glow, within which faintly visible vibrant green shimmering textures and a trace of weak golden red dragon vein aura flashed wildly. Xingmeng's tiny body trembled violently, its wings uncontrollably vibrating at a high frequency, producing a buzzing sound. Beneath the smooth skin of its body, it felt like countless tiny insects were squirming, as the power of the insect's metamorphosis in the metamorphic blood essence began to forcibly stimulate and transform its body structure from the microscopic level. At the same time, the ancient bloodwood essence and phantasmal energy rushed through its soul like a raging torrent, bringing a pain akin to tearing and reshaping. Chapter 52, Xingmeng's Transformation. In the training room, the air seemed to freeze, leaving only the faint yet sharp buzzing sound from Xingmeng's pain echoing in the space. Chen Jing's heart tightened, his fists clenched reflexively, nails digging deep into his palms, but he forced himself to stand still, not rushing forward to interfere. He knew this was the pain that must be endured during transformation, all he could do was trust his partner. Hold on, little one, you can do it, he whispered, his voice trembling without him realizing it, his gaze locked onto the chaotic small figure in the light. Xingmeng's body shook violently, the dark red energy surged within it like a living being, and the originally smooth and graceful lines of its body bulged and twisted, as if something were trying to break free from within. The beautiful silver spots on its wings flickered unpredictably under the assault of the wild energy, and the edges even began to show ominous blood-like patterns. The power of the metamorphic blood essence was forcibly at work. The essence from ancient bloodwood and the strange power of metamorphosis were like the sternest craftsmen, shaping Xingmeng's very essence of life from the tiniest details. This was not just a tempering of the soul, it was a brutal forging of the body. Ooh! Another cry filled with suppressed agony escaped from Xingmeng's throat as its body arched, dark red stains, tainted with a metallic scent, seeping out from its skin that was impurities being forcibly expelled. At the same time, its body visibly expanded slightly, although still small, the somewhat thin connection between its wings and body had noticeably thickened and strengthened, revealing a hint of power it had never possessed before. Through the soul link, Chen Jing could clearly feel the immense pain Xingmeng was enduring, a sensation like countless tiny blades scraping against its bones and molten lava flowing through its veins. But within this extreme pain, a new, more resilient strength quietly began to sprout and grow, even amid the suffering. This process lasted nearly 10 minutes. Finally, the violent dark red glow around Xingmeng began to gradually retract and stabilize, no longer restless like at the beginning. The trembling of its body slowly calmed, and it lay in his palm, gasping heavily, its tiny form rising and falling, the once dazzling wings now dim and devoid of luster. Covered in expelled stains, it looked utterly disheveled. But Chen Jing could sense that the little guy's soul wave, though tired, was like tempered steel, becoming more refined and tough. A solid sense of power radiated from its slightly strengthened body. We did it! The first stage, we've made it. Chen Jing sighed deeply, only to realize his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He carefully brushed away the stains on Star Dream's wings with his fingertips. You've worked hard, little guy, you did great. Wow. Star Dream weakly responded, rubbing its small head against his finger, conveying a sense of I almost thought I was going to die, along with a desperate reliance after surviving the ordeal. After resting for about a quarter of an hour and with Star Dream's breathing finally steady, the soul waves also calmed down. Chen Jing knew the most crucial moment had arrived. He picked up the small bottle containing the nightmare essence. Next is this, Chen Jing's voice instinctively took on a serious tone, this will directly affect your soul and the source of your dreams, it might be even stranger than before. Remember, hold on to your heart, no matter what you see or feel, it is all an illusion. I'm right here with you. Star Dream struggled out of his palm and hovered in mid-air. It strained to flap its wings, shaking off the last bit of fatigue, its beautiful compound eyes shone with determined light as it solemnly nodded at Chen Jing. Wow! Let's go! Chen Jing uncorked the bottle, and an indescribable aura instantly spread out. It was neither a pleasant smell nor a foul one, it resembled a pheromone that directly affected the mental level, carrying the bizarre essence of dreams and a deep, heart-pounding darkness. He slowly poured the dark purple nightmare essence over Star Dream's body. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, the moment the liquid touched Star Dream's body, it quietly seeped in like a drop of water into a sponge. The next second. Buzz! Star Dream's entire body suddenly burst forth with a strong, pure dark purple light. The light was not dazzling, yet it possessed an eerie penetrating power, as if it could ignore physical barriers and directly reflect into the observer's soul. Chen Jing let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his head had been struck by an invisible hammer, countless broken, twisted, and bizarre images flashing before his eyes, grinning ghostly faces, collapsing stars, endless corridors, and his own distorted reflection. Various chaotic thoughts surged into his consciousness like a tide. Hiss! What strong residual mental pollution! He bit his tongue hard, the sharp pain instantly jolted him awake, and the golden glow of his divine beast manual burst forth, firmly protecting his mind. He finally understood that Principal Zhang's earlier warning was not mere exaggeration. This was just as an observer, Star Dream, as the direct recipient, was experiencing a terrifying onslaught. He anxiously looked at Star Dream. He saw the little guy floating in the dark purple light, its body convulsing violently, even more so than when it absorbed the dissolving blood essence. Its beautiful compound eyes had completely turned into bottomless whirlpools, as if countless dreams were being born and extinguished inside, a multitude of souls moaning. Wow! Eee. Star Dream's sound was no longer a clear call, but a fragmented screech filled with chaos, pain, confusion, and even a hint of madness. Chen Jing's heart sank to the bottom. He could feel Star Dream's soul being torn and eroded by the violent power of dreams. That thread of resilience enhanced by the dissolving blood essence was undergoing an extreme test. Star Dream! Wake up! Look at me. I am Chen Jing. He couldn't help but transmit his will through their soul link. Hold on to your consciousness. Don't let it swallow you. That was a nightmare. It was fake. At this critical moment, the life dew fused in the nightmare essence finally played its key role. A gentle and vibrant emerald energy spread forth like a mother's soothing touch, emanating from the depths of the Star Dream's soul. It gently enveloped the torn wounds, calming the frenzied murmurs, slowly taming and assimilating the most violent nightmare power. The chaotic screams of the Star Dream gradually diminished, and the body's spasms began to ease. Its dual compound eyes, now swirling like vortices, still deep and mysterious, yet the madness and chaos were slowly fading away, replaced by a more distant and inscrutable light. The dark purple glow surrounding it was no longer violent but pulsed rhythmically like breathing, flickering with a soft light. Within this glow, strange images started to emerge, sometimes a tranquil starry sky, sometimes reflections of bustling cities, and sometimes distorted, grotesque abstract patterns. It was as if it materialized fragments of countless dreams from people. Chen Jing held his breath, knowing they had reached the most critical phase of fusion. Suddenly, the body of the Star Dream became somewhat ethereal. Not transparent, but in an indescribable state, as if it no longer fully existed in this reality, with a part of its essence merging into an invisible dimension. Chapter 53, The Transformation of Star Dream 2. Star Dream? Chen Jing's heart skipped a beat, almost crying out. He stared hard at the flickering dark purple halo, his heart pounding like a drum. Within the halo, Star Dream's small body appeared shadowy, as if separated by a layer of shimmering water, or ready to dissolve into the air and disappear. It was no longer solidly present there, instead, it gave a bizarre feeling of floating on the edge of reality. Woo! A weak yet ethereal and distant sound echoed from within the halo. Chen Jing dared not even breathe, his palms slightly sweating as he sensed Star Dream's state through their soul link. He felt that the extreme pain of the soul being torn apart was gradually easing, replaced by a peculiar sense of detachment. It felt as if a part of Star Dream was slowly sinking into a layer he could not fully understand or reach. Is this successful? Or? Chen Jing's heart was uncertain, both hopeful and scared. At that moment, the training room underwent another change. The floating Star Dream, its ethereal figure surrounded by the dark purple glow, suddenly sucked inward like a whale swallowing water, completely disappearing into its body. Then, its small body became entirely transparent, as if it had truly evaporated from this world. Star Dream. Chen Jing became truly anxious, standing up abruptly, his gaze frantically scanning the empty training room. But in the next second, the air half a meter in front of him rippled like a stone breaking the calm surface of water, sending out visible pale silver ripples. In the center of the ripples, a point of purple light quietly flickered, rapidly expanding. Then, Stardream's figure slowly emerged as if floating out from an invisible painting, transforming from ethereal to substantial, lightly and silently hovering there. It seemed to still be that same it. The size of a palm, its wings adorned with starlight and dreamlike purple patterns. But upon closer inspection, it was completely different. Its body appeared to be a bit more solid than before, with smoother lines. Most notably, its compound eyes, once containing a starry sea, now looked as deep as two miniature cosmic whirlpools. Gazing too long could even induce a dizzying feeling as if one might be sucked in. At the edges of its wings, besides the original silver star points and soft purple glow, there were also thin, almost invisible dark purple lines that radiated an ominous yet alluring aura. It was surrounded by an indescribable aura, serene and distant, yet hiding a hint of eerie heart-stopping strangeness. "Little guy?" Chen Jing called out tentatively. Xingmeng seemed to hear the call, slowly turning its head, its deep, swirling eyes meeting Chen Jing's gaze. Chen Jing froze all over. In that moment of eye contact, he felt a buzz in his head, and the scene before him twisted and shattered in an instant. The walls of the training room seemed to come alive, twisting like soft curtains, while the floor turned into a sticky black swamp, countless pale arms reaching out from it, grasping at his ankles. In his ears rang countless fragmented, frenzied, incomprehensible murmurs, as if countless people were simultaneously screaming and whispering in his mind. Hiss! Chen Jing gasped, the divine beast illustration in his mind erupting with blinding light, forcefully dispelling this terrifying illusion. He staggered a bit, holding his forehead, his heart racing, and his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Just a hint of mental fluctuation? How could it have such strong pollution power? No, this sudden change, right? What happened to that cute little butterfly before? Ow! Xingmeng seemed to sense it had unintentionally affected its master, letting out a soft sound with an apologetic tone. The swirling eyes that made one's heart race gradually calmed, and the strange aura around it retracted a lot, returning to its harmless and obedient appearance, flying over to affectionately nuzzle Chen Jing's finger. Conveying emotions of master, are you okay? I didn't mean to. Chen Jing finally let out a long sigh of relief, touching its little head with lingering fear. It's okay, I just wasn't prepared. Your new ability is a bit too frightening. He paused for a moment, unable to resist asking again, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Woo! Woo! Xingming joyfully twirled in his palm, its wings stirring up spots of dreamy phosphorescence, conveying excitement of very good. I've never been this good. I feel so full of power, like I can do many things I couldn't do before. That's good, that's good. Chen Jing's heart, which was held in suspense, finally relaxed, replaced by immense curiosity and anticipation. He collected his thoughts, eagerly focusing his mind once more to check Xingmeng's current state. As his thoughts moved, a semi-transparent light screen emerged quietly that only he could see. Nightmare Soul Butterfly, Xingmeng. Attribute, Dream System/Soul System. Note, successfully fused with nightmare traits, attributes deeply altered and sublimated. Rank, Crimson level 7 stars. Note, continuously absorbed high-quality materials, strength has significantly increased. Potential, Azure level 6 stars. Note, life essence has been optimized, future growth limits significantly raised. Innate skills. Dream soul perception, passive greatly enhanced perception of dreams, spirits, and soul waves, can anticipate some mental attacks, and see through lower-level illusions, can blur perception of others' emotions and shallow thoughts. Illusory dream dust, evolved from sleep dust. The scales sprinkled contain highly activated dream energy. It no longer merely guides sleep, it can also, following Xingmeng's will, make targets fall into tailor-made, lifelike deep illusions on a large scale. Control and effect range have both been significantly enhanced. Nightmare gaze, evolved from soul shock. Its eyes release powerful nightmare energy, directly impacting the opponent's soul, causing intense mental pain, confusion of consciousness, along with sustained fear-induced illusion disruptions. Power directly correlates with the user's soul strength and must be carefully controlled to avoid backlash. Dream barrier, evolved from dream protection. Drawing on pure dream power, it constructs an invisible shield around its own or its master's soul. Resist mental and spiritual attacks, and can partially weaken targeted curse skills. Dream stealth, Nu can briefly enter the dream dimension, avoiding most physical and energy attacks, making movement hard to capture, like a ghost. In this state, can sense the soul fluctuations of the real world within a small range. Phantom clone, Nu can create one or multiple phantoms with partial substance. Clones can execute simple instructions to confuse opponents, disperse firepower, or coordinate attacks. The true self can perform short-distance teleportation between clones. Note, clones will dissipate after taking a certain amount of damage. Dream Shadow Ball, new compresses and condenses dream and soul energy, launching a silent, dark purple energy sphere. Hitting the target causes physical damage while eroding the opponent's spirit, leading to temporary mental stagnation and sensory disorientation. Status, energetic, filled with energy, the soul deeply merges with the essence of dreams and grows stronger, in a period of adaptation and mastery of new abilities. Physical strength has significantly increased, able to withstand higher intensity energy shocks. Note, a miraculous evolutionary entity born from the foundation laid by the star-sleeping butterfly, perfectly absorbing the metamorphic blood essence and nightmare essence. It has completely broken free from the shackles of its primal race and embarked on a unique evolutionary path of controlling dreams and peering into souls. Its capabilities are unpredictable, possessing strong mental control, illusion creation, damage evasion, and direct soul attack traits, with enormous potential. It needs to be guided to correctly master the increasingly growing nightmare power, paying special attention to the mental pollution effects brought by nightmare gaze, to avoid falling into chaotic madness. The physical body is simultaneously enhanced and is no longer fragile, significantly improving survival capabilities. Chapter 54, Epic Enhancement. Hiss. After looking at the brand new attribute panel of Stardream, Chen Jing couldn't help but gasp, his eyes wide open. This is simply an epic enhancement. Not only have all the existing skills been upgraded, their power is incomparable, but 3 strong new skills have also awakened in one go. Especially the Dream Stealth, entering the dream dimension to avoid damage. This is simply like adding an invincible protection barrier. Then there's Phantom Clone and Dream Shadow Ball, one confuses enemies and protects life, while the other disturbs the field and deals damage. How can this still be the little butterfly that only made people sleep back then? This is clearly a walking nightmare machine, a soul reaper. Wow, Chen Jing murmured to himself, his voice filled with astonishment, this really is switching a bird gun for a cannon. No, it's like switching for a star orbital cannon. Star Dream. You are amazing, he sincerely praised, his excitement hard to express. The depression from losing the finals before, and the accumulation and waiting over the past 3 months, all felt worth it at this moment. Wow. Stardream also sensed its master's joy, happily swirling and dancing at his fingertips, sprinkling spots of dreamy phosphorescence. Meanwhile, in an unknown place. Here, the light is dim, and the air is filled with an indescribable, seemingly ancient heavy atmosphere. A huge, dark-colored statue, neither stone nor jade, stands in the center of the empty hall. A group of people in large black robes, their faces hidden, are silently crouching before the statue, their postures humble yet fervent. The hall is deathly silent, even the sound of breathing is barely audible. Suddenly. Buzz. Immediately, a deep, dark purple light, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, seeped from within the statue, flickering like breathing, illuminating the entire hall in a strange manner. The crouching black-robed figures abruptly raised their heads, and from the shadows under their hoods, pairs of eyes full of excitement and fervor shone brightly. At the front, a particularly tall black-robed figure suddenly raised his head, and under the hood's shadow, 2 points of fervent red light abruptly lit up. He stared intently at the statue that emitted an ominous glow. His dry, hoarse voice trembled violently with extreme excitement, breaking the silence that had lasted who knows how long. Light. Light. It is a divine oracle. It is the call of our Lord. Next to him, another cloaked figure nearly crawled on the ground, his voice twisted with a weeping fervor. The sign of descent. This is the sign of the birth of our Lord's vessel. The ancient prophecy has come true. The vessel. The most suitable vessel for our Lord's arrival has appeared in the world. Our Lord's silent will is awakening. He needs that body. The leading cloaked figure suddenly stood up, his wide robe spreading like the wings of a bat. He raised his arms high, and his bony fingers twisted towards the empty ceiling of the hall, shouting with an almost mad roar. Do you hear it? Devout followers. The vessel that can carry our Lord's supreme glory has been born. He abruptly turned around, and the 2 red lights under his hood swept across each trembling, excited cloaked figure behind him, with a voice that turned cold and ruthless, carrying an undeniable command. Find it. At all costs, find the vessel that carries our Lord's glory. We must bring the vessel back to the temple before those foolish humans notice it, to welcome our Lord's arrival. For the return of our Lord. For the return of our Lord. All the cloaked figures echoed in unison, the fervent roar echoing in the hall. A hidden current, stirred by the evolution of star dreams, began to rise silently across immeasurable distances. In the villa's training room. Chen Jing had no idea about the drastic changes happening in distant lands. As his excitement faded a bit, Chen Jing touched his chin and began to ponder, but in the future, when outside, I must hold back a little. The nightmare gaze move absolutely cannot be used casually, or else I will definitely be seen as a minion of an evil god. Just the thought that he might be targeted by those mysterious departments, like the legendary Dragon Team or the Huaxia Security Bureau, sending someone to invite him for tea, made him shiver. I hope I don't get pulled in for questioning before the federal exam even starts, that would be so unfair. It looks like I need to disguise a bit, so that I appear, harmless. Chen Jing thought. After all, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger is the way to go. Stardream tilted its little head in confusion, its compound eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chen Jing was amused by its little appearance and reached out to poke its forehead. Don't understand? This is called strategy. Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger is the way. True big shots are low-key, luxurious, and profound. He stood up, stroking his chin and continuing to think. The nightmare gaze move seems to need to be used cautiously, unless absolutely necessary, or when there are no outsiders, it's best not to use it. Usually against enemies, I should use Dream Dust, Dream Stealth, Dream Clone, and Dream Shadow Ball, these more normal skills. There shouldn't be many beasts of the same level that can withstand it. Stardream seemed to understand a bit, but still obediently flapped its wings to show it was listening to its master. Besides, I am now a second-tier Beastmaster, so according to the rules, I can contract a second beast. But, the color of the Beastmaster's handbook needs to change. Everyone knows that white is the lowest level of Beastmaster handbook, only allowing one beast contract. If he showed up with a white handbook but took out a second beast, that would be no different than shouting, "I have a problem" on the street. Normally, upgrading a Beastmaster handbook's rank is extremely difficult, usually requiring specific rare materials, which are often priceless and hard to find. But Chen Jing was different. His seemingly white handbook was, in essence, a disguise by the system. Changing the appearance color was just a matter of moving his fingers. Then let's change it to green for now. He pondered. A green Beastmaster handbook is just enough and not too eye-catching. If someone asks, I'll just say I was lucky. In the secret realm, he found rare materials that could upgrade his beast mastery guide. Anyway, the secret realm is full of adventures, so this reason makes sense. He silently communicated with the system. System, change the disguise color of my beast mastery guide from white to green. Command confirmed. Beast mastery guide color modification in progress. Modification complete. Done. Next, it was time to test the results. He looked at Xingmeng, a smile of eager anticipation on his face. Alright, little buddy. Let's go for a stroll in the secret realm. Get familiar with these new abilities. Woo! Xingmeng let out a clear call filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 55, Red Level Secret Realm. Brother! Have you finished training? His sister, Chen Shi, called from outside the door. Yes, just finished. Come on in. Creak, the door was pushed open a crack, and Chen Shi's little head peeked in, her big eyes spinning around. Right after, the palm-sized ice spirit, Xiao Bingbing, on her shoulder mimicked her, squeezing its sparkling little head through the door crack. The moment the ice spirit appeared, Chen Jing didn't even have time to carefully look at his sister. The familiar, mechanical system notification rang in his mind automatically. Ding, target detected. Frost Ice Spirit. Attribute, Elemental/Spirit type. Level, White level 8 stars. Potential, Green level 7 stars. Talent skills, Ice Element Control, Passive, Ice Seal, Starfrost Ice Blade, Original Ice Blade, Frost Armor Technique, New Addition. Status, Healthy, Satisfied, Energy Full, Soul Link with Master Stable and Deeply Enhanced. Note, successfully absorbed in perfectly fused rare material Starfrost Ice Crystal Powder, the essence of life is gently optimized and enhanced. Not only did the potential break through the previous limits, but the defensive skill Frost Armor Technique also awakened, allowing natural ice crystals to form armor at will, significantly enhancing defense. The energy within contains a faint starry quality, complementing the ice element's origin, promising a bright future. Frost Ice Spirit? Chen Jing felt a slight stir in his heart, a hint of comfort rising. It seems the effect of that, Starfrost Ice Crystal Powder, is really great. The little guy's potential has risen to green level 7 stars, and it gained a defensive skill. While he was thinking this, Chunchi quietly walked in with the ice spirit. Her gaze was immediately drawn to Xingmeng, which was now hovering in front of Chen Jing. Its aura changed dramatically. Her apricot-shaped eyes widened in astonishment, her little mouth slightly agape, as if she were witnessing something incredible. Brother, is this Xingmeng? It seems a bit different, doesn't it? It looks more beautiful, but I can't quite say what's different. She thought for a long time but couldn't find the right words to describe it, only feeling that the little butterfly in front of her appeared more unreal, as if its compound eyes could suck in a person's soul, the starlight swirling on its wings intertwined with faint dark purple patterns, creating a mysterious and powerful aura. Her Frost Ice Spirit, that's what it's called from now on. Also Iwu flew up curiously, circling around Xingmeng, its small body emitting strands of icy cold air, sensing the entirely different yet equally powerful energy wave from its companion. Woo! Xingmeng also showed interest in this old friend. It gently flapped its wings, the unsettling aura around it instantly dissipating, returning to its previous beautiful yet dreamlike obedient form, and nodded friendly to the Frost Ice Spirit as a greeting. It had just finished evolving, and its control over its power was still in the adaptation period, but it had managed to conceal itself quite well. Hee hee, it's nothing, just a small improvement. Chen Jing smiled, pretending to be relaxed as he waved his hand, not planning to explain in detail. But your Xiao Bingbing has really changed a lot. Can't you feel it? The chill it gives off is more pure and refined than before, carrying a, star-like coolness, very special. He intentionally changed the subject, shifting the focus back to the frost ice spirit. As expected, the moment her precious beast was mentioned, Chen Shi immediately forgot to ask about Star Dream, her little face instantly blooming with a bright, slightly proud smile. That's it. She puffed out her small chest and extended her hand for the frost ice spirit to land on her arm. Little Bingbing has worked so hard. And thanks to this star frost ice crystal powder you gave me, it absorbed really well. I feel like our bond is even tighter now. The frost ice spirit also chirped happily, rubbing against Chen Shi's fingers. As long as it works. Chen Jing looked at his sister's happy expression and felt warmth in his heart. By the way, I'm planning to take Star Dream into the secret realm for some real combat practice to consolidate the new ability. Going to the secret realm again? Chen Shi's face immediately fell, her little nose wrinkling with worry. Brother, you just finished cultivating, can't you rest a bit more? Time waits for no one, kiddo. Chen Jing ruffled his sister's hair. There are only 3 days left until the federal entrance exam. After chatting with his sister for a bit, he walked out. This time, Chen Jing chose the destination as one of the red-tier secret realms controlled and opened by the Beastmaster Mall in Tianhe City, the Swamp Forest. Such secret realms are usually controlled, stabilized, and rated by official or large commercial institutions. By paying a not-so-cheap but still affordable federal currency, qualified Beastmasters can apply to enter for training, exploration, or resource gathering. These publicly open secret realms are mostly low-level, with relatively controllable danger, making them very suitable for red and orange-tier low-level Beastmasters to accumulate combat experience and refine their skills, serving as a safe first step for beginners to step into a vast world. As for higher-level secret realms, their public accessibility is very rare, mostly firmly controlled by official military, top-tier forces with deep backgrounds, or ancient families. Ordinary Beastmasters wishing to obtain high-tier resources must either pay a price to apply for entry into these strictly managed secret realms or bravely tread into those areas formed after the fusion with the blue star space, where chaos and dangers abound. It is said that even high-level Beastmasters who venture deep into those forbidden areas face near certain death, their danger levels immeasurable. At the entrance of the red-tier secret realm, Swamp Forest. The place is bustling with people, even more lively than a vegetable market. Most of the Beastmasters just stepping out of the small teleportation array looked travel-worn, some with obvious scars, tattered clothes, but their gazes sharp as knives. Others wore joyful expressions, clearly having gained something good, excitedly whispering with their companions. Those preparing to enter mostly had serious expressions, repeatedly checking their equipment and the condition of their beasts, or huddled in groups discussing routes and strategies for entering. Chen Jing blended into the crowd, not drawing attention. He paid a not-so-cheap entrance fee and received a temporary access wristband. This wristband not only serves as a pass but also includes basic positioning and emergency rescue functions, offering a little protection provided by the organizers. Blending into the bustling crowd, he walked towards the energy vortex entrance. After a brief moment of weightlessness and dizziness, the scene before him cleared up. Chapter 56, Initial Skill Trial. Chen Jing's feet landed on solid ground. He steadied himself and looked around, unable to help but let out a soft "oh." The muddy, toxic marsh scene he had expected, the lush forest view did not appear. What entered his vision was a vast, boundless expanse. The lush green plain. A gentle breeze blows, and the knee-high grass undulates like waves, making a soft rustling sound, bringing the fresh scent of earth and grass. In the distance, the outline of a dense forest can be vaguely seen, and further away are the dim shadows of rolling mountains. It seems the teleportation array randomly dropped him in the plain area, Chen Jing pondered, recalling the simple map he had looked at before entering. This red-level secret realm swamp forest is roughly divided into 3 areas, the dangerous and slippery swamp, the resource-rich yet beast-infested forest, and the open plain, which also faces the possibility of encountering wandering beasts. Xingmeng fluttered lightly from his shoulder, suspending in front of him, its compound eyes curiously examining the plain. The little creature seemed particularly fond of staying on his shoulder, so unless necessary, Chen Jing was happy to let it stay outside. Little one, how do you feel? Chen Jing asked with a smile, extending his finger. Xingmeng immediately landed obediently on his fingertip, rubbing its cool tentacles against him, conveying feelings of novelty and a bit of excitement. As soon as he spoke, his brows slightly furrowed. Unusual rustling came from the grass in the distance, the sound approaching rapidly. The little creature instantly shot up from his fingertip, hovering in the air, its small body turning towards the source of the sound, its previous obedient demeanor replaced by a contained, poised ready stance. Something is coming, Chen Jing whispered, his gaze becoming focused, his body slightly tensed, entering a state of alertness. Moments later, the grass nearby suddenly parted, and 3 beastly creatures, roughly the size of wolf dogs, with rough gray-green fur and exposed fangs, leaped out. Their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red light, drool dripped from their corners, and they emitted a low, threatening growl, surrounding Chen Jing, staring at this two-legged creature that had suddenly intruded on their territory. Biting hyenas. Type, Winds System. Rank, Red level 2 stars. Potential, Orange level 3 stars. Talent skills, Bite, active, uses strong jaws and sharp teeth to cause tearing damage. Windblade, active, condenses wind elements to form gust blades for mid-range attacks. Call Companion, active, emits a special howl to summon nearby kin. Status, hungry, extremely aggressive. Note, pack hunting beasts, cunning and brutal by nature, usually act in groups and excel at attrition battles. Weakness, the waist is relatively vulnerable, with low resistance to mental attacks. System information flashed through Chen Jing's mind instantly, giving him clarity. Just red level 2 stars, perfect for you to practice, Chen Jing said casually to Xingmeng, little one, it's your turn. Use dream dust to make these 3 hyenas fall into an illusion. Woo! Xingmeng's wings vibrated rapidly. It didn't choose to rush forward but instead flew back a short distance, creating a safe distance. With the vibration of its wings, a thicker, shimmering pale silver dust, more dazzling than before, was as if controlled by an invisible force, accurately enveloping the 3 hyenas that were about to pounce. The dust seemed weightless and powerless, but as it touched the hyenas' noses and skin, it produced an immediate effect. The foremost hyena paused, its paw raised mid-motion, its gaze becoming dazed. It appeared to see some extraordinary delicacy, licking at the air with wild enthusiasm, its tail wagging like a rattledrum, emitting woo-woo sounds of flattery, now having lost its fierce look. The one on the left was even more absurd, as if suddenly spotted by some terrifying creature. Its fur stood on end, its tail tucked, spinning in place, making fearful whines, and occasionally bared its teeth at empty air, posturing. The one on the right simply collapsed. Upside down, its belly rising and falling, it surprisingly started snoring, sleeping so soundly that a string of shiny drool hung from the corner of its mouth. The 3 hyenas instantly sank into their own completely different illusions. Well done. Chen Jing couldn't help but praise, his eyes shining. The effect of this dream dust was even better than he had expected. Xingmeng, hearing the praise, happily circled around him, scattering little bits of starlight, sending over a proud feeling of its nothing. Alright, stop playing with them and take care of it. Chen Jing pointed to the hyena that was still snoring, try the new move, Dream Shadow Ball. But Xingmeng hovered in place, its compound eyes locking onto the target. In the air in front of it, strands of dark purple energy quickly gathered and in the blink of an eye formed into a fist-sized, entirely dark purple energy sphere. Without a howl, without the sound of breaking air, that Dream Shadow Ball silently shot out, precisely hitting the sleeping hyena right between its waist and abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound of impact echoed. Along with the faint crack of bones breaking, the nearly 100-pound body of the hyena was suddenly hurled away, rolling helplessly several times on the ground. Oh whoa! The hyena suddenly woke from its sleep, letting out a heart-wrenching, distorted, and filled with pain and confusion wail. It struggled to get up, but the heavy injury to its waist and a strange, chaotic energy flooding its mind made its limbs unresponsive, leaving it to twitch helplessly on the ground, blood oozing from its mouth and nose. The other 2 hyenas, still struggling in their illusions, were startled by their companion's near-death howl, causing a momentary ripple in the illusion. Not slow to react. Chen Jing's gaze turned cold. Xingmeng, don't give them a chance. The one on the left, try nightmare gaze. As soon as Chen Jing's voice fell, the little one revealed its deep, swirling compound eyes, instantly locking onto the left hyena that was gnashing its teeth and scaring itself. No warning, no shining light, but Chen Jing clearly felt an invisible, chilling dread spreading out from Xingmeng, swiftly focusing onto a point. Woo! The hyena, which had been facing off against a phantom enemy in its fear-filled illusion, suddenly froze stiff. Its throat emitted a twisted, inhuman screech, while its bloodshot eyes were filled with extreme fear and confusion, its pupils dilating to nearly fill its eye sockets. It stopped roaring at the air and began to frantically scratch at its own head and face with its claws, as if trying to claw some terrifying thing out of its mind, its rough, gray-green fur becoming bloodied from its own scratching, its actions crazed and completely irrational. His Chen Jing watched, gasping in awe, both shocked and frightened. This nightmare gaze effect is way too powerful. It makes one self-harm? This is much harsher than just a simple illusion. He hurriedly said to Xingmeng, alright, little one, we've seen the power of this move. Stop now, or it might claw its head off. Use Dream Shadow Ball to give it a quick end. Xingmeng obediently replied, its swirling eyes slowly calming. It seemed to realize that this move was a bit too cruel, sending a feeling of it's too easy to scare back to him. Then, it gathered another dark purple Dream Shadow Ball, silently shooting it out once more. Puff! The Dream Shadow Ball precisely hit the frenzied self-harming hyena, completely cutting off its final chance of survival. It twitched a couple of times before collapsing to the ground, no longer moving. In an instant, only the middle hyena remained, still feebly wagging its tail at the air, a pitiful fool. Chapter 57, The Unicorn Stone Python. Chen Jing walked toward the forest area for quite a while. This plain was much broader than he had expected. As the wind blew, the grass waves rolled like a green ocean, with a view so open it seemed to stretch to the deep green silhouette of the forest at the edge of the sky. After walking this half-day, besides the 3 sightless hyenas at the beginning, he surprisingly hadn't encountered any proper savage beasts. It seems this plain area is more peaceful than I imagined. Chen Jing stopped, his hand resting on his forehead, squinting toward the forest that was getting closer in the distance, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. I can't even find something to practice on. Stardream perched on his shoulder, occasionally flapping its wings gently. It seemed a bit bored too, with its tentacles drooping lazily, conveying a sense of this is so boring, why hasn't there been a fight yet? No, I can't just wander aimlessly like this, it's too inefficient. Chen Jing muttered to himself, his brow slightly furrowed. Time was limited, he had to make full use of it to help Stardream quickly familiarize itself with and master its new abilities after evolution. With a thought, he called out in his mind, "System, extend the detection range to the maximum, let's see what's nearby." Ding! Detecting. Glowing mushroom, 1-star low tier, weak illumination effect, distance, 1.2 kilometers. Hemostatic grass, 1-star low tier, simple wound treatment, distance, 1.8 kilometers. Iron ore, 1-star low tier, ordinary forging material, distance, 2.3 kilometers. Windbell flower, 1-star mid-tier, can be made into calming spice, distance, 2.9 kilometers. Transforming grass, 2 stars top tier, distance, 3.5 kilometers. Star pattern iron ore, 3 stars low tier, rare forging material, distance, 9.5 kilometers. Looking at this long list of resources, Chen Jing couldn't help but whistle. Wow, there are actually quite a few resources. System, mark the resources along my current route. Ding. Transforming grass. Quality, 2 stars top tier. Applicable affinities, change system, illusion system. Effect, after consumption, it can slightly stimulate beast mastery potential with a low probability of comprehending supportive skills related to mimicry and transformation, or strengthen existing related abilities. Note, matured, energy full. Distance, straight ahead 3.5 kilometers. Transforming grass? And it's 2 stars top tier? Chen Jing's eyes lit up, and he became excited. This thing is interesting, it's just on the way, let's go take a look. He turned to the little fellow and said, "Let's go, Stardream, there are good things ahead. Let's see if we can find a few training partners for you." Woo! Upon hearing that there might be a fight, Stardream immediately perked up, letting out a cry tinged with excitement. Chen Jing smiled and quickened his pace towards the direction of the transforming grass. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the terrain ahead began to show subtle changes. No longer the flat grassland, small rolling mounds appeared with scattered shrubs starting to dot the landscape. At this moment, the system's alert sound rang out in his mind again. Ding warning, savage beast detected ahead. Unicorn stone python. Affinity, Earth system. Rank, red rank 4 stars. Potential, yellow rank 1 star. Talent skills, rock skin, passive, boosts physical defense, death coil, active, coils its body to strangle the target, earth spike, active, condenses earth elements to form sharp spikes. Status, strong territorial awareness, full of aggression. Note, a power-type savage beast skilled in stealth and surprise attacks, excellent defense, and astonishing strangling power. Weakness, relatively slow speed, ordinary resistance to mental attacks. Almost at the same time the system alert sounded, Stardream suddenly flew off his shoulder, hovering in midair, its small body turning towards a patch of grass up to its waist, that pair of compound eyes fixed intently on that direction, conveying a signal of alertness. Chen Jing immediately softened his footsteps, breathing unconsciously slowed down, and his whole body entered a state of readiness for battle. He looked in the direction Stardream was warning about. In the depths of the dense grass ahead, a subtle, spine-chilling rustling sound came. The grass moved unnaturally, as if something was lurking underneath it. Suddenly, the grass parted on both sides, and a fierce triangular head slowly emerged. It was a giant python, with its exposed neck as thick as an adult's thigh, covered in grayish-brown, rough scales like granite. Most eye-catching was a grayish-white horn, resembling a stalagmite, right in the center of its forehead. Its dark yellow vertical pupils coldly locked onto Chen Jing, the unwelcome guest, while its forked tongue flickered with a strong warning. "Wow, not small at all," Chen Jing whispered, a hint of eagerness curling the corner of his mouth. "Just right, Xingmeng, let's try our new move on it. This guy has tough skin and thick meat." His gaze sharpened, and he quickly gave orders: use illusion dream clone to get close, confuse it first, and observe its reaction. Woo! At his command, a purple light flashed in Xingmeng's compound eyes, and the space around it rippled slightly. In the next second, 3 identical butterflies appeared beside it. The 3 Xingmeng flapped their wings and gracefully spread out, approaching the stone python from 3 different directions. Meanwhile, the main body stayed suspended in front of Chen Jing and didn't join the action. The hornstone python clearly had never encountered such a situation. Confusion flickered in its dark yellow vertical pupils as its triangular head swayed left and right, seemingly judging which one was real. Just then, Chen Jing's command came again, use Dream Shadow Ball. The three Xingmeng moved simultaneously, swiftly condensing 4 dark purple energy balls, each the size of a fist, in front of them, shooting towards the stone python. Puff! 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 3 muffled sounds almost came at the same time, as the Dream Shadow Balls accurately slammed into the stone python's body, which was covered with rock-like scales. A few scales shattered, leaving faint blackened marks, but that was all. The massive body of the stone python just shook slightly, with hardly any skin broken. TSK, the power of the clones is indeed quite lacking, estimated to be only about 30 to 40% of the main body. And the mental erosion effect is almost non-existent. Chen Jing clicked his tongue, not surprised. Clones are meant for confusion and disruption, after all. But this mild attack completely enraged the horned stone python. It locked onto one of the clones, its thick tail sweeping across like a giant steel whip, accompanied by a fierce wind. Snap! The targeted illusion clone didn't even have time to dodge, instantly exploding into a cloud of pale purple light, vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, the stone python seemed even angrier, with a fierce light flashing in its dark yellow vertical pupils, its huge body suddenly twisted, ready to pounce on another clone. Xingmeng, swap places with that clone. Then immediately use Dreamland Stealth to evade its next attack. Chapter 58, Flying Thunder God? As soon as Chen Jing's command fell, the real Xingmeng and the clone that the stone python had set its murderous gaze upon swapped places in an instant. The real Xingmeng appeared directly in the danger zone, less than 5 meters from the stone python's massive, gaping mouth. And the clone appeared in the position where Xingmeng originally was, right in front of Chen Jing. Position swap. This was another use of Illusion Dream Clone, allowing the real body and the clone to exchange positions in an instant, catching any opponent who relied on sight and breath tracking completely off guard. The horned stone python clearly wasn't prepared for this change that was beyond its understanding. Its pouncing movement showed an extremely brief hesitation. In that less than half a second pause. Woo! Xingmeng let out a cry, just as the foul wind was about to reach it, its form suddenly became blurry and illusory, fully entering the state of Dreamland Stealth. The stone python's massive mouth snapped shut, but it only bit into a void of empty air, its jaws colliding with a sound that sent chills through the teeth. Because of the excessive force, its huge head lurched forward uncontrollably. Seemed a bit comical. And the figure of Xingmeng quietly appeared in the air not far away, like a ghost, its wings lightly flapping, carrying an almost provocative calmness. The unicorn stone python was thoroughly enraged after its attack missed. Its dark yellow vertical pupils almost narrowed into a fine line, burning with furious anger after being ridiculed. Hiss. It let out a sharp and piercing hiss, its thick tail wildly striking the ground, leaving the surrounding grass in a mess, mud and grass debris flying everywhere. It no longer tried to distinguish which was real and which was fake. Its massive body suddenly rose up and crashed down towards the position where Xingmeng was located. At the same time, the grayish-white horn on its forehead suddenly glowed with a yellow-brown light. Be careful. It's going to use Earth Spike. Chen Jing's pupil shrank as he hurriedly reminded. Before his voice faded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With several sharp sounds cutting through the air, multiple stout, earth-yellow energy spikes, as thick as an adult's arm and sharp at the tip, erupted violently from the ground around the stone python, forming a half-fan shape that blocked most of Xingmeng's escape route. This area attack was much harder to dodge than a simple lunge. Continue using Dream Veil. Chen Jing saw this and continued. At the moment when the earth spikes were about to reach her, Xingmeng's figure once again became blurry and ethereal, like a reflection thrown into water, gently swaying, then dissipating into the air. Several deadly earth spikes pierced through the afterimage it left behind, deeply embedding into the air. Only the other clone was not so lucky. An earth spike shot out from the side at an awkward angle, accurately piercing through that Xingmeng's body. With a light sound like popping a bubble, that clone did not struggle at all, directly exploding into a puff of light mist in pale purple, then vanishing without a trace. With the clone destroyed, Xingmeng's real body reappeared not far away, lightly flapping its wings, conveying a slight sense of fatigue. Using clones, teleportation, and dream veils was clearly a heavy burden for it. Roar! The unicorn stone python, seeing it had finally hit one, let out a deep growl filled with catharsis, its ferocity escalating. It had locked onto Xingmeng's true body, and its massive form began to gather strength again, the yellow-brown light on its horn starting to condense, obviously preparing for a second attack. We cannot let it unleash its skills so recklessly. Chen Jing's gaze sharpened, knowing he could no longer simply avoid it. He glanced at the only remaining clone in front of him, suddenly recalling a classic move from a certain passionate anime in his past life. Perhaps it could be borrowed? A bold and slightly mischievous tactic formed in an instant. He quickly thought through it and issued a command via their soul link. Xingmeng, let the clone approach the stone python. You start gathering Dream Shadow Sphere. Xingmeng conveyed a hint of confusion, but it had absolute trust in Chen Jing. The little one immediately complied. The remaining illusion clone quickly flapped its wings and pounced directly towards the stone python's fierce head, its movements deliberately provocative. The stone python's dark yellow vertical pupils locked onto Xingming's real body that was gathering the dream shadow sphere. For the clone that rushed forward, it merely impatiently swung its massive head, stirring up a foul wind, planning to tough it out. After all, wouldn't its rocky scales fear the charge of a tiny insect? At the moment when the clone was about to crash into the python's nostrils, a flash of light shone in Chen Jing's eyes, and he silently murmured, "Now is the time, switch." Xingming's real body and the clone's position silently and seamlessly swapped. The true Xingming, with the already formed dark purple, dream shadow sphere, suddenly appeared less than a meter away from the stone python's nostrils. This distance, for a ready-to-strike attack. Almost face to face. And that clone lunging at the stone python appeared at the original position of Stardream, floating in the air. Then, due to energy depletion, with a soft poof, it transformed into light spots and dissipated. Hiss? The pupils of the unicorn stone python suddenly contracted to the size of needles. Its head jerked back sharply due to this completely incomprehensible change, and a primal fear for the first time overshadowed its rage. How did this energy source, radiating a deadly threat, suddenly appear before its most vulnerable sensory organs? Woo! Stardream seized this fleeting opportunity and fiercely launched the Dream Shadow Ball, which had condensed to the utmost. Bang! The dark purple Dream Shadow Ball crashed solidly into the bridge of the unicorn stone python's nose. Energy ravaged, scales shattered, and dark red blood splattered everywhere. Hiss! The stone python let out an agonizing, piercing scream, blending pain and rage. Its massive body was violently thrown back by the severe blow to its head, while its thick tail thrashed wildly, turning the surrounding flora into chaos. It struggled, trying to lift its head, but the damage caused by the Dream Shadow Ball, infused with most of Stardream's power, and the accompanying mental shock was overwhelmingly strong. Its movements became staggered and powerless. Finally. Thud. With a heavy dull sound, the massive body of the unicorn stone python finally lost all support and crashed heavily onto the grass, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Its nose was a bloody mess, dark red blood gushing out, staining the soil and grass leaves. Those originally fierce dark yellow vertical pupils now looked vacant and hollow, having lost all their spirit. Clearly, it was dead. Chen Jing exhaled deeply, his tense nerves finally relaxing. He looked at the corpse of the stone python on the ground and couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, it's the Flying Thunder God technique of Everlasting Sister. The effect is really good, perfectly matching the swapping ability of Stardream's true form and clone. He turned to look at Stardream, who was flying towards him, her wing flapping slightly weak. Chen Jing patted Stardream's little head, gently saying, "Little one, you've worked hard. Now, give it the final blow to confirm whether it's really dead, lest it suddenly comes back to ambush us later." After all, the unicorn of the stone python is a good thing, it can sell for a lot of federal coins. Chapter 59, The Fisherman Profits. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from not far away, shaking the ground slightly. Chen Jing and Stardream were both startled and turned to look in the direction of the sound. After collecting the transforming grass and the unicorn of the stone python, Chen Jing continued walking towards the forest area. What's that noise? Chen Jing wondered, it sounds quite big, could it be two big rocks fighting each other? Stardream reacted quicker, suddenly flying off Chen Jing's shoulder, her petite body tensing instantly, with her deep compound eyes flashing with a vigilant light. Let's go take a look, be careful, he quickly instructed Stardream, while also lightening his steps, using the half-person high grass and sparse bushes for cover as he cautiously approached the source of the sound. The closer he got, the clearer the residual energy waves in the air became. When Chen Jing pushed aside the last large leaf that was blocking his view, the sight before him made his pupils shrink suddenly. In front, on a messy open ground, two massive beasts were fiercely clashing. Several small ferocious beasts that didn't escape in time were caught in the crossfire, getting thrown away by the residual waves as they whimpered and fled. Ding! Sync scanning. In his mind, the system's notification sounded promptly. Cracking Earth Rhino. Attribute, Earth. Rank, Orange rank 2 star. Potential, Yellow rank 5 star. Talent skill, Earth Tremor, active, violently stomp the ground to create a shock wave, causing dizziness and damage in the area. Rock armor, passive. The surface is covered by hard rock layers, greatly enhancing physical defense. Brutal charge, active, launches a straight-line charge with immense power. Status, angry, minor injury, slight scratch on the left front limb, moderate stamina consumption. Remarks, a heavy beast of great strength and defense, tough-skinned and fleshy, with formidable front impact. Weakness, low agility, clumsy turning, fierce persistent elemental erosion and mental interference. Wind Shadow Leopard. Element, wind. Rank, Orange rank 3 stars. Potential, Yellow rank 7 stars. Talent skills, Gale Flash, active, short-range explosive displacement, extremely fast, Tornado Claw, active, claw strikes accompanied by sharp wind blades, strong cutting power, winds concealment, active, uses airflow to briefly conceal shape and breath. Status, alert, moderate injury, scratches on the abdomen, bleeding, severe stamina consumption. Remarks: a typical fast, high-damage assassin-type beast, with movements as swift as lightning, excelling in guerrilla tactics and one-hit kills. Weakness: relatively weak defense, insufficient stamina, fears area control skills. Healing Spirit Grass. Quality: 3 stars middle tier. Element: wood. Effect: contains pure wood energy, excellent healing effect for injuries and energy exhaustion, can accelerate wound healing and restore stamina. Status: energy abundant, mature, not harvested. Remarks: a good thing. A resource for healing and life-saving, it seems this is what caused these two big fellows to fight. Chen Jing quickly digested the information provided by the system, his eyes narrowing slightly, and he instantly understood, so it's a fight over resources. 3 stars middle tier healing spirit grass, no wonder they are fighting so fiercely. 2 orange rank beasts. 1 thick-skinned and powerful earth-split rhino, and 1 fast and aggressive wind shadow leopard. Chen Jing instinctively rubbed his chin, his gaze sweeping over the giant rock at the edge of the battlefield, where a soft emerald green glow faintly emitted. It was the source of the dispute, the healing spirit grass. A smile slowly crept across his lips, and his eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. He turned his head and lowered his voice to the bobbing star dream beside him, saying, "Little guy, what do you think? Are you interested in playing the fisherman?" "Woof. Master, is it a fight?" "I like it." Star Dream tilted its small head, a hint of confusion flickering in its compound eyes, but soon, that confusion was replaced by excitement. Chen Jing was amused by its combative appearance, gently tapping its cool little head. "I'm not asking you to rush in and clash with them. We need to use our brains. Let's wait for them to exhaust themselves a bit longer, preferably until both are injured, then we will strike." Star Dream seemed to understand vaguely but still obediently nodded its head, indicating it would listen to its master. The battle in the arena gradually entered a critical phase. The earth-split rhino was clearly provoked into a furious rage by the guerrilla tactics of the wind shadow leopard, letting out a deep roar, raising its front hooves, and then stomping heavily on the ground. Boom! Earth-shaking stomp. A visibly brown shockwave exploded outward from it, rippling the ground like waves. Grass and dirt shot up into the sky. Even from a distance, Chen Jing could feel the clear vibrations resonating under his feet. However, the blue-gray shadow, the wind shadow leopard, blurred for a moment just before the shockwave hit it, swiftly sidestepping 7 or 8 meters away, narrowly evading this area control attack. Gale Flash. The wind shadow leopard moved so fast that only an afterimage was left behind. It took advantage of its speed, continually circling around the earth-split rhino, looking for openings. It had a noticeable wound on its abdomen, blood staining its surrounding fur, clearly having suffered earlier. Now it was being more cautious. Roar! The earth-split rhino missed a strike, becoming even angrier, its thick nostrils puffing out 2 jets of white steam, lowering its head and scraping the ground with its hind hooves. The yellow light on its horn began to condense again, ready to launch, brutal charge. The amber vertical pupils of the wind shadow leopard flashed with cunning. Instead of facing it head-on, it used the airflow to become elusive, transitioning between visibility and invisibility. The breath also dropped significantly, wind's concealment. The earth-shattering rhino lost its clear target, its momentum of charging abruptly halted, restlessly shaking its huge head. Chen Jing watched with great interest, secretly murmuring in his heart, "Wow, the earth-shattering rhino is really strong, but unfortunately, its brain is not very bright. It's being played with by the wind shadow leopard like a dog." The Star Dream on his shoulder gently made a sound, its compound eyes fixed on the battlefield, its wings slightly fluttering, seeming to want to join the fight. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The air behind the earth-shattering rhino twisted imperceptibly. The wind shadow leopard appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. It had previously used wind's concealment, not to flee, but to silently circle around to the weakest defensive position of its opponent. Swish! With a sharp sound of breaking air, its claws fiercely grabbed at the relatively soft side of the earth-shattering rhino's belly. The claws were wrapped with highly compressed wind elements. A flash of blue light whizzed past. Chila! The thick rocky armor of the earth-shattering rhino was actually cut open, revealing several deep wounds that could see bone. Dark red blood gushed out instantly. Moo! The earth-shattering rhino let out a world-shaking cry of pain. Its massive body staggered violently, the excruciating pain instantly driving it into a furious rage. It completely disregarded its injury, relying on its primal instinct, its muscular tail sweeping back like a gigantic steel whip, bringing with it a fierce wind. This strike was fueled by anger, its speed astonishing. The wind shadow leopard clearly did not expect that the opponent could react so swiftly and recklessly after being so heavily injured. It had just landed, its previous power exhausted and new strength not yet born. It was already too late to use Gust Flash. Bang! The wind shadow leopard only had time to slightly curl its body, and it was viciously swept by the tail of the rhino, which contained terrifying power, hitting its side. Ow! Its entire body was thrown away like a kite with a broken string, tracing an arc in the air, crashing heavily onto the grass several meters away, rolling several times before barely stopping. It struggled to rise but spat out a mouthful of blood, its side visibly caved in, clearly several ribs were broken, suffering severe injuries. The earth-shattering rhino was not feeling well either. Blood flowed like a river from the wound on its side, staining a large area of grass beneath it. It gasped heavily, each breath accompanied by a painful low groan, its massive body swaying unsteadily, that earth tremor, and just now the furious counterattack had clearly exhausted a lot of its stamina. Chapter 60 Encounter. Both sides were gravely injured. The open space fell into a brief silence, only the heavy and painful breathing of the two powerful beasts remained, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Chen Jing's eyes suddenly lit up, he knew the opportunity had come. He quickly said to the Star Dream, "Little guy, use dream dust on them." Woo! Star Dream had long been impatient, and upon hearing the command, it let out an excited cry. Its wings suddenly vibrated rapidly, a cloud of light silver powder enveloping the two exhausted beasts in the center of the open space. The two beasts, already weak and physically exhausted from pain, instantly lost their senses, bewildered. Before long, both beasts had completely fallen into a deep illusion, losing all ability to resist and remain vigilant. Chen Jing no longer hesitated, stepping carefully to avoid the ravaged pits and bloodstains on the ground, heading for the healing spirit grass. His movements were light, afraid of waking the two beasts trapped in the illusion. Although he knew that Star Dream's dust effect wasn't easily shaken off, it never hurt to be cautious. Meanwhile, Star Dream responsibly floated in the air, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Chen Jing quickly reached the back of a giant rock. Upon a closer look, this healing spirit grass appeared even more extraordinary. It stood about half a foot tall, dripping with vibrant green, its leaves thick and beautiful, as if green liquid was slowly flowing through the veins of the leaves. At the top of the grass stalks, a few delicate small flowers the size of rice grains clustered together, emitting a soft white light, their refreshing fragrance wafting from these little blooms. Just standing beside them and taking a deep breath, Chen Jing felt that some of his exhausted spirit seemed to recover a bit. What a good thing! Chen Jing couldn't help but whisper in admiration, his eyes shining. Whether for personal use or to trade for resources, this thing was extremely valuable. He no longer hesitated, moving gently and skillfully, carefully digging up the healing spirit grass, along with its roots, and steadily placing it into a jade box. Click! The box lid gently closed, sealing in the alluring fragrance. Satisfied, Chen Jing tucked the jade box away, feeling quite pleased inside. He then turned his head, his gaze once again falling on the two dying ferocious beasts in the clearing. Chen Jing stroked his chin, his brow slightly furrowed, quickly calculating in his mind. The earth-splitting rhino and the wind shadow leopard were both severely injured, and even if temporarily sealed into ferocious beast sealing stones, their price would likely be discounted. It wouldn't be impossible to obtain materials from them, but it would be troublesome. He felt a bit conflicted. Stardream tilted its small head, observing the changing expressions on its master's face, letting out a soft sound, as if asking what was wrong. After thinking for a moment, Chen Jing finally made a decision. Let's temporarily seal them. Whatever we can sell them for is better than letting them go to waste. Even if they die, we can still gather materials. With his mind made up, Chen Jing no longer hesitated. He summoned the Beastmaster illustrated book and used the temporary sealing formations on the earth-splitting rhino and the wind shadow leopard. The massive bodies of the earth-splitting rhino and wind shadow leopard began to twist and shrink, finally transforming into two beams of light, forming two sealing stones. Done. He let out a long breath, carefully putting away the two sealing stones. Today's harvest is good, it's time to stop while ahead. Chen Jing happily decided, I should head back and sell these two ferocious beasts at the Beastmaster Pavilion. But before returning, let's see if there's a suitable second beast, though let's leave this place first. Chen Jing took one last look at the chaotic battlefield. He called out to Star Dream, and the little one obediently landed on his shoulder. They headed off in another direction. However, not far along, Chen Jing encountered a rabbit-like ferocious beast. The rabbit-like beast lay helpless in the grass, its once soft gray fur now stained with mud and dark red blood. It had lost one front paw and one hind leg, with the wounds a gruesome sight. Clearly, the aftermath of the brutal fight between those two orange-gray ferocious beasts had caused this innocent disaster. Chen Jing couldn't help but stop in his tracks. The small creature noticed him too, its thin body trembling violently with fear, instinctively trying to retreat, but due to its severe injuries could only futilely move on the grass, making soft rustling sounds. It raised its head, and in its ruby-like eyes, the ferocity of a ferocious beast was gone, leaving only deep pain and a desperate, pleading will to live. That gaze felt like a tiny needle, gently pricking at Chen Jing's heart. He had seen ferocious beasts in a bloodthirsty frenzy, he had also witnessed their unwillingness to die, but this pure longing for life made some corner of his heart stir, inevitably reminding him of some unpleasant memories from his past life on Blue Star. Life, it seemed, was equally fragile and resilient, no matter in which world. Star Dream floated by his side, giving a curious chirp, nudging Chen Jing's cheek with its small head, as if asking why Master had stopped. It sensed no threat from this weak creature to its master. Chen Jing sighed softly, crouching down to meet the rabbit beast's gaze. Little one, you really have bad luck. He whispered softly, his tone carrying a hint of barely noticeable pity. A thought crossed his mind, and the system interface automatically appeared. Short-tailed fur rabbit. Type, beast. Rank, white level 8 star. Potential, red level 5 star. Innate skill, burrowing, active, can quickly dig shallow tunnels for hiding or nesting. Keen hearing, passive, hearing far exceeds the same rank, can capture very subtle sounds. Status, severely injured, body maimed, excessive blood loss, extremely weak, on the brink of death, filled with fear. Note, a gentle herbivorous ferocious beast, low combat power, excels at digging and evading enemies. Due to its soft fur and delicious meat, it is often hunted by other predators. Current condition is extremely poor, without external help, life will fade within half an hour. Xingmeng flew gently lower, circling around the little rabbit, her compound eyes sparkling, then flew back to Chen Jing's ear, emitting a faint woo sound, carrying a hint of inquiry, and a touch of sympathy. What's wrong, do you also feel sorry for it? Chen Jing tilted his head, running a finger along the edge of Xingmeng's wing. Woo. Xingmeng nodded her small head. Chen Jing sighed, his gaze returning to the rabbit. He noticed that even though it was trembling with fear, the little creature's eyes still stared at him without blinking, the glimmer of light within was stubbornly shining, refusing to extinguish. This look strangely reminded him of himself a few months ago. At that time, he was the useless beast that everyone laughed at, who respected him besides Su Bai and his family? He was all too familiar with the feeling of being belittled and deemed worthless. Thinking of this, his hesitation suddenly dissipated. Forget it, meeting is fate. Seeing you want to live so much, then I will give you a hand. Chen Jing seemed to have made up his mind, his tone much lighter. Little fellow, would you like to be my beast? He focused his thoughts, and the beast handbook, glowing with a soft green hue, floated in front of him. Chapter 61 The Second Beast. That's right, Chen Jing had already made a decision in his heart, he wanted to contract this rabbit as his second beast. Other people usually choose beasts with exceptional talents and top potential, but Chen Jing didn't think that way. To him, the potential of beasts wasn't absolute. After all, he held the system in his hands. As long as the system existed, even the most unremarkable little creature could have its impossible turned into possible. He had that much confidence. Little fellow, how about it? He spoke very softly, afraid to scare it. Do you want to be my partner? Stick with me, at least you can survive, and see a bigger world. The short-tailed fur rabbit seemed to understand his words, or perhaps it was simply touched by Chen Jing's calm aura. It trembled less, and a barely audible gurgle sound came from its throat. The fear in its red eyes slowly faded, replaced by a naive, tentative reliance. Chen Jing no longer hesitated, he extended his finger and gently tapped on the beast handbook. The handbook radiated light, and a gentle green beam projected down, enveloping the severely injured short-tailed fur rabbit. The rabbit's body floated slightly in the light, and the bleeding from its severed limbs visibly slowed down and scabbed over. It let out a faint, more comfortable whimper, and then transformed into a stream of light, being absorbed into the handbook. Next to the original page representing Xingmeng, a new image slowly gathered, a curled-up, grayish little rabbit, with its information labeled next to it, short-tailed fur rabbit, unnamed, status displayed as severely injured, sleeping. Done. Chen Jing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like a weight had lifted off his heart. He put away the handbook, brushed off the grass clippings from his knees, and stood up. Xingmeng flew back to his shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. I know, I'll remember your contribution. Chen Jing smiled and nodded at her small head. If it weren't for that look you just gave me, I might have hesitated. Let's go, we've got enough for today. Stepping out of the teleportation array from the secret realm, Chen Jing squinted slightly as he returned to the bustling hall of the Beastmaster Market in Tianhe City, the loud voices and bright lights taking a moment to adjust to. He didn't linger and walked straight towards the area in the market dedicated to purchasing beast materials and processing sealed beasts, the 100 Beasts Pavilion. Although the 100 Beasts Pavilion was not as large or famous as the Treasure Beast Pavilion, it was more convenient and the prices were fair. Most importantly, the two severely injured beasts in his hands, the earth-split rhinoceros and the wind shadow leopard, needed to be sold as quickly as possible to avoid any complications. If they couldn't hold on in the sealing stones and died, their value would greatly decrease. Chen Jing found a slightly less busy counter and approached it. The young employee behind the counter, in his 20s, wore a professional smile. Sir, how can I help you? I want to sell something. Chen Jing replied succinctly, pulling out the two temporary sealing stones, earth-split rhinoceros and wind shadow leopard, along with the horn of a stone python from his backpack. The employee took the sealing stones and laid them on a device resembling a scanner. With a flash of light, the screen immediately displayed detailed information about the two beasts, including their rank, potential, and status, seriously injured. The employee's expression changed slightly as he looked at Chen Jing, with added surprise and scrutiny in his gaze. To handle two orange-rank beasts alone, even if they were both severely injured, this young man was definitely not simple. Earth split rhinoceros, orange rank 2 stars, potential yellow rank 5 stars, status seriously injured, ruptured abdomen, exhausted strength wind shadow leopard, orange rank 3 stars, potential yellow rank 7 stars, status seriously injured, broken ribs, internal bleeding, severely exhausted strength. While looking at the screen, the employee quickly quoted a price. Sir, because their injuries are severe, even after we acquire them, we will need to spend resources to treat them before reselling or processing, so the price will be significantly discounted. For the Earth split rhinoceros, we can offer up to 450,000 federal coins. For the wind shadow leopard, which has slightly better potential but more severe injuries, we can offer 580,000. What do you think? Chen Jing knew this price was fair, close to his expectations. He nodded and didn't haggle. Okay. Plus this. He pointed to the stone python's horn. The employee picked up the horn, examined its quality carefully, and then used a small device to test it. The horn of the stone python is in good condition, with decent energy preservation. We can offer 80,000 federal coins for this. Alright, let's settle on that price. Let's wrap this up. Chen Jing said decisively. Great. Please wait a moment, I'll process this for you right away. As the employee saw Chen Jing was so straightforward, his smile became even more genuine, and his fingers flew over the touchscreen. Earth split rhinoceros 450,000, wind shadow leopard 580,000, plus stone python's horn 80,000, totaling 1,111,000 federal coins. Should we transfer this directly to your Beastmaster account? Yes. Chen Jing displayed his personal terminal bracelet. It'll be ready soon. While the employee was processing, Chen Jing's consciousness sank into the Beastmaster encyclopedia. In the encyclopedia, next to the page representing Stardream, a new page had stabilized, displaying an image of a curled-up, gray, pitiful-looking little rabbit. Looking at the image of the little thing, Chen Jing sighed in his heart, feeling a bit inexplicably soft. Contracting it might have been an impulse, but since it was done, there was no reason to regret. Little one, you're lucky to be with me, he silently thought. Once you're healed, I'll think of a name for you. At that moment, the star dream on his shoulder seemed to sense his thoughts, letting out a soft whine, using its cool tentacles to nuzzle his earlobe, as if saying, I'm here with you. Chen Jing's lips curled slightly as he reached out to gently stroke the increasingly gorgeous and dreamy wings of Stardream. After evolution, Xingming's spirituality was clearly higher. Sir, the procedures are complete. 1,111,000 federal coins have been credited in real time. Please check. The clerk's voice pulled Chen Jing's thoughts back to reality. Chen Jing raised his wrist and took a look at the incoming funds notice on his personal terminal. After confirming it was correct, he nodded to the clerk. Received, thank you. You're welcome. Have a nice day. We look forward to your next visit. The clerk greeted warmly. Chen Jing picked up his backpack and turned to walk out of the Beast Pavilion. However, he didn't head home directly. Instead, he walked towards the Treasure Beast Pavilion. After all, he now had a contracted beast, a severely injured short-tailed fuzzy rabbit, so he needed to quickly find some suitable healing materials for the little bunny to help it recover soon. As he thought, he quickened his pace toward the Treasure Beast Pavilion, his steps noticeably faster than before. Chapter 62, Mechanical Energy Core. Treasure Beast Pavilion, Tianhe Sub-Pavilion. Even in the evening, the area was still brightly lit and bustling with people. Chen Jing passed through the grand entrance and walked straight toward the back of the hall, where the voices grew even louder in the free trading area. Compared to the neatly priced and beautifully packaged specialty counters, he preferred this mixed and chaotic bargain area that tested one's vision and luck. His goal today was clear: find rare materials that could heal that unfortunate rabbit and also be suitable for its future development. As he stepped into the free trading area, the familiar warm wave, filled with a bit of chaos and vitality, hit him. The sounds of haggling, bargaining, and some strange beast roars from unknown stalls wove together into a noisy background. Come take a look. Just fished out from the black water marsh, the ink jade lotus, the best choice for nurturing water-type beast spirits. Only this one, don't miss it. Ancestral secret bone paste. Specially treats beast joint injuries, even old leg pain can have you running shadows. Money-back guarantee if ineffective. Mystery beast eggs on sale. Suspected to contain ancient bloodlines, take a chance to witness them turn into ferocious beasts. Chen Jing walked through the crowd of people with a calm demeanor, quickly scanning the various stalls. The items piled up on them were diverse and tricky, all relying on buyers to judge. He walked to a relatively quiet corner where there were fewer stall owners, and the items looked more primitive. He stopped and seemingly casually surveyed, while secretly thinking. System, get to work. Scan this area, focus on finding suitable wood-type materials with healing effects, or those that can enhance potential and are rare. Ding, command confirmed. Detection range, 50 meters radius. Scanning. In his mind, a cold electronic voice reported a series of information in an orderly manner. Withered vine roots, 1-star low-grade, minimal wood-type energy, effect negligible. Inferior iron ore, no value. Hearing the continuous low-grade, inferior, and no value, Chen Jing felt a bit disheartened and was about to move when the system's prompt changed subtly. Detected special energy response source, the third stall on the left, a dark red mineral placed on gray cloth. Chen Jing's spirit lifted, and he walked towards that stall with a nonchalant demeanor. The stall owner was an old man wrapped in a worn cotton coat, dozing with his hands tucked in, seemingly indifferent to business. In front of him, several dull-colored, irregularly shaped minerals were scattered across the gray cloth, looking no different from stones picked up off the roadside. The piece indicated by the system was one about the size of 2 fists, rough on the surface, dark red, and unremarkable. System, scan that dark red mineral in detail. Ding, scan complete. Iron ore, surface. Internal content, mechanical energy core, fragment. Quality, 3-star mid-grade, energy in dormant state, core integrity 71%. Applicable element type, mechanical. Effect, contains highly compressed pure energy and precise mechanical structure information. Can be used to drive high-level mechanical creations. Providing explosive energy for mechanical beasts, or serving as the core material for the evolution/strengthening of mechanical beasts. Because its energy is in a dormant state, special means are needed to activate it. Status, energy dormant, wrapped in a thick layer of red iron ore, exhibiting strong deceptive qualities. Note, this thing has an extraordinary origin, resembling a core fragment of a high-level mechanical creation, which somehow fell out and got encased in ore. Finding this is a huge jackpot. Mechanical energy core? Chen Jing felt a sudden jolt in his heart, almost unable to control his expression. This thing has nothing to do with wood or healing, but a mid-tier 3-star. It's an extremely rare fragment of a mechanical core. Its value is far beyond his expectations for healing herbs. He suppressed his excitement and pretended to be nonchalant. He crouched down in front of the old man's stall, casually touching a few pieces of poorly shaped ore, picking up one with a faint earth-type vibration, weighed a light one in his hand, and finally grabbed the dark red iron ore, mixing it with 3 ordinary stones that looked a bit more presentable. "Boss, how much for these stones?" His tone was casual, like asking for the price of a cabbage. The old man lifted his eyelids, his murky eyes glanced at him, then looked at the 4 pieces of ore he picked, slowly extending 3 fingers, 30,000 federal coins, no bargaining. "Come on, boss, give me a discount?" Chen Jing tried to haggle. "Look at these pieces, they're just mediocre." "Isn't 30,000 a bit?" "That's the price, take it or leave it." "Alright, 30,000 it is, let's do it." Beep, a light sound, payment successful. Hearing the prompt tone, the old man didn't even fully open his eyes, just waved his hand, signaling him to take the goods. Chen Jing casually placed the pieces of ore into his backpack. After doing all this, he stood up, dusting off the dirt on his hands, feeling like a heavy stone finally dropped in his heart. He continued searching in the free trading zone. However, going through these individual stalls felt very inefficient. System, expand the range to the maximum. Scan the entire free trading zone, prioritizing materials with high healing effects, mark the locations in general information. Chen Jing issued a new command to the system in his heart. Why not use an external aid? That would be foolish. Command confirmed. Scanning range expanded to the entire free trading zone. Scanning in progress. Filtering underway. Please wait a moment. Chen Jing patiently waited, pretending to browse the stalls while keeping an eye on the system's feedback. After about a minute, the system's prompt tone sounded again. Ding, scanning complete. Low-value targets filtered out, 5 high-value targets meeting the criteria found. Shadowstone, location, west side, stall number approximately C zone 22. Effect, contains shadow energy, nourishes dark and ghost-type beasts. Wood spirit mushroom, location, east side, stall number approximately E zone 05. Effect, wood-type healing material, contains gentle wood-type life energy, can be used to create healing potions, and also serve as low-tier wood-type beast evolution assistance material. Life tree branch, withered, location, southeast, about 40 meters away, stall number roughly D zone 17. Appears as a dead branch on the surface, but internally retains a trace of extremely weak life essence, can be attempted for extraction or activation through system fusion. Moonlight dew, diluted, location, directly ahead, about 25 meters away, a mobile vendor, a middle-aged woman holding a crystal bottle. Effect, gently nourishes body and soul, shows good recovery effects on energy exhaustion and slight soul damage. Note, has been diluted, effects reduced, but perfect for seriously injured recovering or weak beasts, mild in nature, no side effects. Refined gold essence, small piece, location, northwest, about 60 meters away, stall number roughly B zone 09. Effect, excellent universal enhancement material for metal and earth attributes. A small enhancement to the beast's defense and strength, or it can be used for forging. Chen Jing's eyes flashed, and he quickly made a decision in his mind. Chapter 63 Moonlight Healing Liquid. At 8 o'clock in the evening. After dinner with my parents and sister, Chen Jing simply tidied up the dishes and then dove into his training room. He took out all the materials he had obtained today. The inconspicuous transforming grass, the dripping green healing grass, and the dark red or encasing fragments of a mechanical energy core. There was also the shimmering shadow stone, a decent-looking wood spirit mushroom, a small bottle of clear, bright liquid emitting a soft light like moonlight called moonlight dew, and a heavy piece of refined gold essence glowing with a cold metallic sheen. That's right, Chen Jing was going to take them all. His gaze finally fell on the most inconspicuous dry branch, life tree branch, withered. Life tree branch, withered. Quality, 3-star low level. Attribute, wood, life. Description, a branch from a top-tier fierce beast's life tree. A complete life tree branch could reach at least 7 stars in quality, containing immense life essence that can revive the dead and nourish all living things, promoting the evolution of life. The surface is completely dead, but the internal core still retains a trace of extremely weak life essence, almost undetectable. It requires special methods to attempt to activate or extract its remaining power. Status, energy nearly depleted, activity extremely low. What a pity, it's such a pity. If this branch were complete, perhaps that immense life essence could truly awaken that fierce beast egg. But now. Chen Jing looked at the withered branch and couldn't help but sigh. He took a breath and shook his head. Using a withered branch to save a dying egg? This thought was simply too unrealistic. Alright, don't think so far, he patted his face and lifted his spirits. First, handle what I can use right now. He first picked up the healing grass and the bottle of moonlight dew. Moonlight dew, diluted. Quality, 2-star low level. Attribute, all attributes. Description, dew gathered from the essence of moonlight, now diluted. The nature is extremely mild, capable of slowly nourishing the body and soul, providing good stabilization and recovery effects for energy overdrafts, slight soul injuries, and initial healing wounds. Status, energy stable, suitable for weakened beasts. These two items both contain gentle healing energy, perfect for treating the seriously injured little rabbit in the beast manual. Little buddy, you're lucky, you just followed me, and you already have good things to enjoy. Chen Jing murmured to himself, a gentle smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. He recalled the little rabbit's gaze looking at him from the bushes, filled with a pure desire for life, making it impossible for him to harden his heart and ignore it. He no longer hesitated and silently thought, system, scan the healing grass and moonlight dew, assess the healing effect on the short-tailed fur rabbit, and then, merge them. He chose to merge to see if the system could enhance the healing effects of the two or create a gentler, more suitable form for that weak little creature to absorb. After all, simple herbal medicine and dew always had limited absorption efficiency. Ding, command confirmed. Scanning complete. Healing grass, healing effect 78%. Moonlight dew, healing effect 85%. Starting material fusion, healing grass X1, moonlight dew, diluted, X1. As the system prompt sounded, the green grass and the small crystal bottle before him seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly floating into the air in front of Chen Jing. Buzz. Soft green light and cool moonlight radiance lit up simultaneously, like two intertwining streams, slowly rotating and drawing closer. The life force of the healing grass and the essence of the moonlight dew penetrated and merged into each other. The process was not explosive but rather harmonious and tranquil, as if everything was falling into place. The light gradually converged and condensed. Minutes later, all the original materials vanished, and instead, it was a vibrant liquid showing a warm blue-white color. This blue-white liquid slowly fell down, accurately landing in a white jade small bottle that had unknowingly appeared in Chen Jing's hand. The bottle's wall was warm to the touch, and it was possible to clearly feel the vitality contained within the liquid inside. Fusion successful. Obtained a new material, Moonlight Healing Liquid X1. Moonlight Healing Liquid. Quality, 2-star advanced. Attribute, all systems. Effect, this high-efficiency healing liquid blends the vital energy of the healing herb essence with the pure moonlight power of moonlight dew. Its nature is extremely gentle and easy to absorb, capable of rapidly healing serious physical injuries, replenishing energy and blood, and significantly nourishing and restoring energy depletion and minor soul damage. Especially suitable for those who are recovering from severe injuries, weak constitutions, or young beast tamers, with no side effects. Note, the system's fusion grants it a gentleness and efficiency that surpass ordinary healing materials, making it an excellent companion during recovery. Chen Jing's eyes brightened, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face, gentle and without side effects, just perfect for the current condition of that little rabbit. He gently shook the jade bottle, causing the blue-white liquid inside to ripple, radiating a soft glow. He then happily stored this bottle of moonlight healing liquid away, planning to use it on the little rabbit later. Having dealt with the most urgent healing problem, Chen Jing's attention returned to the other materials. His gaze swept over transforming grass, life branch, withered, shadowstone, wood spirit mushroom, and refined gold essence, finally fixing on the dark red mineral stone that encased a fragment of the mechanical energy core. A fragment of the mechanical core. He rubbed his chin, a glimmer of thought shining in his eyes, 3-star intermediate, yet extremely rare in the mechanical category, but it seems to have no direct use for me at the moment. The two beast companions he had, Stardream was in the dream/spiritual category, and the short-tailed furry rabbit was in the beast category, neither of which matched with the mechanical system. Should I keep it for future resource exchanges, or take a gamble? If I win, it could lead to a huge upgrade. If I lose, this fragment might just become useless. He stared at the dark red mineral stone, his gaze shifting unpredictably. Rationality told him he should keep the fragment for stable and reliable resources later. But a deep-seated urge for adventure, along with trust in the system's abilities, constantly urged him on. Though he had previous experience fusing the metamorphic blood essence, and the materials used had no side effects on his beast companions, the uncertainty remained too high. Finally, he clenched his teeth sharply, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The bold survive, the timid perish. If you're afraid of wolves and tigers, how can you be a Beastmaster? With the system in hand, the world is mine. I'm in. Chapter 64, Active Metal Core. Chen Jing no longer hesitated, his gaze sweeping over the remaining materials on the ground: transforming grass, life branch, withered, shadow stone, wood spirit mushroom, refined gold essence. System, scan and fuse mechanical energy core, fragment, transforming grass, life branch, withered, refined gold essence, and then, give me the fusion. He chose these four after quick thinking. Mechanical energy core provides energy and mechanical attribute basics. Even though the life branch was withered, it still contained a hint of life's essence, perhaps capable of endowing the creation with activity. Refined gold essence is an excellent metallic carrier, making the fusion product stronger and more stable. As for the transforming grass, he focused on the word transform, hoping to inject more possibility and adaptability into this fusion. Ding, command confirmed. Scanning complete. Mechanical energy core, fragment, quality 3-star intermediate, energy dormant, needs activation. Contains highly compressed energy and mechanical structural information, attribute, mechanical system. Transforming grass, quality 2-star top tier, energy activity is good. Contains a faint mimicry. Transformation rule fragments, attributes, change system/illusion system. Life branch, withered, quality 3 stars low rank, originally quality very high, now severely fallen. A trace of extremely weak life origin remains inside, almost impossible to extract. Attributes, wood system/life system. Refined gold essence, quality 2 stars high rank, energy stable and pure. Excellent general reinforcement material for gold attributes and earth attributes. Attributes, gold system/earth system. Comprehensive assessment, for materials have huge attribute differences, energy levels vary, fusion process extremely unstable, with high risk of failure. Failure may lead to core material, mechanical energy core, being destroyed. Confirm fusion? Failure will destroy the core. Chen Jing furrowed his brow. This, mechanical energy core, is a rare item of 3 stars mid-rank. If it gets ruined, the loss will be painful. He glanced at the Stardream on his shoulder. The little guy gently touched his ear with its tentacle, transmitting a wave of encouraging emotion. Let's give it a shot. Chen Jing suddenly clenched his fist, a resolute look in his eyes. System, confirm fusion. I refuse to believe that these four can't come together to create something decent. Command confirmed. Starting material fusion, mechanical energy core, fragment, X1, changing grass, X1, life branch, withered, X1, refined gold essence, X1. Buzz. As the system prompt fell, the four materials seemed to be awakened by an invisible force, slowly floating up. This instance of fusion was far more extraordinary than any before. It could even be described as somewhat eerie. First was the dark red ore, the layer of hematite covering it peeled away like weathering under the system's power, revealing the mechanical energy core, fragment inside, about the size of an infant's fist, intricately structured, shining with a ghostly blue metallic luster. It quietly floated, a thread of barely noticeable electric arc occasionally coursing over its surface, exuding a cold and efficient aura. The changing grass emitted a mesmerizing rainbow glow, its leaves moving without wind, as if enacting endless transformations. The life branch was the dimmest, with only a faint, almost imperceptible, ancient green glow struggling to flow beneath its withered skin, like a candle flickering in the wind. The refined gold essence was stable and heavy, radiating a solid dark golden brilliance. The four streams of light, ghostly blue, camouflaged, faint green, dark gold, began to make contact in the air. Instead of the harmonious blending imagined, it was as if four incompatible individuals were being forcibly stuffed into a small space, the lights colliding, repelling, and twisting violently. Sizzle. A harsh sound, as if metal were grinding along with electricity surging, caused chills in the listener's teeth. The ghostly blue mechanical energy attempted to dominate all, cold and overbearing. The camouflaged light of change surged left and right, elusive. The dark golden power of the essence held its ground, unbreakable, while that faint green light searched desperately for a trace of life amidst the chaotic energy flow, as if it could extinguish at any moment. The air in the entire training room seemed to become thick, the breeze stirred by the turbulent energy brushing against Chen Jing's hair, making him instinctively hold his breath. Stardream also nervously flew a little higher, its compound eyes fixated tightly on the chaotic light and shadow in the air. Stay steady. It must stay steady. Chen Jing clenched his fist, beads of sweat forming in his palm, mentally whispering. This fusion's commotion was even more frightening than when he made metamorphic blood essence before. The fusion process lasted nearly 3 minutes, during which the unsettling sounds and chaotic energy flow gradually diminished. The 4 colors of light seemed to finally find a fragile balance, slowly and cautiously beginning to penetrate one another. Ultimately, all phenomena suddenly shrank inward. The light gathered, and a bizarre aura spread out. In midair, a metallic object about the size of a palm, with a somewhat irregular shape, floated. It presented a dark, muted golden hue, as if it had been weathered by the passage of time, yet its surface was covered with intricate, fine, deep blue energy patterns that flowed slowly like living creatures, occasionally flashing with a hint of light. The most peculiar thing about its shape was that it was not a standard geometric form. The edges had a slight curve, and in some areas, it even appeared a bit soft, as if it possessed a faint plasticity. In the core area, one could vaguely see an extremely weak green light point that flickered like a breath, injecting an indescribable, faint vitality into this cold metal. It slowly descended and was caught by Chen Jing's instinctively outstretched hand. The touch was icy, reflecting the essence of metal, yet it carried a strange, subtle elasticity, not as hard and rigid as it appeared. Fusion successful. Obtained a new material, active metal core X1. It worked. Chen Jing was overjoyed, nearly shouting out loud, and he couldn't wait to check its attributes. Active metal core. Quality, 3-star top tier, special composite material. Applicable affinities, mechanical, gold, wood, life generation direction. Effects. Mechanical activation, can serve as the core to drive high-level mechanical creations or impart partial mechanical traits and structural strength to non-mechanical life forms, with a small chance to guide them towards beneficial mutations into mechanical life or metallic life. Morphology memory and adaptation, contains the properties of metamorphic grass, allowing the target to gain initial morphing abilities or enhancing their existing adaptability and transformability. Weak life absorption, due to the integration of the life branch source mark, it possesses an extremely weak ability to draw ambient life energy for self-maintenance, effects are slow and cannot be used for combat recovery. Energy superconductivity, perfectly fuses the properties of refined metal essence, exhibiting excellent energy conduction efficiency, significantly increasing skill release speed and energy utilization rate. Note, a miraculous fusion product. It breaks the boundaries between machinery and life, brimming with infinite possibilities. It serves both as a top-tier mechanical evolution core and a rare catalyst that induces other affinities to undergo metallization, mechanization, or structural enhancement mutations. Use with caution, as the mutation direction closely relates to the creature's foundation and potential. Chapter 65 Healing the Little Rabbit. Looking at the dark golden metallic block in the palm of his hand, which felt icy yet held a strange elasticity. It worked, it actually worked, he murmured softly, his voice filled with ecstasy. The attributes panel of the active metal core clearly appeared in his mind. Xingmeng curiously flew over, circling around the active metal core, its compound eyes filled with wonder, seeming very interested in this newly appeared, oddly pulsating iron lump. Little guy, this is a good thing, Chen Jing said with a smile, then shook his head, but it doesn't quite match your attributes, it would be a waste for you to use it. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the system space, where the time attribute beast egg still lay lifeless, its shell covered in cracks. A bold and even crazy thought began to grow wildly in his mind like wild grass. Use this, to save that egg? The active metal core contained a hint of life mark and powerful energy, even capable of guiding lifeform mutations. Could it possibly substitute for the nearly impossible to find large amounts of source power from the same origin of the time attribute or life energy treasures? The moment the thought emerged, it could not be suppressed any longer. He knew it was risky, the attributes of the active metal core seemed unrelated to the time system, and forcibly merging could very likely accelerate the egg's demise. But, what if? What if the system's fusion rules created a miracle once again? He looked at the dark golden core in his palm. He glanced again at the lifeless egg in the system space, his eyes filled with intense struggle. Reason told him that he should keep the active metal core, whether to cultivate a mechanical beast himself or to exchange it for resources in the future, it would bring huge benefits. Investing it in an egg with little hope could likely mean a total loss. But emotions, along with the deep-seated urge not to be ordinary, screamed wildly within him, give it a try. Why not give it a try? What if it succeeds? That would be an unprecedented time attribute beast. A true miracle. Xingmeng seemed to sense her master's inner turmoil. She gently landed on Chen Jing's wrist, using her tentacles to softly stroke his skin, conveying silent comfort and support. Chen Jing closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, trying to calm his racing heart. When he opened his eyes again, the hesitation had vanished, replaced by a determined resolution to take the plunge. Damn it, let's go for it, he muttered under his breath. No longer hesitating, he focused his thoughts and placed the active metal core and the time attribute fierce beast egg he had taken from the system space side by side on the smooth floor of the training room. The dark golden core emitted faint energy pulses, while the cracked egg lay cold and silent, forming a stark contrast. System. Scan this egg and the active metal core, evaluate the feasibility of merging them. And the success rate. Ding, command confirmed. Scanning. Unnamed time attribute fierce beast egg, life source exhausted, nearing extinction. Active metal core, 3-star top tier, special composite type. Merging feasibility assessment, extremely low. Attribute conflict is huge, target's life state is too weak to withstand high-intensity fusion energy shocks. Estimated success rate, below 0.1%. Serious warning, forcing a merger has more than a 99.9% chance of causing the target's life imprint to completely collapse and vanish. It is advised that the host abandon this operation. Below 0.1%. Chen Jing looked at the bright red warning on the system panel, a wave of disappointment surged in his heart. As expected, is it really not possible? It seems our fate hasn't come yet. You'll have to wait a bit longer. Chen Jing cradled the egg, extending his hand to gently stroke the cold, rough shell, clearly feeling the uneven cracks beneath his fingertips. He had thought about forcibly merging it without care, but the 99.9% failure rate meant that it was almost like destroying this already slim hope with his own hands. He couldn't afford to take that risk, nor did he dare to. Xingmeng landed beside the egg, gently tapping the shell with her wings, then looked up at the dejected Chen Jing, letting out a few soft, comforting chirps. It's okay, little one, Chen Jing shook his head, returning the time attribute fierce beast egg to the safest corner of the system space. It seems that to revive it, I need to find the right resources. This thing. He weighed the active metal core in his hand, his gaze returned to calm. Let's keep it for now, it will surely be useful later. Now, there were more important things to do. He focused his thoughts, and the beast guide, glowing with a gentle green aura, floated before him. He flipped to the newly generated page, where an image of a small rabbit quietly waited, the status bar clearly displaying severely injured, in a deep sleep. It was time to heal this poor little guy. Then, with another thought, he summoned the beast guide, ready to treat the little rabbit. Chen Jing summoned the short-tailed fluffy rabbit from the beast guide. In a flash of light, the little creature lay soft and limp on the cold floor of the training room, still unconscious. The severed foreleg and hind leg, although no longer bleeding, were still a gruesome sight, making it painful to look at. Its tiny body rose and fell slightly, breath so weak that it seemed like they could stop at any moment. The originally soft gray fur was covered in dried blood and mud, tangled together, looking particularly pitiful and miserable. Xingmeng curiously flew a little lower, circling around this new companion, her compound eyes sparkling with light, as if analyzing the other's condition, then conveying a clear feeling of it's so weak, so pitiful. Yes, it's too badly hurt. Chen Jing sighed, no longer hesitating, picked up the warm white jade bottle, and removed the cork. Suddenly, a breath of mixed fresh grass and the coolness of moonlight spread out, invigorating the spirit. Inside the bottle, the moonlight healing liquid appeared in a warm, light blue color, gently swaying, as if there was life flowing within. Come, little one, drink this and you'll be fine. Chen Jing carefully propped up the little rabbit slightly, letting it rest in the curve of his arm, then very slowly brought the bottle opening close to its slightly trembling three-part lips. The healing liquid slowly flowed in through the gap in its lips. At first, the little rabbit showed no reaction. Just when Chen Jing's heart sank, it made an extremely faint, almost inaudible swallowing sound from its throat. Effective. After finishing the medication, he didn't dare to relax, still holding it in his arms, nervously watching. Xingmeng also quieted down, landing on Chen Jing's shoulder, staring at the little rabbit with him. Time passed second by second. About 3 to 5 minutes later. The little rabbit's originally barely noticeable weak breathing gradually became strong and steady. What was most surprising was that the terrifying wound on its front paws and hind legs began to move and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, a thin layer of new tissue covering it. Although it was still far from completely healed, at least it was no longer in such a bloody and messy state. Its dirty, tangled fur also seemed to be infused with vitality. Although the stains remained, it no longer looked so lifeless. Woo! A weak, mosquito-like groan escaped from the little rabbit's throat, filled with a bit of pain yet somewhat comforted. Its long ears gently twitched, then its tightly closed ruby-like eyes struggled to open a crack. At first, its gaze was dazed, unfocused, reflecting the weakness of one just awakening from severe injury. It seemed to take a bit of time to adapt to the light, then its gaze slowly moved, meeting Chen Jing's concerned and joyful eyes as he looked down at it. In that moment, Chen Jing could clearly see that in those ruby-like eyes, the previous pain and despair receded like the tide, revealing a naive, tentative, yet incredibly clear sense of dependence and closeness. It even tried hard, very gently, to nuzzle Chen Jing's wrist with its little head. That slight, warm touch instantly struck the softest part of Chen Jing's heart. Chapter 66 Grey Bean. Hey, you're awake? Chen Jing's voice unconsciously softened to an extremely gentle tone, afraid of scaring this little one. Do you feel better? Of course, the little rabbit wouldn't answer, but the sparkle in its eyes when it looked at Chen Jing spoke volumes. Woo! Xingming on his shoulder also let out a cheerful low chirp, gently flapping her wings, showering down little sparks of starlight, as if welcoming this new companion's official joining. Chen Jing smiled, the heavy stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell completely. He carefully adjusted the little rabbit into a more comfortable position, gently running his fingers through its still clean fur on its back. Alright, you've got your life back. He let out a long sigh, speaking to Xingming as if to himself, from now on, you'll stick with us. We need to give you a name. He looked at the little rabbit's dull gray fur, and a flash of inspiration struck his mind. From now on, I will call you Gray Bean. How about that? It's simple and easy to remember, and it suits you well. The little rabbit, now to be called Gray Bean, seemed to understand, emitting an extremely faint, satisfied gurgle from its throat, its eyelids beginning to droop as it slowly closed its eyes. But this time, its breathing was steady and long, drifting into a peaceful slumber, not unconsciousness. About an hour later, Chen Jing was resting with his eyes closed, when suddenly a thought flashed, and he clearly sensed a faint ripple from the page representing Gray Bean in the Beastmaster's Guide. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of light pooling in his gaze. Without hesitation, he focused his mind and summoned the Beastmaster's Guide again, and as a gentle green light flickered on the floor, Gray Bean's small figure reappeared. The freshly emerged Gray Bean looked a bit dazed, its soft limbs sprawled out, its long ears turning in confusion, and its ruby-like eyes blinking blankly as it surveyed the strange, quiet environment. It tried to move the injured part of its front leg and its back leg, feeling a slight oddity from the new flesh covering the wounds, but there was no expected sharp pain, only a faint itch. It looked down at itself, then lifted its head, finally locking its gaze on Chen Jing, its eyes quickly igniting with familiar light, struggling to use its remaining back leg to stand up an inch toward Chen Jing. Hey, don't move around. Chen Jing hurriedly bent down, gently placing his palm in front of it to stop any potential strain on its wounds, saying, You're not fully healed yet, just stay still. Blocked by his palm, Gray Bean indeed stopped moving, just tilting its little head up, gazing at him with longing, its nostrils slightly flaring as if to confirm his scent. Seeing its pitiful yet adorable appearance, Chen Jing felt his heart soften immensely. He eased his movements and lightly brushed Gray Bean's chin with his fingertip, causing the little creature to immediately squint its eyes in enjoyment, letting out a satisfied gurgle. Woo! At that moment, Stardream flitted gracefully over, suspending in front of Gray Bean, its compound eyes glimmering with light as it carefully examined this new companion. Gray Bean gazed at the beautiful butterfly that looked unlike any earthly creature, the starry glow and dark purple patterns on its wings weaving a mesmerizing halo. It then looked down at its own bare, wounded limbs and its gray, dirty fur, unable to hide a trace of envy and a bit of inferiority in its eyes. It instinctively tried to shrink itself down even smaller. Chen Jing noticed this subtle change in Gray Bean's emotions and felt a stir of complex bitterness in his heart. He recalled the active metal core that still lay quietly in the corner of the system space. Is this little one envious of Stardream? He murmured to himself, his brows furrowing slightly. He stared into Gray Bean's red eyes, which showed a hint of shyness and envy. The little rabbit seemed to sense his prolonged silence, lifting its head to cautiously glance at him, its gaze pure yet slightly anxious, as if asking, Master, am I too useless? That look felt like a tiny needle, gently pricking Chen Jing's heart. He observed the little rabbit, watching its timid and envious eyes, and suddenly burst into laughter, his smile conveying a sense of determined relief and gentleness. He reached out his finger, lightly tapping Gray Bean's damp nose, his tone relaxed yet firm. Alright, little pitiful one, stop overthinking. I have something good here that might just make you different, make you stronger, like Stardream, and maybe even able to run and jump better than before you got hurt. The ears of Gray Bean instantly perked up, its red eyes widened and stared unblinkingly at Chen Jing. But this process may be a bit uncomfortable, even a bit painful. It's like shattering something inside your body and then regrowing it. Would you like to give it a try? Do you trust me? As Chen Jing saw the mixed look of inferiority and desire in the little rabbit's eyes, the last bit of hesitation in his heart disappeared. This active metal core, instead of waiting for an uncertain future, it was better to invest now in this little life that looked at him purely with reliance. After all, as his familiar, using materials merged with the system would have no side effects, this was the greatest guarantee in itself. There might be risks, but opportunities were greater. Gray Bean understood. It looked into Chen Jing's eyes, and then glanced at the magnificent and powerful Stardream next to them, its tiny chest rising and falling. Then, it forcefully and clearly nodded its little head. Goo! The timidness and inferiority in its eyes were replaced by a courage like burning bridges. It didn't want to be a little pitiful creature that could only be protected and envy others forever. It wanted strength, wanted to become powerful, wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with its master in Stardream. Good. You have guts. Then it's settled. Saying this, he sank his thoughts into the system space and took out the dark golden core active metal core. Woo! Stardream let out a puzzled chirp. Graybean was completely captivated by this suddenly appearing core that emitted a strange glow and aura. Its red eyes widened, filled with curiosity and a tinge of instinctive awe for the unknown power. Its little nose twitched vigorously, as if trying to sniff out something from the metal block. Chen Jing gently placed the active metal core on the ground in front of Graybean. "This is it, Graybean." Chen Jing looked at the little rabbit, speaking earnestly. "Next, let it become a part of you. The process may be a bit shocking, but remember, no matter what, hold on to your consciousness and think about your determination to grow stronger. I'll always be right here." Graybean looked at the metal core emitting an enticing yet dangerous aura on the ground, then lifted its head to glance at its master, whose gaze was steadfast. Finally, it seemed to have made up its mind and reached out its uninjured front paw, touching the active metal core firmly with its soft pads. The moment its paw made contact with the bluish-black patterns on the surface of the metal core. Buzz! The dark golden core suddenly exploded with blinding light, the bluish-black patterns writhing madly like awakening thundersnakes, emitting a sizzling electric sound. The faint green glow from the core suddenly surged, and a vast and chaotic energy instantly enveloped Graybean completely. Chapter 67, Rebirth. Woo! Graybean let out a sound full of pain. Its small body was forcefully pulled into the air by an invisible force. The dark golden and bluish energies surged like a violent stream, rushing into its little body through its paw that touched the core. Under its fur, it seemed as if countless tiny metal particles were surging, its bones emitting a grinding caca sound, and at the sight of its recently healing wounds, new flesh was torn apart at a visible speed, then forcefully covered infused by the surging dark golden energy. The intense pain caused Graybean's body to convulse violently. It wanted to curl up, but the energy forcefully fixed its posture. Its ruby-like eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, filled with extreme pain and a trace of confusion, as if questioning why it hurt so much. "Graybean! Hold on!" Chen Jing's heart leapt to his throat. He stood up abruptly but didn't dare to rashly step forward to interrupt this already started process. Only through the soul link can one's will and encouragement be crazily transmitted. Think about you becoming stronger. Think about how you can run and jump in the future. Think about how you will no longer be the little pitiful one whom anyone can bully. Hold on to your consciousness. He knew this would be painful, but he didn't expect witnessing it with his own eyes to be so tormenting. Xingming anxiously circled rapidly beside him, making urgent woo-woo sounds. It wanted to help but had no idea how, only able to continuously emit gentle dreamlike waves, trying to soothe Huidao's violently fluctuating soul. The incoming energy became increasingly violent, its screams had turned into suppressed, intermittent whimpers, and its gaze began to fade. Just when Chen Jing thought it was about to collapse and prepared to intervene forcefully, that faint green dot at the core suddenly brightened. A gentle yet resilient life force, like the spring breeze bringing rain, quietly blended into that violent metallic torrent. It was not a confrontation, but rather guidance, a soothing presence. Wherever it touched, the tearing pain seemed to lessen a bit, and that crumbling consciousness felt as if it had grasped a lifeline. Huidao's fading gaze suddenly refocused. It remembered the envy it felt when looking up at Xingming, the helplessness in the face of strong enemies, and most importantly, the gaze of its master, filled with encouragement and hope. Goo, woo. It let out a cry no longer filled with pure pain, but rather with extreme unwillingness and a tenacious will. The small body erupted with incredible resilience and began to actively guide and absorb the incoming violent energy. Dark golden light began to merge with its grayish fur, deep blue energy patterns slowly tracing and spreading beneath its skin like tattoos. Where its broken forelimbs and hind legs had been, there was no longer a mess of flesh and blood, but instead, dark golden structures with a metallic sheen began to take shape, growing slowly yet steadfastly as if they had a life of their own. Pain was still present, but Huidao's gaze grew brighter and brighter, burning with flames called rebirth. Chen Jing watched the scene, and his tense nerves finally loosened a bit, revealing a relieved and expectant smile. He knew that the most dangerous moment had passed. Transformation had already begun. At this moment, dark gold and deep blue intertwined, forming a cocoon of light that completely enveloped Huidao. On the surface of the cocoon, the deep blue energy patterns flickered like living circuits, emitting subtle crackling sounds of ziz-pop. Wu Xingming anxiously spiraled around the light cocoon, its compound eyes fixated on it. Feeling the intense pain and soul fluctuations coming from within, it tried to get closer, scattering some soothing phosphorescent powder, but the violent energy field kept its power at bay. It could only fly back to Chen Jing's shoulder, using its cool little head to nuzzle against his neck, making faint, anxious chirps, asking, "Master, Huidao, it won't be in trouble, right? Trust it, Xingmeng. Also trust me, and trust our shared choice. Huidao has a resilience deep in its bones, it won't let us down." Chen Jing's gaze locked once more on the violently fluctuating light cocoon, not missing any slight change. At that moment, the light cocoon suddenly shrank inward. Immediately afterward, a tiny crack appeared at the top of the light cocoon, like the first light of dawn. Ka-cha! The crisp sound of shattering was especially clear in the silent training room. Chen Jing's heart leaped into his throat. The crack rapidly spread like a spider web covering the entire light cocoon. At the same time, a surge of power erupted from within Chen Jing, and he knew this was the power Huidao had sent back, so he temporarily ignored it. Sure enough, the next moment, dark golden light burst forth from within. The light cocoon shattered like a broken eggshell, transforming into countless specks of light that fluttered and scattered in the air. As the radiance faded, the little creature inside was revealed. Chen Jing's breath suddenly caught, his eyes involuntarily widening. Was that still Grey Bean? It still maintained the basic form of a rabbit, but it had become much sturdier. The most eye-catching change was its fur. Once a dull gray and covered in dirt, it now displayed a metallic silver sheen, flowing with a sharp and delicate luster under the soft light of the training room, as if draped in carefully forged soft armor. And at the places where its front claws and back legs had been lost, brand new limbs had replaced them. These were not flesh and blood, but mechanical prosthetics, remarkably similar in structure to its original limbs, emitting a dark metallic luster. The lines of the prosthetic limbs were smooth, with precise structures at the joints, and one could vaguely see a subtle blue energy flowing inside, connecting to the energy patterns beneath its fur. At this moment, the 4 metallic claws firmly stood on the floor, emanating a strange sense of power. Grey Bean stood there in a daze, its eyes reflecting its brand new front claws glinting with a cold metallic sheen. It seemed that it hadn't fully regained its senses yet, instinctively and cautiously tapping the metal fingertips onto the ground, producing a soft tap sound. The sound startled it, and its ears perked up straight. Wu Star Dream was the first to fly over, circling around the newly reborn Grey Bean, its compound eyes filled with immense curiosity and a hint of uncertain probing. It gently chirped, "Wu, Grey Bean? Is that you? How do you feel?" Grey Bean heard Star Dream's voice and slowly lifted its head. In its ruby-like eyes, the initial confusion and shock gradually faded away, replaced by an unprecedented glow that spread little by little. It looked at the beautiful and powerful Star Dream before it, then glanced down at its paws sparkling with metallic cold light, emitting a few indistinct sounds from its throat, filled with choked emotion and immense joy. It tentatively tried to gently tap the ground again with its brand new metallic right front paw. Tap. This time, the sound was more assured. Then it attempted to lift its left front paw. Tap. It began to alternate lifting its front paws, clumsily but determinedly, gently stepping in place. Tap. 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 It grew faster and steadier with each step, starting off a bit stiff, but soon moved with coordination. It even attempted to slightly bend and stretch the powerful metallic joints of its hind legs, preparing for a jump. Although it ultimately didn't leap into the air, the sense of strength and possibility in that posture made Chen Jing's eyes light up instantly. Chapter 68, Mechanical Symbiosis. It worked, it really worked. Chen Jing murmured to himself, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. He quickly walked over to Grey Bean, squatted down, and reached out his hand, wanting to touch it. Grey Bean saw its approaching master, stopped stepping, lifted its head, and gazed at Chen Jing with bright eyes. There was no pain, no inferiority, no despair, only overwhelming reliance, closeness, and a hint of a small pride waiting for praise. It instinctively took a small step forward, gently resting its cold metallic front paw on Chen Jing's outstretched finger. The cold metallic touch, however, stirred a great warmth in Chen Jing's heart. Well done, Grey Bean. You are amazing. Chen Jing could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter, and gently scratched Grey Bean's chin with his finger. Grey Bean immediately squinted its eyes in comfort, emitting a satisfied gurgle sound from its throat, even nuzzling Chen Jing's wrist with its head. Woo! Star Dream also happily landed on Chen Jing's other shoulder. The wings joyfully flapped, scattering little starlight to celebrate the rebirth of Grey Bean. Chen Jing looked at the completely renewed Grey Bean before him. He knew that starting today, Grey Bean's fate would change entirely. And his Beastmaster journey, because of these two distinctly different yet equally precious partners, became even more exciting and worth looking forward to. Alright, Grey Bean, stop showing off. You just recovered, take it slow. Chen Jing smiled and stopped Grey Bean, who wanted to try hopping. First, adapt to your new body. Xingmeng, watch over it, don't let it act up. Woo! Xingmeng obediently responded, lightly flying down beside Grey Bean, curiously touching Grey Bean's brand new metallic front paw with its tendrils, making a soft chirping sound, as if communicating something. Only then did Chen Jing settle down to check Grey Bean's information. Metal symbiosis short-tailed for a rabbit, Grey Bean. Type, mechanical symbiosis type, rare mutation. Rank, red rank 3 stars, strength has greatly increased. Potential, green rank 5 stars, life essence optimized, potential greatly enhanced. Talent skills. Metal control, beginner initial perception and control of metal elements in the surrounding environment, capable of shaping, attacking, pulling, or defending. Super leap, powerful metallic hind legs grant astonishing jumping power and explosive speed, with linear impact strength comparable to that of strength-type beasts of the same rank. Form armor. When activated, the metal structure on the surface expands and deforms, forming a more complete armor, greatly enhancing defense and allowing for minor adjustments to shape as needed. Sonic wave detection, enhanced evolved from sharp hearing. The ability to receive and analyze sound waves is significantly enhanced, capable of constructing a simple three-dimensional image of the surrounding environment, possessing strong reconnaissance ability. Super speed regeneration, metal activity. With the integration of life essence and metal activity, non-fatal injuries, including metallic limb damage, can be quickly repaired by consuming energy. Status, healthy, full of energy, curious about the new body, extremely excited. Remarks, a brand new species evolved from the short-tailed fur rabbit fused with the active metal core. Successfully combine mechanical structure with living organisms, possessing both the agility of a beast and the strong defense and power of machinery. Potential greatly enhanced, future evolution possible in multiple directions such as mechanical armament and life metal. Deep bond with the Beastmaster. My goodness. Chen Jing read each line, unable to help but exclaim softly, mechanical symbiosis. Potential of green rank 5 stars. This improvement is just outrageous. He knew that active metal core was impressive, and the effects were definitely not to be underestimated, but he never expected it to be this incredible. This wasn't just simple injury recovery and potential enhancement, it was a leap in life form, a transformation, a rebirth. Directly jumping from the bottom of the food chain, a short-tailed fur rabbit that was bullied by everyone, to a rare mutant with a potential reaching green rank 5 stars. Who would believe this? Goo? Goo, master. Am I super awesome now? I feel like I can take on 10. No, 100 of my old selves. Greybean seemed to sense the turmoil in its master's heart, raising its head, with bright red eyes looking at him. Incredible. Not just incredible. Chen Jing couldn't help but laugh heartily at its little appearance, rubbing Greybean's fluffy head that had a hint of metallic coolness. You are now the super resilient and tough vanguard of our family. In the future, you must take the lead in battles. Goo, no problem. I got this. Greybean puffed out its small chest. Although most of it was still fur, some embedded metallic structures could be vaguely seen slightly rising with its movements, looking very confident. Xingmeng, on the side, also chirped woo-woo, don't forget about me, I'm awesome too, and flapped its wings more joyfully. Chen Jing looked at these two little fellows, feeling immense happiness in his heart. This investment was simply a blood profit. Not only had he saved a little life, he also gained an infinitely potential future comrade. The excitement faded a little, and Chen Jing stroked his chin, starting to ponder, but... Greybean, your new look is quite flashy, isn't it a bit too eye-catching to take out? He glanced at Greybean's metallic claws and hind legs, as well as the strange pattern shimmering on its body. If someone sees this, they might think I've done some illegal experiments or stolen treasures from some mechanical civilization ruins. After all, the beast tamers of Tianhe City are already few and far between, let alone your kind of half-mechanical, half-living symbiote. If we get noticed by some official department or hidden forces specialized in collecting rare beasts, that wouldn't be fun at all. He was a careful person, fully aware of the importance of laying low and not wasting opportunities. Playing dumb to catch the tiger, quietly making money, was the way to go. Greybean tilted its head, a hint of confusion flashing in its red eyes, as if it didn't quite understand what eye-catching meant. I need to think of a way to disguise you. Chen Jing frowned and paced a few steps in the training room. Got it, Greybean, try that new skill of yours, morph armor. Don't fully expand it, just control the metallic parts on your surface, and see if you can, simulate your original fur color and texture, covering it all on the outside? Just like putting on a camouflage coat. He squatted down, pointing at Greybean's metallic front paw, gesturing to explain, I mean make this part, as well as your hind legs, still look furry, just like everywhere else. Can you do that? Goo? Disguise? Like this? Greybean looked down at its shiny claws, seeming to understand its master's meaning. Suddenly, the exposed metallic parts of its body, especially the mechanical structures of its limbs, seemed to come alive, beginning to move and adjust ever so slightly. A thin, matte dark gray metallic film quickly extended, covering the originally shiny metallic surface. More surprisingly, the texture and color of this metallic film began to change rapidly. Within a few breaths, it managed to mimic the color, texture, and even the slightly fluffy feeling of its own gray-brown fur. At a glance, besides the fact that Greybean's paws and hind legs were stronger and had smoother lines than an ordinary rabbit, they looked just like normal rabbit paws and legs. One couldn't tell that they contained the mechanical power capable of easily tearing apart rocks. Yes. Yes. That's it. Awesome. Goo. Master, I'm smart, right? Greybean proudly lifted its disguised front paw, holding it up in front of its eyes and then stretching it out toward Chen Jing, its little head held high, showing an eager praise me expression. Smart. Our Greybean is the smartest. Chen Jing generously praised, which made taking Grey Bean out much safer, and at crucial moments, revealing its iron body would definitely startle the opponents. Woo, not bad. Xingmeng flew over, circling around Grey Bean, sensing the realistic disguise with its tentacles, emitting a soft chirp of approval. Alright, you two little guys, Chen Jing clapped his hands, drawing the attention of Xingmeng and Grey Bean. Grey Bean, you've just got your new body, and you need to get familiar with and control it. Xingmeng, your new ability also needs more real combat to sharpen it. Just staying in the training room won't do. Tomorrow we will go to the secret realm again. This time, the three of us together. Let's get to know each other well and let Grey Bean really test its skills and see how tough your new gear is. Woo. Fighting. I like it. Goo. Goo goo. I'll go too. I want to fight 10. Chapter 69, the major exam begins. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The initial phase of the federal major exam finally began, with tens of thousands of students and parents in Tianhe City waiting eagerly. The formal curtain rises. At this moment, the massive square in the city center, capable of holding tens of thousands of people, was bustling with noise, a sea of heads crowded together. Chen Jing stood among the crowd, not particularly eye-catching. He squinted slightly, feeling the countless strong and weak auras around him, his heart secretly tightening. Over 10,000 candidates, the elite young beast tamers of the entire Tianhe city gathered here. This scene was far grander than the monthly assessments at school. Wow, there are so many people. Beside him, Su Bai exclaimed, also one of the candidates. At this moment, he was on his tiptoes, looking around. Jingo, look over there, those guys have such strong auras. They feel just as impressive as Goddess Su. Chen Jing followed his gaze and saw several small groups obviously forming their own circle not far away. The eyes of other candidates looking at them were filled with apprehension and scrutiny. It's normal, there are hidden talents everywhere. Chen Jing withdrew his gaze, his tone calm. He had long expected this situation. With all the young beast tamers of Tianhe City gathered, it was no surprise to see even more stunning geniuses appear. He instinctively touched his shoulder. Xingmeng had retracted all its aura, quietly staying there with its wings folded, looking just like a particularly beautiful ornamental butterfly, harmless. It even caught the attention of a few girls nearby who secretly glanced over several times, whispering, so cute, so pretty. Meanwhile, Grey Doe was kept inside the Beast Tamer manual. This little creature was now his secret weapon, and it wasn't time for it to make an appearance yet. Nervous, little guy? Chen Jing asked Xingmeng softly through their soul link. Woo. A bit, but mostly excited. Xingmeng transmitted a clear thought, lightly fluttering the tips of its wings. Chen Jing smiled, about to speak when suddenly, 2 dazzling light pillars shone on the high platform in front of the square. In the light pillars, 2 figures slowly emerged. On the left was a middle-aged man in a crisp black uniform, with a stern face and sharp eyes like an eagle, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. On the right stood a young man dressed in a casual jacket, looking somewhat lazy. He even yawned, appearing as if he hadn't woken up yet. A powerful sense of oppression suddenly enveloped the entire area, and the bustling square quickly fell silent, or a pin drop could be heard. Chen Jing felt a stir in his heart, instinctively wanting to use the system to scan, but before he could issue the command, the middle-aged man in black spoke. Silence. His voice was not loud but clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying an undeniable authority. My surname is Lei, you can call me Examiner Lei. The person beside me is Examiner Lin. He succinctly introduced himself, his gaze like lightning sweeping over the thousands of young, anxious faces below. I will announce the rules for this Federation Grand Exam's initial assessment. Everyone held their breath, listening intently. The examination location will be the Federation's specially prepared number 17 White Rank Secret Realm. The area of the secret realm is about the size of 1,400 standard soccer fields, with a complex internal environment including forests, hills, swamps, rivers, and various terrains. Your task is very simple. After entering the secret realm, you need to seize the number badges from other candidates. Everyone will be randomly assigned a number badge representing your identity, along with a card indicating the target number of another candidate you need to hunt. The final judgment criterion: either successfully seize the specific target number badge assigned to you, or, relying on your own ability, collect any 5 badges from other candidates. And those who can last in the secret realm for 72 hours will pass the initial assessment and gain qualifications for the next phase. Those who can last 72 hours will qualify for entry into a third-rate academy. Wow, even though it had been anticipated, hearing such straightforward and even cruel rules, everyone felt a deep chill in their hearts. A wave of suppressed commotion arose from the audience. Silence. The judge Lei coldly shouted. The rules are not finished yet. First, during the assessment, it is strictly forbidden to intentionally cause injury or death, whether by beast masters or the beasts. Violators will have their qualifications immediately revoked. Second, if you feel overwhelmed or encounter life-threatening danger, you can immediately send a signal using the distress bracelet given to you. The judges will escort you out of the secret realm at the first opportunity, but this also means your assessment is over. Third, the numbered badges cannot be stored in storage spaces, they must be carried with you. Fourth, forming teams is allowed and encouraged, but at the final tally, each member of the team must also gather the number of badges they need to pass. How you distribute them is up to you. Do you all understand? Judge Lei's gaze was piercing. Understood. Responses rang out from below, uneven yet loud enough. Good. Judge Lei nodded and looked at the silent Judge Lin beside him. Judge Lin lazily stepped forward, rubbed his eyes as if just waking up. Well, as for the rules, old Lei has made it clear. I'll add a little. In the secret realm, besides the candidates, there are some native fierce beasts. Their levels are not high, mostly white and red ranks. Occasionally you might encounter an orange rank one wandering about. Be careful not to miss grabbing your number badge and end up becoming the beast's snack. Of course, anything you find in there is yours, you don't have to share. Alright, little ones, let me remind you once again, in the secret realm, it's not a game. Hiding and deceiving, and the survival of the fittest are the norms. Don't be stubborn, but don't treat others as fools either. After saying this, he clapped his hands and returned to his lazy demeanor. Alright, I've said what needs to be said. Get ready, we will soon randomly distribute the number tokens and target cards, then enter the secret realm one by one. Good luck to you all. As soon as his words fell, Judge Lei raised his hand and threw a spirit plate, instantly constructing a teleportation spirit array. The spirit array emitted strong spatial fluctuations, light swirling, connecting to another world. At the same time, countless streams of light shot out from the spirit array, precisely targeting every candidate below. Chen Jing felt a chill on his wrist. Looking down, he saw a bracelet-like device had appeared on his left wrist. This must be his distress bracelet. Immediately after, another ray of light flashed, and a thin card and a badge appeared in the palm of his right hand. The badge showed the number 1008, while the card had only one number 775 on it. 775, Chen Jing silently memorized this number. This was his target for this assessment. He instinctively looked around. All he saw were unfamiliar faces, each person looking down at their own numbers or cautiously scanning those around them. That 775, right now perhaps was also in the crowd, similarly searching for his target. Jingge, what's your number? Subai leaned over, lowering his voice, an anxious look on his face. 1008, Chen Jing showed his wrist, asking back, what about you? I'm 572. Subai also showed his wrist, then opened his palm with a grimace, but my target is 2333. Finding such a number among 10,000 people, how is it any different from looking for a needle in a haystack? The rules give two choices. A specific target is too hard to find, it tests luck more. For us, gathering 5 random number badges is more practical. That's right. We might as well just grab. Jingge, let's. Before he finished speaking, Judge Lei's voice echoed through the venue once more. The distribution of number badges and target cards is complete. The assessment starts now. All candidates, pay attention to order. Enter the teleportation spirit array in the sequence generated by your exam number. Remember, 72 hours. Either collect enough badges or hold on until the end. Now, candidates, enter. Chapter 70, A Good Start. Chen Jing opened his eyes, the sound of rushing water in his ears. He found himself standing by a river that wasn't too wide. The river water was clear. Behind was an endless, dense forest, where gnarled old trees grew crookedly, their branches tangled together in a chaotic mess. Is this the number 17 secret realm? Chen Jing murmured to himself, instinctively taking a deep breath. The air was filled with a primal scent, a mixture of soil, decaying leaves, and a faint fishy odor, completely different from the red-level secret realms he had visited before. Wu, master, is this the place to fight? A soft, slightly excited voice came from his shoulder, belonging to Xing Meng. Hearing this, Chen Jing almost choked, turning his head with a mix of laughter and tears. The little creature was surprisingly well-behaved now, sitting quietly on his shoulder, its breath clean and restrained. With its wings closed, at first glance, it looked like a beautiful ornamental butterfly, harmless to humans and animals alike. Who would have thought that such a delicate little thing had been honed into an unassailable warrior? Who did it learn this from? Chen Jing himself was a bit puzzled. You, he said, extending his finger to gently poke its cool, smooth little head, you only know how to fight. But this time, you're right, this is definitely not a place for sightseeing. As he spoke, he swiftly pinned the badge that represented his identity, the number, 1008, to the most visible spot on his chest. This thing was like a living target, and the rules required him to carry it at all times. Before obtaining the target number or collecting 5 badges, he might as well display it openly. Let's go, little one, let's wander around a bit and get a feel for the situation. Chen Jing stepped forward into the dense forest. System, activate detection function, within a radius of 2 kilometers. Priority targets are rare beast species and materials. he silently commanded in his heart. Xing Meng, on his shoulder, scanned the surroundings with vigilant compound eyes, not missing any rustle or movement. Wu, to the left, something is moving, very weak. A few minutes later, Xing Meng's thought came through, tinged with a hint of boredom. Chen Jing paused his steps, looking in the direction indicated by Xing Meng. Not far away, the bushes rustled, and a small beast with shiny, smooth fur that resembled a badger crawled out. It had its nose to the ground, sniffing here and there, seemingly searching for food, completely unaware of the nearby danger. Sniffing badger. Species, beast. Rank, white level 7 stars. Potential, red level 3 stars. Talent skill, sensitive smell, passive. Status, hungry, focused on foraging. The system information flashed through his mind. Chen Jing took a glance and quickly lost interest. Its strength was too low to pose a threat and it was of no value, not worth making a move. Ignore it, let's keep going. Chen Jing lowered his voice, waving his hand to signal Xing Meng to relax. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Chen Jing faintly heard voices ahead. His gaze sharpened, and he quickly darted behind a massive ancient tree that required 2 people to embrace. Xing Meng also instantly flew off his shoulder, silently landing on a drooping vine, using the large leaves to conceal its form. Soon, 3 boys wearing different school uniforms, looking a little ragged, stumbled out from the depths of the forest. Following them were 3 beasts, a snarling yellow dog, a scratching monkey, and a sturdy rhinoceros. One slightly taller boy had the badge number, 455, pinned to his chest. These 3 were lucky to have been teleported together. It seemed they had tested each other and realized none could overpower the others, so they temporarily formed an alliance to team up and act together. Damn, this damn place is really hard to walk through, a chubby boy complained. Stop talking nonsense, save your energy. Finding a lone target and snatching the badge is the real deal, urged another tall and skinny boy. Easier said than done, there are over 10,000 people, looking for that specific target is like finding a needle in a haystack, the chubby boy grumbled. The tall guy with the number, 455, seems to be the leader, and he appears somewhat calm, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Be careful, don't let anyone touch your butt. With the 3 of us together, as long as we don't bump into those tough ones, getting 12 badges shouldn't be a problem. Chen Jing took a look at their levels and immediately felt reassured. They were all first-level Beastmasters, and their beasts were still white level, so their strength was average. Note, first level corresponds to white level. Later, the terms first level and second level will be uniformly used for Beastmasters. A subtle curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he used a soul link to give instructions to Xing Meng. Little one, use dream dust directly, control the power well, just let them sleep quietly, don't hurt them. Woo. Understood. Watch me. Xing Meng hovered behind the vines, its wings beginning to vibrate at a high frequency, with only a small amplitude. A light silver powder, almost invisible to the naked eye, silently drifted towards the 3 people and their beasts. The chubby boy who was complaining suddenly let out a huge yawn and rubbed his eyes. Strange, why am I suddenly so sleepy? Before he finished speaking, the tall and skinny guy next to him shook his head and his eyes began to glaze over. I feel a bit dizzy too. The tall leader noticed something was wrong and shouted sharply, no. Be careful of. Before he could finish the word sneak attack, a wave of intense drowsiness surged over his brain like a tide. He shook his head vigorously, trying to stay awake, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. The 3 beasts beside them were even less resilient, showing no symbolic resistance at all. They simply thud, and collapsed to the ground, making soft snoring sounds, fast asleep. Soon after, the 3 boys could not hold on either. One after another they slumped to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. The guy with the number, 455, even held tightly onto a short stick, but he was already fast asleep and unaware. Chen Jing slowly walked out from behind the tree, looking at the scattered figures lying around. He couldn't help but chuckle. Not bad, little one. This forced sleep service gets a 5-star review. Xing Meng flew back to his shoulder lightly, shaking its wings proudly. Woo, a piece of cake. How long do you think they'll be out? Woo, about half an hour, I'm controlling the dosage. That's enough. Chen Jing nodded, walking over to the 3 sleeping boys, squatting down, and quickly retrieving their 3 badges. Each of the badges bore the numbers, 455, 712, and 189. Good start. Chen Jing weighed the 3 badges in his hand and happily tucked them into his pocket. It hadn't been long since he entered, and the haul was already good, which was a good sign. He did not linger and continued into the forest with Xing Meng. Chapter 71, The Petrified Forest Python. Chen Jing, with Xing Meng, quickly moved through the shadows of the dense forest. Little one, how are you feeling? Was that last bit of effort too taxing? Chen Jing asked while moving through the trees. Woo, no problem, master, I can handle a few more waves. Xing Meng perched on his shoulder, its wings fluttering with pride. It seemed to enjoy resolving opponents without a fight. Chen Jing smiled but dared not relax even slightly. This was just the beginning, and what he encountered so far was merely an average trio. With tens of thousands of candidates in this secret realm, who knew if they would hit a wall in the next moment. It seems it's time to take initiative and gather 5 badges as soon as possible, he thought to himself. System, maintain detection, increase the radius to 5 kilometers, and prioritize marking other candidates as targets. Order confirmed. Detection ongoing. Radius has expanded. Filtering information. Northwest direction, about 4.8 kilometers away, discovered 3 second-level Beastmasters. Due north, about 5 kilometers away, discovered 1 second-level Beastmaster. Northeast direction, about 4.5 kilometers away, discovered 5 first-level Beastmasters. Due east, about 3 kilometers away, discovered 2-star intermediate materials. 3 second tier, they should be able to fight, but it's not necessary. A lone second tier can be classified as an observation target. As for the 5 first tier, they are not a problem. Regarding the materials to the east. Master, where are we going next? Xingmeng gently touched his earlobe with a tentacle, inquiring. Chen Jing opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. Let's go east first. Just as Chen Jing focused on the front, he did not know that every movement he made was being projected onto a huge screen outside through a certain monitoring mechanism present in the secret realm. Outside, in the city center square. Multiple gigantic screens, large enough to accommodate dozens of people walking side by side, hovered in the air, reflecting the scenes of the candidates inside Secret Realm number 17. On the screen, the terrain of forests, rivers, and hills was clearly visible, with young figures weaving through, confronting, or erupting into conflict. On the high platform in front of the square, the 2 examiners, Lei and Lin, along with the principals of various middle schools in Tianhe City and some recruitment mentors from nearby third-rate schools, sat upright. Their eyes rapidly scanned the screen, not missing any detail worthy of attention. This assessment was not only a battleground for the students, but also an important opportunity for them to observe and select prospects. Oh! A recruitment mentor, Lu Tao, dressed in a dark blue uniform from Beifeng Academy, exclaimed softly, adjusting his glasses, his gaze fixed on one screen showing candidate number 1008. Candidate number 1008 is quite interesting. The beast is a butterfly? This type leaning towards observation and assistance is rare in early assessments, especially being so composed. On the screen, Chen Jing was effortlessly taking down the 3 allied candidates using Xingmeng's illusion dust, easily acquiring their number badges. The whole process was neat and tidy. The other slightly chubby principal beside him narrowed his eyes, taking a look, and chimed in, indeed, Mentor Lu has a good eye. That butterfly's form doesn't look like a typical star-sleep butterfly or phantom light butterfly, its colors and flying posture are quite special. Looking at this candidate's uniform style. It is from the 7th Beastmaster Middle School. As the plump principal spoke, he turned his head and looked at his diagonal back, smilingly asking, Old Zhang, this should be your school's promising student, right? You've hidden him pretty deep, I haven't really heard much about this person before. Principal Zhang's eyes flickered with a hint of untraceable satisfaction. He cleared his throat. Principal Li is joking. Our school always speaks openly, never hiding anyone. Chen Jing, indeed, performed normally before, and the contracted beast is a decorative star-sleep butterfly. To see him perform like this now, honestly, it surprises me. Perhaps he's had some opportunity recently. Hearing this, Mentor Lu nodded thoughtfully. The path of a Beastmaster does require some opportunities. However, just this calmness in the moment and the grasp of battle opportunities is far superior to many hasty youngsters. That butterfly skill is also quite special, seems to be a strong hypnotic and hallucinatory type. This form of control capability can yield unexpected results in team cooperation or specific environments. Another female mentor from Qinghai Academy joined the discussion, gazing with interest at the seemingly harmless Xingming on Chen Jing's shoulder. Indeed, psychic control beasts are already rare, and nurturing them tests a Beastmaster's talent and patience greatly. For Chen Jing to establish such a tacit soul link with such a beast is not simple at all. I am quite looking forward to his next performance to see if this peculiar butterfly can continue to bring surprises. However, the mentors all understood that candidates like Chen Jing, who showed initial brilliance and special potential. As long as they don't fall behind, they will never be satisfied with these third-rate schools. More out of professional habit and pure appreciation for good talent, and a tiny hope of catching an opportunity if it arises. The discussions on the high platform, Chen Jing naturally knew nothing about. In the secret realm, the eastern area of the forest. The further east he walked, the taller the trees became, blocking out the sky. This place feels much more primitive than over there. Chen Jing instinctively lightened his footsteps. Xing Mang also flew up from his shoulder, spiraling low in front of him to lead the way. According to the system's guidance, the 2-star intermediate material should be nearby. He pushed aside a tangle of hanging vines, like a curtain, and his vision suddenly cleared. It was a clearing in the forest, with a particularly massive ancient tree standing in the center, its trunk so thick that it would take 20 people to embrace it. This is the place. Chen Jing stopped, his gaze fixed on the giant tree's base. Almost simultaneously, the system's warning and Xing Meng's telepathic message arrived. Woo! Master, there's something. Very strong hostility. Hidden in the tree hole and the nearby shadows, almost merging with the tree. Ding detected behemoth. Petrified forest python. Type, earth type/poison type. Level, crimson rank 2 star. Potential, yellow rank 3 star. Talents, petrifying ray, active, shoots a ray from its horn that petrifies part of the target's body, concealment, passive, highly blends with the environment, hard to detect, lethal bite, active, contains intense neurotoxin. State, territorial guardian, angered by invasion, full of aggression. Note, originally a variant of the horned stone python, evolved due to long-term consumption of a certain fruit containing petrification energy, mastering more dangerous petrification abilities. Swift in action, good at ambush, lethal attacks. Chapter 72, Rock Scale Mushroom. Hiss. A forest python with petrifying ability, that's a rare thing. Chen Jing's eyelids jumped, his heart first startled, then quickly filled with uncontrollable joy. This creature is a mutant, selling it could fetch much higher prices than an ordinary beast. He held his breath, his body slightly sank, lowering his center of gravity, posing in the best stance for evasive action. His right hand had quietly reached for the dagger handle tucked at his waist. Although Xing Meng was the main force, he needed to be ready for unexpected surprises. The entity lurking in the shadow of the tree roots seemed to sense that the intruder had not retreated but instead took a defensive stance. A rustling sound of scales scraping against rough bark was heard. Immediately after, a sinister triangular snake head slowly emerged from the shadows. This snake head was larger than any snake Chen Jing had seen before, covered with gray-brown scales, the edges of the scales glimmering with an unhealthy pale shine. A pair of dark yellow vertical pupils, cold without a hint of warmth, locked onto Chen Jing, while the forked black tongue hissed in warning with unmistakable killing intent. Its body gradually revealed itself from the shadows, as thick as a bucket, with parts still concealed behind the tree hole and thick roots. The gray-brown scales almost matched the surrounding ancient tree bark, no wonder it was hard to detect earlier. Goodness, its camouflage is exceptional. Truly an old schemer, a professional at ambush. Chen Jing cursed inwardly. If he carelessly approached, being ambushed could have disastrous consequences. Little one, the usual rule, use dream dust, let it have a good dream. Woo! Watch me, master. Xing Meng obeyed, letting out a small excited chirp. It lightly flew up from Chen Jing's shoulder, hovering in the air, its wings began to vibrate rapidly. In an instant, a thin silvery dust of scales was cast over the petrifying forest python. The scale dust lightly floated down, sticking to the python's cold scales, also entering its continuously flickering tongue. The ferocious momentum of the giant python suddenly came to a halt. In just a few seconds, this previously fierce mutated python fell soft and heavy like it was drunk, collapsing between the twisted roots of the tree, its dark yellow eyes completely shutting, falling deep into the dreamlike illusions and sleep woven by Stardream. Great job, Stardream. Woo, no big deal. I could handle a few more like this. Stardream affectionately nudged his finger. Indeed, with its current level of spiritual strength, any ferocious beast below its rank, unless it is a beast of spirit or soul, cannot resist the corrosion of the dream dust, and can only fall into an instant hypnosis. I know you're amazing. Chen Jing smiled and praised, no longer hesitating. With a thought, he summoned the beast control manual that emanated a soft green glow. The manual floated in midair, flipping pages automatically, emitting beams of light that formed a temporary sealing array, enveloping the sleeping python. The python's massive body quickly shrank within the glow, ultimately transforming into a streak of light that was sucked into the manual, condensing into a temporary beast sealing stone with a python relief on its surface. Done, another income in hand. Chen Jing happily stored the sealing stone away and set his eyes on the roots of the giant tree, where the 2-star mid-tier materials detected by the system lay. He cautiously pushed aside dense ferns and tangled aerial roots, discovering a few deep brown, almost black mushrooms in the gap where the giant tree trunk met the ground. They grew tightly against the bark, their surfaces covered with patterns resembling rock cracks. Without a close look, one would almost think they were part of the tree bark. Rock Scale Mushroom. Quality, 2-star mid-tier. Attribute, Earth type. Effect, contains pure earth energy and slight petrification ability, can be used as evolution material for earth-type beasts, or enhance defense, or assist in comprehending, strengthening skills related to rock and hardening. Direct consumption requires caution, as it is easy to cause energy accumulation. Status, energy full, matured. So it's rock scale mushroom, no wonder it attracted that mutated petrified python. Chen Jing realized and swiftly picked the mushrooms, placing them carefully into a jade box specifically for storing materials. This stuff isn't very useful for Stardream and Greybean, but taking it to the Beast Pavilion or Treasure Pavilion should fetch a good price, or exchange for some resources we need. He closed the jade box and put it in his backpack, which was actually the storage space provided by the system. He brushed off the dirt on his hands, stood up, and looked around at this quiet forest clearing once more. Just as Chen Jing was about to leave this forest clearing and continue exploring, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Ding! Directly ahead, 5 kilometers away, a 2-star Beastmaster has been detected. Target's energy fluctuations are stable and moving, and coming towards the host. Chen Jing paused in his steps, the relaxed expression on his face fading slightly. A 2-star Beastmaster is not comparable to those 3 beginner ones from earlier. To break through to the second level in such a short time, either talent must be exceptional, or the resources at home must be piled high. Either way, it implies that the contracted beast on the other side is definitely not weak, and it might have even evolved, and highly likely contracted a second beast, making for a formidable opponent. Yet, he didn't feel nervous. Deep inside, a fighting spirit suddenly rose up. After months of hard training and Stardream's remarkable evolution, he felt confident that among those of the same level, he would not fall short of anyone. Just right, after taking down that trio earlier, he had obtained 3 badges, along with the one he already had, totaling 4 badges. If he were to capture the approaching 2-star Beastmaster next, with just 5 badges, one can directly meet one of the promotion requirements. At that time, there is no need to distract oneself in grabbing badges, allowing for a more focused search for rare materials or fierce beasts in the secret realm. Thinking of this, a subtle smile crept onto Chen Jing's lips. He changed his mind, no longer choosing to actively approach, but instead opting to wait in a relaxed manner. He took a few steps back, leaning against the giant ancient tree trunk that required several people to embrace, and simply sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes. Woo! Master, are we not leaving? Xing Meng lightly landed on his shoulder, tilting her small head, her compound eyes filled with inquiry. No hurry to leave, let's rest for a while. Chen Jing extended his finger, gently brushing over the icy edge of Xing Meng's wings. Woo, all right, Master. Chapter 73, Crimson Flame Wolf. Time passed little by little. About 10 minutes later, a faint rustling sound came from deep within the dense forest ahead. Almost at the same moment, Xing Meng, who had been quietly dozing on Chen Jing's shoulder, suddenly sprang into action. Her petite figure transformed into a pale purple streak of light, instantly hovering in midair to the front side of Chen Jing, her wings fully spread, entering a combat stance, vigilantly gazing towards the source of the sound. Woo, Master, someone is coming. And they carry a strong aura. Chen Jing slowly opened his eyes. I can feel it. Be ready, little one. Let's see who is coming. The rustling sound quickly became clear, accompanied by deep, rhythmic thud sounds. The noises grew closer, carrying an oppressive feel belonging to a predator. Suddenly, a dense thicket ahead shook violently, leaves scattering everywhere. Next, a figure burst through the bushes, appearing at the edge of the clearing. The first thing that caught the eye was a giant wolf. This wolf was massive, like a small calf, its fur a fiery, burning red. Its limbs were thick and powerful, its claws sharp, and its dark golden pupils shimmered with wildness and ferocity, the wolf's feet thudding against the ground, creating dull thud sounds. Most striking was the hot breath laced with sparks that occasionally escaped from its mouth and nose. Crimson Flame Wolf. Attribute, Fire. Rank, Red Tier 3 star. Potential, Green Tier 1 star. Talents, Fiery Bite, active, a powerful bite infused with fire energy, dealing burning damage, Scorching Charge, active, a short-distance explosive dash surrounded by high-temperature airflow, Strong Impact, fire-resistant skin, passive, high resistance to fire attacks. Status, Vigilant, battle intent soaring, full of energy. Note, a typical strong attack melee Beastmaster, outstanding in strength and explosiveness, with a fierce personality. Weakness lies in agility and flexibility, and low resistance to water and ice attacks. System information flashed in Chen Jing's mind in an instant. His gaze, however, passed over the fierce-looking Crimson Flame Wolf and landed on the Beastmaster seated firmly on the wolf's back. It was a boy who looked about 16 or 17 years old, wearing the uniform of another key Beastmaster school in Tianshui City, the 3rd Beastmaster Academy. The boy was handsome, with a high nose and thin lips, but there was an undeniable arrogance in his eyes, his chin slightly raised as he looked at others, his gaze one of condescension. Chen Jing felt a slight stir in his heart, as the boy's gaze towards him held no surprise, as if he had known he would be here all alone. Is it the flying beast scouting in the sky? Or some special detection method? Chen Jing leaned towards the former. After all, having an eye in the sky in such a dense forest environment is a significant advantage. Well, I thought who was so ostentatious, lying here like they were on vacation in this secret realm. A voice filled with evident sarcasm broke the standoff in the clearing. So you're the expert from 7th Beastmaster Middle School. He specifically emphasized the words expert, and the sarcasm was evident. Chen Jing remained seated on the ground, not even shifting his but merely lifting his eyelids to meet the other's scrutinizing gaze, his tone calm and indifferent. The scenery here is nice, quite suitable for resting. What, are the students from 3rd Beastmaster Middle School interested in this place too? His nonchalant demeanor clearly surprised the arrogant young man, and a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. The thing he hated most was people who looked down on him like this. Stop pretending to be an idiot. The young man snorted coldly, urging the Crimson Flame Wolf to step forward. The thud of its paws hitting the ground carried an overwhelming pressure. I'm Joe Kai, remember this name, so when you lose later, you won't even know who defeated you. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the prominent 1008 number badge on Chen Jing's chest, then glancing at the star dream floating beside him. This butterfly beast was unique in shape, with subtle energy, clearly not an ordinary creature. A playful grin appeared on his lips. I quite like your number badge and that little butterfly in front of you. How about you hand them over yourself? That way, my Crimson Flame won't have to act. Though the assessment rules say I can't kill you, beating you up so badly you can't get out of bed for 3 to 5 months isn't against the rules. The Crimson Flame Wolf beneath him let out a low growl in agreement. Joe Kai? Chen Jing's brows almost imperceptibly twitched. He had heard this name before, one of the few yellow-rank Beastmaster owners awakened at 3rd Beastmaster Middle School this year. His family seemed quite wealthy, the standard other people's child. No wonder he was so arrogant, he indeed had the capital to be. Woo! Master! He's too bad. So despicable. He actually wants to take me away. Star Dream belongs to the master. Always will. Beat him up. Beat him up so hard that even his mother won't recognize him. Make him too scared to talk nonsense again. The little guy's thoughts came through, urgent and angry, with a hint of grievance and panic, as if fearing Chen Jing might really hand it over. To it, Chen Jing was everything. Anyone who wanted to take it away from him was an enemy to the death. Chen Jing felt Star Dream's almost boiling anger and a hint of panic through their soul link, and his heart instantly turned to a tangible chill. His original plan was only to defeat the opponent and take the badge, relying on each of their abilities, just an assessment. But now, this guy named Zhou Kai was not only arrogant but also had wicked thoughts, aiming for Star Dream. He gently inhaled, then slowly exhaled, as if trying to expel the foul air along with that chill from his chest. He remained seated, but his entire aura quietly changed. If he had been like a calm, deep pool of water before, now he was like an ice mountain lurking beneath, exposing a sharp corner. Zhou Kai, is it? I've remembered your name. He raised his hand, extending a finger. Star Dream, floating in midair and brimming with anger, immediately spun gracefully like a returning swallow, landing steadily on his fingertip, its wings still trembling slightly from rage, its compound eyes fixed unwaveringly on Zhou Kai and his Crimson Flame Wolf. Chen Jing stroked Star Dream's wing edges gently with his fingertip, an action soothing and affectionate. Yet his gaze never left Zhou Kai, and that look was calm enough to send shivers down one's spine. However, if you want my number badge, that's fine. But if you want my partner... He paused, as if his lips turned upward slightly, but that curve held no hint of a smile, only cold derision. Then it depends on whether you and that big dog beneath you have the capability and the bite. Roar! The Crimson Flame Wolf understood the contempt in Chen Jing's words, and... with a furious roar, hair all over its body stood on end, a scorching wave of heat spread out from it, blowing the grass on the ground down. Zhou Kai's arrogance was instantly replaced by a shadow of anger. He never expected that this guy from the 7th middle school would be so ungrateful, daring to mock him in return. Good. Very good. You're asking for trouble. Zhou Kai sneered in extreme anger, suddenly leaping down heavily from the wolf's back, pointing at Chen Jing and commanding the Qi Yan wolf. Qi Yan! Attack! Tear apart that annoying butterfly first, then stomp this ignorant kid underfoot. Let him truly see the reality. Aoo! The Qi Yan wolf launched itself off the ground, its strong body like an arrow released from a bow, rushing forward with a scorching and bloody wind. The target was straight at the Star Dream pointing from Chen Jing's fingertip. At this moment, the battle completely erupted. Chapter 74, Experiencing Loss. Outside, on the high platform. At this moment, most of the attention was focused on the screen displaying Chen Jing from the 7th middle school number 1008 and Zhou Kai number 377. Zhou Kai's arrogant statements, intending to seize another's beast companion, along with the fierce posture of the Qi Yan wolf, were clearly presented before everyone's eyes. Humph! A cold snort, mixed with gentle anger, broke the silence of the high platform. The female instructor from Qingha Academy, Zhou Yun, had her brows furrowed tightly, her face looking as if it was covered with a layer of frost. This Zhou Kai, lacking skill yet full of malice. It's understandable to compete for badges and assessments, but publicly declaring the intention to seize another's precious beast is truly vile. Her words reflected the thoughts of many. A beastmaster and their beast are soul-connected partners. Forcibly tearing them apart is like severing kin, even harming the very essence of the soul, a deeply taboo act. Ha, Instructor Joe, please don't be angry. Young people can be a bit fiery, eager to compete and speak without thinking. That's understandable, isn't it? The slightly plump Principal Lee, the head of the 3rd Beast Academy, chuckled, trying to ease the atmosphere. Yet, the glint in his squinting eyes revealed that he was quite pleased with Joe Kai's display of strength. But speaking of which, this kid from the 7th middle school is certainly in trouble. Joe Kai's Chien Wolf, judging by its physique and energy fluctuations, has been nurtured quite well, and its explosive power is absolutely top tier among its peers, not comparable to those previous weaklings. Principal Zhang, sitting diagonally behind, wore a grim expression. Chen Jing was a promising talent from his school, a huge surprise that he never hoped would be cut short, and he certainly didn't want to see him humiliated in such a manner. But as a principal, he couldn't say much at this moment. He could only solemnly state, anything can happen in assessments. This kid, Chen Jing, has strong resilience, he may not be without a fighting chance. Instructor Lu Tao from Beifeng Academy adjusted his glasses and offered an objective evaluation. The Chien Wolf indeed has obvious advantages, strong in close combat, with explosive power. Chen Jing's butterfly has a unique form, its abilities are elusive, leaning towards control and the mental realm. This duel is a typical clash between strength and skill, brute force and control. It all hinges on whether that butterfly's control skills can effectively limit the Chien Wolf's explosive power. If it can't hold it back and gets close. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Physical defense was clearly not the strong suit of that beautiful butterfly. Hearing this, Instructor Joyen furrowed her brow even tighter, watching Joe Kai on the screen appear arrogant, looking as if the star dream was already in his pocket. She couldn't help but scold quietly, with such malice in mind, no matter how talented, the road won't be long. Principal Lee maintained his smile, seemingly not hearing this accusation. Instead, he looked at Principal Zhang with a grin. Old Zhang, it seems your undercover horse from the 7th school is quite unlucky. So soon encountered Joe Kai from our 3rd school. What a pity, if he could perform a bit more, maybe he would truly catch the eye of some mentor. Principal Zhang did not respond, only stared tightly at the screen, silently sweating for Chen Jing in his heart. As several mentors discussed, the other school principals on the high platform and admission mentors from various third-rate schools also engaged in low conversations, their eyes occasionally scanning the other screens. They were paying attention to other currently outstanding candidates, especially those with ordinary backgrounds but showing good potential. As for those with exceptional backgrounds, innate gifts, or outstanding contract beast potential, who displayed overwhelming strength during the assessment, they all understood the reality. Those candidates were basically aiming for top-tier schools, having little to do with them from third-rate schools. In the secret realm, in a clearing among the woods. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, almost dripping with tension. Awah! Upon receiving the master's attack command, the red flame wolf Chien let out a deafening roar, its powerful body launched like a red arrow, carrying a wave of scorching wind, pouncing directly toward Chen Jing. Its crimson fur stood on end, truly resembling burning flames. Wherever its forepaws touched, the grass instantly withered, leaving behind claw marks with sparks. Woo! Master, be careful. It's coming. Little guy, use Dream Shadow Ball to counter it, interrupt its charge. The rest is up to you, I believe in you. Be wary of the possibility of a second beast he may have. Remember, just defeat it, don't go for a lethal strike. At the same time, Chen Jing thought intuitively, emphasizing through their soul link, absolutely do not use nightmare gaze. He knew deeply that the little guy was currently burning with anger. Rather than giving detailed commands, it was better to give adequate trust and room for it to perform, which could better ignite its potential. Moreover, he also wanted to see how far Xingmen could fight on its own. Woo! Got it. Watch me. Xingming responded, letting out an angry chirp, its small figure instantly transforming into a faint purple streak of light, charging forward in the direction of the approaching red flame wolf. The distance between them closed rapidly. The beast's gaze in the red flame wolf revealed ferocity, its massive mouth opened wide, with faint sparks jumping on its tusks, already showing signs of triggering flame bite, vowing to swallow this pesky little bug before it. At this critical moment, Xingming suddenly halted mid-air, dark purple energy wildly gathered before it, in an instant condensing into a fist-sized dream shadow ball. Without any hesitation, the energy sphere shot out, moving so fast it left only a faint shadow behind, precisely crashing toward the red flame wolf's open maw. Boom! A muted sound of impact echoed. The dream shadow ball thudded solidly against the area around the red flame wolf's mouth and nose. The dark purple energy instantly exploded, bringing not only physical impact but also a wave of mental force that sharply drilled into the red flame wolf's mind through the impact point. Awah! The charge of the red flame wolf was suddenly halted, letting out a painful howl. It felt as if its head had been struck with a heavy hammer, the scenery before its eyes swing, and its thoughts momentarily paused. The fire energy previously concentrated on its tusks also scattered away. Beautiful! Chen Jing secretly praised in his heart. Xingmeng's timing was impeccable. This shot of Dream Shadow Ball not only interrupted the red flame wolf's skill initiation but also the accompanying mental erosion effect caught it completely off guard. Qi Yan! Fool! Why are you dazed? Use Scorching Charge and smash it. Jokai didn't expect his red flame wolf to suffer a setback so soon. The arrogance on his face instantly froze, replaced by offended anger. He shouted in exasperation. After shouting, he yelled again towards the sky above the forest, "Swift wind, you come too. Don't hide." As soon as he finished speaking, a swift blue shadow shot down from the sky with a whoosh, moving so fast that only a blur was visible. When it stopped, everyone could finally see clearly. It was a hawk, entirely dark blue and black, with sharp eyes fixed intensely on Xingmeng, looking like a formidable opponent. Chapter 75, Wind and Thunder Hawk. As soon as the blue shadow landed, a cold, mechanical tone echoed in Chen Jing's mind, a series of information clearly displayed. Wind and Thunder Hawk. Element, Wind, Thunder. Rank, Red rank 1 star. Potential, Green rank 3 stars. Talent skills. Status. Note. Sure enough, he hit something, a flying beast of the wind and thunder element, huh? Chen Jing sneered in his heart, but his face showed no signs of panic. He knew very well that someone with a bit of background, upon breaking through to the second-rank Beastmaster, would never contract just one beast. This is the advantage of a high-tier Beastmaster's guide, allowing more beasts to be contracted, providing a greater advantage. After all, when others have only one beast, you can multitask with more. Unless they cultivate a trump card beast that can dominate the field, it's hard to make up for the gap in numbers. However, Chen Jing didn't even move, simply linking his soul to quickly relay the information of Swift Windhawk to Xingming. "Little one, that flat-haired creature is very fast, be careful of its ambush. But I believe you can handle it." He was confident, knowing that Xingming had the passive talent Dream Soul Perception, which allowed it to sense subtle fluctuations of nearby souls. No matter how fast the ambush or how hidden the attack, their effectiveness would be greatly reduced against this talent. He even felt that summoning the Grey Bean now would be somewhat redundant. The wolf and the hawk before them were just right for Xingmeng to sharpen its skills. If it couldn't even handle 1 against 2, then where would that leave him, the interloper with cheat? Woo! Got it. Don't worry, master, watch me deal with them. Xingmeng's conveyed thoughts were not filled with fear, but rather with excited eagerness. In the outer high platform, the screen clearly reflected the moment the wind and thunder hawk appeared. Originally frowning because the red flame wolf was struggling, Principal Li suddenly beamed with joy. He stroked his non-existent beard and smugly glanced at Principal Zhang and the female tutor from Qinghe Academy, Zhou Yun. Ah, young people just can't remain calm, they reveal their trump cards so quickly. He feigned helplessness, but the arrogance in his tone couldn't be hidden. It seems Zhou Kai wants to finish this quickly. It's no wonder, the wind and thunder hawk is a rare beast. It's not easy to cultivate, with speed and explosiveness top-notch. Combined with the red flame wolf's strong frontal assault, TSK, that kid from 7th middle school is in for a tough time. Principal Zhang's expression darkened a bit more, 2 against 1, and the two beasts had complementary attributes, one standard and one extraordinary, putting Chen Jing and that peculiar butterfly under immense pressure. Tutor Zhou Yun coldly snorted without reservation. Tutor Lu Tao from Beifeng Academy adjusted his glasses and objectively analyzed. The situation is indeed unfavorable for Chen Jing now. The appearance of the Wind and Thunder Hawk has filled the gap in Zhou Kai's team in terms of high-speed maneuverability and aerial strikes. Now he faces a three-dimensional offensive Red Flame Wolf's direct pressure, coupled with the Wind and Thunder Hawk's opportunistic ambush. No matter how bizarre the butterfly's control abilities are, responding to attacks from 2 different directions with different attributes is just too low a margin for error. His judgment represented the views of most people present. In a battle between beast masters, the quantity and quality of beasts are crucial. Chen Jing's journey as a dark horse might really be coming to an end here. In the secret realm, the atmosphere in the clearing thickened due to the appearance of the Wind and Thunder Hawk. The atmosphere grew more solemn and heavy. Blazing flame. Stop daydreaming. Charge forward with all your might. Zhou Kai shouted in exasperation, trying to regain the lost pride from before. At the same time, he looked up and ordered the Thunder Eagle, Gale, interfere with it. Don't let it use that strange energy ball again. Oh whoa! The blazing flame wolf shook its still somewhat dazed head, and the fierce light returned to its eyes. Its fiery red fur burned like real flames, and its foreclaws pounded the ground, accompanied by the hissing sound of withered grass. The entire body was enveloped by a layer of scorching hot air, like a red cannonball shot out, charging fiercely towards Stardream. Hot charge! Almost as soon as the blazing flame wolf took off, the Thunder Eagle in the sky moved too. Whoosh! Its figure instantly blurred, turning into a dark blue electric flash. It did not attack directly, instead, it spiraled around Stardream at high speed in a dazzling trajectory, flapping its wings and generating sharp gusts of wind. Its piercing eagle eyes acted like the most precise targeting device, constantly applying psychological pressure on Stardream, searching for an opportunity to strike and kill. Under the state of electric flash, it was intimidating. Faced with this pincer attack, Stardream displayed astonishing calmness. It did not even look at the fiercely charging blazing flame wolf. Instead, it slightly raised its small head, its compound eyes locking onto the dark blue electric light that constantly changed position in the air. Now's the time. Just as the blazing flame wolf, enveloped in scalding air, charged within 5 meters, the heat wave was about to singe its wings' edges. At that moment, when the Thunder Eagle thought it had found a flaw, its body paused slightly, preparing to launch, Thunder Claw, and dive down. Star Dream moved. Its movements were elegant and swift, as if it had rehearsed this countless times. Not Dream Dust, nor Dream Shadow Ball. Buzz. The space around it rippled like a water surface, and in the next second, 3 other star dreams, identical to its body, appeared out of thin air on its left, right, and diagonally above. Dream Clone. The simultaneous appearance of 4 star dreams instantly broke the offensive and defensive situation in the arena. Their sudden appearance left Zhou Kai, the blazing flame wolf, and the Thunder Eagle in midair momentarily stunned. What? Zhou Kai's pupils shrank, clone? How could this be possible? He couldn't see how the other party achieved this at all. Even the mentors sitting steadily on the high platform, who had been relaxed, straightened their bodies slightly, with a look of astonishment on their faces. Mentor Lu Tao even let out a soft adjusting his glasses as if wanting to see the scene on the screen more clearly. In the arena, the sudden change caused a momentary disruption in the attack rhythm of the 2 ferocious beasts. The blazing flame wolf, Blazing Flame's originally locked target suddenly turned from 1 into 4, causing its hot charge to slightly stall, a hint of confusion flashing in its burning fierce eyes. Meanwhile, the Thunder Eagle, Gale, in the sky was even more disturbed. Its sharp eagle eyes had locked onto the only target and were ready to dive. Now, 4 identical targets appeared, forcing its attack to come to an abrupt halt, letting out an irritated and sharp eagle cry, circling faster in the air, seemingly trying hard to distinguish which one was the real body. You fool! Stop dazing. They're all fake. Charge through. Break them all. Zhou Kai yelled in frustration, not believing these clones had any combat power. However, the clones of Star Dream were not just illusions. Just as the blazing flame wolf, following its master's command, recklessly charged towards one of the clones. The 4 star dreams moved in perfect unison. They simultaneously flapped their wings slightly, and dark purple energy wildly gathered in the air before them. In the blink of an eye, 4 fist-sized dream shadow balls gathered together. Without any hesitation, the 4 energy balls drew 4 tricky arcs and shot out. 2 accurately slammed towards the face and front leg joints of the crimson flame wolf, which had slowed slightly in hesitation, while the other 2 blocked the possible paths for the Wind Thunder Eagle to dive and evade. Boom! Boom! Screech! Chapter 76, First, Solve 1. Awah! The Crimson Flame Wolf took the Dream Shadow Ball from Star Dream head-on, and under the dual strikes of physical and mental damage, let out a more heartbreaking howl than before. Its momentum was violently interrupted, and due to joint injuries, its massive body staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Now is the time. A glint of agile light flashed through Star Dream's compound eyes, and there was no need for Chen Jing to issue any specific commands through their soul link. In fact, from the start of the battle, Chen Jing hadn't spoken since the initial reminder, fully trusting its on-site judgment. Its small and elegant body had already made the swiftest response. Who? Dream Dust. A wave of pale silver scale powder enveloped the temporarily dazed Crimson Flame Wolf below, suffering from excruciating pain and loss of balance. The scale powder stuck to its body, and the effect was immediate. Moreover, the Crimson Flame Wolf was still enduring the impact of the residual mental power from the Dream Shadow Balls, with its consciousness already in chaos. Its beastly eyes, previously filled with bloodshot pain and rage, were almost instantly covered by a layer of murky confusion, its pupils rapidly dilating, losing all focus. It emitted several meaningless gurgles from its throat, and its once ferocious aura deflated like a punctured balloon. Its strong limbs swayed, and finally, with a thud, it collapsed softly to the ground, breathing heavily through its nose. However, upon closer inspection, its collapsed form was not peacefully asleep. Its eyeballs rolled rapidly beneath its eyelids, its limb muscles occasionally twitching violently, and a muffled, fearful whine squeezed out from its throat. Its twisted wolf face expressed an appearance as if it were experiencing something extremely terrifying. TSK, it seems this little guy is truly angered. Even in its dreams, it doesn't forget to torment it harshly. This nightmare must be enough to make this big dog gasp. Chen Jing looked at the floating star dream, filled with countless emotions, yet feeling somewhat amused. Is this really the same little star moth he saw in the corner of the Beastmaster Pavilion, which was regarded as having only ornamental value, almost ignored by anyone? Back then, it was weak, helpless, and apart from being somewhat good-looking, it was nearly useless. Who would have thought that in such a short time, it could grow to this extent? Facing 2 beast companions with complementary attributes and no low rank attacking it, it not only showed no signs of panic but instead used skillful coordination to toy with its opponents, ultimately rendering the most direct threat, the Crimson Flame Wolf, powerless with ease. On the high platform outside. Silence. A deadly silence. The light screen clearly reflected the scene of the Crimson Flame Wolf lying limp on the ground, trapped in nightmares and twitching, while the Wind Thunder Eagle was entangled and distressed by the two clones. Principal Li's proud smile completely froze. His hand, which stroked an imaginary beard, remained suspended in air. To put it down seemed impossible, yet leaving it up felt even more awkward. His lips trembled a few times, as if he wanted to say something to save face, like, the Crimson Flame Wolf was careless or the Wind Thunder Eagle hasn't exerted its strength yet, but looking at the one-sided situation on the screen, all words choked in his throat, ultimately transforming into a muffled gasp filled with disbelief. Principal Zhang's originally gloomy expression now seemed like clouds parting to reveal the sun, his lips involuntarily lifting upwards, but he forcibly suppressed it, only able to clench his fist against his mouth. He pretended to cough twice, but the smile in his eyes and the confidence in his raised brow were impossible to hide. Ahem, it seems that our dark horse from number 7 is tougher than some people think. His tone was calm, but the sharpness in his words was clear to everyone. 2 against 1, and this is the result? They couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes, and one is already lying down. What a loud slap in the face. Incredible, truly incredible. That splitting ability is no simple illusion, it can actually synchronize body skills. Though the power is weakened, the restraining effect is excellent. This is definitely not an ordinary mutated star dream butterfly, not even one of the known types of butterfly beasts. This kid Chen Jing is hiding deep. The several mentors and the principal on the high platform nodded in agreement upon hearing this, their gazes towards Chen Jing in the light screen changed completely, from slight regret to a burning scrutiny and anticipation. Sitting firmly in the center, the stern-looking Judge Lei also kept his eyes on the figure of Star Dream on the light screen, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair, as if weighing something. Next to him, that seemingly lazy Judge Lin, at some unknown moment, also opened his eyes wide, stroking his chin with interest. Wow, this little guy is quite interesting. Old Lei, how do you think he compares to those guys from the Imperial City? Judge Lei's hand momentarily paused, glancing at Judge Lin but not answering immediately. The sudden collapse of the Scarlet Flame Wolf left Zhou Kai's mind in a brief blank. He watched helplessly as his reliance, the Scarlet Flame Wolf, which he had high hopes for and invested resources to train, lay on the ground convulsing and whimpering in an extremely humiliating manner, as if it were enduring great pain. No, impossible. Scarlet Flame. Get up. You get up. Zhou Kai's face turned pale, his voice filled with anger and a hint of barely noticeable panic. He yelled futilely at the fallen Scarlet Flame Wolf, but received no response. The chaos and fear transmitted from the other end of the Beastmaster soul link left him flustered as well. The Wind Thunder Eagle swift in the air was even more flustered at this moment. The two Star Dream clones moved like a thorn in his side, agile and tricky, alternating and firing dark purple dream shadow balls. These energy balls might not have the power of the main body individually, but their tricky angles and extreme speed blocked almost all possible paths for diving or changing direction. The speed it prided itself on could not be utilized in this close-range entanglement and energy ball blockade, forcing it to rely on instinct to keep dodging and circling. Waste. All waste. Zhou Kai furiously yelled upwards at the Wind Thunder Eagle, swift. Don't worry about those fakes. Use your speed to directly attack Chen Jing. Attack the Beastmaster himself. He was not too foolish, realizing under extreme disadvantage the principle of capturing the king first. As long as the Beastmaster was defeated or severely injured, the beasts would naturally surrender without a fight. Receiving the order, the Wind Thunder Eagle's eyes flashed with fierce light, finally finding a clear target. It flapped its wings violently, blue-black electric light flashing all around, and forcefully broke through one of the incoming dream shadow balls, sacrificing a few feathers that were scorched by the energy, and broke free from the entanglement of the two clones, transforming into a blue-black lightning bolt that tore through the air, heading straight for the unprepared Chen Jing. Chapter 77, Resolution. Not good. On the high platform outside, someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This change happened too quickly, too suddenly. No one expected Zhou Kai, in such a disadvantaged position, would so decisively order his beast to go straight for the Beastmaster himself. Capturing the leader first is the most brutal and effective tactic. Screech. Facing this sudden deadly attack, Chen Jing merely slightly raised his eyelids, his gaze calm without a ripple. Only the corner of his mouth curled up into a faint and chilly arc. At the moment when the Thunder Eagle was about to touch Chen Jing with all its might, the air in front of Chen Jing rippled outward in circles of subtle yet clearly visible silver waves. Right after that, a small and elegant lavender figure flashed into existence, steadily hovering in front of Chen Jing. It was Xingmeng. When did it come back? Wasn't it supposed to still be over there watching the nightmare-ridden Qian wolf? Zhou Kai's pupils suddenly constricted, and his mind went blank. He couldn't even see how this strange butterfly crossed space to appear here. Xingmeng's compound eyes were now burning with icy rage. Not just because Zhou Kai had tried to snatch it away, but also because he dared to directly attack its master, whom it regarded as its life. The master was everything to it. Anyone who sought to harm the master was its eternal enemy. Woo! A cry unlike any before erupted from Xingming, piercing through the spirit. The sound wasn't loud, but it made the Thunder Eagle pause for a moment. It didn't need any commands from Chen Jing. The moment Zhou Kai frantically shouted attack Chen Jing, Xingming's powerful dream soul perception talent had already captured the undisguised malice and killing intent directed at its master. Almost at the moment the malice surged, it had silently activated dream stealth, returning to Chen Jing's side without a sound. At this moment, in front of Xingming, dark purple energy was crazily gathering and compressing at an unprecedented speed. In the blink of an eye, a deep, nearly black dream shadow ball had formed. It was larger than the one used against the Qi Yen wolf, and the energy was more solid, more violent. Without the slightest hesitation, right as the Thunder Eagle appeared stunned and rigid at Xingming's sudden appearance. Whoosh! The deep dream shadow ball shot out, not flying in a straight line, but carving an intricate and strange arc, accurately aimed at the blue-black lightning. Though it sounds lengthy, it all happened in the blink of an eye. From the Thunder Eagle's dive to Xingming's emergence, condensation, and firing of the dream shadow ball, the entire process flowed as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Boom! A sound more muffled and louder than any previous collision exploded in the scene. The dark purple energy collided fiercely with the blue-black thunderous power, creating a chaotic and deadly energy storm that instantly engulfed most of the Thunder Eagle's body. Screech! The Thunder Eagle let out a scream that was piercing in its extreme pain. Its proud speed was useless at such a close distance. The dream shadow ball not only brought intense physical impact, forcefully breaking its dive momentum, but even more terrifying was the all-pervasive mental erosion power that followed closely. It was crazily drilling into its mind, wreaking havoc in its thoughts, tearing apart its consciousness. Feathers flew, mixed with the smell of char and blood. The massive body of the Thunder Eagle became like a kite with a broken string, losing all its strength, rolling futilely in the air for a few circles before crashing heavily to the ground not far away, trailing a wisp of skewed black smoke. Boom! Dust rose, forming a brief dust circle. On the high platform outside, there was a dead silence. After the silence, there was a thunderous uproar and unbelievable discussions. Look, did you see that? That butterfly! How could it suddenly appear there? Is it teleportation? No, it doesn't seem like it. It looks more like it was already waiting there. That butterfly's reaction was too quick. The power of that dream shadow ball was terrifying. It directly killed an equivalent Thunder Eagle? Incredible. Too incredible. This Chen Jing, is he really the White Beast Master? How could he cultivate such a beast? Zhou Kai's loss is not unjust. If anyone else had fought, they surely wouldn't have expected such a move. The mentors and principals could no longer maintain their calm, whispering to each other, their faces filled with shock. The dust slowly settled, revealing the scene in the arena. The Wind Thunder Eagle lay slumped in the shallow pit created by its fall, its feathers disheveled, with many charred spots, and its wings twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. It twitched occasionally, letting out weak and painful groans from its throat, its eagle eyes tightly shut, but its eyeballs were rapidly spinning, clearly enduring the torment from the residual mental strength of the dream shadow ball, even in unconsciousness. Deep in its chaotic consciousness, a trace of extremely obscure, cold, chaotic, and maddening mental power quietly took root. This was caused by Xingmeng unintentionally infusing a trace of nightmare quality derived from the source into that powerful strike due to extreme anger. At this moment, no one noticed. Chen Jing's gaze swept over the incapacitated Wind Thunder Eagle with indifference, his face showing no expression, as if he had merely done a trivial task. He looked up at Zhou Kai, who was frozen in place. Zhou Kai's expression had shifted from initial ecstasy, to astonishment, and finally to complete despair and confusion. He stared blankly at the fallen Wind Thunder Eagle, then looked at the Xingmeng floating in front of Chen Jing, exuding a chilling aura, and finally his gaze landed on Chen Jing's calm and undisturbed face. No, it's impossible, this can't be. He muttered, lost and hopeless. How could you block the speed of the gale, it clearly. Chen Jing ignored his mumblings, simply raising his hand gently. Xingmeng understood and gracefully performed a spin, lightly landing on his slightly raised fingertip, retracting the chilling aura around it, its wings gently closing, as if it had transformed back into that beautiful and harmless ornamental butterfly. But its compound eyes still coldly locked onto Zhou Kai, retaining its unsettling chill. It seems that you and your two beasts are not as capable as you boasted, nor do you have such good teeth. Chen Jing's calm voice reached Zhou Kai's ears. Now, will you voluntarily hand over your numbered badge, or should I ask Xingming to request it from you? Zhou Kai trembled all over, the color draining from his face. He looked at Chen Jing, then at the seemingly gentle yet terrifying butterfly on his fingertip. A wave of unprecedented fear washed over him like a cold tide, instantly drowning him. He had no doubt that if he dared to say no again, the other party would definitely let that butterfly unleash the dreadful attack on him as well. Even the Crimson Flame Wolf and Wind Thunder Eagle couldn't withstand it. How could he, a Beastmaster, endure it? I will hand it over. I will hand it over. Jokai almost scrambled with his hands and feet, hurriedly pulling out his number badge from his pocket, his movements so clumsy as if afraid that hesitating for even a second would lead to disaster. He didn't even dare to look at Chen Jing, lowering his head and trembling as he threw the badge over, as if it were a hot potato. Chen Jing casually received it, not even glancing at it as he tucked it away. At this point, he now possessed 5 numbered badges, meeting one of the requirements for advancement. Next, as long as he stayed for 72 hours, he could advance to the middle stage. He gently stroked the Xingmeng on his fingertip, softly saying, "Little one, send him to a dream that won't disturb us." Xingmeng's little head moved slightly, a glint of understanding and cunning flashing in its compound eyes. "Wu, understood, master." It gently flapped its wings, a light silver powder silently drifting towards Jokai. In an instant, Jokai's head leaned to one side, collapsing to the ground, falling into the dream carefully woven for him by Xingmeng. In a short time, he probably won't wake up. Chen Jing glanced faintly at the slumbering Jokai and stepped forward, swiftly pressing the switch of the rescue wristband on his wrist. Beep! A light sound echoed as the wristband lit up with a red glow. This meant that the examiner would quickly come to take him away from the secret realm, cutting off any possibility for him to turn the situation around or continue advancing. After doing all this, Chen Jing did not linger, not even taking another look at the one person and 2 beasts who were unconscious in the arena. Let's go, Xingmeng. Chapter 78, External Reactions. External. The admissions mentor from a third-rate school had a fiery light erupting in his eyes, staring intently at the direction where Chen Jing had disappeared on the screen. Beside him, President Li of the 3rd Beast Control High School had a face that could no longer be described as merely difficult, it was simply a shade of iron blue mixed with a touch of gray. Jokai was one of their key seed players to nurture this year. His family had invested a lot of resources, and both contracted beasts had decent potential. They were originally aiming for a second-rate school, or even a first-rate school. Who would have thought that in this initial round of assessments, he would fall to some unknown kid from the 7th High, who had a white beast illustration? This was not just about Jokai's personal elimination, it directly related to the assessment points for the 3rd Beast Control High School this year and the resources they could obtain from the city afterwards. After the federal examination, the League's resource allocation to various beast control schools was strictly based on the number of students admitted to second-rate schools or above. Top schools score 100 points per person. First-rate schools score 50 points per person. Second-rate schools score 10 points per person. With Jokai's defeat, the 3rd school lost a potential point earner who could at least score 10 points, or possibly even go for 50 points. And this was just the baseline. There were rumors that if a student could make it into the national top 10 during the big exam, their school would receive significant resource allocation from the city and even the province, which could transform an ordinary school in just a few years. The loss was too great. President Li felt like his heart was bleeding, looking at President Zhang with a hint of unmasked jealousy and resentment in his eyes. That old Zhang, what kind of luck did he stumble upon, for such a dark horse to appear in his school? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze slicing toward President Zhang like a knife, his tone sharp. "Old Zhang, don't celebrate too early. The federal examination has only just begun, with more stages ahead, testing comprehensive strength and sustained combatability. A beast that relies on some bizarre skills to be fierce may not be able to go all the way. Don't end up with nothing and just a false sense of joy at the end." President Zhang was somewhat taken aback by President Li's words, the smile on his face faded a bit, but the joy in his eyes could not be hidden. "Oh? What you said, President Li, is true. Whether Chen Jing can go all the way is not something for you to worry about. At least right now, our 7th High student has secured a spot for advancement. As for your school's Jokai Sai, what a pity, it seems he and his beasts really are, as Chen Jing said, not yet practiced enough. They'll need to go back and polish their skills." "You." President Li was choked, almost unable to breathe, pointing at President Zhang, his finger trembling, his face turning from green to red, then from red to white. The other teachers from the 3rd school hurriedly stepped forward to console him softly, afraid their principal would get too worked up. The surrounding principals and mentors from other schools watched these two heads of schools clash, most maintaining a mindful silence while their hearts were clear as day. It seemed the 7th High School had indeed produced an exceptional talent, while the 3rd High School had suffered a huge loss, losing face on all levels. Sitting steadily in the center, Officer Lei. His gaze lightly swept over the 2 principals who were arguing passionately, and he tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair, neither too heavy nor too light. "Enough." His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority that instantly silenced the noisy scene. Everyone's eyes focused on this examiner. The assessment will continue. Individual victories and defeats are irrelevant to the bigger picture. The final ranking will rely on points and overall performance. Although his words seemed fair, they made Principal Li's face look even worse. Irrelevant to the bigger picture? This was about the resource allocation for a key high school for the coming year. At that moment, the Examiner Lin, seated beside Examiner Lei, thoughtfully stroked his chin, his eyes scanning the screen before finally landing on Lei's profile. With a voice low enough only the two could hear, he whispered, "Old Lei, what do you think? This kid is quite interesting, right? I see his butterfly is more than just a mutation. That elusive ability, plus the mental erosion contained in that dream shadow ball, TSK, it touches on the level of rules. How does he compare to those little monsters from the Imperial capital who are put on a pedestal?" Examiner Lei's tapping on the armrest paused slightly, and a barely perceptible wave of emotion flashed in his deep gaze. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, his voice deep. Calm in heart, decisive in action. The trust and understanding between the Beastmaster and the Beast far exceed the ordinary. As for potential, not to be underestimated. But the road ahead is still long. Hearing this, the lazy expression on Examiner Lin's face was instantly replaced by excitement. He rubbed his hands together and chuckled, "Hey! For you to give such an evaluation, it must be a rare occasion. Looks like coming to Tianhe City this time was worth it. This kid, I've got my eye on him for Qinghe Academy." Examiner Lei shot him a glance, his tone still unchanged. "Let's see if he can get through the initial stage first. Besides, do you really think that such a promising talent would stay at your Qinghe Academy?" Lin's excitement stiffened instantly, and then he drooped, begrudgingly touching his nose. "Sigh, that's true, those top universities are like hungry wolves, they're sharp as a hawk. I guess we can only hope to pick up the scraps." His gaze returned to the screen, watching the direction in which Chen Jing disappeared, filled with regret and anticipation. Everything on the high platform did not affect Chen Jing in the secret realm. He was leisurely navigating through the dense jungle with Xingmeng. Wu Xingmeng lightly landed on Chen Jing's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his neck. After the recent battle, it seemed even more agile, and the dreamlike halo around its body moved more freely. "Well done, little one. That Zhou Kai will probably be having nightmares for a while. But, was that last bit too angry? That final dream shadow ball nearly took out that little beast. Wu, who told it to try to harm the master?" Xingmeng's transmitted thought was filled with righteous indignation and a hint of fear. When the Fenglei eagle swooped down, its target was clearly Chen Jing. At that time, it had only thought about driving the eagle away, completely losing control over its strength. Chen Jing couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. "All right, I know you did it to protect me. But next time, control your strength a bit. If you really hurt it, there would be trouble. The federal exam has rules, you can't intentionally kill another examinee's beast, or else you will be disqualified. Then all our previous efforts would be in vain." "Wu, got it, master." Xingming nuzzled his fingers obediently, transmitting a sense of compliance. "Let's go, little one. We need to find a safe place to rest for a bit." Chapter 79, Su Bai. "Huff, huff, damn it, this guy, is he a dog? He's really hot on my tail." Subai gasped heavily, his chest burning with pain, sweat mixed with mud slipping down from his forehead, yet he barely had the strength to lift his hand to wipe it away. His school uniform was already tattered and torn, scraped by branches, covered in mud and unknown grass clippings, looking utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest area, Chen Jinggang carefully dug up a plant that emitted a faint blue glow, resembling an orchid, and placed it gently into a special jade box. In his mind, the system's notification sounded. Ding. 5 kilometers to the north, a first-tier Beastmaster and a second-tier Beastmaster were detected. Energy fluctuations are chaotic and they are in a high-speed movement state. He didn't stop his movements, but felt a slight stir in his heart, though he didn't pay much attention to it. After resting for a night, he and Xingmeng had both returned to their peak condition. It was normal for candidates to encounter each other in the secret realm. As long as trouble didn't come knocking, he was happy to relax. He hadn't gathered enough resources yet, he didn't have the time to care about others' business. The story should start from yesterday afternoon. After entering the secret realm numbered 17 through the teleportation array, Subai's luck could not be said to be good or bad. He was not thrown directly into the perilous swamp but instead appeared in this rolling hilly area. After confirming his location, he decided to head towards the forest area marked on the map. The forest there was lush, making it easier to hide and also easier to find isolated opponents. He randomly entered the hilly area in the north of the forest region. After confirming the area, he decided to head towards the forest region. He carefully navigated through the hills, using rocks and shrubs to conceal his figure while avoiding potentially dangerous areas. The first few hours went relatively smoothly, aside from easily dealing with a few foolish white-tier ferocious beasts that tried to treat him as a snack and successfully ambushing an isolated first-tier Beastmaster, obtaining his first number badge without encountering much trouble. He even found a concealed rock crevice where he managed to rest for half the night. However, it seemed that luck did not always favor him. Early this morning, just as dawn broke, he was preparing to leave the hills and officially enter the forest edge. Just as he cautiously pushed aside a patch of half-person high bushes, ready to observe the path ahead, Rustle. On the other side of the bushes, a clear scratching sound also emerged. Then, the bushes opposite were violently pushed aside, and a tall, thin boy wearing the 5th Beastmaster High School uniform emerged with an impatient expression. The two were almost face to face, and they both froze upon seeing each other. The air instantly froze. Subai's alarm bells rang in his heart, and he instinctively took half a step back, his body slightly sinking, adopting a defensive stance. He could feel that the energy fluctuations in this boy were stronger than his own. He was definitely a tough opponent. After the initial shock, the tall, thin boy's gaze instantly locked onto the number badge 572 on Subai's chest, his eyes suddenly brightening, a smile of unmasked delight creeping onto his lips. Hey! What luck! I didn't expect to stumble upon my target number here after searching high and low. I thought I would have to search for a long time. This makes things easier. He stepped forward a couple of steps, sizing Subai up with an expression that made Subai feel like prey, leaving him completely uncomfortable. Let me introduce myself. I'm Huangren, one of the key seed players being trained at the 5th Beastmaster High School. Huangren puffed out his chest, deliberately showcasing the emblem on his uniform, his tone incredibly arrogant. I see your uniform is from the 7th High School? Kid, be smart and hand over your badge to avoid me having to take action. If you surrender it willingly, maybe I'll let you off easy and spare you some pain. How about that? Subai's heart sank suddenly. The worst-case scenario had occurred. He encountered an enemy, and that enemy just happened to be someone who saw him as their hunting target. This means the other party will never easily let him go. He forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart, took a deep breath, and tried hard to make his voice sound more calm. Want the badge? Sure. But it depends on whether you and your beast have the ability to take it. As he spoke, his mind quickly moved, and a flash of light appeared in front of him, revealing an orange-covered beast manual hovering in the air. The manual flipped through pages with a rustling sound, and a yellow-brown light projected onto the ground. As the light converged, a turtle almost the size of a grinding disc appeared in front of Subai. Its shell was a deep brown color, and the edges of the shell even had a slight metallic sheen. With strong, sturdy limbs and sharp claws, its head was covered with fine scales, and a pair of pea-sized eyes vigilantly stared at the person opposite. This was Subai's contracted and carefully nurtured beast, the stone-shell turtle. Compared to its size during the monthly assessment, at this moment, the stone-shell turtle was obviously much larger, the color of its shell darker, and the rocky protrusions sharper and harder, radiating an energy fluctuation that distinctly reached the white rank 9-star level. Clearly, the solid stone core material that Subai had painstakingly obtained earlier was the primary ingredient, combined with 2 other 1-star materials, allowing the stone-shell turtle to successfully evolve for the first time and significantly enhance its strength. Oh? Stone-shell turtle? Still a white rank 9-star? It seems you brat are not completely unprepared. But do you really think that with just a white rank 9-star stone-shell turtle, you can stop me? Isn't that a bit too naive? The tall and thin boy Huangren raised his sparse eyebrows, and a glimmer of surprise flashed across his face, but it was quickly replaced by a thicker disdain. He sneered and summoned his own beast manual, a yellow-covered book. The manual shone, and a furious, earthy yellow light burst forth. That was a muscular, robust rhinoceros-type beast. Its shoulder height approached 1.5 meters, with skin as rough and thick as old tree bark, presenting a deep yellow-brown color. Most striking was the thick, sharp horn on its forehead, along with a shorter horn above its nose bridge. Its limbs were short, powerful, and hooves like hammers, thudding on the ground with a dull sound. A pair of crimson eyes were filled with brutality and aggression, and its nostrils released a white mist with an earthy smell. This is my beast, explosive rhinoceros, Huangren said, proudly patting the rhinoceros's neck, just broke through to the red rank 1-star. Your stone-shell turtle is just a piece of broken stone in front of it, it'll smash into pieces with one hit. Subai looked at the explosive rhinoceros, and his heart sank. A red rank 1-star beast, and the explosive rhinoceros was known for its strong offensive capabilities, with immense power and impact. Although the stone-shell turtle had strong defenses, it probably couldn't withstand a few hits. What he didn't know was that Huangren had just broken through to the 2nd-tier Beastmaster the night before and originally planned to come to the hilly area for some luck, hoping to contract a second beast for the assessment, as 2nd-tier Beastmasters could contract 2 beasts now. But with such good luck, not finding a suitable beast, but encountering his target number first, how could Huangren not be excited? So, how about it? Are you scared now? Huangren looked at Subai, smiling even more triumphantly. I'll give you one last chance to hand over the badge. I'll let you go, otherwise, he pointed at the explosive rhinoceros, let my explosive rhinoceros smash your little turtle into meat sauce. By then, not only will you fail to qualify for the 3rd-rate academy, but you'll also be eliminated. It's not worth it. Why bother? For a badge, to risk your future and your beast, it's not worth it. Think about it, what's more important, the badge or your partner? Hand it over? The thought flashed through Subai's mind in an instant. Hand over the badge, and you can avoid the battle, the stone-armored turtle won't be hurt, and you can leave safely. It sounds like a good deal. After all, the opponent is a 1-star red rank explosive rhino, along with a 2-star Beastmaster. The power gap is not small. If we fight hard, the chances of winning are low. But handing over the badge means willingly giving up the preliminary exam of this federal grand test. Losing the qualification to advance means that all previous efforts will go to waste. Entering the academy is the only way to gain systematic training, obtain Beastmaster techniques, richer resources, and a broader future. Even if it's just a third-rate academy, it's a crucial starting point, a stepping stone to change one's destiny. If he doesn't enter the academy, where will a commoner's future path lead? Join the army, go to the front lines and exchange military achievements for resources? That's dancing on the tip of a knife, facing death at every turn. Or becoming a free adventurer, struggling to survive in dangerous secret realms and wilds, uncertain of tomorrow? No. Absolutely not. Subai is absolutely not the kind of coward who easily surrenders when facing a strong enemy. The stone-armored turtle is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed either. They still have the strength to fight. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head, dispelling the previous fear and hesitation. A glimmer of determination flashed in Subai's eyes, as if 2 flames had been ignited. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, directly piercing towards the smug Huangren, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement but exceptionally firm. Stop with the damn nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you want my number badge, come over my dead body in the stone-armored turtles. Huangren saw that Subai refused to surrender, and his smile instantly vanished, replaced by a sinister expression. Good. Since you refuse to drink the wine offered and choose to drink the punishment wine instead, then I will grant you your wish. Explosive Rhino, smash that annoying turtle to bits. Brutal charge. Moo. The ferocity surged in the explosive rhino's eyes. With its sturdy back legs kicking off the ground, its massive body was instantly enveloped in a layer of yellow-brown energy light, like an out-of-control giant battering ram, crashing towards the stone-armored turtle with unstoppable momentum, rumbling forward. The ground shook violently, grass and trees flew, and the momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Stone-armored turtle. Steady. Rock fortress. Almost at the moment the command was issued, the stone-armored turtle's limbs retracted sharply, its heavy shell pressing tightly against the ground. The deep brown patterns on its shell suddenly lit up, as the yellow-brown energy surged frantically, making its entire body look as if it truly connected with the earth, transforming into an indestructible rock fortress. This was a defensive skill the stone-armored turtle comprehended after evolution, and it was the source of Subai's confidence to fight. Boom! In the next second, a terrifying collision occurred. The explosive rhino's thick, sharp horn, carrying the full force of brutal charge, slammed squarely into the center of the stone-armored turtle's back, which was braced with all of its defense. A deafening explosion burst forth in the arena. Not far away, Subai was directly thrown away by the intense shockwave, falling with a thud on the ground, his chest churning violently, a wave of metallic sweetness surging in his throat, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. He ignored the pain in his body, struggling to get up, his eyes fixed on the center of the battlefield, his heart racing to his throat, with cold sweat pooling in his palms. Huangren was also pushed back 2 steps by the shockwave, regaining his balance, sporting a smug smile, as if he could already see the scene of the stone-armored turtle being shattered. Useless. In the face of the explosive rhinos, brutal charge, any defense is futile. Your stone-armored turtle is doomed. As the dust gradually settled, the scene in the center of the battlefield became clear to both of them. They saw the massive body of the explosive rhino still in its charging stance, its horn pressed tightly against the stone-armored turtle's shell, with the surrounding yellow-brown energy constantly swirling, attempting to completely smash the armored tortoise. Yet the fortress formed by the armored tortoise remained firmly grounded, the dull yellow light on its shell dimmed significantly, but it did not shatter as Huangren had imagined. Instead, a shallow white mark was left in the center of the shell. However, the armored tortoise was not unscathed. Its entire body slid back nearly a meter, dragging a deep groove in the ground, and the glow on its shell flickered clearly under the tremendous impact. How is this possible? Huangren's smile instantly froze, replaced by a look of disbelief and shock. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. This can't be. How could your armored tortoise withstand the wild charge of the exploding rhino? This is absolutely impossible. He could not understand how a Beastmaster at 9 stars of white rank could withstand a full power strike from a beast at 1 star of red rank. It defied logic. Subai gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, a mix of fear and excitement. He wiped the sweat mixed with mud from his forehead and looked at Huangren, saying, "There's nothing impossible. My armored tortoise is not an ordinary armored tortoise. I nearly risked my life for it to evolve. Its defense is far beyond your imagination." His words were half true and half false, mainly to intimidate the opponent. The armored tortoise's rock fortress defense was indeed astonishing, but taking such a hit was still no easy feat. The energy consumption was enormous, and if it received another hit, it might truly collapse. Huang Ren's expression turned extremely ugly, as if he had swallowed a fly. He had initially thought he could easily crush his opponent, but unexpectedly hit a hard wall in the first round, making his face feel hot, especially in front of a 7th grade student he looked down upon. What are you so proud of? It only blocked once. Let's see how long that turtle shell can hold out. Exploding Rhino, don't give it a chance to breathe, use Earthquake Wave. I want to see if it can still stay so steady. He changed his strategy. Since a frontal charge couldn't resolve the situation instantly, he would use area skills to exhaust and break down the opponent's defensive posture. The exploding Rhino received the command, raising its front hooves high before forcefully stomping them down on the ground with tremendous force. Boom! A dull thunderous sound exploded in the field. The rock spikes hastily gathered by the armored tortoise collided violently with the earthquake wave triggered by the exploding Rhino's charging stomp. Two forces, both belonging to the earth element yet with completely different natures, fiercely clashed, tearing and annihilating each other. The yellow energy chaos wildly surged outward, raising a storm of dust and broken grass blades, with small stones flying up and hitting the nearby tree trunks, making crackling sounds. Cough. Cough, cough. Subai was too close, choking and coughing repeatedly, having to raise his arm to block his face, squinting to stare intensely ahead. Did it work? Huang Ren also squinted, his once confident smile fading a little, replaced by a hint of seriousness. He did not expect that this seemingly clumsy armored tortoise actually had such a range counterattack skill, and the timing was so precise, just right to neutralize his earthquake wave. This kid has some tricks, Huang Ren muttered in his heart, his gaze growing more restless. He had originally thought he could easily grasp Subai, but after such a long fight, not only did he gain no advantage, he was repeatedly thwarted by the other side's attacks, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. He was a seed candidate trained by the 5th High School, a second-tier Beastmaster, accompanied by a 1-star red-class explosive rhinoceros. If he couldn't handle a first-tier student from the 7th High School and his white-class turtle, how could he face people at school? The smoke slowly dispersed. The ground in front of the stone armor turtle was a mess, covered with intersecting cracks and broken rocks. Most of the rock spikes it had just used had crumbled into small pieces, leaving only a few broken stubs awkwardly sticking up from the ground, and the yellow energy glow had dimmed, clearly exhausted. But likewise, the earthquake wave released by the explosive rhinoceros was successfully intercepted. After the yellow shockwave hit the rock spikes, the energy was gradually drained, failing to reach the main body of the stone armor turtle. The stone armor turtle still lay firmly on the ground. Although the glow on its shell was fainter than before and its head slightly poked out, panting heavily, it looked somewhat weak, but at least it hadn't been injured, and its defensive posture remained unbroken. Damn it, this kid is really a bit tough, Huang Ren cursed under his breath, feeling a bit embarrassed. He originally thought the earthquake wave would easily destroy the stone armor turtle's defense, but again it was countered, and his anger grew. He glared at Subai, his tone filled with disdain and threat, but I see your turtle is reaching its limit, right? It used a lot of energy to block that berserk charge, and now it's using rock spikes to stop my earthquake wave. How much strength is left? Don't push it, it's useless. What's up? You useless student from the 7th High, I'll give you one last chance now. Hand over your badge obediently and take your cowardly turtle away. I'm generous, I'll let you off. Or else. He paused, pointed at the explosive rhinoceros beside him, his tone turning cold, or else, my explosive rhinoceros will smash the turtle shell of yours. Not only will I take your badge, but whether your turtle survives is uncertain. By then, you'll have nowhere to cry. Subai stood up straight, wiping the dust and sweat off his face, his eyes showing no signs of retreat, but rather a few more degrees of determination. He knew the stone armor turtle was indeed close to its limit, the energy consumption was too great, and if it took a few more strong attacks from the explosive rhinoceros, it definitely couldn't take it. But he couldn't give up, let alone the fact that Huang Ren might not really let him go, even if he did. Handing over the badge meant giving up hope for promotion in the preliminary stages of the Federation's grade exam. The resources, guidance, and future development paths available to a 3rd-tier academy and a 2nd-tier academy were worlds apart. And having one more badge meant one more chance. He now only had 2 badges, far from the goal of gathering 5. Although he didn't know if he could gather enough in the end, it was simply unacceptable to give up so easily. If he were facing an opponent with no strength to fight back, giving in for survival might be okay, but now he and the stone armor turtle still had the strength to fight. How could he easily admit defeat? Even if he could not win, turning to escape was also an option. Huang Ren had not reached the point where he felt completely powerless. If it were the strongest opponent from the 5th High, he would hand over his badge without hesitation. Huang Ren was simply not worthy. Subai took a deep breath, his chest slightly heaving, and his eyes showed no signs of retreat, but rather more resolution. He looked at Huang Ren, his voice a bit hoarse yet extremely resolute, dream on. If you want my badge, it'll be over my dead body. Stone armor turtle, continue using rock spikes. He knew he couldn't remain in passive defense now, he had to counterattack actively, even if it was just to buy time. He needed to give the stone armor turtle a chance to catch its breath. The stone-armored turtle received the command. Although exhausted, he still acted immediately. A glimmer of determination flashed in its small eyes, its head slightly lowered, facing the direction of the explosive rhinoceros, the ground before it slightly rose again, earthy yellow energy slowly gathering. This time, due to insufficient energy, the gathering speed was much slower than before, and the number of stone spikes was fewer, looking less robust than before. Huang Ren saw that Su Bai not only refused to surrender but also dared to take the initiative, and his face instantly became cold as frost, almost laughing out of anger. Good, good. You're being ungrateful. Explosive rhinoceros, ignore those useless stones, just charge at me with brutal charge, knock them away together. I want to see how many times this broken turtle can block. Moo. The explosive rhinoceros had been impatient for a long time and let out a furious roar upon hearing the command. It violently stomped its sturdy hind legs against the ground, making a loud bang as the ground was stamped down, creating 2 deep holes, with rubble and dirt splattering everywhere. This time, the explosive rhinoceros targeted not only the stone-armored turtle but also Su Bai himself. Huang Ren was genuinely enraged, wanting to eliminate both of them at once to avoid further trouble. Seeing the explosive rhinoceros charging towards him, Su Bai's heart tightened, and he yelled at the stone-armored turtle, "Stone-armored turtle! Quick! Use Rock Fortress to strengthen defense." Although the stone-armored turtle was low on energy, it still tried its best, the shell on its back glowing with a faint earthy yellow light, strengthening its defense. But this time, the glow was too weak, compared to before. It was like the difference between a firefly and a bright moon, looking precarious. Su Bai knew that this time the stone-armored turtle definitely wouldn't be able to hold up. And indeed, it was as he thought. Boom! Another loud bang, more violent than any previous collision. The earthy yellow glow on the stone-armored turtle's back instantly dimmed, and it let out a painful low roar, its entire body sliding back nearly 2 meters, dragging a deep trench in the ground, its claws leaving long scratches. Su Bai watched with fury, shouting, "Stone-armored turtle!" The stone-armored turtle shook its head, steadied itself again, but the cracks on its back were growing larger, the earthy yellow energy completely vanished, and the defense posture of Rock Fortress was utterly shattered. Chapter 82, Running Away. Ha ha ha. Huang Ren laughed proudly upon seeing this scene. Trash, now you know the gap, huh? If you're smart, quickly hand over the badge, kneel down and plead with me, maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you and your broken turtle go. Otherwise. The explosive rhinoceros also issued a threatening roar towards Su Bai, taking a step forward. Su Bai clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, the sharp pain keeping him awake just a little longer. His knuckles turned white from the force, and his arms trembled slightly, not out of fear, but out of anger and unwillingness. Too forced, although it's just 1 level apart, the gap between them is still considerable. Su Bai bitterly smiled inside, as if a lump of cotton was stuck in his throat, dry and rough. If I keep pushing, the stone-armored turtle really will. He didn't dare to think about that outcome. For a badge, he absolutely couldn't let his partner suffer irreversible harm or even death. Su Bai definitely wouldn't allow that. His gaze quickly swept over the dense, deep forest behind him, with tangled trees and thick undergrowth, the terrain complex. It seemed they could only run. The explosive rhinoceros possessed terrifying strength, with incredible impact, but its large size would surely slow it down in such a narrow and complex forest. This was their only chance to survive. I must create an opportunity to dash into the forest. Su Bai's eyes sharpened as he immediately made up his mind. Stone-armored turtle. Hold on. This is our last chance. Max power, rock spikes, no need to stop it, just blocking it a bit will be enough. At this moment, although the stone-armored turtle was already at its limit, the deep bond and unconditional trust between it and Su Bai. It unleashed its final potential. Roar. It let out a deep and hoarse roar, unlike before, thick and full but carrying a fierce desperation of fighting back. A glimmer of determination flashed in its little eyes, its body lying on the ground trembled slightly, not from fear but from the effort of gathering its last energy. A yellowish light sprang up again from its carapace, this time the light was weak yet exceptionally resilient. The ground began to tremble slightly, centered around the stone turtle, as the yellowish energy flowed continuously into the earth. Huang Ren watched the scene, his smile froze instantly, followed by a sneer. What? You look like this, yet you still want to resist? Truly unaware of your own doom. Exploding rhino, don't give it a chance, crush it directly. Moo. The exploding rhino let out an angry roar, raising its heavy hoof again, stomping down fiercely on the stone turtle. That hoof carried the force of 1,000 pounds, and if it were to be hit, the stone turtle's shell would surely shatter instantly. Now is the time. Stone turtle, activate. Su Bai shouted. Just as the exploding rhino's hoof was about to fall, the ground in front of the stone turtle suddenly heaved violently, as 5 rock spikes burst out of the earth. Although these 5 stone spikes were finer than before, their tips were not sharp enough, and their energy fluctuation was pitifully weak. They were unexpected and perfectly timed. Puff. The rock spikes struck the exploding rhino's hoof, and although they couldn't pierce its thick skin, they created a significant resistance. The exploding rhino's movement abruptly halted. The sudden feeling of obstruction and recoil made its massive body briefly lose balance, reducing the terrifying impact of its stomp by more than half. In the end, the deadly hoof veered off its original target, heavily landing on the ground less than half a foot away from the stone turtle. Boom! A dull sound exploded as dirt and stones flew. The ground was smashed into a basin-sized deep pit, spiderweb-like cracks spreading all around. One can only imagine, had that hoof landed on the stone turtle. Good job, Stone Turtle! Subai was overjoyed, immediately seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated, and a flash of light appeared before him, as the orange-covered Beastmaster's illustrated book opened instantly. A soft light shot out, enveloping the stone turtle, which struggled to lift its head. The light gathered, and the stone turtle's weak figure vanished from the spot, safely drawn back into the Beastmaster space. Though it couldn't heal its injuries, at least it could provide a relatively safe environment to slowly recover energy. Immediately after, Subai spun around, pouring the little remaining spirit power he had into his legs, running towards the forest behind him without looking back. Want to run? No way! Huangren realized, furious and leaping with rage, yelled at the exploding rhino, go chase! Don't let that little brat escape! The exploding rhino was also angered by the earlier rock spikes, letting out a furious roar, stepping forward heavily to chase after Subai's retreating figure. Its linear sprinting speed was indeed not slow. However, as Subai anticipated, just as it approached the edge of the forest, its enormous size became the biggest obstacle. Crack! Crash! Several small trees, thick as bowls, and dense bushes were easily broken and crushed under the exploding rhino's brute force, wood chips flying everywhere. But this unavoidable obstruction greatly delayed its speed. It had to adjust its direction slightly or force its way through, which increased the distance between it and Subai. The situation did not quickly improve as Huangren had expected. Huangren saw that the explosive rhino was struggling in the complicated terrain, its speed limited. A flash of determination crossed his eyes. With a thought, the yellow-covered beast manual appeared in front of him, and a beam of light enveloped the still trying to chase the explosive rhino. Come back! With a flash of light, the massive body of the explosive rhino instantly vanished, withdrawn back into the beast manual. Clearly, Huangren believed that in this kind of environment, relying on his second-tier Beastmaster physical quality and speed might be more efficient than depending on the clumsy charge of the explosive rhino. Waste from Class 7. You can't escape. A cruel smile appeared on Huangren's face, like a cat catching a mouse, as he moved his wrists and ankles, the energy of a second-tier Beastmaster flowing through him, infusing his legs, and he surged into the forest like a gust of wind. His speed was indeed fast, much quicker than Subai, and his body was agile enough to easily dodge branches and bushes, rapidly closing the distance. 10 minutes later. Damn it, is this kid a mudfish? He really runs fast. Huangren cursed darkly in his heart as he chased. He had thought, with his second-tier Beastmaster physical quality, he could quickly catch up to Subai, who was almost running out of energy, but unexpectedly, after 10 straight minutes of chasing, that figure ahead, though swaying, was still not completely within his grasp. Instead, because of the prolonged high-speed pursuit, he himself began to feel out of breath, and his legs started to ache. Subai felt as if his legs weren't his own anymore, the energy inside him nearly exhausted. With every step he took, it felt like his lungs were about to explode in pain. His internal energy had long been depleted, now fully supported by a willpower of not wanting to give up or fall down. Huangren looked at Subai staggering back and suddenly stopped, the yellow light flashing in front of him, and the yellow-covered beast manual reappeared. Come out, explosive rhino! Seismic wave. Chapter 83, Chen Jing arrives. Moo! With a flash of light, the explosive rhino reappeared, standing on its hind legs, its front hooves gathering earthy energy, and with immense strength, it stomped down hard on the ground. Boom! Centered around the explosive rhino, a visible earthy yellow shockwave raced outward, closely hugging the ground. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked inch by inch, the grass ruthlessly uprooted, the exposed soil rolling up, and trees as thick as bowls shook violently. Subai only felt a tremendous force coming from under his feet, and he instantly lost his balance, lunging forward uncontrollably. Puff! He fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times before stopping, his whole body feeling as if it had fallen apart, and his chest churning, nearly passing out. Cough! Cough, cough, cough. He struggled to get up, but the billowing dust choked him, causing him to cough repeatedly, his vision blurred. It's over. Ha ha ha. Huangren, with the explosive rhino, leisurely walked through the dust to stand before the fallen Subai, looking down at him with the expression of a triumphant winner. Running? Why aren't you running now? Weren't you able to run just fine earlier? Subai struggled to prop himself up, but the moment his palm touched the ground, a sharp pain shot through. He gritted his teeth, attempting to stand, but his right leg felt numb, lacking strength. Tisk, look at you in this pathetic state. Huangren kicked aside the rubble at his feet, the stones rolling to Su Bai's side. If you had handed over the badge earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. The explosive rhino huffed behind its master, its hooves restlessly digging into the ground, leaving deep craters. Su Bai lowered his head, disheveled hair covering his eyes. Sweat dripped from his chin, leaving a wet mark on his dried lips. The two were very close. Su Bai could clearly see the malice flickering in the other's eyes. Just taking the badge away is too easy for you. Huangren enunciated slowly. You have to pay a price for wasting so much of my time. He released his grip and gestured to the charging rhino. Give him a lesson. Don't kill him. Just break one of his legs. Make him remember. So he knows to avoid our 5-member group in the future. He should know to take a detour. Su Bai's pupils constricted suddenly. The rhino raised its front hooves, yellowish energy gathering at its tips, ready to strike down. Do you want to be disqualified from the assessment? Su Bai suddenly shouted, his voice hoarse yet clear, the rules strictly forbid. Deliberately causing harm is strictly prohibited. Huang Ren's movement froze. He narrowed his eyes, a cold smile slowly spreading across his face. Oh. You didn't mention it. I almost forgot about that. Thanks for the reminder. He raised his hand to stop the ready-to-strike rhino. The energy on the rhino's hooves slowly dissipated. Since the rules do not allow for deliberate harm, then we'll just snatch the badge normally. Surely something unexpected could happen during such an intense snatching process, like accidentally breaking a leg from the seismic wave, that can't be considered intentional, right? If anyone's to blame, it's him for being too weak to dodge. Rhino, use seismic wave. Moo. The rhino lowered its head again, its front hooves sinking into the ground, preparing to unleash its skill. At this critical moment. Whoosh. A fist-sized energy ball suddenly flew in from the diagonal front, moving at incredible speed straight toward the rhino. The attack came too suddenly. All the rhino's attention was on activating its skill, completely unprepared for an ambush. By the time it sensed the danger, the dark purple energy ball was already right in front of it. Bang! A sound not overly loud yet extremely dull rang out. The energy ball crashed solidly against the rhino's nose. Moo! The rhino let out a pained roar, its massive body flipping backward, a sharp pain shooting through its nose, but more importantly, the seismic wave skill it had been charging was completely interrupted, its yellowish energy scattering chaotically, only shaking out a shallow pit beneath its feet. The unexpected turn of events caused Huang Ren's cruel smile to freeze instantly. Who? Which blind bastard dares to meddle in my business? Get out here! A figure slowly stepped out from behind a sturdy tree, a butterfly resting on its shoulder, glowing with a faint purple hue in the dappled sunlight. Jing Gu. Su Bai called out hoarsely, his tense body instantly collapsing, letting out a long breath. He knew that with Chen Jing around, today's situation was bound to take a turn for the better. Huangren was momentarily stunned by this sudden change, followed quickly by an explosion of anger. He had toiled so hard to chase all this way, and just at the last moment, someone had suddenly intervened? Who are you? Dare to meddle in my affairs. He turned sharply, glaring fiercely in Chen Jing's direction. Chen Jing didn't rush to respond, instead he quickly walked over to Su Bai and squatted down to check on him. Are you alright? Jing Gu. I'm fine, not dead. Just my leg is a bit numb, caught by the rhino's seismic wave. I heard that. The noise was quite loud, like tearing down a house, hard not to notice. Chen Jing patted his uninjured shoulder, his tone teasing, trying to ease his tension. It's alright, I'll handle the rest. After saying that, he slowly stood up, facing the furious Huangren. Huangren sized up Chen Jing, noticing his 7th secondary school uniform, then glancing at the seemingly excessively beautiful and harmless little butterfly. A surge of anger bubbled up inside him, mixed with a sense of being underestimated. Just because of this? You dare to stop me? I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a useless one from the 7th secondary. What's the matter? Sending one person isn't enough. You want to come buy one get one free? Be smart and roll away. Otherwise, I'll collect your badge too. His rhino behind him let out a low, thunderous roar in response. The heavy hoof stomped the ground, splattering mud, and the crimson eyes fixed fiercely on Chen Jing and the star dream on his shoulder, snorting out a cloud of earthy white mist. Explosive rhinoceros? Type, Earth. Rank, red level 1 star. Potential, yellow level 9 stars. Special skills, brutal charge, active, condensing earth energy in the horn, launching a powerful linear attack, immense strength, with a slight stunning effect, earthquake wave, active, stomping the ground violently, creating a wide-ranging earth shockwave, damaging terrain, disrupting and harming opponents, thick skin, passive, remarkably thick skin, outstanding physical defense. Status, angry, fuming from being ambushed, light injury, bridge of the nose injured, pain affecting some perception, moderate physical exhaustion, from prolonged pursuit and skill usage. Note, a typical strong offensive beast, with power and defense as its strengths, its charge attack is remarkably powerful. Its weakness lies in low agility, clumsy turning, and general resistance to precise long-range energy attacks and mental disruptions. Chen Jing's gaze quickly scanned the system information, and he already knew what to do in his heart. He raised an eyebrow, not intimidated by Huang Ren's show, but instead found it somewhat amusing. From 5th middle school? Quite bold, aren't you? Did you understand the assessment rules? You dare to shout and kill here, even threatening to break legs? Huang Ren laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, digging in his ears. Rules are for the weak. My fist is the rule. Stop the damn nonsense. Explosive rhinoceros, let this ignorant brat taste the earthquake wave. Moo. The explosive rhinoceros obeyed the command, gathering a rich earthen yellow light, lifting its front hoof high, ready to unleash the area attack skill, earthquake wave, for the second time. Subai's expression changed, urgently saying, Jing good, be careful. This move covers a wide area, it's hard to dodge. However, Chen Jing stood still, not moving at all, just slightly tilting his head and whispering a sentence to the star dream on his shoulder. Little one, interrupt it. Woo. The star dream emitted a barely audible soft chime. In the next second, its small body instantly vanished from Chen Jing's shoulder, and the next moment it appeared right in front of the explosive rhinoceros head, close enough to almost touch its nose. Moo. The explosive rhinoceros' beastly eyes suddenly shrank, instinctively sensing an indescribable threat, causing a momentary hesitation in its skill gathering. At this instant, whoosh! A fist-sized, dream shadow ball shot out. It hit solidly at the explosive rhinoceros's relatively weak triangular area connecting the eyelid and the bridge of its nose. Boom! Moo! The explosive rhinoceros let out a shrieking cry mixed with intense pain and furious rage. But that wasn't the end. Countless tiny purple dust particles floated down from its wings, like dandelion seeds, densely falling on the explosive rhinoceros's head and body. When these dust particles touched the rhinoceros's skin, they instantly merged, causing its movements to suddenly freeze, the light in its eyes began to fade, its head slowly drooping, and its ears flopping down. Moo! The explosive rhinoceros's mournful howling abruptly stopped, its massive body swayed, and its front legs could no longer hold up, collapsing to the ground with a thud, its knees hitting the ground with a dull thud. Its eyes completely closed, its body tilted to the side, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, the ground dented slightly where it landed, and the surrounding grass flattened. Only a faint earth-yellow glow remained in the center of its hoof, which quickly faded, leaving behind a shallow mark. From the star dream's disappearance to the explosive rhinoceros crashing to the ground, the entire process was quick as lightning, taking no more than 3 or 4 seconds in total. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Huang Ren, witnessing this scene, had his eyes wide open, which were once filled with arrogance. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. He opened his mouth, his jaw slightly trembling, as if he wanted to say something, but all he could manage were meaningless gasps of ha, ha. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. He had just broken through to the first star of the red tier, and that explosive rhinoceros, tough-skinned and powerful, could crush most creatures of its level. How could it be? How could it be killed just like that by a butterfly that looked too beautiful, too harmless? It even did not put up a decent fight? This is not scientific. Not Beastmaster science. Illusion. Yes. It must be an illusion. Huang Ren suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with suspicion as he glanced at Chen Jing, his voice carrying a hint of barely detectable panic. What the hell kind of dark magic did you use? How could your butterfly? Compared to Huang Ren's disorientation, Subai, collapsed on the ground, was also stunned, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, forgetting to even breathe. He knew Brother Jing's star dream was strong, it had made a stunning impression during the monthly assessment, but how long has it been since then? This level of power improvement is just too outrageous. At that moment, Subai forgot the pain in his body, his only thought was, Brother Jing's butterfly seems even more monstrous than last time during the monthly assessment. Chen Jing glanced at the explosive rhinoceros lying asleep on the ground, too lazy to make any comment, and turned his gaze to Huang Ren, whose face had turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost. What do you want? I warn you. I am a key seed at Wuzhong. If you dare to touch me, our school won't let you go. Wuzhong? Key seed? Is this your level? Chen Jing couldn't be bothered to argue further, directly giving an order to Stardream through their soul link. Stardream understood immediately, its small figure drawing an elegant arc in the air, its wings giving a gentle flutter once more. No! Don't come over. Huang Ren still wanted to struggle, even subconsciously trying to summon his Beastmaster manual, but his movements were too slow, or rather, Stardream's attack was too fast and too strange. Thud! Another muffled sound echoed, and Huang Ren didn't even get a chance to finish his harsh words before he followed in the footsteps of his explosive rhinoceros, directly collapsing on the ground, falling into a deep sleep, his face frozen in a twisted expression of fear and unwillingness. Only then did Chen Jing slowly walk forward, bending down to smoothly take Huang Ren's candidate badge from his pocket without even a glance, shoving it into his own pocket. Next, he grabbed Huang Ren's wrist, found the emergency bracelet, and unhesitatingly pressed the conspicuous red button in the center. Beep beep beep. This meant the examiner would soon receive the signal and come to take Huang Ren away from the secret realm, completely announcing the end of this initial phase of the federal exam. After doing all this, Chen Jing dusted off his hands as if there were no dust there, turning to walk towards Subai, who still sat on the ground, looking stunned. Brother Jing, you. Subai looked at Chen Jing walking closer, his throat feeling dry, unsure of what to say. Did this end too quickly? He had fought desperately, fleeing in a panic for so long, almost breaking his legs, and yet Brother Jing came and resolved that arrogant Huang Ren along with his explosive rhinoceros in just a few blows? This gap is too devastating. Chen Jing looked at Subai, who was covered in dirt and wounds, shook his head, and reached out to help him up. Can you still walk? Hiss, it's okay, just my legs are a bit numb from running too hard. Subai stood up with support, wincing at the injuries on his body, gasping and gritting his teeth as he spoke. Then let's leave here first. Although I pressed for help, we can't guarantee that no one else will be attracted by the noise. Find a safer place, you treat your injuries, and we need to plan our next course of action. Subai quickly nodded. At this moment he was completely convinced and admired Chen Jing. The two no longer lingered. Chen Jing signaled Xing Meng to return to his shoulder, then supported Subai and hurriedly left the messy clearing in the forest, their figures quickly disappearing into the depths of the dense woods. Only one person and one beast remained, trapped in a nightmare, along with the still beeping rescue bracelet, bearing witness to the short but shocking battle that had just occurred. Chapter 85, Preliminary Assessment ends. 2 days later, at noon. The sun above the city center square was blazing, and sunlight spilled onto the blue stone slabs on the ground, reflecting dazzling light. Suddenly, the teleportation spirit array in the center of the square began to ripple, flashes of white light appeared. Next, flashes of white light flickered, and the candidates who had entered the secret realm were abruptly thrown out by the spirit array, some directly falling to the ground, others staggering several steps before regaining their balance, and some collided with each other, letting out cries of ouch. The scene instantly became lively, the originally empty square quickly filled with people and summoned beasts. The students who emerged mostly looked a bit disheveled, some had torn clothes, stained with dirt and grass, some wore expressions of lingering fatigue on their faces, but their eyes were sharper than when they had entered, others clutched their arms or thighs, with traces of blood seeping between their fingers, clearly injured, gasping in pain. Phew, finally out. If I stayed in there any longer, I feel like I would turn into a savage. Subai let out a long breath, his chest heaving, his gaze still somewhat dazed. His school uniform was torn in several places, and there were a few small scratches on his face, but his spirit was good, and his eyes sparkled. Chen Jing stood next to him, appearing much more composed by comparison. Other than having some dust on his clothes, his breath remained steady, and the little creature on his shoulder perched quietly, its wings shimmering softly in the sunlight, contrasting sharply with the roaring or listless summoned beasts around them. Yes, we're out. Chen Jing replied, quickly scanning the crowd around. Some were excitedly patting their companions' shoulders, some squatted on the ground rubbing their ankles, while others frowned at the screen of their phones, clearly reporting their safety to their families. He withdrew his gaze, his finger brushing against Xing Meng on his shoulder. The 72-hour secret realm assessment was a brutal elimination. Being able to hold on until now and come out means a proof of strength and luck. At least, one foot has already stepped into the threshold of a third-rate academy. Subai turned around to face Chen Jing, gesturing with his hands. Brother Jing, this time I really owe it all to you. If it weren't for you rushing in at the critical moment and dealing with that bastard Huang Ren, I wouldn't even have been able to fully come out, let alone advance. He instinctively touched the pocket on his chest, which contained several number badges. He referred to the fact that, besides the 2 badges he initially obtained, Chen Jing later gave him all the badges he had previously acquired, perfectly helping him gather the 5 needed for advancement. Most were badges scavenged from Huang Ren, coincidentally matching Chen Jing's target number, 775. With the target achieved, Chen Jing only needed to keep this one, the rest naturally went to Subai. Chen Jing just smiled indifferently, reaching out to pat Subai's shoulder in response. For him, those extra badges were just handy items, helping a friend was something he was happy to do. While they were talking, there was a commotion on the high platform. The head examiner, Instructor Lei, and Instructor Lin reappeared. Silence. Instructor Lei's voice was not loud but clearly overshadowed the noise of the crowd. The square quickly fell silent, all eyes fixed on the high platform. Secret Realm Number 17, Preliminary Assessment. Here it ends. The evaluation result is determined based on the following standards. First, successful survival in the secret realm for 72 hours, and successfully obtaining your target number badge, or gathering any 5 other candidates' number badges qualifies you for passing the assessment, gaining eligibility for the next stage qualification, and automatically obtaining the qualification to enter any third-rate academy. Second, successful survival in the secret realm for 72 hours, and holding at least one badge from another candidate qualifies you for passing the initial stage assessment, gaining eligibility to participate in subsequent assessments at a third-rate academy. Once this was read, the candidates below who only held one or two badges sighed in relief. Some raised their hands to wipe the sweat from their brows, while others gently patted their chests, whispering to their companions, "It's good, it's good." Finally, it wasn't in vain. Successful survival in the secret realm for 72 hours, and holding both your number badge and the target number badge, or holding 5 number badges qualifies you for passing the assessment, gaining eligibility for the next stage in third-rate academy. Those who fail to meet any of the above conditions will be deemed as failing the assessment. The concise and straightforward rules determined the future starting point for the vast majority present. Now, all candidates who pass the assessment will follow the guide to the designated area on the east side of the square to queue up for registration, verifying badge quantity and identity information. The assessment officials will conduct the final confirmation. Candidates who obtained qualification for the next stage assessment. You have 7 days to rest. Within 7 days, go to the provincial capital of Lingnan Province, Lingnan City to assemble. If you do not arrive by the deadline, it will be considered as voluntarily giving up. As soon as the words fell, the square erupted in chatter again. The successful candidates were beaming with joy, eagerly rushing towards the east area. The failures hung their heads low, some stood dumbfounded in place, while others silently left. "Let's go, Brother Jing. Let's register!" Subai exclaimed excitedly, pulling Chen Jing towards the east. Chen Jing was tugged along, weaving through the bustling crowd. Around them were various voices. "Ha ha ha! I have 5 badges. I'm set. Ah, just one more. Just one more. I can't believe it. Hey, Jing-san, have you seen Li Si? He hasn't come out yet. My beast is injured, I need to hurry to the treatment room." The queue for registration formed a long line, moving slowly. The assessment officials had serious expressions, carefully verifying each candidate's submitted number badges and personal terminal information. Only after confirming accurately would they mark advance on their terminals. When it was Chen Jing and Subai's turn, the process went smoothly. Chen Jing only presented the badge engraved with 775 for the target and his identity badge. After the official checked, he nodded and marked advance next to his information. Subai pulled out 5 badges, counting each one for the official. After confirmation, he also received the advance mark. All done. Brother Jing, what's the plan next? Head home directly? Home first. Chen Jing nodded, need to rest well, Xing Mang also needs a good rest. He glanced at the little fellow on his shoulder, his gaze soft. Though Xing Mang appeared unscathed, the continuous battles and heightened vigilance in the secret realm were exhausting both mentally and physically. I also need to go home and let my parents know I'm okay, to avoid worrying them. By the way, we'll head to Lingnan City in 7 days, and we can go together, right? It's nice to have a travel companion. Chen Jing turned to look at Subai, sure. We'll contact each other in advance, set a time, and go to the station together. It's a deal then. I'll leave first. I'll contact you later. Chapter 86, Joyous Gathering. At night, Chen Jing's home. Come, little Jing, eat more of this braised pork. You've been in the secret realm for 3 days, you must not have eaten or slept well. Look at your face, you've lost weight. Chen's mother kept piling food into Chen Jing's bowl, looking at her son with concern, her eye wrinkles softening with smiles. Chen Jing looked at the mountain of food in his bowl, feeling warm inside. I'm sorry, Mom, that's enough, the bowl is almost overflowing. The food in the secret realm is all dry rations, I really miss your cooking. Brother, you are amazing. Our classmates are all talking about it, saying there's a super dark horse in our school who has made a powerful contract with an incredibly strong butterfly, dominating the secret realm. They don't even know that's my brother. Little Bing Bing, don't you think so? My brother is super impressive. You the evolved frost ice sprites have high intelligence, it tilted its crystal clear little head, making a soft sound of agreement. Chen Jing felt a bit shy from his sister's praise, he touched his nose and smiled, it's not that exaggerated, just good luck. But you, little Bing Bing seems to have made great progress. Your control over cold air has become more refined, you're not far from the crimson rank, right? Of course. Chen Shi proudly raised her chin, little Bing Bing has worked hard. Plus, it's all thanks to the Star Frost Ice Crystal powder you gave me. Next year, I'm definitely going to dash towards a top academy like you. Chen father, who had been watching his children interact with a smile, picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and gently asked, Xiao Jing, it's great that you leveled up. What are your plans next? There are still 7 days until we gather in Lingnan City, right? Chen Jing swallowed the food in his mouth, nodded, and became a little more serious. Yes, Dad, I have 7 days to rest. I plan to have a good sleep first, then maybe I'll check out the secret realm or the Beastmaster Pavilion. Since you have plans, do it your way. But remember, safety first. Whether you go to the secret realm or the Beastmaster Pavilion, you must be careful and not let your guard down. Chen Jing nodded. Got it, Dad. I'll be careful. In stark contrast to the warm and harmonious atmosphere at Chen Jing's home. In a luxury villa area on the other side of the city, deep in the Zhou family mansion, inside a training room. The training room was a mess, clearly having just gone through a session of venting. Chen Jing. I want you dead. Zhou Kai nearly clenched his teeth, squeezing out that name through his gritted teeth, his voice hoarse and filled with resentment. Images of being instantly killed by that strange butterfly in the secret realm replayed uncontrollably in his mind, especially the calm yet piercing gaze Chen Jing shot him at the end, like a burning iron spike, searing into his pride. He, Zhou Kai, the pride of the 3rd Beastmaster Middle School, comes from a wealthy family, possesses a yellow-rank Beastmaster pictorial, and has contracted 2 beasts with notable potential, aiming for top rankings in the federal exam and even first-class academies. But what happened? He was publicly crushed in preliminary assessments by a nobody from the 7th Middle School, someone previously regarded as trash, all through a seemingly harmless butterfly. A profound humiliation. It's like he, Zhou Kai, had his face rubbed in the dirt. He could almost imagine how many people outside were laughing at him right now, how his so-called friends, who usually flattered him, would gloat behind his back. He. At that moment, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed in the training room. How pitiful the proud son of the 3rd school, young Master Zhou from a distinguished background, actually finding himself in this miserable state, like a lost dog, raging helplessly here. The voice was elusive, as if coming from all directions. Zhou Kai suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes scanning the surroundings warily, and he angrily shouted, "Who? Show yourself!" Before he finished speaking, the shadows in the corner of the training room seemed to come alive. After a strange writhing, a vague black silhouette slowly separated from it. The shadow was shrouded in a large black robe, its face unclear, with only 2 eyes shining with an uncomfortable eerie light, gazing curiously at the disheveled Zhou Kai. "Who I am is not important, young Master Zhou. What matters is, I can give you what you need most, power, and the chance for revenge." Zhou Kai's heart raced, but his long-term family education kept him wary. He forced himself to stand up, roaring fiercely, "Don't play tricks. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak here? Do you believe I can call the guards to take you down right now? Guards? Ha ha. If they could find me, I wouldn't be standing here now. Young Master Zhou, why deceive yourself? You know deep down that normally, your chances of catching up to that guy Chen Jing are slim. His beast is not simple. And you have already become a loser in others' eyes, a stepping stone." The words loser pierced Zhou Kai's heart like a venomous needle, causing his facial muscles to twitch violently and his breathing to grow heavier. The shadow seemed pleased with his reaction and continued slowly, "Your beast mastery potential is good, and your foundation is solid, but you've taken the wrong path and used the wrong methods. Following the normal pace is too slow. Are you content? Are you content to be forever trampled by someone you once looked down on? Are you content to bring shame to your family? Are you content to watch that Chen Jing step on your shoulders, climbing higher, entering the school of your dreams and gaining everything you desire?" Each question was like a heavy hammer, striking at the weakest point of Zhou Kai's psychological defenses. He was unwilling. How could he be content? Seeing the struggle and hatred mixed in Zhou Kai's eyes, the shadow knew the time was right. It spoke in a tempting tone, "I have some special methods here that can allow you and your beast to gain power far beyond your imagination in a short time. Enough to wash away today's shame, enough to crush the Chen Jing along with his damned butterfly in front of everyone." Zhou Kai shot his head up, staring fiercely at the shadow. "What methods? Tell me." "The methods, of course, come with a cost. But for someone eager for power like you, what does this cost matter? For example, a potion that can break your beast's potential limit and cause an unusual transformation, or some little tricks that can temporarily boost your soul power, even directly interfere with and erode the soul origin of your opponent's beast, driving it to madness." As the shadow spoke, it extended a hand from its dark robe. Its hand was as pale as paper, with knuckles protruding, nails long and sharp, shimmering with a faint bluish-black hue. Zhou Kai's gaze fell on that hand, breathing more rapidly, his body leaning forward slightly, clearly moved. The same scene was unfolding in Huang Ren's home. In Huang Ren's room, he sat on the bed, gripping his hair with both hands, his head buried in his knees. "Chen Jing." Chen Jing. Huang Ren muttered the name repeatedly, filled with unwillingness. "I actually lost to a guy from number 7 middle school." At that moment, a similarly eerie voice echoed in the room, identical to the shadow's voice in Zhou's training room. "Young Master Huang, are you feeling very unwilling? Do you want revenge?" Huang Ren snapped his head up, bloodshot eyes looking towards the source of the voice. A shadow slowly floated out from the dark corner of the wardrobe, wrapped in a large black robe, revealing 2 glowing green eyes. "Who are you?" Huang Ren asked, his voice trembling but still forcing himself to speak. Who I am is not important. The shadow replied, what matters is that I can help you get revenge, and give you the power to crush Chen Jing. Huang Ren's body paused, a glint of desire flashing in his eyes. Really? What methods do you have? The shadow smiled and extended the same pale hand as before. The method is simple, as long as you are willing to pay a small cost. The light in the room flickered, Huang Ren's shadow twisted on the wall, as if about to be swallowed by darkness. He looked at that pale hand, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally slowly reached out his own hand. Chapter 87, Inventory. The morning sunlight seeped through the curtains. Chen Jing's eyelids stirred, slowly opened, and he stretched in satisfaction, his joints cracking with a few crisp sounds. Ha! Finally had a good sleep. He muttered, feeling incredibly solid after this slumber. He turned his head, his gaze unintentionally drifting to the head of the bed, and his lips immediately curled up uncontrollably. Xing Meng was quietly hanging upside down at the head of the bed, its magnificent, dreamlike wings folded, gently rising and falling with its even breathing, the soft purple glow surrounding it appearing much gentler in the morning light. At the foot of the bed, in a small nest made of a soft blanket, Graybean was curled up into a little ball, sleeping soundly. Its silver-gray, metallic-looking fur glistened coldly under the sunlight, creating a marvelous contrast with Xing Meng's dreaminess. Looking at these two little guys, Chen Jing felt as if his heart was filled with something warm and comfortingly full. Who could have imagined that just a few months ago, he was a useless person without even a beast to rely on, and now not only had Xing Meng completely transformed, but he also had Graybean, a surprising partner with amazing potential, due to an unexpected twist of fate. He carefully sat up, afraid of waking them. Yet the slightest movement still made the sensitive Xing Meng wake up first. Its tiny body swayed gently, elegantly flipping from its inverted state, silently hovering in midair, its compound eyes blinking as it looked at Chen Jing, transmitting a clear yet affectionate thought. Ooh, master, you're awake? I'm awake. Chen Jing smiled and stretched out a finger, and Xing Meng immediately landed obediently on his fingertip, its tentacles rubbing against his skin. Just then, the silver-gray furball at the foot of the bed also stirred. Two long ears, with a hint of metallic structure, perked up alertly, turning around, and then that little head popped out of the fur. Graybean's ruby-red eyes were still half dreamy. It first looked around in confusion, and upon seeing Chen Jing and Xing Meng, that confusion was quickly replaced by sparkling joy. Goo! Goo goo! Master! Good morning! It excitedly tried to stand up from its little nest, but as its powerful hind leg kicked out, it almost overturned the entire nest. Ooh, dummy Graybean, be more steady. So fidgety. Xing Meng immediately transmitted a sisterly stern thought, shaking its wings slightly and sprinkling a few starry glimmers. It now clearly regarded itself as the big sister of this little group, strictly managing the new, somewhat naive brother, Graybean. Graybean froze, quickly pulling back its neck, its ears drooped a bit. Goo. Sister Meng, I'm sorry. I was just too happy to see you. Its cautious demeanor of wanting to get closer yet being afraid made Chen Jing both laugh and cry. Alright, Xing Meng, stop scaring it. Chen Jing quickly mediated, waving at Graybean. Graybean, come here. Given the reprieve, Graybean immediately forgot about the previous little grievance, pushing off with its hind legs, and in a flash, it zoomed to Chen Jing's side, rubbing its furry, slightly metal-cool head vigorously against Chen Jing's palm, letting out a satisfied gurgling sound from its throat. Ooh, master, just indulge it. Xing Meng transmitted a slightly sour emotion, glancing at Graybean, but still obediently stayed on Chen Jing's fingertip, not scolding again. Chen Jing smiled, one hand gently stroking the edge of Xing Meng's wing, while the other hand scratched Graybean's chin, enjoying the little guy's affectionate nudge. The tranquility and warmth of the morning filled the room. After a while, he seemed to suddenly remember something, his actions paused slightly. Oh right, I was just too caught up with you all. Almost forgot the important stuff. This time we went into the secret realm assessment, we brought back quite a lot of good things, we need to count our treasures properly. With a thought, he took out the items from the system space. A sealing stone of the petrified forest python, 5 rock-scaled mushrooms with cracked rocky surfaces, 1 emerald root orchid resembling an orchid in vibrant green, a piece known as the heart of the blood tree that looks like a heart, a flowing water stone the size of an egg and completely blue, a serpent spirit grass with long leaves emitting a faint fishy smell, a vibrant green crystal known as the wood spirit stone, and a green vine that still held some vitality. Wow, we really gathered a lot. Aside from this heart of the blood tree which is a 3-star material, the rest are all pretty good 2-star materials. He reached out a finger and touched the still pulsing heart of the blood tree, feeling a warm and lively touch as if he was really touching a slowly beating heart. Heart of the blood tree. Quality, 3-star high level. Attribute, wood, blood. Description, originating from the magical plant bloodthirsty demon tree, this core essence absorbs the blood energy of countless beings. It contains immense and mysterious life energy and blood vitality. This item is both good and evil. If used properly, it can greatly nourish the life source of wood, blood, or certain dark-type beasts, awaken their potential, and even lead them to undergo directed mutations to comprehend skills related to life absorption and blood enhancement. However, if misused, it can easily cause energy backlash, eroding the beast's intelligence, or even backfiring on the master. Status: energy active, rich in life essence, harbors a trace of chaotic will that has not been completely extinguished. Remark: a material where danger and opportunity coexist. It is advised that experienced breeders or beast masters with special handling abilities use it with caution. Direct feeding carries a high risk. This thing feels a bit sinister. No wonder the place where I found it looked like a mass grave, with such a strong smell of blood. I estimate countless beasts must have fought there, and their blood energy was all sucked away by this thing, leading to its creation. He turned to look at his two companions beside him. Xingmeng curiously flew a little closer, her compound eyes examining the pulsating heart of the blood tree, conveying a sense of instinctive caution and inquiry. Huido scrunched his nose, seemingly uncomfortable with the bloody scent, and leaned closer to Chen Jing's feet. It wouldn't be wise to directly use this on either of you. Xingmeng, your dream realm and mental power are pure, being tainted by this blood energy would be a loss. Huido, you just stabilized, the chaotic will in this might be too much for you to bear. He stroked his chin, pondering, looks like I either need to figure out a way to exchange it for safer resources, or I'll have to rely on the system to see if it can purify or harmonize it somehow. His gaze shifted to the other materials. Rock-scaled mushroom is earth-type, leaning towards defense enhancement. Emerald root orchid is pure wood-type, gently nourishing. Flowing waterstone is a water energy crystal. Serpent spirit grass has a bit of poison attribute, might be suitable for certain specific beasts. Wood spirit stone is pure wood-type energy, with good general applicability. Green vine is a life-active material, perhaps usable for healing or catalysis. Though these items were good, they weren't urgent for him and his two beasts. It seemed better to just handle them. Chapter 88 Auction. Knock, knock, knock. There was a gentle knock on the door, and outside came the voice of his sister, Chenxi, bro. Are you awake? Open the door, there's something big. Chen Jing was taken aback, exchanging glances with Xingmeng. Coming. He responded quickly, hurriedly putting on his slippers and walking over to open the door. There stood Chenxi, dressed in a cute rabbit pajamas, her hair a bit messy, tiptoeing outside, her face full of uncontainable excitement. What's up, little girl? What great event is happening so early in the morning? Chen Jing stepped aside to let her in. As soon as Chenxi entered the room, her gaze was immediately drawn to the gray bean on the bed. Wow! Brother, is this your new contract, little rabbit? Wow! This fur color's silver-gray metallic luster, so cool. The gray bean, suddenly receiving attention from a stranger, shyly shrank back and hid behind Chen Jing's leg, only revealing a pair of red eyes and two alert ears observing carefully. Its name is Gray Bean, and it's a bit shy, Chen Jing explained, then patted his sister's shoulder. Let's get to the point, what's the big deal? Only then did Chenxi remember the purpose of her visit. She suddenly stood up, grabbing Chen Jing's arm, her eyes sparkling. Brother. I was eating breakfast downstairs and heard Mom and Dad watching the morning news. They said our Tianhe City Beast Tamer Association and major business groups are jointly organizing a super large auction. An auction? Chen Jing raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a stir in his heart. With the Beast Tamer Association taking the lead in joining forces with major business groups, this was no small matter. He pulled his sister down to sit at the edge of the bed. Take your time, what's going on? The news said this is specifically for those who have successfully advanced to the federal exam stage. Only the candidates from Tianhe City who advanced this time can participate. Only allow candidates from our city to participate? Chen Jing repeated, instinctively rubbing his chin and unconsciously fiddling with his fingertips. It seemed that the city had invested heavily to support the results of this federal exam. Yes. I heard many valuable items that we usually can't even see will appear at the auction. Rare evolution materials, rare beast sealing stones, and even treasures that are said to enhance beast potential might be auctioned off. And, most importantly, everything successfully bid will be 40% off at payment. It's said to be subsidized by all the Beast Tamer high schools, the Beast Tamer Association, and the local major businesses. Brother, this is simply a golden opportunity falling from the sky right onto our heads. Is this news true? When? Where is it held? The news said, just 3 days later. The location is the Tianhe Auction House in the city center. That's the most high-end auction venue in Tianhe City. Alright, attendees need to register and obtain admission tickets in advance with their advancement proof and identification. It seems there's also identity verification, quite strict. Chen Jing nodded thoughtfully. Such strict screening is, on one hand, to ensure fairness, only benefiting the excellent candidates from the city, and on the other hand, probably also to protect the safety of the participants in auction items. By the way, brother. Chen Xi's thoughts jumped quickly, as if she had just realized something. She pointed at the gray bean that was still hiding behind Chen Jing's leg, only the tips of its ears visible, blinking its big eyes in confusion. I remember, wasn't your beast tamer illustration white? A white illustration only has one contract slot, right? You already contracted with Xingmeng. So how did you contract this gray bean? Did you secretly upgrade the illustration? But wait, the materials to upgrade an illustration are basically priceless. She tilted her head, her little face filled with big question marks, staring curiously at Chen Jing, waiting for his explanation. The contract slot limitation of beast tamer illustrations is an ironclad rule. A white illustration can only contract one beast. This is common knowledge. Chen Jing had long been prepared, knowing this question would inevitably be asked. He wore a somewhat smug yet mysterious smile on his face, stretching out his hand, and with a thought. He saw the air above his palm ripple slightly, and a book radiating a soft green glow slowly emerged, the cover no longer that ordinary white, but now glowing with a vibrant, life-filled emerald green color. Looks quite extraordinary. Wow! Green Beastmaster Pokédex. Brother! When did you level up? How much did this cost? No, it's not just about money, these upgrade materials might not even be available for purchase. Upgrading the Beastmaster Pokédex is not just about infusing energy, it usually requires special rare materials that fit the requirements. These materials are often priceless and hard to find. Chen Jing smiled and, trying to sound casual, said, "Do you remember how I often went into the secret realms? I got lucky, once, in a corner that no one noticed. I found something special that just happened to meet the upgrade requirements. It was probably something that some senior left behind, and I got lucky." His words were half true and half false. It was true that he often went into the secret realms, but false that the upgrade relied on some lucky find and not some disguised system material. But encounters in the secret realms are the best explanation. After all, anything could happen there, and there were no witnesses. My god! Brother, your luck is just too incredible. The white Pokédex upgraded to green, and the contract slots went from 1 to 5. No wonder you could contract Grey Bean. Hee hee, Grey Bean, from now on we are family. Don't be scared, I'll get you yummy carrots. Grey Bean seemed to feel the kindness she radiated, even though it was still a bit shy. Its ears moved slightly and rubbed against Chen Jing's feet, giving a little response. Wow, master, it seems that my sister likes Grey Bean very much. Xingmeng gently landed on Chen Jing's shoulder, conveying a playful thought. It now regarded itself as the elder of this family, watching the new member being observed, clearly enjoying the excitement. Yeah, this girl has no resistance to fluffy things. Chen Jing replied through their soul link, a hint of pampering in his smile. He bent down and gently stroked Grey Bean's tense back. Grey Bean, don't be afraid, she's called Chenxi, my sister. She won't hurt you. After comforting Grey Bean, as it was once a weak and helpless rabbit, Chen Jing straightened up and said to his sister, who was still trying to get close to Grey Bean, "This afternoon, I plan to go to the Treasure Beast Master Pavilion to sell some unused materials and see if I can get something useful for the auction 3 days later. Do you want to go with me? Treasure Beast Master Pavilion? Yes. Of course, I want to go." Chapter 89, Heading to the Beastmaster Pavilion. Zhou Family Villa, Training Room. Zhou Kai sat cross-legged in the center of a dark red, strange pattern, his face displaying an unhealthy pallor, his eye sockets sunken, but his lips unusually red. In front of him floated the yellow-covered Beastmaster Pokédex, yet at this moment, dark gas emanating an ominous aura, wrapped around the surface of the Pokédex. The once majestic Crimson Blaze Wolf and Thunderhawk were now lying on either side of his body. Their forms seemed to have changed. The Crimson Blaze Wolf's fur had turned darker, its claws hinting at a black light, breathing out not the expected hot air, but a faint black smoke smelling of sulfur. The Thunderhawk's feathers lost their original glossy dark sheen, turning murky. Occasionally, a violent red light flickered in its eyes, and the electric current surrounding it mingled with a few strands of black. Their auras had strengthened significantly, clearly elevating to the Crimson Level 5 tier. But this strength was laced with a disturbing sense of evil and chaos. How does it feel, young Master Zhou Kai? A sinister voice echoed from the shadowy corner of the room. This, soul erosion potion, and blood feed secret technique, do they make you feel the wonderful rush of quickly rising power? Zhou Kai slowly opened his eyes, deep within his pupils. A flash of red light, similar to that in the eyes of the Scarlet Flame Wolf and the Thunder Wind Eagle, passed by. He clenched his fists, feeling the raging energy within him, a twisted yet satisfied smile appearing on his face. Wonderful, so wonderful. This feeling of power. Ha ha ha. His laughter sounded somewhat insane in the dimly lit room. Chen Jing. Just wait. It won't be long before I reclaim the shame you put on me, with interest. I will crush you and that damned butterfly right in front of everyone. The shadow let out a deep laugh. Good, that's the hatred I want. Remember it and use it, it will make you stronger. However, young Master Zhou Kai, don't forget our agreement. You gain power, and in the end, you must bring us something. Jokai's eyes flashed red. Without any hesitation, he replied with a heavy yes, fully immersed in the madness for revenge and power. In the afternoon, Chen Jing and his sister Chen Shi walked side by side towards the treasure beast pavilion. Chen Jing had a clear goal, directly leading Chen Shi to the material recovery area. A middle-aged staff member immediately came up, wearing a professional smile. "Sir, are you here to sell materials or?" "Selling some things," Chen Jing said briefly, taking out several items from his backpack one by one. First was a temporary sealing stone containing the petrified forest python, then 5 rock scale mushrooms, 1 emerald root orchid, a flowing water stone, a snake spirit grass, a wood spirit stone, and a green vine. As soon as these materials were presented, the staff member's eyes lit up, and his attitude became even warmer. He skillfully picked up a palm-sized square scanner and carefully scanned each material. The scanner emitted a slight beep-beep sound, as the screen quickly rolled through a string of data. "Wow, you have quite a harvest, sir," the staff member exclaimed as he operated. "This mutated petrified forest python is a rare item. Although its potential is only yellow tier 3 stars, its petrification ability makes it worth more than an ordinary yellow tier 3 beast. These 2-star materials are also in great condition, full of energy. For the petrified forest python sealing stone, we offer 1,480,000 federal coins. Rock scale mushrooms are 100,000 each, making 500,000. The emerald root orchid, pure wood type, has great nourishing effects, 18,000. Flowing waterstone, 16,005. Snake spirit grass, toxic attribute, needed for specific beast taming, 17,000. Wood spirit stone, pure wood energy, very versatile, 19,000. Green vine, life-active material, 15,000. "Sir, how do you find this price? If it's fine, we can proceed with the settlement immediately." Chen Jing thought quickly. The prices the staff member offered were indeed fair, even slightly higher than he had estimated, especially for the petrified forest python. He nodded and decisively said, "All right, let's go with this price. Please settle it quickly." "Got it. Please wait a moment, it will be done soon." The staff member's smile became more sincere as he quickly started processing the paperwork. "Sir, all amounts have been settled. The total is 2,835,000 federal coins, which have all been transferred to the account you provided. Please verify." Chen Jing raised his wrist. The personal terminal immediately popped up the credit information. After confirming it was correct, he nodded to the staff member. "No problem, thank you." With this money, plus the previous sales of the cracked earth rhinoceros and wind shadow leopard totaling over $1 million, as well as some accumulated savings, his available funds were quite substantial, enough to make a gamble at the auction. "You're welcome, and come again next time." Once outside the material recovery area, Chen Shi immediately excitedly grabbed Chen Jing's arm. "Brother, now that we have money, let's go browse the sales area. I heard that the treasure pavilion recently has many new interesting items, let's go see." Chen Jing looked at his sister's sparkly eyes. He couldn't bear to ruin her excitement, and he himself was indeed curious to see if there was anything suitable for Grey Bean or Stardream, so he nodded and agreed. "All right, let's take a look. But remember, we can look but not buy indiscriminately. We need to save money for important matters unless we find appropriate materials." Got it, got it. I'm just looking." The sales area of the treasure pavilion was vast, clearly divided into sections. There was a section dedicated to selling live magical beasts, another displaying various attributes, spiritual materials and spiritual stones, and yet another for weapons and armor. There was even a separate area for ancient relics, displaying rusty, oddly shaped, and unidentified items, with labels often vague and wrapped in a hint of mystery. Of course, how many of these items truly had a history and how many were just pure gimmicks was up to the buyers to judge. This area was known alongside the free trade zone as one of the 2 major treasure hunting areas. "Wow! Brother, look at that bracelet, it's so beautiful." Chen Shi was instantly attracted to a silver bracelet intricately woven with ice blue beads in the magical beast accessories section. That's woven from ice silkworm thread and a small amount of ice crystal powder, which has a slight soothing and energy-gathering effect on ice-type magical beasts. Chen Jing glanced at the nearby introduction board and explained. The siblings walked while looking around, Chen Shi marveling at the beautiful accessories and tiny magical beast gadgets, while Chen Jing focused more on practical materials and special items. As they walked, the system's prompt sound echoed in his mind without warning. Ding, rare material detected. Liquid silver memory metal, fragment. Quality, near 4 stars. Attribute, mechanical/metal. Effect, excellent energy conductivity and shape memory function. It can slowly self-repair after being damaged by absorbing specific energies. Can be used as a core evolutionary material for high-level mechanical magical beasts or for repairing and enhancing mechanical creations, with a very small probability of granting non-mechanical life forms some metal properties or self-repair abilities. Status, energy dormant, needs activation. Note, a relic from a high-level mechanical civilization, containing metal craftsmanship beyond current technological levels. Worth a lot. Liquid silver memory metal. Chen Jing's heart stirred. Wasn't this perfect for Grey Bean? After merging with the active metal core, Grey Bean had transformed into a rare mechanical symbiotic being. Not only had its potential greatly increased, but it had also mastered 3 core abilities: metal control, form armor, and super speed regeneration. If he could perfectly merge this piece of liquid silver memory metal. In an instant, images of Grey Bean's combat power skyrocketing flashed in Chen Jing's mind, vastly increasing the range and precision of metal control, a qualitative change in the defense and transformation ability of form armor, and even an astonishing enhancement in the efficiency of super speed regeneration. He pressed down the wild joy in his heart and quickly locked onto the source of the prompt. A small, unremarkable corner of the ancient relics area housed a fragment about the size of a palm, displaying a flowing metallic sheen of silver gray, quietly lying there. The label next to it read vaguely, "Unknown metal fragment, suspected ancient relic, weak energy reaction." Weak? Chen Jing scoffed in his heart. They just didn't know its value. Brother? What are you staring at so intently? It's just a broken piece of iron. Chen Shi followed his gaze and pouted, clearly uninterested in this seemingly unattractive scrap metal. Broken iron piece? Sister, you might be missing the point this time. This thing is probably more useful for Grey Bean than 10 or 8 pretty accessories combined. Ah? Really? Grey Bean can use it? Just this thing? MHM. Chen Jing nodded heavily, choosing not to elaborate further. Let's go take a look. In the ancient relics area, there weren't many customers, most just passing through quickly. Occasionally, someone would stop to curiously examine the rusty and oddly shaped items. Truly knowledgeable people are few and far between. Chen Jing walked straight to the display case showcasing the fragments of flowing silver memories. As he got closer, the piece appeared even more mysterious. It was about the size of a palm, irregular in shape, but surprisingly smooth at the edges, showing no sharpness at all. The color was not a dull silver gray, but under the dim lighting, it seemed to flow with a soft, liquid sheen like mercury. A price tag displayed an impressive number, 880,000 federal coins. Chen Shi gasped, softly exclaiming, "So expensive? Just for a piece of scrap metal?" However, Chen Jing felt that this price was like a great bargain. A rare material from a quasi-4-star mechanical system, in the black market or at an auction, it would be worth several times more, with people fighting over it. Clearly, the people at the treasure pavilion had not fully assessed its true value. They set a high price based solely on ancient relics and weak energy responses, unaware of the potential hidden behind that weakness. "It's worth it," Chen Jing said succinctly, his gaze intense. "Sir, are you interested in this flowing silver secret silver?" A gentle voice came from the side. Chen Jing turned to see an old man in a standard treasure pavilion robe, with gray hair, approaching without his notice. He wore a professional smile, but his eyes were quite sharp, quietly assessing Chen Jing. "Flowing silver secret silver?" Chen Jing's heart moved, but his face remained impassive. "Sir, is that its name?" The old man chuckled and explained, "It's just a temporary name we gave based on its characteristics. This piece was found by an explorer at the edge of ancient civilization site number 07. It has a unique texture, capable of slight memory form, and decent energy conductivity. However, due to its weak energy response, not many people have shown interest." "You have a keen eye, sir." Chen Jing detected the old man's probing tone. He clearly did not believe that Chen Jing could see the true value of this fragment. He thought the young man was just overly curious. "It looks quite special," Chen Jing responded vaguely, lightly tapping the glass case with his fingers. "Can I take a look at it?" "Of course." The old man skillfully unlocked the lower cabinet, put on white gloves, and took out the flowing silver memory metal fragment, placing it on a tray lined with black velvet. As the fragment left the display case, its subdued sheen seemed even more apparent. Chen Jing reached out to touch it gently. It was cold. But not the coldness of an inanimate object. It had a strange, lively coolness, as if what he touched was not metal, but a sleeping life form. Even the star dream resting on his shoulder seemed to sense something, slightly lifting its little head and curiously turning its compound eyes toward the fragment. "How is it, sir? Is it appealing to you?" the old man asked with a smile. Chen Jing withdrew his fingers, suppressing the impulse to buy it immediately, and pretended to ponder. "The item is good, but this price 880,000, for something with an unclear purpose and weak energy response, seems a bit high, doesn't it?" "Sir, this is an ancient civilization relic. Its research value is immeasurable." "And you felt it, its material is very unique." "Research value doesn't feed a person." "Then what is your psychological price, sir?" 500,000. "I feel that this price is more reasonable." The two exchanged verbal volleys back and forth. Ultimately, the price settled at 620,000 federal coins. "Deal." The old man also breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was a bit lower than expected, he finally managed to sell this long-stored, unsold item. "Brother, you really spent 620,000 on that piece of scrap metal?" As they exited the ancient relic section, Chen Jing could not help but ask in a low voice, her face filled with pain and confusion. Over 600,000, enough to buy many cultivation resources. Chen Jing smiled, ruffling his sister's hair. Don't worry, this money is worth spending. Once the gray bean integrates this item, it will. You can see how powerful it is. Really? Chen Jing was skeptical, but seeing her brother's confident expression, she stopped asking further. Of course. Chen Jing nodded firmly, his tone filled with a hint of anticipation. Let's go, let's check the free trading area. He patted his sister's shoulder and pointed to the area not far away. If the selling area of Treasure Pavilion is a neat and orderly mall, then the free trading area is a bustling, vibrant marketplace filled with the aroma of life. Chapter 91 Auction 1. Early morning. Chen Jing slowly opened his eyes, letting out a breath of stale air from his chest, filled with the fatigue of 3 days of hard practice, yet also containing the satisfaction of progress. He looked inward, feeling the increasingly abundant spiritual power within him and the two stable and powerful auras coming from the soul link. A slight smile crept onto his lips. Second tier 5-star now. He whispered to himself, his tone filled with comfort. His mind sank into the system, and a simple information panel appeared. Name, Chen Jing. Level, second tier 5-star. Beast taming illustration, green, disguise, /9 colored. Beasts, nightmare soul butterfly, star dream, metal symbiosis short-tailed fungus rabbit, gray bean. System functions, fusion, detection. Woo. A lazy and affectionate thought entered his mind, interrupting his train of thought. He saw Star Dream, having woken up from its upside-down resting state, gracefully floating in front of him. Awake? Chen Jing stretched out his finger, and Star Dream obediently landed. How has the reinforcement gone these 3 days? Is your skill more familiar now? Woo. No problem, Master. The range of Dream Dust is larger. I can create 2 more clones with Dream Clone, and I can control Dream Stealth better. But, Nightmare Gaze, it's still a bit hard to control the force. The little guy's thoughts showed a hint of distress. Using Star Dream's unique dream abilities, Chen Jing had to try to train its skills in the dream space it wove these 3 days, and the results were surprisingly good, greatly saving time and resources. That skill has too much killing power, and it's a bit wicked, so try not to use it casually. Chen Jing reminded, recalling how it had tested that crazy hyena in the secret realm before. Goo goo. Goo goo goo. Master, master. And me. My metal control range has also increased. Armor shape switching is faster now. A silver gray figure suddenly dashed out from the corner and accurately landed on Chen Jing's folded knees. It was Gray Bean. It tilted its little head up, its ruby-like eyes sparkling with a plea for praise, while its strong metal hind legs restlessly kicked, wrinkling Chen Jing's pants. Compared to the pitiful creature it had been, Gray Bean now looked completely different. Now, it was fit, its silver-gray fur shining with a cold metallic luster, and its limbs replaced with precise mechanical prosthetics, exuding a sense of power in its movements. I know you're awesome too. Chen Jing smiled and rubbed Gray Bean's furry head, which felt a bit cool from the metal. So, how's the adaptation to your new body? Goo. The body is great. I feel like I could kick over that explosive rhinoceros from before with one kick. Gray Bean excitedly bounced on Chen Jing's leg, startling him into quickly pressing it down. Easy now. My leg is no training post. Woo, silly rabbit, clumsy and careless. If you dare to hurt the master, I'll make you have nightmares all night long. Gray Bean immediately shrank its neck, ears drooping a bit, and mumbled softly, Goo. Got it, Dream Sister, I was wrong. Looking at the two distinctly different yet equally promising partners in front of him, Chen Jing felt full of confidence. Alright, stop messing around. Chen Jing laughed as he stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff neck and shoulders, the joints cracking with a few clear sounds. Get ready, today is a big day for the auction. Let's try our luck and see if we can score something good. Right now, he had just over 10 million federal coins available to use. This amount of money is an astronomical sum that an ordinary high school student, or even many low-level beast masters, would never dare to dream of. But Chen Jing knows in his heart that at today's auction, led by the Beastmaster Association and co-organized by various business groups, specifically for the city's elite candidates, over 10 million might not even make a splash. Those deeply rooted families and powers could easily pull a hair thicker than his waist. When money is needed, it always feels insufficient, he sighed softly, but his eyes showed no discouragement, instead, they sparkled with eager anticipation. But it's alright, we have a clear goal, and we will act within our means. Who knows, maybe we can pick up a bargain. The Tianhe Auction House, located in the most prosperous central area of Tianhe City, is a grand building that blends classical domes with modern metal structures. Young candidates in colorful school uniforms entered through the magnificent doors with the accompaniment of family elders or teachers after undergoing strict identity verification. Chen Jing wore simple casual clothes and came with Su Bai, blending into the crowd inconspicuously. "Two of you, please show your advancement proof and identity information," said the uniformed staff at the entrance, meticulously executing the checks. Chen Jing quickly raised his wrist, showing his personal terminal. A soft light scanned his identity information and advancement insignia. Beep Chen Jing, 7th Beastmaster High School, advanced in the initial stage of the federal exam, verification passed. Beep Su Bai, 7th Beastmaster High School, advanced in the initial stage of the federal exam, verification passed. The staff member smiled and handed him a numbered badge. "This is your badge, see zone number 127 and 128, please keep it safe. Wishing you both a successful auction." "Thank you," Chen Jing said as he took the badge, nodded, and moved with the crowd into the auction hall. Chen Jing found his seat according to the guide, sitting in the middle back area of Zone C. This seat was not great, but the view was still open, allowing him to clearly see the display platform in front. He looked around. Most of those nearby were ordinary students from regular families, either alone or in pairs like him and Su Bai. The well-dressed, prominent figures were mostly gathered in the front rows of Zones A and B. "TSK, this seat arrangement really reflects reality." Su Bai sat down next to him, leaning in to quietly complain. "Normal, it's the same everywhere," Chen Jing replied calmly, adjusting his sitting posture and focusing on the display platform illuminated by bright lights ahead. Resources always tilt towards those with resources. However, in an auction, it's not just about money, it also depends on insight and luck. He patted Su Bai's shoulder. "Forget about others, just focus on our own goals." The celestial dream on his shoulder had already retracted all its aura, and the gray bean was tucked away in his Beastmaster pictorial. It was not appropriate for it to come out in this setting. Soon, the lights in the hall dimmed slightly, leaving only the central display platform brightly lit. A middle-aged auctioneer stepped onto the stage. "Dear guests, young genius Beastmasters, welcome to the special federal exam candidate auction hosted by the Tianhe City Beastmaster Association and various business groups. I'm sure everyone knows the rules. All successfully auctioned items will enjoy a 40% discount upon final settlement. This benefit is exclusive to you future stars making your way out of Tianhe City. A 40% discount means the same funds can bid on higher value resources. This is undoubtedly great news for most candidates from ordinary families present. Of course, the premise is that you must have enough capital to win the resources you need from the many competitors. Without further ado, I announce that the auction has now begun. Please look at the first auction item. Chapter 92, Auction House 2. With his voice, the ground at the center of the display quietly slid open, revealing a transparent glass cover before everyone's eyes. Inside lay a dark red vine, about half a foot long, its surface covered in fine patterns, faintly glowing with a green light, and one could see liquid slowly flowing within. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. This item is called the Crimson Blood Spirit Vine, a rare spiritual material of the wood type. It originates from the depths of the Yellowtear Secret Realm Misty Rainforest, personally appraised by masters of the association, with a quality rating of 3-star top grade. The pure wood-type energy contained within it is a great tonic for wood-type and even some blood-type or dark-type beast tamers. It not only accelerates healing but also nourishes the essence of life, stabilizes foundations, and even provides powerful support during evolution, raising potential limits. This item contains immense life energy and pure wood-type essence, making it an excellent catalyst for breakthrough, potential stimulation, and even guided evolution for wood-type beasts. Especially for plant-type or life recovery beasts, the effects are even more remarkable. If successfully fused, the vitality, recovery ability, and even skill power of the beast could experience a qualitative leap. Just think about it, in the perilous assessments or future battles, what does it mean to have a beast with super recovery and vitality? It means stronger endurance and more tenacious combat power. It means you can go farther than others. His words struck a chord with many wood-type beast tamers, and several people sat up straight, their eyes blazing as they stared at the Crimson Blood Spirit Vine. Crimson Blood Spirit Vine, starting bid, 3 million federal coins. Each bid must not be less than 100,000. Now, please place your bids. 310,000. Almost as soon as the words fell, someone in Area B raised their paddle. 330,000. 350,000. The price soared, with the competition mainly concentrated among the front row of Area A and B, obvious representatives from distinguished backgrounds. Chen Jing quietly watched, making no move. This Crimson Blood Spirit Vine was indeed good, but its attributes did not match with Xingmeng and Huadu, so it held little significance for him. Su Bai was astonished and whispered, "Wow, this is just the first item, and it's this fierce? Starting directly at 3 million. In the end, the Crimson Blood Spirit Vine was sold to a girl in a light green dress from Area A for a high price of 790,000, attracting a round of surprised glances. The second item was a gemstone the size of a dove's egg, seemingly with flames flowing within it, known as the Core of Molten Fire, which had a significant enhancement for fire-type skills, ultimately selling for 620,000. The third item was a feather-light flowing wind feather cloak, glowing with a faint blue halo, which could enhance the agility of wind-type beasts, purchased by a tall girl for 580,000. The fourth item was a beast sealing stone encasing a lightning rat, with a potential reaching yellow tier 9 stars, causing a considerable stir before concluding at 710,000. Chen Jing remained motionless. These auction items were good, but none of their attributes matched. Next up, we have the fifth auction item. From the blue tier Secret Realm Quicksand Zone, a 3-star mid-level evolution material, Golden Sandstone. This sandstone contains extremely pure combined energies of earth and gold types, stable and heavy in nature. For earth-type and gold-type beasts, especially those focused on defense, strength, or needing to solidify foundations and enhance physique, this is an excellent choice for laying the groundwork and seeking breakthroughs. Some discussions arose from the audience, but the reaction was far less enthusiastic than for the previous items. After all, while earth and gold types are common, beasts specialized in defense and strength are less popular among candidates pursuing explosive power and diversity. The auctioneer obviously anticipated this situation, maintaining a professional smile as he declared loudly, Golden Sandstone, starting bid 180,000 federal coins. Every price increase must be no less than 100,000 Federation coins. Now, please place your bids. In this slightly awkward silence, Chen Jing's mind was suddenly filled with the system notification sound. Ding, detecting special energy fluctuations. Analyzing target. Golden Sandstone, Lujin Sandstone. Quality, 3-star top tier. Attributes, Earth System, Gold System. Description, this is not ordinary Golden Sandstone, but its superior existence, Lujin Sandstone. The surface is wrapped in ordinary golden sandstone, while the core contains highly condensed golden essence and the power of the Earth's pulse. It not only has excellent physical defense enhancement effects but can also significantly increase the power limit of beast tamers, and has a moderate chance to grant beasts the golden stone body, passive, greatly reduces physical damage, or gravity field, active, changes gravity in a small area, affecting the opponent's actions, and other rare skills. Status, energy highly contained, core intact, the wrapping has strong deceptive properties. Remark, major opportunity to discover. Its true value far exceeds the current estimate, conservatively valued at over 8 million Federation coins. For Earth and Gold system beasts, especially types like turtles, rhinos, and elephants, the benefits are enormous and can be used as core evolution materials. 3-star top tier. Lujin Sandstone. Conservatively valued at 8 million. Chen Jing's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils slightly contracted without anyone noticing. 1,900,000. A boy in the front row, dressed in a soil-colored school uniform, cautiously called out. 2 million. The bid slowly climbed, clearly not many people were interested, and everyone was cautious in their probing. 210,000. 220,000. This item was not very useful to him, neither Xingming nor Huadu could use it. But he subconsciously glanced at Subai beside him, who was assessing the display table with a calculating expression. Subai's stone-armored turtle was the most typical Earth system defensive beast. Thinking of this, Chen Jing immediately made up his mind. System, detect how well Subai's stone-armored turtle matches with this Lujin Sandstone. Almost instantaneously, the feedback arrived. Target, stone-armored turtle, Subai's beast. Compatibility with Lujin Sandstone attributes, 95%, extremely high. Estimated fusion effect, significant increase in defense, large enhancement in power, high probability to awaken the golden stone body passive skill, moderate probability to grasp the prototype of the gravity field skill. Potential has a higher probability of being elevated to yellow tier, and a smaller probability of being raised to green tier. Suggestion, strongly recommend obtaining. Compatibility 95%. Also can increase potential. Chen Jing was even more certain in his heart. He turned to look at Subai, gently nudged his shoulder with his arm, and lowered his voice. Subai, trust me this once. This golden sandstone is definitely not as simple as it seems. Its effect on your stone-armored turtle will be beyond imagination. It may even cause a qualitative change in its defense and power, and perhaps it can awaken new powerful skills. 220,000. This gentleman in Zone B bids 220,000. Is there a higher offer? This is a rare material from the Azure Tier Secret Realm, an excellent choice for solidifying foundations. Only a few reactions came from the audience, with only faint murmurs heard. Subai was nudged back to his senses by Chen Jing's elbow. His face was initially confused, then he lowered his voice, disbelief written all over it. Jingo, what did you say? This thing is useful for my stone? The stone he referred to was indeed his defensive stone-armored turtle. Chen Jing didn't explain much, just looked firmly at Subai, his tone undeniably confident. Trust me. This is definitely better than you think. If you miss it, you will regret it. Subai hesitated for just a moment, then nodded fiercely. Okay. Jingo, I trust you. 230,000. The boy in the soil-colored school uniform who had bid 220,000 turned to glance back, seeing it was Subai in the back row of Zone C. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. 240,000. 250,000. 260,000. 270,000. As expected, the boy in the front furrowed his brows and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he shook his head again and gave up the bidding. Perhaps he felt that spending nearly 3 million for an ordinary golden sandstone was not worth it, especially in front of a clearly strong opponent. The auctioneer looked around the entire room. 2,700,000. Bid number 128 from Area C bids 2,700,000. Is there anyone who can bid higher? 2,700,000 for the first time. 2,700,000 for the second time. 2,700,000 for the third time. Sold. Bang. The gavel fell, making a crisp sound. Congratulations to the young Beastmaster from Area C, bid number 128, for successfully winning the golden sandstone. Chapter 93, The Auction. Phew. Subai let out a long breath. Brother Jing, I got it. Can it really be as amazing as you said? Chen Jing smiled and patted his shoulder, nodding affirmatively. Don't worry, believe me, and believe in your rock turtle. When your rock turtle levels up to the red rank and can undergo its second evolution, use this golden sandstone. No, the golden sandstone inside it as a core evolution material. Just wait for the surprise then. Subai looked into Chen Jing's calm yet confident eyes, and the last bit of his unease vanished. He nodded seriously, his face breaking into a silly smile. Okay. Brother Jing, I believe you. While the two talked, the auction was still in full swing. Chen Jing remained calm and didn't make any hasty bids. He was waiting for something that could truly move his heart, something that matched his and Xing Meng's and Huido's needs. Time flowed away little by little amidst the sounds of bidding and the hammer striking. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice rang out from the display stage. Gentlemen, please be quiet. The next item for auction is a bit special. As he spoke, the ground in the center of the display stage quietly slid open, and a transparent cylindrical glass cover slowly rose. Soft spotlight immediately shone on it, clearly presenting the item inside to everyone. It was not a dazzling gem, nor was it a fierce beast sealing stone, but a piece of stone? A stone about the size of a basin, deep brown all over, covered with irregular holes, looking gray and unremarkable. It lay quietly on the black velvet cloth, appearing out of place and even a bit shabby compared to the previous sparkling items. What is this? Did someone pick it up from the roadside? Subai blinked, looking confused. There was also a low murmur and subtle commotion in the audience, as many people clearly could not see what was special about this thing. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. One cannot judge a person by appearance, and this treasure certainly cannot be judged solely by its exterior. This item was brought out from the depths of the Green Rank Secret Realm Metal Tide Mine by a 5-star adventure team, through great effort. After a joint assessment by our auction house's multiple 5-star evaluators, although we are limited by the special nature of this item and unable to fully see its internal structure, they all agree that this stone is very likely to be a rare metamagnetic core-associated mineral. Although its energy is extremely reclusive and difficult to detect by conventional means, inside, it very possibly contains a unique type of metamagnetic power that can interfere with and even control magnetic fields. For certain specific attributes of beast masters, this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After this explanation, the crowd that was previously a bit restless became even more disinterested. Metamagnetic core? This thing had a big name, and it was said to have incredible enhancing effects on metal type, some earth type, and mutated attributes of beasts, even granting the ability to control magnetic fields. But the problem was, this thing was so rare that it almost only existed in legends and ancient texts, and the beasts with matching attributes were even scarcer. Moreover, the one on stage was merely a possible associated mineral. There's no need to discuss whether or not. Spending a large amount of money to buy a piece of uncertain stone? Everyone present is not a fool, few are willing to engage in such a high-risk gamble. Thus, after the auctioneer's voice fell, responses were sparse, with only a few curious glances sweeping over the stone, while most people looked uninterested, even starting to check the information of the next items. However, in stark contrast to the indifference around, Chen Jing's gaze had been firmly locked onto the stone since its appearance. Different from others' disdain, his eyes held scrutiny and a subtle focus. At that moment, the familiar and mechanical system prompt tone suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! High concentration, high purity special energy conglomerate detected. Analyzing target. Analysis complete. Name, Void Crystal. Quality, 6-star beginner. Attributes, space, life. Description: this is not the so-called magnetic spirit core companion ore, but a treasure formed from the purest spatial energy naturally condensed over a long time at extremely rare stable points of spatial rifts. The deep brown porous rock layer covering its exterior is merely a natural barrier protecting the internal essence, possessing strong energy isolation and camouflage characteristics. It contains a highly pure and active source of spatial power and has detected a small branch of the tree of life sealed inside, status, dormant, nourished by spatial energy, both forming a marvelous symbiotic state. Effects: 1. Spatial affinity, greatly enhances the Beastmaster's affinity and perception of spatial attributes, with a high probability of comprehending spatial-related skills, such as short-distance teleportation, space cutting, storage space expansion, etc. 2. Life infusion, the sealed branch of the tree of life can provide massive life essence to any living being, heal nearly all injuries, extend lifespan, and even awaken dying existences. Status: energy highly contained, outer rock shell intact, internal core in a stable dormant state, requires specific conditions or a strong energy impact to be activated. Remark: astonishing leak. Its true value far exceeds the so-called magnetic spirit core, with a conservative market estimate being immeasurable. It is advised for the host to acquire it at any cost. For Beastmasters with spatial or life attributes, this is an invaluable treasure. 6-star beginner. Dual attributes of space and life. Branch of the tree of life. This reminded Chen Jing of that unknown time attribute beast egg. The previously obtained withered branch of the tree of life gave him a glimmer of hope, but that source of life was simply too weak. And now, here was a void crystal containing a branch of the tree of life right in front of him. Truly, it was as if he had searched painstakingly only to find it effortlessly. The corner of Chen Jing's mouth curled up slightly. Seeing the indifferent reactions from the audience, the auctioneer maintained his smile but felt anxious inside, having no choice but to follow the established procedure, and forced out the magnetic spirit core companion or starting bid 5 million federal coins. Each increment must not be less than 200,000. Now, please place your bids. The hall fell into an awkward silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. 5 million, to buy a piece of uncertain stone? Many people showed expressions of as expected or even watching a joke. The muscles on the auctioneer's face twitched slightly, preparing to let the item fail to sell or to have his own people raise the bid. Just then, a clear and calm voice broke the awkward silence from the back row of Area C. 5,200,000. The voice belonged to Chen Jing. He raised the sign in his hand, looking calm, as if he were merely purchasing an ordinary item. Swish. Almost everyone's gaze. In an instant, all eyes focused on Chen Jing. Surprise, confusion, scrutiny, and even a hint of looking at a fool. Chapter 94, Auction 4. Who is this kid? From Zone C? He looks unfamiliar? Is that the uniform of the 7th Beastmaster Middle School? Chen Jing? I seem to remember, I heard there's been a dark horse in this assessment who contracted a very special butterfly beast? Is he crazy? 520,000 to buy this thing? Isn't his beast a butterfly? What does this stone have to do with that? Could he have a second beast? I haven't heard anything about it. Isn't he a white beast illustration? By rights, he should only have one contract slot. I don't understand, really don't understand. Are young people so willful now? Maybe he really sees something? Come on, even a 5-star appraiser can't be sure about this thing, how could he see it? I think it's just for show, or he's got too much money to waste. The candidates and family representatives in the front rows of Zones A and B also turned around, their gazes landing on Chen Jing, filled with condescension and undisguised curiosity. Even Su Bai, who was beside Chen Jing, widened his mouth, looking at Chen Jing in shock, hastily lowering his voice. Brother Jing? You're not mistaken, right? 520,000? Buying this? This doesn't even fit with your star dream, right? And this thing looks like a piece of broken stone. Chen Jing felt the focused gazes around him and Su Bai's anxiety, but he merely tilted his head slightly, giving Su Bai a reassuring look, without offering further explanation. Some things are inexplicable, and there's no need to explain to everyone. After the initial shock, the auctioneer quickly regained focus, a radiant smile blooming on his face like a chrysanthemum, as if he had seen a savior. His voice boomed with barely contained excitement, pointing his gavel towards Chen Jing. Good. The candidate from Zone C number 127 bids 520,000. Is there a higher bid? 520,000 for the first time. A brief silence, only subtle murmurs buzzing in the air. Many people still wore expressions of curiosity, enjoying the spectacle. However, just as the auctioneer prepared to announce the second call, his gavel slightly raised. 540,000. Swish. All eyes instantly shifted from Chen Jing to the speaker. It was a boy wearing an exquisite uniform from the 3rd Beastmaster Middle School, his fair complexion radiating an air of privilege. He didn't turn to look at Chen Jing, just lazily raised his bidding card as if raising the price by 20,000 was a casual act, but the intention was clear. This action was unmistakable, he simply wouldn't let Chen Jing win so easily. Zhou Ming? Someone in the audience gasped, surprise evident in their tone. That Zhou Ming from the third school? Zhou Kai's cousin? Isn't he the owner of the green tier beast illustration? What's the Zhou family making a fuss about? Isn't their main focus on wind and fire beasts? What do they want with this broken stone? Are you foolish? Can't you see? This is obviously a deliberate challenge. I heard that Chen Jing eliminated Zhou Kai in the secret realm, leaving him without even a chance to enter a third-rate school. Would the Zhou family treat him kindly? Oh, so he's here for revenge. Now that's a show to watch. Everyone's gaze darted back and forth between Chen Jing and Zhou Ming, filled with unmistakable anticipation for the unfolding drama. To them, this little conflict was merely a spice in the auction. Chen Jing's expression remained unchanged, his fingers resting on his knee, tapping lightly twice, almost imperceptibly. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, landing on Zhou Ming in the front row of Zone A, who slouched casually. Zhou Ming seemed to sense his gaze, slightly turning his head, their eyes briefly meeting in the air. He showed no provocation, no anger, his eyes calm like a deep pool of water, only the slight upward curve of his lips revealed. With a mocking air of superiority. He said nothing, yet it felt as if he said everything. The smile on the auctioneer's face grew even brighter. For him, competition meant high bids. Student Zhou Ming from Area A, number 39, bids 5,400,000. It seems heroes share the same vision. This item is indeed extraordinary. 5,400,000, first call. Are there any more discerning friends? Chen Jing withdrew his gaze and stopped looking at Zhou Ming. Only Su Bai, who was closest to him, could sense the cold aura surrounding Chen Jing. Brother Jing, should we let it go? Su Bai hesitated and advised, 5,400,000 for this is too much. Who knows what's really inside? What if it's just a useless rock? Chen Jing did not respond immediately. Let alone 5,400,000, even 54 million, as long as he could secure it, would be a blood profit. Zhou Ming's bid was unexpected yet sensible to him. Zhou Kai was publicly eliminated by him, losing face. If the Zhou family did not respond, that would be strange. He just didn't expect it would happen in such a way and at such an occasion. 5,600,000. Wow! Another wave of commotion erupted in the crowd. Still raising? Are they really going at it? This kid from the 7th middle school, how does he have so much money? Is it purely for pride? I can't understand, really can't. To compete with the Zhou family's direct line over an unclear stone isn't wise. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised at Chen Jing's continued bidding, but soon that playful smile returned to his face. He hardly hesitated and called out again, 5,800,000. 6 million. 6,200,000. 7 million. 7,200,000. 8 million. 8,200,000. 10 million. The entire auction hall went silent for a moment, then erupted into an even greater clamor. 10 million. For an item that started at 5 million and has an uncertain future, this price was already outrageous. The auctioneer was so excited his face turned red. 10 million. See, area number 127 has bid 10 million. Student Zhou Ming, do you wish to raise your bid? All the eyes in the room were fixed on Zhou Ming. This time Zhou Ming did not immediately call out a bid. He slightly straightened his body, his fingers gently rubbing his chin, pretending to ponder, and his gaze returned to Chen Jing, carrying a hint of scrutiny, as if assessing Chen Jing's bottom line. Chen Jing still appeared calm, the pose clearly saying, "Do as you wish, I will follow through." The brief silence made the atmosphere in the auction hall feel a bit stagnant. Everyone held their breath, awaiting Zhou Ming's next move. Finally, Zhou Ming smiled, a smile tinged with pretense, and shrugged towards the auctioneer, his voice not loud, but enough for those in the front rows to hear. Forget it, since this student from the 7th middle school is so determined, a gentleman does not take what others desire. I give up. He said it casually, as if the one who raised the bid all along was not him. Bang! The auctioneer's gavel fell heavily, producing a crisp sound, sealing the deal. Sold. Congratulations to student Chen Jing from C Area 127 for successfully bidding 10 million federal coins for this precious Yuan magnetic spirit core associated ore. Scattered applause broke out, mostly mixed looks and whispers filled with meaning. 10 million, TSK, a student from the 7th middle school, so extravagant? Extravagant? Have you forgotten? This auction offers a 40% discount for students advancing their exams. The actual payment is 6 million. But 6 million is still not a small amount. So what about discounts? Look at Zhou Ming, he clearly raised the price intentionally, pushing it to 10 million. This kid was taken advantage of as a fool. Still too young, can't keep calm, just a little provoke from Zhou Ming and he fell into the trap, wasting so much money. But what if he really finds a treasure? Then it would slap everyone in the face. Zhou Ming listened to the discussions around him. The proud smile on the corner of his mouth became more pronounced. He even slightly turned his head and whispered a few words to a sidekick, who was also wearing the school uniform. The two of them chuckled together, occasionally glancing towards Chen Jing with a look full of provocation. Chen Jing seemed to hear nothing around him. 10 million, 60% is 6 million, worth it. So worth it, he silently chanted in his heart. Zhou Ming, the Zhou family, he silently noted down this debt. Right now, he might not be able to directly compete with a family like the Zhou family, but this grudge, he had formed. In the future, there would always be a time for reckoning. Chapter 95, The Auction Ends. In the training room, Chen Jing sat cross-legged. After the auction ended, he briefly greeted Su Bai and almost immediately returned home without stopping. Recalling the last part of the auction, a self-deprecating smile curled the corner of Chen Jing's mouth. Since he won the bid for that void crystal, most of the time afterwards, he was purely a bystander. Most of the follow-up auction items ended up in the pockets of those guys from Zone A and Zone B. Occasionally, a few unremarkable items were snagged by candidates from ordinary families like them. The entire auction was bustling, but he gradually began to taste the bitterness of it. They say this auction is prepared for all the candidates in the city. To put it bluntly, it's just a special buying session for those young masters and young ladies with backgrounds and wealth. We are just here to accompany the prince in studying and, by the way, to highlight their opulence. When this thought arose, Chen Jing not only did not feel angry, but instead had a strange sense of relief. Background, huh? Isn't that a form of strength? Good family background, a high starting point, rich resources, the path of the beast tamer would naturally be smoother. There's nothing wrong with admitting it, just like in games, some can spend money, while others can only grind their way through. I can't envy or hate them. He shook his head, shaking off the last trace of doubt. The path of the beast tamer has never been smooth. Without that grand road, I'll pave my own thorny path. As long as I am strong enough, one day, I can also stand atop that mountain and see the scenery they have seen. Moreover, he had a trump card that no one knew about: the system. This was the real foundation of his bold confidence. And this was part of his strength. Woo! At that moment, a soft yet firm low sound gently rang in his ear, interrupting his thoughts. Chen Jing turned his head. Star Dream, which had been quietly resting on his shoulder, raised its little head without him noticing. It seemed to sense the momentary turbulence in its master's heart, gently nuzzling against Chen Jing's neck with its small head, the soft touch bringing a slight tickle. Woo! Master, don't be afraid. I'm here. The little creature called out again, this time the voice was clearer. Chen Jing looked at its appearance and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He reached out a finger and gently tapped Star Dream's little head. I know you're powerful. Our Star Dream will become the strongest beast, right? By then, it will be up to you to protect me. Woo! Yes. The strongest. Protect Master. Star Dream nodded vigorously. Looking at the little fellow who had become lively again, Chen Jing's mood cleared completely. Those thoughts were properly stored in a corner of his heart. They existed, but they could no longer easily affect his state of mind. Alright, I won't think about those meaningless things anymore. He patted his knees, sitting up straight again. We need to start training, improving ourselves is the hard truth. Huido, you come out too. With a thought, a green light flashed in front of him, and the Green Beast Tamer handbook, glowing with a soft aura, appeared suspended in the air. The pages turned silently. A silvery gray light with a metallic texture cast down on the ground. The light converged, and a strong figure appeared in the training room. It was Huido. Goo! Goo goo! Master! I'm out. I was suffocating in there. Huido exclaimed excitedly, looking at Chen Jing with its ruby-like eyes as it landed, its powerful metal hind legs restlessly tapping the ground, making a light thud sound, radiating energy. Wow, silly rabbit, be steady. Huido froze in motion, quickly retracting its neck. Chen Jing looked at his two distinctly different companions, a genuine smile appearing on his face. He first looked at Xing Meng, keep training as usual, use your dream abilities to cultivate dream dust, dream shadow ball, as well as the coordination of dream stealth and dream clone in the dream space you weave. Especially, improve the use of the clone and the shifting between it and your real body. Aim to switch instantly without any delays. Wow! Got it. Watch me, Master. Xing Meng replied, its compound eyes swirling with purple light. It gracefully flew to a corner of the training room and quickly immersed itself in the dream training ground it constructed. Next, Chen Jing's gaze turned to Huido, who was expectantly looking at him. The little guy's red eyes were filled with hurry and give me a task. I can do it. He pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing his words. Huido's situation was quite special. It was a mechanical symbiotic being, and conventional physical training held little significance. The key was to familiarize and develop its unique metal control abilities. Huaido, you just got your new body. The most important thing now is to familiarize yourself with and master this new power. Right now, your metal control is the core. As he spoke, he focused his thoughts and took out several pre-prepared images from the system space, spreading them out before Huaido. The images showed long swords, long knives, arrows, heavy shields, long gun barrels, and even relatively simple cannon shapes. Look at these, Chen Jing pointed at the images. Today's task for you is to try to slowly guide the metal elemental energy from the surrounding environment to you. Not to hit anyone, but to control it around your body like molding clay. Then, try to change these controlled metal energies into different shapes based on these images. For example, let's start with the shape of this sword. He pointed to the long sword image. It doesn't need to be exactly the same, nor does it have to be particularly strong. Just get a rough shape. The key is to feel the process of control and change, to find that feeling of manipulating as if it were an extension of your own body. Huaido lowered its head, its ruby-like eyes seriously staring at the long sword image, as if trying to engrave every detail into its mind. Its two metal forepaws slightly raised, hovering above the image, as if trying to replicate it. After a few seconds, it lifted its head and looked at Chen Jing, its gaze filled with uncertainty. Goo? So just imagine it, and then let those tiny metal particles obediently change shape? Yes. That's it. Chen Jing encouraged, don't rush, take your time. It's okay if you fail, we have plenty of time. Remember, feel them, guide them, and make them into what you want. Goo. I'll give it a try. Huaido, encouraged, immediately became spirited. It no longer stared at the images, but closed its eyes, extending its two metal forepaws outward. Soon, silvery gray energy gathered in front of Huaido's paws, forming a small light ball. Huaido's paws gently moved, and the light ball slowly transformed, first elongating, then shaping into a hilt, and gradually the blade became clear. A mini version of a silvery gray long sword appeared in its paws. Although it was a bit smaller than the illustration, and the hilt was a little crooked, it indeed looked like a long sword. Seeing this scene, Chen Jing. His eyes widened slightly. He originally thought that Grey Bean would need to practice a dozen times to succeed, but to his surprise, it worked on the first try. It seems he underestimated Grey Bean's affinity and potential for the core talent of metal control after merging with the active metal core. He stared at the sword in Grey Bean's claw, and suddenly a thought popped into his mind. Since Grey Bean can turn metal energy into weapons, can it transform into larger things? For example, could it combine into armor? Or, like those sci-fi works he saw in his past life on Blue Star, something towering like a giant mech like Gundam? Chapter 96 Lingnan City. Lingnan Province, Lingnan City, Central Train Station. Woo! Accompanied by a long and low whistle, a massive mechanical train, like a weary metal beast, slowly pulled into the station next to the platform. The mechanical train was made by the top mechanical experts of Huaxia, using their ability to command metal beasts. It is said to withstand a full-force attack from a blue-tier fierce beast, connecting various cities with a true artery and backbone. The carriage door slid open with a shh, and Chen Jing and Subai stepped off the train with the flow of people. Who finally here? Subai let out a long breath, stretching his body with force, his joints cracking a few times. He curiously looked around, taking in this bustling and grand transportation hub that was far more impressive than Tianhe City. Chen Jing stood beside him, his gaze swiftly scanning the surrounding environment. Compared to Subai's openness, he appeared much calmer, merely moving his somewhat stiff neck slightly. He nodded, responding, yeah, it's good to be here. We arrived 2 days early, we have plenty of time. This journey went smoothly, more than he expected, without encountering any legendary mishaps, like fierce beasts attacking the tracks or extreme weather disruption, allowing them to arrive safely. Jingo, look over there. Those few, they definitely look like candidates from other cities. That flame fox, its fur is so pure, at least yellow tier potential, right? Chen Jing followed his pointing direction and saw a few teenagers standing not far away, one of whom had a small, completely red fox resting on their shoulder, its tail flickering with tiny flames. In Huaxia, smaller, gentler summoned beasts are allowed in public places, but the condition is that they must not cause trouble or harm to others, or the Beastmaster will face severe legal punishment. After all, it's the provincial city, it gathers the elites of the entire Lingnan province. Chen Jing spoke flatly, showing little emotion. Let's go, find the candidate reception area first. Let's take care of the important matters before reflecting. Subai nodded. Following the signs, the two passed through the bustling crowd, heading toward the candidate reception area on the east side of the station. The closer they got to the reception area, the more young faces surrounded them, and the atmosphere grew increasingly different. An invisible sense of competition filled the air, with glances crossing each other in examination. Looking around, they saw all young boys and girls around their age, each with sharp eyes full of spirit. The exchanged glances carried scrutiny, curiosity, and a clear sense of competition. Those who could pass the initial assessment and stand here, who among them wasn't a top student who fought their way out from their respective cities? Who didn't have a determination inside, wanting to prove themselves on this bigger stage, to secure a bright future, or even the coveted entrance ticket to a prestigious university? The reception area was divided into several channels by temporary alloy partitions, with staff in official uniforms maintaining order and verifying identities at the entrance. The line was not short, but the pace of progress was relatively fast. After waiting for about 10 minutes, it was finally Chen Jing and Su Bai's turn. Chen Jing raised his wrist, revealing his personal terminal. A faint light scanned across his wrist and face. Beep Chen Jing, Tianhe City 7th Beastmaster High School, Federal Exam Initial Phase Qualifier, Information Verification passed. The staff nodded and handed him a blue wristband. This is your temporary identity badge and exam communication device. You must wear it throughout the assessment period. Your basic information, qualification status, and temporary accommodation have been recorded inside. Follow the instructions to the accommodation area. There's a training area inside, and you can also go to the training room. The staff paused and added, of course, if you find the accommodation conditions unsatisfactory, you can find your own place to stay at your own expense. Just make sure to attend the assessment on time and don't be late. Thank you, Chen Jing said as he took the wristband and smoothly put it on his left wrist. The wristband automatically shrank, fitting snugly against his skin, neither too tight nor too loose. Next was Su Bai, who also smoothly passed the verification and received the same blue wristband. The two followed the simple holographic map projected by the wristband, passing through several dedicated passages, and entered a designated area behind the station that was temporarily set up for examinees' accommodations. It was relatively quiet here, but the atmosphere remained lively, with young examinees bustling about everywhere. It seemed they were not the only ones who arrived early. Other candidates from different places had arrived early too, but it appeared most would only arrive in a couple of days. The dormitory was a standard double room, simply and cleanly furnished with 2 beds, 2 desks, and a private bathroom. That was all. But for examinees who only needed a place to rest, it was enough. After putting down their simple luggage, Su Bai flopped onto the bed with a sigh. Finally, I can rest for a while. Brother Jing, how do you think this mid-phase assessment compares to the initial phase? It will only be harder, Chen Jing said as he walked to the window, looking at other candidates moving in small groups below. The initial phase is to filter out the unqualified, while the mid-phase is the real beginning of selection. No one coming this far is weak. True. Su Bai scratched his head, his excitement slightly fading. Just looking at this setup, it's clear it won't be easy. By the way, what are you going to do next? Just stay in the dorm? Stay in? Chen Jing turned around, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Since we arrived 2 days early, of course, we should go out for a look. Lingnan City is the provincial capital, and here's the Beastmaster Pavilion and the free trading area, which is nothing compared to Tianhe City. Who knows, we might find something good. Before the mid-phase assessment starts, it's always a good idea to improve one's strength. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's eyes lit up at first, then his shoulders slumped, and he groaned, treasure hunting. I want to go too. But I feel like I'm on the brink of reaching the second stage, just a little push away. I want to go to the training area first to find a training room and see if I can break through before the assessment starts. If I can successfully reach the second stage, I can contract my second beast. That way, I'll have a much better chance. This was serious, a matter concerning the improvement of strength. Chen Jing nodded in understanding. Training is important. Leave the treasure hunting to me. If I find anything suitable for you or the stone-armored turtle, I'll keep an eye out. Good one. Brother Jing. You're truly my brother. Su Bai was so moved that he almost lunged at him, only to be halted by a glance from Chen Jing. Alright, less mushiness. Focus on your breakthrough, this is the crucial moment, don't get distracted. Then you be careful, the provincial capital is deep water, don't get tricked. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chen Jing patted his shoulder. If anything happens, contact me anytime using the wristband. Chapter 97, Lingnan Branch Pavilion. Treasure Beastmaster Pavilion, Lingnan Branch. Wow, this is grand. Chen Jing squinted his eyes, surveying the extraordinary building before him. The Lingnan Branch Pavilion, part of the Celestial Merchant Association, was simply worlds apart from the one in Tianhe City. The overall structure was filled with a futuristic mechanical style, with massive alloy frameworks supporting a towering dome, and streamlined light strips emitting a gentle yet bright glow. The whole hall was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. The walls were not ordinary bricks, but some kind of light screens that could display dynamic images, showing a loop of various rare beasts and material introductions, the light and shadow flowing, dazzling people's eyes. TSK, this is the confidence of the provincial capital, Chen Jing sighed inwardly. Just this building alone speaks volumes. If that guy Su Bai were here, he would probably be shouting and calling out for a long time. Wu the Star Dream on his shoulder seemed to be attracted by this novel environment, letting out a curious low chirp. Yeah, it's much more impressive than over at Tianhe. Let's go, little one, let's go inside and open our eyes, see if we can find some truly good stuff. He stepped into the door, and the internal space instantly expanded several times, his gaze quickly sweeping across various areas of the hall. Selling area, recycling area, free trading area, ancient relics and mechanical creations area, task release area. The divisions were clear, the signs were straightforward. Compared to the Tianhe division, there were more sections here like task area and exclusive area for advanced members, revealing deeper foundations and class differences. Task area. Chen Jing rubbed his chin, turning his feet to sneak toward the bustling task area. He needed to see what kind of deals could be made here. This task area was divided in half. One side was for posting tasks, with a light screen densely scrolling new tasks. The other side was for accepting tasks, with many beast masters crowding around several giant query terminals, pointing and discussing. Getting a little closer, Chen Jing stretched his neck to look at the largest rolling light screen. The tasks on it were truly varied, with all types to be found. Secret Realm Escort Task. Content: recruit a temporary escort team to the outskirts of the newly discovered blue-tier secret realm Black Wind Valley, ensuring the safety of the Merchant Guild exploration team and their supplies. Requirements: Beastmaster level at least 6, preferably with beasts skilled in defense or reconnaissance. A temporary employment contract must be signed, and one must obey the unified command of the team. Note: the secret realm environment is complex, and it has been confirmed that there are pack-hunting blue-tier wild beasts lurking. Rewards will be negotiated based on task completion and encounter intensity, with a base minimum of 500 low-tier spirit crystals, no upper limit. Emergency Material Collection. Content: high price offered for Magma Core. This item is located deep in the blue-tier secret realm Flame Abyss Rift, centered around a lava pool. Requirements: please provide detailed coordinates and potential fire-type wild beast encounter information, including but not limited to flame hound packs, lava giant lizards, small fire elementals, etc. Warning: the temperature in this area is extremely high, with unstable fissures present, and wild beasts are highly aggressive. Strongly advised for beasts masters at level 6 and above to form teams when going. Solo adventurers must assess risks themselves. This guild only provides information and bears no responsibility for any consequences. Rewards: negotiable, starting price no less than 4 digits of low-tier spirit crystals, specifics depend on core quality. Seeking Evolution Master. Content: seeking a purple-tier beast evolution master to customize and guide the evolution plan for the main beast Thunderhawk of the family's legitimate heir. Requirements: must have at least 10 successful cases of guiding the evolution of Thunder-type flying beasts. Must provide certification qualifications from the Evolution Master Guild and detailed records of past cases. A confidentiality agreement must be signed. No theoretical types, must have rich practical experience. Salary: extremely generous. In addition to substantial spirit crystal rewards, certain rare material collections of the family may be opened depending on the situation. Details to be discussed in person after a preliminary review by the family elder. Extermination of overpopulated species. Content: at the bottom of the abandoned mine number 3 in the eastern city, a large population of red-tier savage beasts iron-tooth rodents has been discovered, estimated to exceed 500, posing a significant threat and damage to the remaining facilities in the mine and the newly built signal tower bases nearby. Beast masters are now being recruited for extermination. Good guy. Chen Jing murmured to himself as he watched. This is much more exciting than just buying and selling things in a store, and the money comes in much faster. These tasks carry some risk, but the rewards seem quite tempting, especially those involving secret realms. You can tell at a glance there's plenty of profit, but you also need to be alive to spend it. However, after weighing his current situation and the little star dream on his shoulder that was still in its early growth stages, Chen Jing clearly understood that the only task he could handle right now was probably the one about clearing out the iron-toothed rats. As for the evolutionist task. Sigh, evolutionist. Chen Jing sighed in his heart, feeling a bit helpless. It's not that I can't do this job, I could just use the system to detect which materials are most suitable for the current beast. But the problem is, at my age and with my background, who would believe me? I'm afraid that just showing a little interest would get me driven out as a fraud. He had previously taken the time to learn about the evolutionist profession. It wasn't something that could be done just with words or a bit of luck. It requires solid, vast knowledge reserves, needs to know the nature, combinations, conflicts, and integrations of thousands of evolution materials like the back of one's hand, and a wealth of practical experience to observe, guide, and deal with any unexpected issues that may arise during the evolution process. After all, different combinations of evolution materials for the same beast could lead to either explosive potential and perfect forms through positive evolution, or a complete waste of resources, exhausted potential, or even brutal degradation with shapes collapsing and spirits going mad. A tiny miscalculation here could lead to a huge difference in outcome. Therefore, any well-known top evolutionist has gray hair and beard, and their experience is accumulated through time and countless resources. Moreover, they almost always have a rare divination beast with abilities such as foresight, deduction, and insight by their side to assist in judging the fortunes and misfortunes of the evolution paths. At my age and with my setup, going to say I can customize an evolution plan? I'm afraid I'd be drowned in spit. Chapter 98, Green Rank. TSK, this is the confidence of the provincial capital, Chen Jing sighed again in his heart, his eyes quickly darting over the various display cabinets. After exploring the task area, he arrived at the fierce beast area of the sales section. Compared to Tianhe City, the types of fierce beasts here are not only several times more, but their quality and potential are also worlds apart. In Tianhe City, a rare green potential fierce beast, which could serve as a store's treasure, is not commonly seen. Here, while not exactly everywhere, they are certainly not rare. Occasionally, one might even catch sight of a few rare varieties with potential assessments reaching green rank. His gaze was first drawn to a delicate small aquarium. The bottom of the tank was covered with clean white sand and a few smooth pebbles. A streamlined, completely blue egg lay quietly within, its surface adorned with natural patterns resembling rippling water. Under the special lighting, the eggshell shimmered gently with a soft glow. Next to it, a sign read: Flowing Ray Beast Egg. Type: Water. Potential: Estimated green level. Price: 10 million federal coins. Beside it was a holographic projection showcasing an adult flowing ray gliding through the water like a ghost in graceful elegance. 10 million. Chen Jing silently murmured this number, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitching. This was just the price for an estimated green level potential egg, and merely an egg. Hatching and nurturing it required a massive investment of resources and energy. He shifted his steps, his gaze drawn to an ecological display stand surrounded by emerald green vines and flowers. Inside the stand, a tiny sprite, only the size of a palm and with transparent cicada wings, was curled up asleep on a heart-shaped leaf. It displayed a blend of tender green and milky white colors, with hair resembling green vine strands, its small face exquisite like a porcelain doll. With each breath, tiny green light spots filled with life surrounded its body. The sign next to the display was even more dazzling. Forest Fairy, Larval Stage. Type: Wood. Grade: Orange level 1 star. Potential: Estimated blue level 3 star to 5 star. Price: 100 million federal coins. 100 million. Chen Jing felt his breath catch for a moment. Blue level potential. It was extremely rare, said to possess powerful healing and nature communication abilities, the Forest Fairy. If this thing were in Tianhe City, it would surely spark fierce competition among the major families. Here, it was just one of many high-end commodities. Guldong. Chen Jing instinctively swallowed, feeling his throat slightly dry. He had previously thought that relying on the system and Xingmeng gave him some confidence, but now, seeing these items worth tens of millions to hundreds of millions, he truly understood the meaning of there are always people beyond people and what it truly meant to be wealthy beyond belief. Woo! Xingmeng sensed the intense emotional fluctuations in its master's heart, flew off his shoulder, and hovered in front of the Forest Fairy's display case, tilting its small head curiously to look at the green little creature inside. Chen Jing felt the emotions being conveyed by the little one: curiosity, comparison, and a hint of barely noticeable dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Do you think it looks better than you? Chen Jing walked over and teased it on purpose. Woo! Absolutely not. Xingmeng flew back and landed on the fingertip he raised, its tentacle gently rubbing against his skin, thoughts carrying a slight grievance and stubbornness. It's just more rare. But I'm not bad. My potential is limitless. You said so, master. Chen Jing's heart softened, and he gently stroked the edge of its wings with his fingertip. Yes, I said so. Our Xingmeng is the best, with limitless potential, and will definitely become the strongest beast in the future. Chen Jing was amused by the little one's competitive spirit, and the shock and disappointment he felt also faded a lot. He paused, his gaze once more landing on the sleeping Forest Fairy, his tone carrying a sense of emotion. But really, I didn't expect to see a beast with blue-level potential right before my eyes. I thought that kind of level would only appear at auctions or be secretly nurtured by those major families. At that moment, a staff member dressed in a treasure chamber uniform happened to walk by, heard his murmuring, and smiled as they replied, "Is this your first time visiting our Lingnan branch?" Chen Jing came back to his senses and nodded. "Yes, I came from Tianhe City." No wonder. The staff member nodded knowingly, their attitude warm yet measured. Our Lingnan branch, as the main branch of the guild in Lingnan province, naturally gathers resources that local city branches cannot compare to. This type of beast with green tier potential, while precious, comes around every once in a while. After all, the top beast masters and families of the Lingnan province come here to seek suitable partners. He pointed to the Forest Fairy. This Forest Fairy was just brought out from the Emerald Forest secret realm last week, and its bloodline is very pure. If properly nurtured, it even has the chance to break through to the blue tier in the future. Blue tier. Chen Jing's heart shook again. That is a height that many beast masters cannot reach in their entire lives. He took a deep breath and nodded in thanks to the staff. "Thank you for your clarification, I have truly learned a lot." "You're too kind, it is my duty to serve you." The staff slightly bowed, maintaining a proper smile on his face. "Take your time looking, feel free to call us if you need anything." After saying this, he turned around and calmly went to greet another guest who seemed quite distinguished. Watching the staff leave, Chen Jing let out a small breath, feeling as if he had just experienced a small shock. Xingmeng, Huadu, it seems we need to work harder in the future. Woo! Master, I will fight hard and earn lots and lots of spirit crystals. Xingmeng immediately declared his determination. Huadu, who stayed in the beast encyclopedia space, seemed to sense this as well, sending back a vague but firm goo-goo sound, indicating that it would also put in effort. Chen Jing smiled, his mood gradually calming down. Though he felt envy, he had his own path to walk. The system and these two partners with limitless potential were his greatest confidence. What might be the destination for others could perhaps be just his starting point. He strolled toward the material area, where there were relatively fewer people, but the items displayed were indeed strange and varied. There were exotic minerals sealed in transparent crystals, plants' roots soaked in special solutions that still maintained vitality, and some scattered bones and shell fragments emitting different attribute fluctuations. System, he silently thought, scan the material area, focusing on materials suitable for the nightmare soul butterfly, metal symbiotic short-tailed mushroom rabbit, time system, gold system, or materials containing special life energy, and mark their location and rough information. Ding, order confirmed. Detection range, current material area. Scanning information filtering. Chapter 99, Huadu's materials. Detected materials suitable for the nightmare soul butterfly, Xingmeng. Dream root, location, material area C1 display case, emits waves that soothe the mind, helping to stabilize and expand dream space. Dreamflower pollen, location, material area C3 display case, fine powder seemingly containing countless tiny dream bubbles, enhancing dreamlike skills. Hypnosis grass, location, material area C5 display case, leaves showing an unnatural twisted luster, one of the main materials for making powerful hallucinogens. Detected materials suitable for metal symbiotic short-tailed mushroom rabbit, Huadu. Damaged spiritual energy conduction runeplate, location, material area A3 display case, silver mineral gleaming with starlight, light in texture but exceptionally tough, excellent energy conductivity. Thousands of forged steel mother, location, material area A5 display case, the essence left after countless forges, containing a hint of immortal properties, ideal for strengthening metal bodies. Titanium alloy core, location, material area B2 display case, a product from some mechanical ruins, with a precise structure, containing stable and powerful metallic energy. Mimicking grass, location, material area B7 display case, a seemingly ordinary little grass whose color changes slightly with light. Its effect is to enhance the ability of beasts to change shape and adapt to environments. Detected gold system materials. Gold ore, location, material area A7 display case, red gold fragments, location, material area A9 display case, purple gold ore, location, material area A11 display case. These are common materials for purifying gold energy and strengthening gold beasts or skills, with strong energy reactions. Detected materials containing special life energy. The Spirit Spring of Wood. Location, material area D1 showcase. Even when sealed in a special crystal bottle, one can feel the surging vitality that is highly effective for any injury. The Soul Flower. Location, material area D3 showcase. The semi-transparent petals seem to absorb light, and its effect of nourishing the soul's origin is renowned far and wide. The Wood Spirit Crystal. Location, material area D5 showcase. The emerald green crystal seems to have liquid flowing inside, representing the essence of concentrated life. Time-related materials not detected. Chen Jing's gaze quickly swept over the system list that only he could see, and a plan formed in his mind instantly. Time-related materials, indeed too rare. He sighed lightly, his tone carrying a hint of resigned anticipation as he shook his head, temporarily pushing this regret back into his heart. His attention returned to the list. The dream root and dreamflower pollen that Xingming needed, though precious, were not urgent since the little one had just completed its evolution, stabilizing its strength. His gaze fell on the section about the ash bean. The ash bean underwent a transformative evolution relying on the active metal core during its white stage, and now its strength is solidly at the red stage 3 stars, with a firm foundation, making it a golden period for a second evolution and further strength enhancement. The few items detected by the system, the damaged spiritual energy conduction runeplate, the 10,000 forged steel mother, the mimetic grass, plus the fragment of memory metal we previously acquired. These items together complement one another in attributes, responsible for energy conduction, enhancing metal substance, augmenting shape changes, and providing memory repair and extensibility. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and his eyes lit up. It's settled. With a firm resolution in his heart, Chen Jing no longer hesitated, stepping towards Area A. This area mainly displayed materials related to metal attributes, earth attributes, and some mechanical-related materials. Soon, he stopped in front of the A3 showcase. The showcase was lined with deep blue velvet, where quietly lay a palm-sized silver plate with an irregular shape. Its surface was etched with complex and dull patterns, some parts even showing cracks, yet deep within those cracks, a faint blue shimmer occasionally flashed, as if the circuit had not completely extinguished. The label next to it read: Damaged Spiritual Energy Conduction Runeplate. Source: excavated items from ancient mechanical ruins. Description: once used for efficient energy conduction, now damaged with severe energy dissipation, research value exceeds practical value. Price: 350,000 federal coins. Research value exceeds practical value? Chen Jing sneered in his heart, that's because they cannot activate it or repair the spiritual energy circuit within. But for the system, this probably isn't a problem. He didn't express his thoughts immediately, instead shifting his gaze to the A5 showcase nearby. There lay a fist-sized, unremarkable black metal block, marked with countless fine hammering marks, giving a sense of heaviness from having weathered time. 10,000 forged steel mother. Attribute: metal. Quality: 3-star high level. Description: the essence of metal left after thousands of hammering, difficult to melt in shape, it is one of the auxiliary materials for forging top defensive treasures. Price: 1,200,000 federal coins. Tisk: 1,200,000. Really not cheap. Chen Jing secretly clicked his tongue. He didn't say anything and directly purchased the damaged spiritual energy conduction rune plate and the 10,000 forged steel mother. Then, he turned towards Area B and found the B7 showcase. This area displayed some peculiar plant materials. The mimetic grass was among them. It indeed looked ordinary, just like a common clover found by the roadside, but upon closer inspection, its color shifted subtly between light green, gray-green, and even light brown with the angle of the light, so faintly that one could hardly notice it without a careful look. Mimic grass. Category: wood. Quality: 3 stars low tier. Description: possesses weak shape simulating and environment adapting effects, can be used for specific evolution recipes. Price: 180,000 federal coins. This value for money is quite good. Chen Jing nodded. Enhancing shape change and environmental adaptability is greatly beneficial for Huido's future development of shape armor and metal control abilities. After happily paying 180,000, the special box containing mimic grass was in hand. Thus, the core goal of preparing evolution materials for Huido was preliminarily completed. Chen Jing thought to himself, rune plate, 10 forged steel mother, mimic grass, along with the already existing silver memory metal fragments, the core materials are all set. Energy, defense, change, and extensibility, all these key points are covered. Next, let's go see those materials that contain special life energy. Chapter 100, 8-star materials. Material Area D. Chen Jing strolled towards the area radiating a strong life aura. This was where the system detected materials containing special life energy, mainly located in Area D. He went straight to the D1 showcase. Inside was a crystal bottle, only the size of a palm, filled with more than half a bottle of liquid glowing faint green. Wood Spirit Spring. Category: wood, healing. Quality: 5 stars high tier. Description: originating from deep within the blue tier Wood Spirit Forest Secret Realm, the Wood Spirit Spring contains extremely pure life energy and plant essence. It is a great tonic for wood-type and healing-type summoned beasts, capable of rapidly healing most serious injuries, nourishing the source of life, stabilizing the foundation, and even having remarkable effects on some soul injuries. It can also be used as a core medium for concocting high-level healing potions or guiding related attributes summoned beast evolution. Price: 8 million federal coins, per portion. 8 million. Chen Jing silently repeated this number in his heart, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. This is just the price for one portion. The effect description is indeed amazing, almost equivalent to having an extra life, but for him right now, the price is too high to reach. Good things are good things, but unfortunately, they are too expensive. He murmured softly. He looked over at the D3 showcase with Soulflower and D5 showcase with Wood Spirit Crystal. The former nourishes the soul, while the latter contains pure life essence. Both are great items, and the prices are just as beautiful. After weighing it up, he ultimately decided to give up. Just as he was about to leave the material area to explore elsewhere, a glimpse caught his eye in the corner, which seemed relatively quiet and dimly lit. What was displayed there seemed to be some unknown items or to be identified items, with descriptions on the labels mostly vague. Driven by curiosity, he walked over. This area's showcases were clearly much simpler, and the items inside were bizarre: a rusty metal piece with strange patterns, a section resembling a biological fingerbone yet shimmering with a jade-like luster, a black bead sealed in transparent resin that appeared to have a swirling nebula inside. Chen Jing looked at each showcase, feeling both curious and a bit disappointed. These things looked mysterious, but the energy reactions were mostly pitifully weak or simply non-existent. The prices were also not cheap. Clearly, the Treasure's Pavilion staff were not fools. Anything at all suspicious would be priced high, betting on whether there were any big spenders or genuine connoisseurs. Master, the items here feel very strange, lifeless, and a bit unexplainable. Xingmeng flew up from his shoulder, hovering in front of a showcase displaying several dull crystal fragments, tilting its little head, its compound eyes revealing a puzzled gleam. Well, these are things no one can clarify their origins or uses, placed here to take a chance. Chen Jing explained, gently tapping the little Star Dream's head with his finger. As he spoke, he subconsciously chanted in his mind, "System, detect the area in front of me." Ding, command confirmed. Detection range, current to be identified / unknown items area. Deep detection in progress. Energy level analysis. Material structure analysis. Information filtering. The system's prompt sound echoed in his mind, and Chen Jing patiently waited, his gaze still wandering over these strange objects. Ding detected an extremely high concentration, extremely high quality life source fluctuation. The source of the fluctuation has strong camouflage and energy isolation. Source, 5 meters directly ahead, an independent display cabinet against the wall, that dark red stick marked as unknown tree species dead branch. Extremely high concentration, extremely high quality? Chen Jing gasped inwardly, forcing himself to suppress the nearly escaping exclamation, and his gaze suddenly locked onto the direction indicated by the system prompt. It was an unremarkable independent display cabinet, tucked away in a corner, with dimmer lighting than other areas, like a forgotten spot. Inside the cabinet, there was no luxurious lining, just a layer of simple black velvet cloth, on which lay a lone stick, about the length of a forearm and the thickness of 2 fingers. It was completely dark red, with a dry and cracked surface, covered with deep cracks, looking lifeless, like a charred firewood stick that had been half burned and then picked up again, dull and lifeless. Unknown tree species dead branch. Source, unknown. Characteristics, hard texture, cannot be ignited, no energy reaction. Price, 500,000 Federation coins. 500,000 to buy a stick of firewood? Not far from Chen Jing, a young chubby man dressed in luxury, accompanied by a female companion, happened to sneak over here, glanced at the dark red stick and its price, sneered, and said with a voice that was just loud enough for Chen Jing to hear, "Treasures Hall is now selling this kind of trickery for fools? Only those with too much money would buy this." After saying this, he wrapped his arm around his female companion and walked away arrogantly. Chen Jing didn't even lift his eyelids, completely ignoring the chubby man's ridicule. His entire focus was on that firewood stick. The system would never be wrong. It said there was an extremely high concentration of life source here, and there definitely was. He took a deep breath and stepped closer to the independent display cabinet to observe closely. Concentrating hard, he gave the system an order in his heart. "System, deep scan that unknown tree species dead branch, I want to know what it really is." Ding, command confirmed. Deep scan analysis in progress. Scan completed. Name, True Dragon Bloodwood Heart, damaged. Quality, 8-star low grade, energy is in absolute seal and deep sleep state, surface is extremely high camouflage layer, true quality and complete effect need to be determined after activation. Type, dragon type, life type, wood type. Description, not an ordinary tree branch, but the legendary wood heart of the true dragon bloodwood, which can coexist with dragon species, nourished by dragon blood in breath. This wood has experienced a tremendous battle, suffered serious injuries, and its body was nearly shattered, leaving only this wood heart remaining. Its spirituality fell into the deepest slumber for self-preservation, forming an indestructible camouflage layer outside to isolate all detection. If activated, it may invoke a trace of true dragon blood and immense life source energy. Effects: 1. Dragon blood baptism, invokes the inner true dragon blood, greatly enhances beast control physique, strength, dragon type affinity, with a chance to awaken dragon type skills or trigger dragon transformation mutation. 2. Source of life, the immense life source contained can renew any living being's vitality, heal nearly all injuries, replenish life source deficiency, and even have heavenly reparative effects on soul damage. 3. All woods worship, has supreme attraction and dominance over wood-type creatures, greatly enhances wood-type skill power, guiding them towards a higher level of life evolution. Status, deep sleep. Energy absolutely sealed, surface disguise perfect. Note, astonishing leak. Its true value is immeasurable. This item is an ancient relic, rare in the world. It is recommended that the host get it at any cost. Warning, activation conditions unknown, possibly very harsh, need to explore independently. 8 stars, low tier? 8 stars. That is a quality Chen Jing currently does not even dare to think about. There may hardly be a few treasures of this level in the entire Lingnan city. And this is only broken. If it were intact, how high would its quality be? And the effects? Dragon blood baptism. Life source. All trees worshipping the ancestors. Which one is not against the heavens level? He felt his palms starting to sweat, and his throat felt a bit dry. He swallowed hard, barely suppressing the rush of ecstatic joy and excitement that almost burst forth. Cannot give it away. Absolutely cannot. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, trying hard to make his expression look like only mild curiosity. He turned around and waved to a nearby staff member who had been quietly observing. The staff member wore a standard professional smile and quickly walked over. "Sir, how can I help you?" Chen Jing pointed to the dark red wooden stick in the cabinet, trying to make his tone sound casual, even slightly disdainful. "This unknown tree species dead branch looks like a firewood stick, and it costs 500,000? What's the basis for your pricing?" The staff member followed his finger to look, revealing a trace of barely noticeable helplessness on his face, clearly not the first time being asked this. He maintained his smile and explained, "Hello, customer, this item is indeed quite special. It was discovered on the outskirts of the Golden Tier's secret realm, Dragon Valley. At that time, there were some other decayed items along with it, but only it remained intact and was unusually hard. We tried various methods but couldn't damage it in the slightest, nor could we ignite it. Given its uniqueness, our appraiser has given this valuation. The specific source and purpose, indeed, remain unclear." He spoke tactfully, but the meaning was clear. "We also don't know what it is, but we feel it's unusually hard, so we set this price. If you like it, buy it." Chen Jing thought to himself, "Thankfully you don't know what it is, otherwise even 5 billion couldn't stop it." He showed a contemplative expression on his face, rubbing his chin with his fingers, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. He even pretended to frown and muttered softly, 500,000, just to buy a piece of wood that can't be cut or burned. This gamble is too big, right?" The staff member just smiled and stood by, not pushing it further. Clearly, even he didn't hold much hope for this thing to sell. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. Chen Jing knew he couldn't hesitate too long, to avoid complications. What if someone who doesn't know what's good for them, or someone with special detection means also sets their sights on this? Sigh, he seemed to finally make up his mind, heaved a heavy sigh, and put on an expression of alright, let's take a gamble, alright, 500,000, right? I'll buy it. Let's gamble on luck, maybe my beast that likes to gnaw on wood and grind its teeth will like this hard fellow. The staff member's professional smile instantly froze, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He quickly assessed Chen Jing, ordinary casual clothes, a young face, with a beautiful butterfly resting on his shoulder, looking like he wasn't some wealthy heir throwing money around. "Are you sure?" he instinctively confirmed, his voice tinged with unmasked surprise. 500,000 federal coins, for this unknown tree species dead branch? "Yes, I'm sure." Chen Jing nodded. As he spoke, he raised his wrist, revealing the payment interface on his personal terminal. Okay. Please wait a moment." The staff member came back to his senses. A smile suddenly bloomed on his face, more passionate than before, as he hurriedly took out a palm-sized portable payment terminal, moving swiftly as if afraid Chen Jing would change his mind. With a soft beep, the payment was successful. Chen Jing looked at the terminal screen displaying the prompt of -500,000 federal coins, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. 500,000. If it weren't for the astonishing results from the system's detection, he would never have bought something that looked like a fire stick ready to be tossed into the stove. "Congratulations, sir. You truly have an eye for treasure," the staff member said, perhaps not even believing his own flattery, and skillfully opened the lock of the independent display case, putting on white gloves, and carefully took out the dark red wooden stick, placing it in a special long box lined with black velvet and offering it with both hands. "This is your item, please take care of it. Once sold, the treasure pavilion does not allow returns or exchanges. Good luck to you." "Thanks." Chen Jing accepted the box with an expressionless face, saying lightly, and turned to leave. "Ha? Master, did we really spend so much money on this?" Xing Meng leaned on his shoulder, its tentacles gently brushing against his neck, transmitting a deep sense of doubt. In its perception, this item was still lifeless and lacked any energy fluctuations, even less appealing than the shiny minerals seen earlier. "I'll tell you more when we get back, little guy." Chen Jing responded through their soul link, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement. This time, we might have really struck a huge bargain. He struggled to suppress the urge to research the true dragon bloodwood heart immediately and continued to browse casually in the material area. His peripheral vision caught sight of some yellowish-brown and golden-brown minerals and crystals displayed not far away, and he suddenly thought of Subai's stone-armored turtle. "Since I'm here, I might as well bring something back for that guy Subai." Chen Jing pondered, that stone-armored turtle focuses on defense and counterattack. These types of materials are just what it needs to solidify its foundation. With this thought, he immediately mentally recited, "System, scan this area and filter out the most suitable, cost-effective 3-star materials for Earth-type, defense-oriented beast usage." Ding, command confirmed. Scanning range, current Earth/Metal series material display area. Scanning information filtering. Earth veinstone marrow. Attributes, Earth. Quality, 3-star low level. Price, 280,000 federal coins. Diamond rock core. Attributes, metal. Quality, 3-star mid-level. Price, 450,000 federal coins. Heavy earth essence. Attributes, earth. Quality, 3-star mid-level. The system's prompt rang quickly in his mind, and simultaneously, several materials meeting the conditions were highlighted in his view. The earth veinstone marrow is gentle and solid, suitable for building a foundation. The diamond rock core focuses more on hard defenses, with a chance to awaken skills. These two items, when combined with the gold sand he got at the auction, should work well, and the prices are acceptable. Chen Jing quickly calculated in his heart. He didn't waste any more time haggling or hesitating, he made the payment cleanly and neatly, storing the 2 sealed boxes of materials in his backpack. Chen Jing felt that this visit to the treasure pavilion was already a complete success, exceeding all his expectations. He didn't linger anymore, directly leaving the treasure pavilion and heading toward his temporary lodging. Chapter 102, the mid-stage of the big exam begins. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Central Plaza of Lingnan City was now bustling, more lively than when Chen Jing first arrived 2 days ago. Elites from various cities in the Lingnan province gathered here, a sea of black, and roughly looking, there were probably over 10,000 people. However, Chen Jing keenly noticed that many of the candidates around seemed a bit off. They were lacking the excitement and eagerness of newcomers, instead showing signs of fatigue, anxiety, and some even bore partially healed scars. The eyes held a lingering fear. When a few groups gathered together to talk in low voices, their tones carried an uncontrollable resentment and panic. "Brother Jing," Subai gently nudged Chen Jing with his elbow, lowering his voice, a look of lingering fear on his face. "Have you heard? In the past 2 days, the candidates coming to Lingnan City from various places have encountered attacks on the road, more or less." Chen Jing frowned, turning his head. "Attacks? By wild beasts?" "Not wild beasts. It's a cult. Those crazy ghosts that just won't go away. I've heard that it's not just our Lingnan province but other provinces as well, where quite a few talented candidates and their spirit beasts have been captured by those people. Their fate is unknown." Chen Jing's heart sank suddenly. He had vaguely heard of those mice hiding in the shadows before, acting crazily, resorting to any means necessary, specifically targeting young spirit beast masters with potential, either forcibly recruiting them or using them for some evil rituals or experiments. He never expected that this time they would be so rampant, directly targeting the candidates participating in the federal exam. "Do you know which cults are behind this?" Chen Jing's voice also lowered, his gaze discreetly scanning the anxious candidates around him. No wonder the atmosphere felt a bit strange. It turned out it wasn't just pre-exam tension. Subai scratched his head, a hint of frustration on his face. "The news is all mixed up, saying everything. Some say it's the Eternal Life Church, those madmen pursuing immortality. Others say it's the Hand of the Abyss, doing some bloody sacrificial activities. It's hard to tell what's true and what's false. But one thing is for sure, this attack is organized and premeditated, aimed directly at us candidates." Chen Jing fell silent for a moment. He could imagine how fierce the battles and desperate struggles had been on the roads leading to the provincial city in the past 2 days. Those captured candidates, their dreams and futures, perhaps were completely snuffed out in that very moment. A chill ran through him, mixed with a sense of relief. Fortunately, he and Subai had set off 2 days early, otherwise, would they have also become part of that missing persons list? The fate of the future was simply too frightening to imagine. It seems that this exam is more complicated than we imagined. Not only do we have to face the deadly beasts and competitors in the secret realm, but we also have to be wary of these hidden snakes. Exactly. The pressure was already great, now this happens. "Brother Jing, do you think they will make a move during the exam as well?" "Hard to say. The Federation and the Spirit Beast Association are no fools. The exam secret realm must have strict protections. But, being cautious is never a bad thing. At this moment. Buzz. An indescribable oppressive force descended from the sky without warning, instantly enveloping the entire noisy square. All whispers, complaints, and discussions stopped abruptly, as if a huge invisible hand had suddenly squeezed them off. The square, filled with tens of thousands of people, became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone felt a sudden halt in their breath, as if their shoulders were being pressed down by a 1,000-pound weight. Some candidates with slightly weaker strength or unsettled minds even turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. Chen Jing also felt a jolt in his heart, his internal spiritual power instinctively accelerating its flow to resist this soul-stirring pressure. He suddenly looked up, following the source of the pressure. He saw a dark blue light streaking through the distant sky, moving faster than the eye could track. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived with a thunderous roar, crashing down on the high platform in front of the square. As the light faded, a tall and sturdy figure revealed itself. It was a middle-aged man looking around 40, with a resolute face, lines as sharp as a knife, and eyes sparkling with brilliance when they opened and closed. Below the platform, some well-informed candidates could not help but whisper in awe. "Respectfully said, it's executively. He is the highest executive of our Lingnan province, a peak level 8 powerhouse. Level 8. For most of us young beast tamers still at level 1 or 2, level 8 is like a legendary figure, a mountain peak we can only look up to. No wonder there is such terrifying power." On the platform, Li Zhantian's gaze was like lightning, slowly sweeping over the dense crowd below. "Silence." He spoke, his voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. "My surname is Li Zhanga. I am hosting the midterm assessment of this year's federal examination for Lingnan province. First of all, regarding the recent attacks on candidates, the Federation is aware. I can assure you, the attackers will pay a price. The Federation's wrath is not something a few rats hiding in the sewers can bear. His voice carried a chilling killing intent, causing many candidates to subconsciously shiver, but soon, a sense of reassurance quietly grew. However, the assessment will not be paused. The path of a beast tamer has never been smooth. Crisis, challenges, and battles are what you must face in the future, even to the point of being ordinary. If you can't withstand this little storm, you might as well withdraw now and go home to live a safe life. These words were like a heavy hammer, striking at everyone's heart. Some candidates, who had been hesitant and unsure, now gritted their teeth and straightened their backs. Li Zhang scanned the entire area, capturing everyone's reactions in his eyes, and continued, the midterm assessment will take place in the specially designed orange-level secret realm created by the Federation. This secret realm has been specially reinforced and adjusted. The internal environment is complex, covering various terrains such as forests, swamps, mountains, and valleys, while also home to numerous native ferocious beasts. The highest level does not exceed the orange level, but there are many of them, and some are pack species, requiring careful handling. The assessment content is very simple. You have 7 days. Survive during these 7 days and successfully reach Lingnan City located at the very center of the secret realm, and you will pass. The final ranking will be based on the time it takes to reach the destination city. The top 500 will earn the qualification to advance to the final stage of the exam. Moreover, the top 20 will receive additional rewards, the opportunity to enter the provincial treasury. The specific quality and quantity of the selected rewards will depend on your abilities and rankings. Wow, this time, even suppressed gasps couldn't be held back. The provincial treasury. Anything from there, even a single item, would be enough to make countless beast tamers fight for it. The rewards for the top 20 were rich enough to make people green with envy. As for those beyond the 500 who successfully reach the destination city, as well as those who fail to reach it within 7 days but still survive in the secret realm after 7 days, they will qualify for admission to second-rate academies. If eliminated midway, all qualifications for advancement will be lost, but you still retain the basic qualification to enter a third-rate academy. The rules were clear and distinct. The top contenders vying for rankings and treasures, the mid-level striving for second-rate academies, even in failure there was still a safety net. But everyone understood that the top 500, especially the top 20, were the real targets. During the assessment, team formations and cooperation are allowed, but the final recorded scores will be based on individuals. How to allocate resources and coordinate actions is your own matter. Likewise, conflict and battles are allowed, as long as you don't purposefully maim or kill. It is part of the rules that the weak are preyed upon. After Li Zhang finished speaking, he stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping once more over the thousands of young faces. What needed to be said has been said. The teleportation array to the secret realm will soon be activated. His voice, like a great bell, resonated through the square one last time. Now, I announce that the midterm assessment of the Lingnan Province Federal Examination officially begins. Wish you all good luck. And I hope you can walk to the finish line alive. Chapter 103 Monitoring. Examination Room. A huge circular light screen hangs in the air, divided into hundreds of sections, each vividly reflecting the scenes within the Orange Tier secret realm. In front of the light screen, 2 distinct groups of people sit. On the left, a row of early-stage examiners from major cities in Lingnan Province. On the right, there are admissions teachers from various second-tier universities who are invited to attend. Dressed differently, their temperaments also vary. These individuals are all at least 6th-ranked beast tamers. Unlike the open assessment of the early stage, which allows citizens to watch, the mid-stage assessments will no longer be open to the public. Only the examiners and admissions teachers from various universities are qualified to be present. The reason is simple: the federal entrance exam has never been just a battleground for the test takers. It's also a silent yet fierce struggle for resources among these universities. Of course, only representatives from at least second-tier universities can sit in this room. As for those third-tier universities, they can't even touch the threshold. Resources are limited, and exceptional talents are even scarcer. Whoever discovers them first and acts first may dominate over their rivals for years or even decades to come. There are always some talented individuals with strong will, who may miss the final stage competition due to bad luck or strong adversaries. But the potential they display is enough to excite any second-tier university. Here, the examiners are the judges, while the admissions teachers become the shrewdest hunters, their gaze is sharp, searching for those dust-covered raw gems, ready to extend an olive branch as soon as the assessment ends. Of course, there are also a few monsters reserved by top-tier universities, but they are rare. In the mid-stage, more is about the competition among these second-tier universities. And sitting in the central main position is a person. Li Zhang. He simply sits there, without deliberately exuding any aura, but the weighty majesty forged through blood and fire envelopes the entire examination room, causing all conversations to lower their volume instinctively, afraid to be reckless. This is the highest executive officer of Lingnan province, a peak 8th rank powerhouse. A figure that could shake the entire province with just a stamp of the foot. With him presiding, the mid-stage assessment cannot be thrown into chaos. Ha! Suddenly, someone in the left examiner's seats let out a low exclamation, clearly surprised. The sound wasn't loud, but in the relatively quiet examination room, it drew the attention of many people. The one who spoke was a young man with a somewhat laid-back demeanor. If Chen Jing were here, he would definitely recognize him. It was the examiner Lin, who always looked like he hadn't woken up during the early stage exam. At this moment, he leaned slightly forward, staring at a section of the split screen in front of him, his eyebrows raised high. Old Lin, what's wrong? What did you see to be so surprised? A stout, dark-faced middle-aged examiner approached. He was the chief examiner from Qingshan City, surname Xiao. Familiar with Examiner Lin, he spoke directly. Examiner Lin did not answer immediately but extended his index finger to lightly point at the light screen he was staring at. On the screen, the edge of a dense rainforest was displayed, where a boy in ordinary casual clothes was crouched by a small creek, splashing water to wash his face. A butterfly with shimmering purple wings perched on the boy's shoulder, looking quite extraordinary. And in front of the boy, a book-like shadow floating with a soft green halo. It was the Beast Taming Illustrated Guide. And below the guide, a rabbit? A butterfly, a rabbit? This combination seems quite unique, amidst students surrounded by fierce beasts, feral birds, and elemental spirits. This boy is definitely a second-tier beast tamer. Examiner Xiao stroked the stubble on his chin. The Beast Taming Illustrated Guide is green, which isn't too bad. But the tamed beasts he chose, the butterfly looks decent, a bit unusual, but this rabbit, a short-tailed fluffy rabbit? Isn't this thing notoriously weak in battle, only suitable as a pet? He brought a midterm assessment? What's going on? It's not like that. The examiner Lin shook his head, with a strange expression on his face. I know this kid, named Chen Jing, from the 7th Beastmaster Middle School in Tianhe City. During the initial assessment, I personally went through his file. It clearly stated in black and white Beastmaster pictorial, white. The lowest level. White. Old Lin, are you sure you remembered correctly? Can a white pictorial be upgraded to green? It's not something that can just be achieved by piling up resources. It needs high-level rare materials that fit, and also luck. Those materials, you might not even be able to buy them with money. I personally monitored the exam, and I reviewed the files. How could I remember incorrectly? That's why I find it strange. Since the initial phase ended, it's only been about 10 days. Where did he get the time, and where did he get the way to obtain those rare materials? Unless this kid was hiding his talents during the initial phase. Before participating in the big exam, he had already coincidentally upgraded his pictorial to green. But he kept it hidden and didn't show it. Hiding talents? What's the point? The federal exam, isn't it the best opportunity to showcase talent and attract attention from universities? If he showed the green pictorial early, he might have caught the eye of some mentor during the initial phase, who would observe him secretly. Now, starting the midterm, he could have an advantage. What good is it to keep it hidden? Good. During the initial assessment, the rules only required grabbing number badges. They didn't force you to summon your pictorial for battle. His butterfly has always stayed outside and was never put back into the pictorial. Who said that beastmasters must display their pictorial when summoning their beasts? Xiao the examiner was stunned, recalling the rules of the initial assessment carefully. It seemed that was indeed the case. But this doesn't affect his performance in the assessment, does it? Hiding this move doesn't mean much. Meaning? Old Xiao, let me ask you, if you were a test taker holding a trump card that no one else knows about, would you prefer to reveal it at the start to scare people, or wait until the most crucial, life and death moment to suddenly play it and turn the tide? Xiao the examiner opened his mouth but didn't speak. This kid. His temperament is remarkably steady for someone his age. During the initial phase, he relied on that butterfly to sweep through, without needing to reveal that he upgraded the pictorial. Now at the midterm, he shows the green pictorial right away. I guess either he thinks there's no need to hide it, or he thinks relying solely on that butterfly might not be enough? This rabbit is probably not that simple. Xiao the examiner followed his gaze to the short-tailed fluff rabbit. That little thing was scratching its ear with its hind leg, looking adorably silly, making it seem like an entirely pure pet. Just this? Xiao the examiner really couldn't connect this rabbit with not simple. Just wait and see. Examiner Lin said no more and focused again on Chen Jing's screen, his eyes filled with exploration and interest. I have a feeling that this kid might cause some different commotion during this midterm assessment. As the two chatted softly, they didn't notice that on the right side of the exam room, in the seats for university admissions teachers, several gazes suddenly swept over the screen where Chen Jing was located. Chapter 104, Ever-Changing Battle Rabbit. At the edge of the rainforest, the stream flowed gently. Chen Jing squatted by the stream, splashing a handful of cool water on his face. The water droplets slid down his cheek, mixing with the sweat on his forehead, and dropped with a plop into the stream. He shook his hand and wiped his face roughly with his sleeve, letting out a long sigh. "Woo, master, this water is so cool." Xingming landed on his wet shoulder, slightly shaking its wings, sprinkling a few faint specks of light, sounding somewhat pleased. "Yeah, it's very refreshing." Chen Jing stood up, his gaze fixed deep in the rainforest. He quickly calculated the rules of this assessment in his mind, survive within 7 days and reach the central city of Lingnan. The ranking is determined by arrival time, and only the top 500 qualify for the next round, while the top 20 will even get to enter the provincial treasure house and pick treasures. This secret realm is specifically created by the Federation as an examination ground, not some wild treasure spot, Chen Jing muttered in his heart. Those truly rare spiritual materials and treasures have probably been scavenged already. Even if there are any leftovers, it won't be us candidates who get lucky and pick them up. Gather materials while moving? It's not worth it. Time is the most pressing matter. I need to reach the finish line quickly. Chen Jing made up his mind, and his eyes became sharp. He hesitated no longer, and with a thought. A green light swirled in front of him, and a gentle glowing green Beastmaster illustration materialized out of thin air. "Graybean, come out and get some fresh air, it's time to work." As his words fell, a silver-gray light shot out from the illustration, landing on the ground. In the moment the light contracted, a vigorous figure suddenly appeared. It was no longer the short-tailed fluffy rabbit with a metal prosthetic from before. Now, Graybean's size seemed largely unchanged, still resembling a rabbit, its fur color even similar to an ordinary gray rabbit. It squatted quietly, its long ears turning alertly, and its ruby-like eyes darting around. Anyone glancing would think it was just a lucky ordinary rabbit that hadn't been snatched by a fierce beast. Only Chen Jing knew what kind of magnificent bones were hidden beneath this seemingly harmless fur. The night before last, he had used the system's fusion function to combine the damaged spiritual energy conduction rune plate, 10,000 forged steel mother, mimetic grass, and the prepared silver memory metal fragments into an evolved material named transforming armor. Graybean's second evolution quietly completed that night. Now, its full name was Metal Symbiosis, Transforming Battle Rabbit. Metal Symbiosis, Transforming Battle Rabbit, Graybean. Species, Mechanical Symbiosis. Rank, Red rank 7 stars. Potential, Blue rank 3 stars. Talent skills, Supersonic Regeneration, Passive, Illusory Morph Armor, Silver Armor, Spiritual Energy Pulse Cannon, Mimetic Concealment, Energy Overload, Metal Control, Soundwave Detection. Note, subsequent talent skills will not be described one by one. Remark, a brand new form evolved through transforming armor, perfectly merging the brutality of machinery with the resilience of life. It is not only a powerful independent battle beast but also the ultimate weapon that can merge with the Beastmaster, with offensive and defensive capabilities, ever-changing, and endless potential. Its very existence is a miracle of the symbiosis of machinery and life. What used to be a rabbit is now clearly a humanoid self-moving war machine draped in rabbit skin. "Coo? Master, are we setting off?" Graybean turned its head, its red eyes looking at Chen Jing, the alertness in its gaze shifting instantly to focus and inquiry. It let out a slight rumbling sound from its throat, and the thought was clearly conveyed through their soul link. Its voice had changed, it was no longer that soft, weak goo-goo-goo sound but sharper and cleaner, even carrying a metallic quality. Though still youthful, it held a decisive flavor now. "Yes, it's time to set off." Chen Jing nodded, walking beside Graybean, squatting down, and reaching out to touch its fluffy head. The feeling was still quite marvelous. On the surface, it appeared to be soft and warm rabbit fur, but if he pressed just a little harder, he could feel the incredibly tough special structure beneath. This assessment, being quick, is the top priority. Chen Jing retracted his hand, looking seriously into Graybean's eyes. "Graybean, use silver armor, activate the symbiosis mode, and attach to me. The appearance, just follow what I have in my mind." After saying this, Chen Jing closed his eyes. "Clear your mind, and vividly outline it in your brain. This is a smooth, flowing, body-fitting exoskeleton armor, with a retractable wing propulsion module on the back that provides strong thrust. Readers, feel free to imagine it. Flight mode. This is the most time-efficient way he could think of to move in complex terrain. As for whether it would be too showy, he couldn't care less. Reaching the destination first is more important than anything else. Goo. Understood. Graybean responded, and a flash of light shone in its ruby-like eyes, a mixture of excitement and eagerness. It crouched slightly, and in the next moment, its gray-brown rabbit fur seemed to come alive, shimmering with a flowing metallic sheen like mercury. Then, its entire body melted away, transforming into a thick yet swift silver-gray fluid, and with a whoosh, it soared into the air, rushing straight at Chen Jing. Chen Jing stood still, not dodging, just gently spreading his arms. The silver-gray fluid enveloped him in an instant, and the moment it touched his skin, there was no coldness or discomfort. Instead, it felt like a second skin perfectly hugging him. The fluid quickly spread along his torso and limbs, shaping itself, with extremely faint sounds of click and zzz from mechanical fitting. The whole process took only 2 or 3 seconds. When the last trace of silver gray gathered and solidified at the back of Chen Jing's neck, he had completely transformed. His originally plain casual clothes were covered with a layer of matte, skin-tight silver gray armor. The armor's lines were extremely smooth, closely following the curves of his lean yet powerful body, with deeper dark gray at the joints, allowing for incredible agility without any bulkiness. At key positions like the chest, shoulders, elbows, and knees, there were slightly protruding reinforced structures that glinted with a cold, hard metallic luster. Behind him, a pair of folding metal wing panels quietly spread out, the wings not wide but shaped more like the flight feathers of a large bird, overlapping with sharp edges, quietly fitting against his back, yet the faint blue energy flow within hinted at the immense thrust that would be unleashed once activated. Chen Jing moved his fingers, clenched his fist, and the armor made almost inaudible metallic friction sounds with his motions, feeling light as if he had just put on a thicker coat, yet the sense of power was real. With a subtle shift of his mind, the wing panels behind him trembled lightly, emitting a low hum. An unprecedented sense of power filled his entire body. Now, he looked like those rare element-possessing or device-type beast tamers, with the beast itself armed and merged with the beast tamer, showcasing a formidable combat power that exceeded the sum of its parts. However, the changing armor provided by Grey Bean was evidently more advanced and comprehensive in terms of flexibility and functionality. It feels really good. Chen Jing murmured softly, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. He raised his head and looked deep into the rainforest again, as if his gaze had penetrated the layers of treetops and seen the city located at the center of the secret realm. Chapter 105 Takeoff. Chen Jing tried stretching his arms and kicking his legs. The armor responded smoothly to his movements without any hesitation. "How does it feel, Grey Bean?" he asked. "Goo. Very clear, Master. The energy flow is smooth, and the structure is stable. It can activate flight mode at any time. For now, let's keep it this way. Getting to our destination is a priority. Little guy, come back. We are about to take off." He called to Star Dream. "Woo, Master, you look so cool." Star Dream fluttered over, circling him twice, its compound eyes dazzling with colors, full of novelty. "Woo. It just looks cold and no longer smells as good as before." Chen Jing chuckled. "This is metal, of course, it has no body heat. Come on in, I've saved you a spot." As he spoke, a palm-sized indentation quietly opened on the armor on his chest, covered by a layer of soft, translucent energy membrane, protecting Xingmen while not affecting its perception of the outside world. Xingmen tilted its head, and finally transformed into a beam of purple light, gracefully entering the indentation. Heidu, use, mimetic cloaking, and energy overload. Mimetic cloaking, this is one of the new abilities Heidu acquired after evolving, capable of distorting surrounding light and energy fluctuations to avoid detection from beast tamers of yellow rank or below. As Heidu's rank increased, this skill's concealment effect would become even stronger. Meanwhile, energy overload is the key part. This skill allows Heidu to absorb spiritual power from the environment and convert it into energy. In theory, as long as the surrounding spiritual power is not exhausted, the energy supply is limitless. Of course, the premise is that Heidu's body and soul can withstand the continuous flow of energy. Goo. Received. Buzz. A low, throaty hum resonated from within the armor. Chen Jing could feel the energy circuits at his chest, back, and limb joints glowing with a faint blue light simultaneously. Those light paths gently drew in strands of spiritual power from the surroundings, transforming it into pure energy. At the same time, the light around him began to show slight distortions. Clearly standing by the stream, his figure appeared shrouded in a thin mist, the outline becoming blurred, and even his breath was drawn in to the utmost. It worked. Chen Jing assured himself. After all, it was also the first time using these skills, and he felt a bit anxious deep down. Then, he silently thought, system, begin detection. Focus on marking areas dense with ferocious beasts, terrain obstacles, and high-energy reactions. Plan the fastest path to Lingnan City, avoiding all unnecessary battles. Command confirmed. Detection starting environmental scan path calculation. Almost instantly, a translucent map appeared at the edge of his vision, visible only to him. Green indicated safe paths, red marked ferocious beast activity areas, and yellow showed complicated terrains. A winding but clear route extended from his current position to the flickering light point in the center of the map, Lingnan City. Distance, about 820 kilometers. Chen Jing quickly estimated in his heart. If he were to walk on foot, even without sleep, it would take 7 days to reach Lingnan City, not to mention the possible encounters with ferocious beasts, needing to detour, or having to stop to rest. But if he used spiritual power to hurry, the speed would increase a lot, and he could barely make it in 7 days, assuming there were no accidents. If there were speed type or flying beasts, that would be another story. Heydu, get ready for takeoff. Goo. Understood. Chen Jing slightly bent his knees, and the metal wing panels behind him fully unfolded with a whoosh. The wingspan was about 3 meters, gleaming with a cold silver-gray sheen in the sunlight. The layered metal feathers slightly adjusted their angles at this moment, their edges sharp enough to slice through the air. Then, the facial armor also clicked shut, covering the last exposed skin, fully enveloping him in the streamlined silver-gray armor. He focused his mind. Buzz. The propulsion module at the root of the wings burst forth with a brilliant blue flame, and a powerful thrust immediately surged forth. Whoosh! Chen Jing was propelled skyward. Woo! Xingmen let out a small exclamation in the indentation, evidently startled by the sudden ascent despite the energy membrane between them. Steady, little one. Chen Jing smiled and used his thoughts to comfort it, you'll get used to it. The pressure from the acceleration was evenly distributed across the armor, also shared synchronously by Heydu. Chen Jing felt a slight sinking in his chest, then quickly adapted. This feeling was somewhat like sitting in a rapidly ascending elevator, but with more freedom, more unrestricted. At 300 meters high, he stabilized his form. From here, the entire rainforest's veins became clear to see. The dark green treetops roll like waves of green sea. Occasionally, rivers meander through, or bare rocky mountains stand tall. Further away, the terrain gradually rises, revealing the hazy outlines of mountains. The sunlight shines unobstructed, the sky is as blue as a wash, and a few wisps of cloud drift high. Chen Jing did not take much time to admire the scenery. His gaze was locked on the path shown on the system map, slightly adjusting his direction. Gray bean, maintain, mimicry stealth, and energy overload. Let's go. Goo. Understood. Whoosh. A silver-gray figure cut through the sky, leaving a faint streak of light across the blue sky, quickly blurring and fading under the effect of mimicry stealth. Only extremely subtle energy fluctuations and almost inaudible sounds of air braking displayed his presence and direction of movement. The speed rapidly increased. Chen Jing looked at the real-time speed data displayed at the edge of his vision, and could not help but feel excited. The speed is approaching 400 kilometers. This speed can match many orange-tier beast tamers known for their speed, like the wind spirit bird, whose fastest speed is just over 400 kilometers. Moreover, this is not the limit speed. Considering long-distance flight and concealment, only about 70% of energy is used. At this speed, even if we need to detour around several areas densely populated with fierce beasts, or take a short break, we can reach Lingnan City in at most half a day. Chen Jing estimated the time in his heart, and was previously worried that 7 days would not be enough. Now it seemed, no problem at all, and he might even arrive early, having time to rest and adjust in Lingnan City, preparing for the upcoming assessment. This was a huge advantage compared to trekking for 7 days on foot. This is the advantage of flight mode. He reflected to himself, no wonder those who have flying beasts or can move in the air always gain the upper hand in outdoor exploration and travel. With a broad view, ignoring terrain and speed. Of course, this ostentatious flying method could easily become a target in a perilous secret realm. So he would let Gray Bean activate both stealth and energy absorption, trying to minimize the chances of being discovered and his own consumption. But even if I'm seen, so what? The rules only require reaching the endpoint alive, but there is no rule that says I must be low-key. Arriving first and getting into the top 20 for entry into the provincial treasury, that is the real benefit. A little risk is worth it. Chapter 106, The Shock Brought by Gray Bean. Just as Chen Jing activated flight mode, turning into a streak of light rushing toward the center of the secret realm. In the monitoring room, the slightly lazy supervisor Lin was leisurely lifting a cup of hot tea, just bringing it to his lips. The next second. Puff. He caught sight of the silver-gray figure suddenly soaring into the sky on the screen, and the hot tea barely made it to his mouth before it sprayed out. What the hell? Supervisor Lin's eyes widened in shock, and the teacup in his hand clattered down on the table, rolling around twice before stopping. What is this thing? How did that kid suddenly fly? His shout wasn't too loud, but in the relatively quiet monitoring room, it was like tossing a spark into hot oil. Swish. Several gazes instantly shot over. Seated next to Supervisor Lin, Supervisor Xiao was the quickest to react. He was originally looking down at a stack of candidate materials, but immediately turned to ask, "Old Lin, what are you shouting about? What did you see, looking like you've seen a ghost?" Before he could finish, his gaze fell on the light screen that Supervisor Lin was staring at. Then, Supervisor Zhao's usually steady black face also slowly froze in expression. On the screen, the previously tranquil sky over the secret realm, a silver-gray figure was slicing through the air, rushing toward the center of the secret realm at an astonishing speed. The light around the figure slightly distorted, only a humanoid silhouette could be faintly discerned, and the metallic wings unfolding behind it occasionally reflected a cold gleam in the sunlight. The tail flame drew a faint light trace in the sky, which was quickly swallowed by a concealment effect. So fast it's ridiculous. Is this the kid named Chen Jing? Supervisor Xiao instinctively rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things, and leaned closer to the light screen to look carefully at the number and information label. That's right, number 1008, Chen Jing, Tianhe number 7 middle school, but how did he suddenly get a flying armor? Where is his rabbit? Where is that butterfly? Where did they hide? Is this allowed? Students with flying beast companions, while not common, are certainly not rare. In all his years as an invigilator, Supervisor Xiao had seen those riding birds, stepping on clouds, and even those with the wind at their feet, but this one, wrapped in a streamlined metal armor, using a rocket-like speed from rear thrusters. This doesn't look right. The previously low murmurs in the monitoring room instantly disappeared. Almost all the examiners and enrollment teachers turned to look at that light screen. Flying beast companion, someone murmured softly. No, this doesn't look like a beast companion at all, it looks more like mechanical armor? Mechanical system beast companion? But in our province, there are terribly few mechanical system beast masters, let alone one with transformable armor. Could it be some sort of new type of beast companion equipment? But the assessment rules don't prohibit it. The murmurs gradually grew louder. Li Zhang slightly raised his eyes, glancing over the light screen, a barely perceptible wave passing through his calm gaze, but it quickly returned to tranquility. Supervisor Lin finally came back to his senses, hurriedly wiping away the tea on the table and activating the split-screen playback function. The light screen began to replay the entire process of Chen Jing taking off from the edge of the rainforest. The gray-brown rabbit transformed into a silver-gray fluid wrapping its entire body, forming a streamlined armor, metal wings spreading out behind it, and finally the thruster erupted, soaring into the sky. The entire process was smooth as flowing water. This is beast companion armorization? That rabbit is a mechanical symbiotic type? Supervisor Xiao gasped in surprise. Mechanical symbiotic types, in the huge classification system of beast companions, are extremely rare and can almost be categorized as mutant or special existences. These types of beast companions can fuse with their masters to become armed, exhibiting a combat power that is greater than the sum of its parts. The core characteristic of these beast companions is that they can deeply integrate with the contracted beast masters on a physical level, transforming into armor, weapons, or other functional gear, covering or merging with the master's body, allowing their spiritual energy to communicate and their consciousness to connect, resulting in a formidable combat force that is far greater than the mere sum of its parts. In a sense, it can be seen as a living divine weapon. But the problem is, the birth conditions for mechanical symbiotic beast companions are extremely harsh. Either they are naturally bred special life forms that coincidentally fused with rare metals or the origins of mechanical creations. Or the beast companions evolved through a success rate of only 0.00 something %. Whichever way, it requires a massive amount of specific resources and no small amount of luck. Moreover, the training difficulty for these types of beast companions is notoriously high. They have extremely demanding material needs, high stability requirements for energy conduction structures, and ambiguous and dangerous evolution paths. If things go wrong, it could lead to the mechanical parts going out of control, the biological parts withering, or both rejecting each other, causing a collapse. Therefore, just in Lingnan province, even in the entire Huaxia Federation, mechanical symbiotic beast masters are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, every one of them a strategic talent that is closely watched and fought over by various forces. Not to mention, the rabbit on the screen, just a few minutes ago, looked ordinary, no different from the short-tailed fluff rabbits commonly seen in the wild, at most with a more lively gaze. This disguise, this concealment ability, is simply outrageous. What a little brat. Supervisor Lin murmured to himself. The eyes sparkled with excitement. You hit it really deep. Suddenly, he felt that his initial evaluation of Chen Jing during the early assessment was still too conservative. Sitting in the front row on the right, a middle-aged mentor in a dark blue uniform, with Skywind Academy embroidered on his chest, suddenly pushed up his glasses and grabbed the electronic recording board on the table with his right hand. Record immediately. Candidate number 1008, Chen Jing, the beast seems to have undergone an extraordinary mechanical symbiotic mutation, exhibiting high morphological combat capability, potential assessment tentatively, no, re-evaluate. At least raise it by 2 levels. Next to him, another enrollment female mentor from Deep Smoke Academy stood up directly, staring intensely at the silver-gray figure that had turned into a small dot in the distance on the screen. The laziness on her face was gone, replaced by unhidden fervor. Morphological changes, energy transmission, high-speed flight, concealed fluctuations. She murmured, "This is no simple mutation, this is a leap of life form. What exactly is that rabbit?" Meanwhile, an old man in a plain gray robe who had remained largely unnoticed, slowly raised his head from his seat behind her. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his murky eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he whispered in a voice only he could hear. The miracle of mechanical and life symbiosis. Hey, this is interesting. Such a talent would be a pity to waste in Lingnan province. His gaze casually swept over the enrollment teachers in front who were whispering plans, then glanced at the central figure, Li Zhanga, who stood still, and deep in his eyes, a fleeting, elusive thought passed. The commotion in the examination room did not last long, as they were all people who had seen storms before. However, the atmosphere that quietly changed truly began to spread. Many exchanged knowing glances, their fingers began to tap faster on the recording devices, while more eyes that had been scattered across other screens started to consciously search for and lock onto the already distant number 1008. Originally, for this midterm assessment, most expected the best to be from the provincial city of Lingnan and a few well-known talents from major families. For example, the Zhao family young master who possessed blue-tier potential Thunder-Horned Horse, the talented girl Suchinga who contracted the rare Mirror Flower Water Moon Butterfly, and the Yin family lad who reportedly had already cultivated their family's Crimson Flame formula to the 3rd level, mastering Fire-type beast control. These people were considered strong contenders for the top 20 or even the top 10. But now, a surprise contender emerged, Chen Jing, from a small town named Tianhe, unknown to fame, yet donned in mechanical armor, charging forward at nearly 400 kilometers per hour. This speed, even if not first, would certainly rank among the best. Moreover, he had sneaking abilities that could reduce trouble along the way. Chapter 107, Lingnan City. In the high altitude of the secret realm. The fierce wind howled, sweeping over the surface of the armor, emitting a low and continuous humming. Chen Jing was inside the silver-gray streamlined armor, yet his senses were exceptionally clear. Greybean shared external perception through the soul link so that even when the faceplate closed, he could see the rapidly retreating forests, rivers, and the gradually clearer rolling mountains in the distance. At the edge of his vision, a semi-transparent system map floated, with a green path clearly guiding the direction. How does it feel, Greybean? Is the energy supply still stable? Chen Jing asked in his heart. Goo. Very stable, master. The surrounding spiritual power concentration is very high, absorption and transformation efficiency is even better than expected. Greybean's voice came through the armor, carrying a metallic undertone, yet it was clear and steady. As the core and controller of the armor, it was currently merging with Chen Jing in a marvelous, symbiotic state, needing to maintain the armor's form and flight. I need to keep operating mimetic cloak and energy overload, the burden is not small. But from the feedback, it seems to be handling it well. Great. Stay in this state, report any abnormalities immediately. Goo. Understood. Goo. It's just, flying too fast, Sister Meng seems a little dizzy. Chen Jing was taken aback and instinctively looked down at the palm-sized groove on his chest armor. Through that layer of soft, translucent energy membrane, he could see Xingming curled up inside, her small front claws tightly gripping the edge of the groove, her wings drooping, and the brilliance in her compound eyes was a bit dimmed. Ooh. Master, flying too fast, feeling dizzy. The little one's voice was soft and held a hint of grievance. Chen Jing nearly laughed out loud. Who could have thought that a butterfly, born to fly, could get airsick? Hang in there, little one, you'll get used to it. Or do you want to enter a dream to train for a while? Ooh. No, I want to look outside, protect the master. Xingmeng stubbornly shook her little head, but as soon as she lifted it slightly, the bumps from high-speed flying caused her to shrink back, so she could only lay there pitifully, showing just her eyes, watching the clouds and ground rush by. Chen Jing found it amusing and heart-wrenching at the same time, but he couldn't slow down. Right now, time was of the essence. Arriving in Lingnan City a bit earlier would give them an advantage. He steadied his mind and refocused on the area below. From this height, he could see the candidates struggling in the secret realm below. He saw a small team of 4 or 5 people fiercely attacking a thick-skinned rhinoceros-type beast. Colors of various skill lights flashed, and the battle was quite intense. The rhino, with its tough skin and flesh, charged through the attacks, forcing the group to constantly change formations. One person seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. Chen Jing's figure just happened to flash by at that moment, moving extremely fast, combined with the mimetic cloak distorting the light and energy waves. In the candidate's eyes, he likely appeared just as a blurry gray shadow, fleeting away. What are you looking at? Focus. A companion's shout pulled him back to reality. I think something just flew past. Who cares? Let's take down this armored rhino first. Damn, its skin is really tough. The group dove back into battle, no one paying attention to the insignificant occurrence in the sky. Chen Jing withdrew his gaze, understanding in his heart. This is the reality of most people's assessments, he thought silently. Without flying abilities, without crushing speed, they could only explore step by step in complex terrain, guarding against other candidates while dealing with these strong native beasts in the secret realm. 7 days' time, for many people, every minute must feel like a struggle. He continued to see several scenes. Some were riding fast wolves, racing and kicking up dust. Some were lucky, contracting birds that could fly low, riding them across a swamp, but were soon targeted by some flying beasts, leading to a chaotic chase. Others had clearly given up on rushing and found a sheltered corner to huddle with their beasts, probably planning to preserve their strength and hold on through the first few days. Everyone relies on their own abilities. He stopped paying attention and focused on his journey. Time gradually passed by. Almost 2 hours of flying. The terrain below began to change noticeably. The dense primeval forest was gradually left behind, replaced by more undulating hills and woodlands. In the distance, a huge and regular shadow was slowly rising from below the horizon. It was a city. Though there was still some distance away, the general outline was already clear. Towering city walls, orderly street layouts, and several particularly prominent spire-like buildings in the city center. Lingnan City. The destination at the center of the secret realm, and also the goal for all the candidates in this mid-stage assessment. Chen Jing's spirit lifted. Gray Bean, lower the altitude. Slow down. Prepare to land. Goo. Received. At the same time, Chen Jing released Mimic Stealth. Since he had already arrived, hiding made no sense and could even cause unnecessary misunderstandings. It was better to reveal himself boldly. As the light distortion effect faded away, his streamlined silver-gray armor fully appeared in the sunlight, the metal shell reflecting a sharp gleam. The wing plates behind him slightly adjusted their angles to slow his descent. From high above, the whole view of Lingnan City became clearer. The city walls were standard ancient military fortress style, with crenellations on the walls and the outline of protruding arrow towers faintly visible at the corners. Inside the city, the streets were laid out in a neat grid, dividing the area into distinct blocks. But the whole city was eerily quiet. This made Chen Jing feel somewhat cautious inside. Gray Bean, land in that open space outside the city walls. Chen Jing chose his target. There was a flat, open stretch of gravel outside the east city wall, suitable for landing with no obstructions. Goo. Understood. The silver-gray armor traced a smooth arc as it swooped down towards the open area. Shoo. The airflow kicked up a cloud of dust from the ground. Chen Jing bent his legs slightly and landed steadily. The armor at his feet made a light crack sound upon touching the gravel surface. He straightened up, and the wing plates behind him whoosh completely folded up, fitting snugly against his back armor, seamless. The armor on his chest also silently opened, revealing a groove. The Star Dream whoosh flew out and spun clumsily in the air for 2 circles before barely stabilizing. The little guy rubbed its head with its front paws, its compound eyes still a bit dazed. Wu finally touched down. It let out a long, almost sigh-like woo, its wings drooping, looking pitiful. Feeling better? Chen Jing said with a smile as he looked at it. Woo. Much better. Just a bit too dizzy a moment ago. Next time, let's not fly so fast. Star Dream flapped its wings and landed back on his shoulder, mumbling softly. Chen Jing laughed, shaking his head, his gaze sweeping around. It seemed he was the first to arrive. Chapter 108, Entering the City. Outside the gates of Lingnan City. Chen Jing held Gray Bean, who had just returned to his original state, in his arms. The little guy was a silver-gray furred rabbit again, its ears pricked up, occasionally turning around. On his shoulder, Star Dream finally overcame the dizziness from the flight and occasionally raised its little head, its compound eyes curiously surveying the city ahead. This rabbit and butterfly, plus Chen Jing's casual outfit, made it seem like he was some young master from a prominent family, taking 2 ornamental beasts on a leisurely journey deep into the secret realm. Who would have thought that just a few minutes ago, he was encased in streamlined armor, cutting through the sky at nearly 400 kilometers per hour? Coo! Master, shall we go in? Gray Bean looked up, its throat making a low gurgling sound. Chen Jing did not answer immediately. He squinted, carefully scanning the Lingnan City in front of him. The city walls were quite tall, possibly over 20 meters high, built entirely of gray-green giant stones, deep green moss crawling in the stone crevices. But what was strange was it was too quiet. So quiet it made one feel uneasy. This was supposed to be the final stop at the center of the secret realm. Logically, even if he was the first to arrive, there should be some activity in the city. Where were the patrolling guards? The examiners or staff that had been pre-arranged? Even flying birds would have been better than this dead silence, making it feel like a huge tomb. Something's wrong. Gray Bean, can you sense any living energy fluctuations in the city? Chen Jing whispered. Gray Bean immediately closed its eyes, its long ears slightly twitching. After a few seconds, it opened its eyes and shook its head. Goo, no, master. The city walls seem to have some barrier blocking the perception. I can only feel a vague presence. He turned to Star Dream on his shoulder. Little guy, what about you? Have you noticed anything unusual? Star Dream tilted its head, wondering. The purple light on the wings swirled a bit slower. After a moment, it conveyed a slightly confused thought. Master, I can't feel any living soul's fluctuation either. Chen Jing's heart sank. Even Star Dream said so. The little guy's dream soul perception is extremely sensitive to soul fluctuations, capturing even the ripples of a fierce beast stream while it sleeps. He raised his head to look at the towering city wall, then glanced at the system map. The light point, representing the destination, flickered right in the center of the city, with the green path ending here. After flying for most of the day, the destination was right in front of him. But this destination looked more and more strange. His gaze swept over the open sandy area outside the city wall. It was flat, empty, and aside from a few patches of low weeds, there was no cover at all. Stay here? No, that's too passive. If the following candidates arrive one after another and see him standing outside the city without moving, they would definitely become suspicious. Explaining would be troublesome, and it might even trigger unnecessary conflicts. Moreover, he had a faint feeling that this test probably wasn't that simple. Let's go. Chen Jing took a deep breath and made a decision. We'll go in and take a look. But everyone stay alert. If anything feels off, withdraw immediately. Ku? Master, are we really going in? It feels so strange inside. Woo. Yes, Master, it's empty inside, something feels off. In. Chen Jing repeated, his steps not stopping, but everyone stay on high alert. Grey Bean, maintain the minimal symbiotic link, and if anything happens, suit up immediately. Star Dream, activate dream soul perception fully. If there's any soul fluctuation, even a remnant of a dead object, tell me right away. Goo. Understood. Woo. Okay, Master. The two little guys no longer asked further questions. The silver-gray light on Grey Bean flickered slightly, and a very thin energy thread silently extended from it, connecting to Chen Jing's wrist. This was the preparatory state for the symbiotic mode, and could arm in half a second when needed. Chen Jing held Grey Bean in his arms, with Star Dream perched on his shoulder, stepping forward towards the city gate. The closer he got, the stronger the sense of pressure from the silence became. In the monitoring room, a massive circular light screen hovered, with hundreds and thousands of split screens flickering images from various places in the secret realm. But at this moment, many people's gazes intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards one of the screens, number 1008, Chen Jing. In the picture, he was holding a rabbit, carrying a butterfly, slowly walking into the gate of Lingnan City. Hey, the examiner Xiao nudged the examiner Lin next to him with his elbow, a mischievous smile on his face. Old Lin, the betting's open. How long do you think it will take for this kid to notice something's off? Examiner Lin didn't lean back lazily like usual. Instead, he sat up straighter, eyes glued to the split screen of Chen Jing entering the city gate, stroking his chin. Notice something's off? I bet he sensed it a long time ago. Look at him, even the rabbit and butterfly are on high alert. The problem is, noticing something's off and being able to break through are two different things. He thinks that just being fast and reaching the destination guarantees a spot in the top 20? Not a chance. He paused, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. This illusion is specially prepared for those. It tests temperament, sharpens will, and by the way, filters out those who are lucky but not clever enough. How long do you think our dark horse can last? 10 minutes? Half an hour? Or? He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Examiner Xiao smacked his lips. Hard to say. This kid is quirky, and his beast mastery is also unusual. However, these illusions test the heart, and don't have a direct relationship with how strong one's beast mastery is. Those with weak will, even a 5th-grade beast master can fall in there. Just watch, there will be a good show. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. A noisy ringing sound broke out. Chen Jing frowned, too lazy to open his eyes. He groped around on the bedside table, grabbed the buzzing phone, and impatiently pressed it to his ear. Hello? Who is it? On the other end of the line immediately came a sharp and cruel woman's voice, launching into a tirade. Chen Jing. What time is it? Ha? Look at what time it is now. Are you still not sleeping? Do you not want to work anymore? Ha? The company invited you here to sleep? If you don't want to work, then leave right now. The company doesn't support useless people like you. Waste. Chen Jing was completely awakened by the shout. He jolted up from the bed, the bamboo mat pinching his back painfully. The sunlight outside was blindingly white, piercing through the gaps in the curtains that weren't drawn tight, casting a glaring light spot on the cheap floor. Dust danced wildly in the beam of light. The phone was still pressed to his ear. The woman's sharp voice continued. Was the plan from last night revised? Mr. Wang is anxious for it. I tell you, if you don't hand it in by the end of today, your whole month's performance pay will be deducted. Do you hear me? Chapter 109 Dream Return. Smack. Chen Jing abruptly pressed the hang-up button. The world suddenly fell silent. He lowered his head and looked at his hand. His fingers were clean, knuckles distinct, just a pair of ordinary hands belonging to a 20-something working-class individual. His shoulders felt empty, without that little creature that loved to gently flap its wings, occasionally using its antennae to nuzzle his neck. In his arms, there was also no silver-gray rabbit with fur that carried a metallic chill, always alert with its ears perked up. His mind was blank, yet seemed stuffed with countless noisy fragments. Lingnan City Grey Bean's Star Dream Secret Realm Assessment. He raised his hand abruptly, squeezing his thigh hard. Hiss. A clear pain came. It wasn't a dream. But he looked around in a panic. In this small, less than 10 square meter room, the walls were dusty, with damp mold spots in the corners. An old desk creaked, piled high with messy documents and leftover instant noodle cups. A chipped metal wardrobe whose door wouldn't close properly. The air was thick with an inescapable, lingering scent of despair belonging to a lower-class life. This was the rental room he lived in on Blue Star before crossing to the Beastmaster world. It was where he came back exhausted after working late into the night, collapsing straight into bed. It was where he endured his boss's harassment, his colleagues' exclusion, living like a numbskull, repeating the same work every day, seeing no hope for a mere meager salary. How could this be possible? No way. Chen Jing shook his head hard, trying to shake off the dizziness and confusion. I'm in Lingnan City. I just entered the city gate. This is an assessment. This must be part of the assessment. He struggled to get out of bed, but his legs went soft, causing him to nearly fall off the edge. Just when he barely held his body upright, breathing fast, trying to calm down and analyze. Bang, bang, bang. The thin, poorly painted green wooden door of his rental apartment was knocked on very rudely from outside. No, it was like someone was smashing the door. Chen Jing. Chen Jing. Open the door. I know you're in there. Don't play dead with me. A rough voice with a heavy local accent shouted from outside, accompanied by harder banging, shaking dust off the doorframe. When are you going to pay this month's rent? Ha? It's been almost a week. If you don't pay today, pack your things and get out immediately. It was landlord Old Zhang. Back when he was on Blue Star, Old Zhang always urged for rent like this, seeming as if he wanted to eat him alive, without any empathy. Once, when Chen Jing worked late, Old Zhang even blocked him at the door, refusing to let him in until he paid the rent on the spot. In the end, he had to borrow money from a colleague to settle it. Chen Jing's heart felt like it was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, suffocating sensations overwhelmed him. Rent performance assessment, his bosses scolding, the heavy pressure of life. Those memories belonging to Chen Jing, the ordinary working-class individual, which he thought had been thrown behind and overshadowed by the wonders of the Beastmaster world, at this moment burst forth like a floodgate opened, surging into his mind. These memories are cold, real, and numbing, pressing down on his chest and making it painful to breathe. Could it be, everything before, the Beastmaster world, the Star Dream, the Grey Bean, the system, the assessments, was just a long and realistic dream? Is it because his life was too oppressive that his subconscious weaved a magnificent and powerful illusion to escape reality? Now, the dream has awakened, and he has to return to that suffocating life, continuing to be a numb corporate slave? He instinctively clenched his fists, with his nails digging into his palms, sending a clear sting through him. It is this pain that jolts his chaotic thoughts into clarity. He looked down at his palm where the imprint was left, his gaze slowly focusing. No, this isn't right. If this truly is the world before his crossing, if everything in the Beastmaster world was a dream, then what is this warm, familiar power flowing slowly within him? He held his breath, sinking all his attention into his body. At first, it felt sluggish, as if surrounded by thick fog. But soon, that feeling came. Spiritual power. Though it felt much weaker than in the secret realm, as if being suppressed by something invisible, that feeling tightly connected to the essence of life cannot be wrong. This is not something that can be fabricated in a dream. Chen Jing suddenly opened his eyes, the confusion and panic in them receding like the tide, replaced by clarity. He understood. The dead silence of Lingnan City, where Grey Bean and Star Dream sensed no living beings, it turned out this was where it was waiting. This is not the end, it is another testing ground. A mirage examination aimed at the heart, digging into fears, and questioning the essence. And his mirage turned out to be his previous life, which he desperately sought to escape. Ha! Chen Jing suddenly laughed softly, that laughter carrying a hint of self-mockery, but even more, a sense of relief. Going through all this trouble just to let me relive the corporate slave life? This mirage is quite unique. Does this count as hitting a bug? Others might face terrifying beasts, betrayal from friends and family, or the deepest traps of desire. When it's his turn, well, he's directly thrown back into a rental apartment, confronting rent, the boss, and instant noodles. It's quite down to earth. Also very brutal. Because for his former self, this life, which wore down dignity and passion day after day without hope, is, in some ways, more despairing than facing a fierce beast. It's a dull knife cutting flesh, slowly draining a person's spirit and energy. But it's fine, he can take this opportunity to say goodbye to his previous life. The roars and banging sounds outside the door grew more frantic, almost becoming background noise. Chen Jing took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. This time, his breath steadied considerably. He paid no mind to the landlord, turned and walked to the bathroom to wash up, then changed his clothes. When he reached the door, he paused. Outside, landlord old Zhang seemed to have run out of curses, panting heavily, but his foot still kicked the door from time to time. Chen Jing's hand rested on the cold doorknob. This time, his fingers were steady. Click. He turned the lock and pulled the door open forcefully. Light flooded in from outside all at once, somewhat blinding. At the door stood a middle-aged man in a wrinkled polo shirt, with a protruding belly, indeed, landlord old Zhang. He raised his hand, ready to bang again, but when the door suddenly opened, he froze for a moment, and then his shiny face twitched, spitting out almost onto Chen Jing's face. Well, Chen Jing. Finally willing to come out? Where's the money? This month plus last month's unpaid utilities adds up to 2003. Not a cent less, or don't even think about. His shouting abruptly stopped. Because Chen Jing was quietly looking at him. That gaze was strange, lacking the familiar fear, evasion, or flattery, and no anger forced from circumstance. It was a very calm look, even carrying a hint of scrutiny and detachment. It felt like looking at a stranger, or something unimportant. Old Zhang was oddly unsettled by that gaze, his imposing presence unintentionally diminished, but his mouth remained stubborn. What are you looking at? Hurry up. Get the money. Chen Jing said nothing, just took a step forward. Old Zhang instinctively took a half step back, clearing the doorway. Chen Jing walked past him, his step steady and calm, without even glancing back at the rented room or the landlord who had once given him so many headaches. Hey! Where are you going? What about the money? Old Zhang reacted and shouted from behind, jumping in frustration. Chen Jing had already reached the end of the corridor, where there was a door leading to the stairwell. The afternoon sunlight slanted in through the high window, casting a dazzling patch of light on the dim hallway floor. He reached out and pushed open the door. The light instantly enveloped him. I will pay back the money. But not now. After saying that, he stepped into the stairwell, his figure disappearing into the bright halo. Old Zhang stood in the dim corridor, his mouth agape, unable to come to his senses for a long time. What's up with this kid? Why does he seem like a different person today? That gaze, that tone. Something strange. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Chen Jing stepped inside and pressed the button for the 12th floor. 12th floor, marketing department. The glass door pushed open, and the familiar scene hit him like a wave. Rows of cubicles were densely packed like a beehive, the glow of computer screens reflecting numbed faces. The sounds of typing, ringing phones, and hushed conversations intertwined into a suffocating background noise. Hey, Chen Jing? You're finally here. A sharp female voice exploded in his ear. Chen Jing turned his head and saw the department head, Wang Meifeng, standing in the aisle with her arms crossed. She was in her 40s, wearing a tight-fitting suit, sporting an outdated perm, her face painted pale, and her lips bright red, looking like she had just drunk blood. At that moment, her triangular eyes were spitting fire. Do you see what time it is now? Ha! It's 11:30. Lunchtime is almost starting. Do you think this is a tea house? Or a vegetable market? You can come and go as you please? Wang Meifeng spit nearly sprayed onto his face. Around them, colleagues quietly raised their heads, casting sympathetic or gloating glances, and quickly lowered their heads again, pretending to be busy. No one wanted to attract trouble. Chen Jing quietly observed her, remaining silent. He knew this woman too well. A distant relative of the boss, no skills but an ugly temper. She loved to steal her subordinates' credit and was faster than anyone at passing the blame when problems arose. In the past, he had suffered greatly from her. Plans he worked late to create were signed off under her name. When clients complained, he was the one who got reprimanded. Cat got your tongue? Speak up. Wang Meifeng, seeing his lack of response, became even angrier, stepping forward fiercely, her crimson-nailed finger nearly poking Chen Jing's nose. Playing dead, huh? I called you in the morning and you didn't answer. Texts went unanswered. Do you still see me as your supervisor? Do you still see this job? Huh? Her voice rose another pitch, piercing and painful to the eardrums. Chen Jing could even see her chest rising and falling violently with anger, and the bulging vein on her neck. According to the previous script, he should quickly bow down and apologize, explaining he must have had his phone on silent and hadn't heard it, promising to throw himself into work immediately and pull out the plan he had worked on all night. But at this moment, Chen Jing only felt it was a bit noisy. Wang Meifeng saw him still silent, his gaze even slightly drifting, her anger boiling over, her finger almost poking his forehead. I'm telling you, Chen Jing, don't even think about your performance this month. Where's the plan I made you revise last night? Director Wang wants it this afternoon. If you can't produce it, get out right now. The company doesn't keep useless trash like you. The words "get out" echoed in the noisy office for a few seconds. More people glanced over from the shadows. Chen Jing finally moved. He blinked slowly. Suddenly, he pulled at the corners of his mouth. That was not a smile, at least not a smile that was kind, flattering, or awkward in any sense. It resembled more of a pure expression of a burden being lifted, tinged with a hint of detachment and scrutiny. "Are you done?" he spoke, his voice not loud, even calm, yet strangely cutting through the surrounding noise, clearly piercing into Wang Meifeng's ears and the ears of several nearby colleagues who were listening intently. Wang Meifeng froze for a moment, not expecting this response from him. You talk too much. Plan? None. Performance? You can deduct as you like." He took a small step forward. With just that small step, Wang Meifeng instinctively took half a step back, making way for the aisle. "Did you just say for me to get lost?" Wang Meifeng's lips quivered, trying to regain her momentum. What? Do you still want to stay? Let me tell you. Just right. This job, I'm done with it. You, and this tiny place of yours, find whoever you want to take it. After saying that, he turned around, without a trace of hesitation, striding straight towards the glass door. You stop right there. Chen Jing. You've gone too far. Wang Meifeng finally reacted from shock and humiliation, her shrill scream chasing after him. Dare to leave? If you walk out, you won't get a single cent of this month's salary. I'll blacklist you in the whole industry. Make it impossible for you to stay in this field. Chen Jing stopped, slightly turning his head. Whatever. And your mouth is too foul, I suggest you brush your teeth. After saying that, he exerted force with his hand, and with a soft click, the glass door was pushed open. He stepped out, his figure disappearing into the light. The glass door closed slowly behind him, completely shutting in Wang Meifeng's furious roar, the suppressed commotion in the office area, and the countless shocked, complex gazes, leaving behind that dark, noisy, suffocating world. Downstairs, Chen Jing stood on the steps at the entrance of the office building, taking a deep breath. But inside, it felt like a huge stone had been lifted off, light enough to almost float away. He took out his phone, swiped the screen, found the familiar number in his contacts, and dialed it. Beep beep. After 5 or 6 rings, someone finally picked up. A sleepy yet slightly irritable voice came through. Damn, who is it? Middle of the day, and you won't let a person live, better be something important, or I swear I'll come through the line and stab you. Along, it's me. Chen Jing said. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds, followed by some rustling sounds, like someone sitting up from bed. Jing Gu? Is it really you? You calling it this time? Don't tell me you got fired? Along, whose real name was Zhao Zilong, was one of the few close friends Chen Jing had during his time at Blue Star, working as a planner in a gaming company, and was always on a reversed schedule. Listening to that familiar loud voice, Chen Jing couldn't help but smile. Kind of. Chen Jing replied, his tone unexpectedly relaxed. Just had a confrontation with my supervisor, and I quit. Damn. Really? That old hag Wang Meifeng? You confronted her? How did it go? Tell me. Just like that. Let the readers fill in the details here. Chen Jing took 2 steps down the stairs, avoiding a delivery man rushing in. She said for me to get lost. I said perfect, I'm done with this job. You should have done this long ago. That broken company, that rotten supervisor, it's not a place for humans. Every day working overtime without pay, all the credit goes to her, and you carry the blame. Just hearing it makes me angry. So where are you now? Everything okay? That old hag didn't make it hard for you? Downstairs, just came out. It's fine, how could she make it hard for me? Wait. You're right underneath the office, right? Don't move. I'll be right over. I'm treating you to dinner. We must celebrate. Celebrate your escape from the sea of suffering, your rebirth. Old place, how about it? At this time, just right, not many people. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Chen Jing slipped his phone back into his pocket. Chapter 111 The Final Goodbye, 1. Yusher, the neighbor's welfare institute. When the high-speed train arrived, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Chen Jing stepped out of the station, taking a deep breath of the familiar air of this small city. Yusher is not big, lacking the splendor of the provincial capital, with shorter buildings and fewer cars, where pedestrians stroll leisurely, living a slow-paced life. Chen Jing smiled, didn't take a taxi or bus, just followed the road in his memory, walking step by step towards the west. He wanted to take a walk. The Neighbors Welfare Institute is in the old street area of the west side of the city. It takes about 40 minutes to walk from the high-speed train station. This 40-minute journey, he had walked countless times with the old matron as a child, going to the market, the post office, the second-hand bookstore to find cheap comics. At that time, he thought this road was so long, when he got tired, he would tug at the old matron's clothes to act spoiled, and she would always pull out a nearly melted fruit candy from her pocket and pop it into his mouth. The sweetness could last a long time. But now, walking it felt shorter. This is the place where he grew up. Before leaving Usher to study elsewhere, almost all his feelings of home came from that neighbor's welfare institute hidden deep within the old street. So, this time he returned, he didn't go anywhere first. His last stop had to be here. To say goodbye to that little courtyard, to the old osmanthus tree in the yard, to the matron who always sat under the tree, swaying her fan. To say a proper farewell. The iron gate was still that iron gate, the green paint long faded to a point where the color was unrecognizable, with a dark red scar of rust around the edges. The hinges must have been lacking oil, as it groaned a long creak when pushed open. The scene in the yard was about the same as in his memory, just a little older. The cement ground had faded hopscotch drawings, and a few younger children were squatting in the corner, watching ants moving their homes. Hearing the sound of the door, they all raised their heads simultaneously, first with suspicion, and then their eyes lit up upon recognizing Chen Jing. Big brother Chen Jing. It's big brother Chen Jing back. Slow down, slow down. He chuckled, squatting down to their eye level. Big brother, why did you come back so late? A little girl with horn braids and round eyes tugged at his clothes, looking up at him with a soft voice. Yes, last time you said you would bring back candy. A boy missing a tooth shouted, and then embarrassedly chuckled. Chen Jing patted their heads one by one, his palm brushing against their fine, soft hair, his heart warming up. I had to rush back this time, but next time, I promise to bring some. His voice naturally softened. Did you all listen to what Grandma said? Yes, the children answered in unison, excitedly reporting all at once. I helped Grandma peel beans yesterday. I swept the floor. I recited poems. Yet the little girl tugging at his clothes was still looking up, her bright black eyes unwavering, quietly asking, Brother, will you leave again this time? Chen Jing's throat tightened. He saw the little girl's cautious hope in her eyes and the other children behind her who were quietly listening. He paused, then tried to make his voice steady while saying, I came back to see Grandma, to see you all. I still have to leave. Oh. The little girl looked a bit disappointed but quickly smiled again. Then you can go talk to Grandma. She's sunbathing in the yard today. We promised not to disturb her. So good. Chen Jing felt both sour and warm inside, reaching out to ruffle her soft hair. He stood up, dusting off non-existent dust from his knees, and looked towards the depths of the yard. At the very back of the yard, under that old osmanthus tree, a rattan chair was gently rocking. There was a person sitting in that chair. Wearing a faded indigo cotton shirt, her hair neatly tied in a small bun at the back. In her hand was an old fan with frayed edges, gently waving it back and forth. It was Grandma. Chen Jing stood there. He watched for a while. The wind blew, and the leaves of the osmanthus tree rustled softly. A few early yellow leaves twirled down and landed at Grandma's feet. Everything felt so familiar that it made his eyes sting a little. He lifted his foot, slowly, one step at a time, walking towards the tree, that chair, that person. His footsteps were light, but Grandma still heard them. The fan stopped. The wicker chair also stopped rocking. She slightly turned her face towards Chen Jing. On her face, filled with deep and shallow wrinkles, the skin was thinned by the years, somewhat transparent, showing a kind, waxy yellow. Her eyes were not as bright as they had been when she was younger, a little cloudy, as if veiled by a gentle fog. But when that gaze fell on him, it was still so gentle, so focused, so bright. It was as if he had always been the child in her eyes who had never grown up. Xiao Jing. Grandma spoke, her voice a bit hoarse, carrying the soft, gentle quality unique to the elderly, yet it steadily reached his ears. She smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes suddenly unfurling, clustering together like chrysanthemums blooming quietly under the autumn sun. You're back. These 3 words were so ordinary. Chen Jing's nose suddenly felt a bit sour. He hurried a few steps to the side of the wicker chair, squatted down, and held Grandma's bony yet warm hand. I'm sorry, Grandma, I took so long to come back to see you. Silly child, why say sorry? Grandma gently patted his head, just like when he was little. You're busy, I know. School, exams, work. Out there, which is easy. Grandma understands in her heart. As long as you can come back, even if just to stand for a bit, say a few words, Grandma will be happy, feeling at ease. As she spoke, her eyes curved up, closely watching him. You've lost weight. Didn't eat well outside? I ate, quite well. Chen Jing shook his head, not letting go of her hand, squatting there, looking up at her face. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting moving little spots of light on her face, making her look both real and like she could melt into this light at any moment. Liar. Grandma lightly snorted, with a childlike certainty. You kids, once you go out, you scatter. Don't you hate Grandma for nagging? No, really not. Chen Jing hurriedly said, that little sourness in his heart eased a bit, rising warmth. It's just, sometimes when I get busy, I grab a bite. That won't do. Grandma withdrew her hand and held his back, squeezing it gently. Your body is your own. If you spoil it when you're young, you'll suffer when you're old. How many days can you stay back this time? Chen Jing paused for a moment. He felt Grandma's hand holding his tighten slightly. I want to spend good time with Grandma. He whispered, his voice very soft, talk with you, help you with some chores, and taste the red braised pork you make. Grandma's eyes lit up even brighter, the smile at the corner of her mouth became more obvious. She patted Chen Jing's hand and said, good, that's wonderful. I'll make red braised pork for you tonight, and cook a pot of corn porridge, so you can have a good meal. Chapter 112 The Final Farewell, Part 2. On the afternoon of the 10th day, the warm sunlight poured into the small yard of the orphanage next door. Chen Jing had just finished playing a round of eagle catching the chick with a few little kids. Beads of sweat still hung on his forehead. He was breathing slightly heavier, but a relaxed smile hung on his face. This carefree running and laughing was something he hadn't experienced for a long time. A few children were still chasing and chatting in the yard, their laughter crisp and bright, startling two sleepy sparrows in the osmanthus tree at the corner of the wall. Chen Jing shook his head with a smile, just about to turn around to the house to take out the crispy jujubes Grandma had washed and sun-dried yesterday to share. Just as he lifted his foot, he heard Grandma's voice calling from under the old osmanthus tree nearby. Xiao Jing, come, sit with Grandma for a while. Chen Jing paused his steps. He turned back to see Grandma still sitting in that wicker chair, a thin blanket covering her. The afternoon light leaked through the gaps in the osmanthus tree leaves, casting mottled and swaying shadows on her face. Just come, Grandma. He replied, his voice involuntarily softened. He walked over to the rattan chair, naturally squatting down, bringing his gaze level with Grandma's. This was a habit he had since childhood. When he was young, he was short and always had to look up at Grandma. Later, he grew taller, but still liked to squat like this, as if it helped him return to those times when she would pat his head and say, Xiao Jing is so well behaved. Are you tired? Grandma reached out, her thin but warm palm gently landing on the top of his head, rubbing his slightly sweaty hair. Look at you, running and sweating. You're grown up, yet you still act like a child. Not tired, Chen Jing shook his head, letting that hand caress his hair, playing with them. It makes my heart feel at ease. Grandma didn't say anything, just watched him, her gaze lingering delicately on his face, as if confirming something, or perhaps reminiscing about something. After a long while, she slowly spoke, her voice carrying the unique softness and gentleness of the elderly. Is there something on your mind this time you came back? Chen Jing was taken aback. He thought he was hiding it well. In the days since he returned, he laughed naturally and played happily with the children. But Grandma still saw through it. Sure enough, nothing could be hidden from her. He lowered his eyes, looking at the few fallen osmanthus leaves on the ground, yellow and curled, like little boats sleeping. There's nothing much, he heard his voice come out a bit dry, just wanted to come back and take a look. Look at you, look at the yard, and look at the kids. Lying. Grandma softly huffed, I watched you grow up. If you frown or blink, it's like a mirror to my heart. Speak up, did you encounter some difficulties out there? Difficulties? A complex feeling surged in Chen Jing's heart. Beast Taming World, Secret Realm Assessment, Illusion Trials, and that unknown, full of danger yet full of possibilities future, do these count as difficulties? They do, of course. Each of them is enough for an ordinary person to drink a pot of worry over. But could he tell Grandma about these? Could he say that he wasn't just an ordinary worker named Chen Jing on Blue Star, but also a Beastmaster who had contracted a nightmare soul butterfly and a 1,000-change battle rabbit in the Beast Taming World? Could he tell her he was undergoing an illusion assessment? He couldn't. It wasn't about not trusting Grandma, it was fear of scaring her, and also fear that some things, once spoken, would blur the reality in front of him. His silence lingered a bit too long. Grandma didn't push him, that hand resting on his head slowly slid down, gently patting his shoulder, like the times in childhood when he stubbornly refused to cry after being wronged. Grandma, Chen Jing finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. You said, if a person walks a long way, sees many different landscapes, and even experiences things that ordinary people can't imagine, can they return to the original place? Will this place still wait for them to come back, peaceful and steady like before? He asked vaguely, but Grandma listened attentively. Her somewhat cloudy yet still bright eyes looked at the corner of the blue sky peeking outside the yard wall, and after a while, she slowly said, Xiao Jing, no matter how high the tree grows, or how far the leaves drift, the roots are still buried in the soil. You go out and explore, see the world, it's a good thing. Although Grandma is old and hasn't traveled far, I've watched TV and listened to the radio. I know the outside world is vast, with both good and bad. She withdrew her gaze, refocusing on Chen Jing's face, her lips curving into a gentle arc. This yard, this old osmanthus tree, this chair, and Grandma, they are all here. Whenever you want to come back, the door is always open for you. When tired, just come back to rest. When you feel wronged, just come back and talk to Grandma. This place will always be your home. Home. Chen Jing mumbled this word, suddenly feeling a lump in his throat, as if something was tightly blocking it. His eyes felt hot and swollen. He quickly lowered his head, pretending to brush off the non-existent dust on his knee. Yes, this is home. It is the only lighthouse in his grey childhood, the only warm stove in his past life, a small light that always shines deep in his heart. It is also the place where he can let down his guard without worry. But this home, he can never return to. Everything in front of him, this sunlight, this osmanthus fragrance, the warmth of his grandmother's palm, the children's laughter. He knows it is all an illusion, but he is so reluctant. He is like a traveler who has walked too long in the desert, knowing that what lies ahead may be a mirage, yet cannot help but want to rush over, if only for a moment of cool comfort. Grandma. If I go to a very far place, far enough that I may not come back, would you blame me? After asking this question, he almost used up all his strength. He did not dare to look into his grandmother's eyes, only able to stare at the raised, dark brown age spots on the back of her hand. His grandmother was silent for a moment. Then, Chen Jing felt that hand holding his gently patting the back of his hand. Silly boy. Your grandmother has lived so long, and the children I've sent away can hardly be counted on one hand. Some went to the provincial capital, some went south to work, and 2 who were ambitious went to study in another place, only coming back once every few years. People are just like dandelion seeds, when the wind blows, they must drift far away. Wherever they land, they take root, sprout, and grow into something new. What is there to say about seeds drifting away, yet still needing to return to the original plant? Just remember. No matter where you fly to or what you become, in your grandmother's heart, you will always be that little Jing who tugged at my clothes asking for candy. The osmanthus tree in this yard remains every year, and the place I have kept for you in my heart is also here year after year. Chapter 113 The Final Farewell, 3. Chen Jing's lips trembled, he wanted to say something but could not make a sound. His tears finally could not be held back, 1 drop, 2 drops, hitting the back of his own hand, burning hot. He was not a person who cried. He had never been. Later, in the struggles of society, being scolded by his boss, stabbed in the back by colleagues, overwhelmed by life, he just silently bore it, swallowing all the bitterness and hardship. He clearly had planned to return this time, to say goodbye to his grandmother with a smile, to reassure her, to be like a true, grown man who could handle everything. But what his grandmother said was like the gentlest key, easily opening the door in his heart. From the day he soul-swapped into Chen Jing, he knew that the overworked and overnighter Chen Jing from the Blue Star was gone. Over 20 years of life came to an abrupt end. He had wondered, felt scared, but quickly accepted reality and became the Chen Jing in the Beastmaster world, to start a new life. He thought he was adapting well. But until this moment, sitting in this familiar small courtyard, listening to his grandmother's soft voice, he suddenly realized that deep in his heart, there always lay an invisible barrier separating him from the strange and colorful Beastmaster world. And all the experiences of his previous life, especially those about his grandmother and everything in this small courtyard, were treated as the most precious treasures, carefully buried in the depths of his heart, never to be touched lightly. She pointed to Chen Jing's heart. Here, when you carry too many things, it gets heavy, and walking doesn't feel light anymore. If you feel like you must go down that road outside, a road with people you must meet, things you must do, and thoughts you can't let go of, then you should go. Grandma will not stop you, nor can I. A young people should have their own world. But, child, don't carry such a heavy burden with you. What should be put down can stay here. This place may be small, and the furniture is old, but it can keep some things for you. Holding on to a little thought, this little strength, Grandma still has, and still can hold on to it. Chen Jing's lips trembled, he wanted to say something. Say thank you, Grandma? Say I'm sorry? Say I can't bear to? But he couldn't utter a single complete syllable. At this moment, he was just a child, fragile and weak, in front of the only elder from his past life. Grandma looked at him silently crying, a complex expression slowly appearing on her wrinkled face. Inside, there was heartache, pity, a deep sense of reluctance, but more than that, there was a nearly peaceful calm. She still didn't interrupt him, didn't rush him, just held his hand tightly, never letting go, passing on that faint yet continuous warmth and strength. Not knowing how much time passed, Chen Jing finally slowly stopped his tears. He raised his arm, roughly wiped his face with his sleeve, getting rid of the embarrassing traces of water, even though his eyes were still a bit red and swollen. He took several deep breaths, trying hard to calm the swirling emotions in his chest, then, he finally gathered the courage to lift his head. His vision was still blurry, but he tried to focus and look at Grandma. Grandma was looking at him too. In those somewhat turbid eyes, there was no blame, no disappointment, only a clarity and peace that had settled after all the storms. Seeing him lift his head, Grandma's soft smile seemed to deepen a little more. Cried enough? Grandma asked, her voice carrying a barely noticeable teasing tone. Chen Jing nodded vigorously, nasal sound thickly replying, After crying, the massive stone that had been stuck in his heart seemed to have truly moved aside, although the empty ache still hurt, at least it felt much lighter. That's good. Grandma seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, holding his hand, finally loosening a bit, but still resting on his hand. This person, you can't just stuff everything inside, you have to pour some out. Only when you pour it all out, can your heart be bright and know what you truly want. Little Jing, Grandma doesn't know what kind of place you are going to. And I don't know what you will become in the future, whether you will be successful, or just ordinary, safe and sound. About these things, Grandma doesn't ask, nor can she interfere. Grandma only advises you on 3 things. Chen Jing straightened his back instantly, his red and swollen eyes focused intently on Grandma, just like when he listened to her reasoning as a child. First, no matter where you go or what kind of person you become, don't lose that little kindness in your heart. I'm not asking you to be a doormat, have a bottom line, know what you can do and what you must never do. Be true to heaven and earth, be true to your conscience, so you can sleep soundly at night. Second, if you really encounter an insurmountable bump, don't bear it alone. Bearing it alone can easily break your spine. When you should bend down, bend, when you should ask for help, don't hesitate, it's not shameful. If the mountains remain, there's no fear of firewood. This saying is old wisdom, but it works. Third, remember to eat on time, add clothes when it's cold. Don't be like those young ones, thinking because you're healthy you can waste your body. Your body is your capital. If the capital is gone, all grand plans are just empty talk. Chen Jing listened, every word and phrase he diligently imprinted in his heart. These words were ordinary, lacking great principles, yet they warmed him greatly. His nose became sour again, but this time, he held it back, only nodding heavily, once again. I remembered, Grandma. I remembered everything. That's good. Remembering means you must do it. Grandma asks for nothing else, just for you kids, no matter how far you fly, to be safe and healthy. She gently patted Chen Jing's hand, then slowly, little by little, withdrew her hand, bringing it back under the blanket. This subtle action, however, made Chen Jing's heart suddenly feel empty, as if some warm support had been withdrawn. All right, silly child. It seems you should be leaving now. She paused, taking one last deep look at Chen Jing. That gaze seemed to want to capture his current appearance. Deeply engraved in the depths of memory. Outside, there must be important companions waiting for you, right? This sentence, like a small stone, was thrown into Chen Jing's heart lake, which finally calmed a bit, rippling out a complex wave. He opened his mouth, but in the end, just looked at his grandmother, extremely slowly and extremely seriously, nodding. The sunshine was still warm, the osmanthus fragrance was still sweet, and the children's laughter was still full of life. But Chen Jing knew he had to go. Not leaving this courtyard, but leaving this dream that he cherished but ultimately had to wake up from. He slowly stood up, his knees a bit numb and painful from squatting for too long. He took one last look at his grandmother's peaceful profile, one last look at the old osmanthus tree swaying slightly in the sunlight, one last look at this little courtyard that held all his warmth and affection. Then, he turned around and walked step by step toward the weathered green iron gate. His steps were heavy, but no longer hesitant. He did not look back. Because he knew some farewells do not require looking back. And some homes, once placed in the heart, will never truly leave. The iron gate was pushed open, making a long and familiar creak. The light outside instantly poured in, a bit dazzling. Chen Jing's figure gradually merged into that bright halo, and finally, disappeared. On the rocking chair, the grandmother still sat quietly, gazing at the direction he had left, motionless for a long time. Only those bony hands resting on the blanket trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. A gust of wind passed, more osmanthus leaves fell, quietly covering the spot where he had just squatted. The sunshine was just right, and the years were silent.